100, Chapter 100. Chapter 100. Nico Robin's Tragic Childhood. Hey, Elt, you really decided. There is nothing fun about West Blue. Jaws looked at Elt as if he was not joking. He was also on the shoulders of Elt, but although he was from West Blue, he had no hometown. He was an orphan and had no affection for West Blue at all. Goo la la la. Elty, are you going to West Blue? When everyone was dissuaded in unison, Whitebeard's arrogant laughter came, and everyone who was still in the small party gave way to their seats. In this regard, Whitebeard is also rude. There is no image at all. Sitting directly on the deck, holding up the wine in front of him, is just drinking. Hey, Daddy, that's my wine, Daddy. Don't you have wine? Riccio saw Whitebeard holding his wine bowl and drank it without a sip and shouted, "Oh la la la. Daddy drinks your wine to prove that your wine is great." Whitebeard didn't care at all. After all, Whitebeard often drank the wine of his sons, and he had become accustomed to it for a long time. "Father, I want to take a look at the outside world. After all, I have been in the Whitebeard Pirates. Everyone will be afraid of your reputation. I want to take a look at the outside world. Maybe it's not fun outside. Will be back soon." Looking at the slightly immature Elt in front of him, the grinning Whitebeard is also full of pampering. Although there are some minor shortcomings, it is innocuous. Among so many captains, it is also among the best. It's just that the character is a little bit off. All this, Whitebeard is watching, but among his sons, Elt is still perfect. "Since you want to go, then go. There is no place in this sea that the Whitebeard pirates can't go. If you encounter a problem that can't be handled, you have to notify us. 850, Whitebeard Pirates, the regiment is always behind you." Just when Marco thought Whitebeard disagreed, Whitebeard agreed without hesitation. After all, the sea is not particularly calm now. Marine has appeared frequently in New World recently. "Ah, Alty, that devil fruit just now is the present I gave you off." Marco also laughed and touched the little yellow hair on his head. He didn't expect that he had just given Elt a devil fruit, and the other party was about to go out. "Yeah, Alty, I'll be back then, but I want to bring us West Blue wine. I haven't tasted West Blue wine yet. This time be careful when you go. Captain Elt." As for Tianue, whose eyes are dim at the moment, Alty also took him in his arms. After all, Tianue is now his only wife. "Don't worry, I will be back soon, won't I, Hour?" Seeing that his arms became more and more sexy, Alty also smiled faintly at Alty's request. Tianyushi hadn't worn the kimono long ago, and the whole person was a uniform temptation. And Elt stayed on the mobile for a few days and left New World with the Whitebeard Pirate Group's affiliated pirate group. It is also the first time that Elt has left this New World that has lived for more than 10 years. "Pablik, we are all about to sail for a month. How long will it be?" The man named Pablik by Elt is one of the future 43 captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. He also wears a mafia-style top hat and suits and leather shoes. The weapon is stronger than a large-caliber pistol and a small grenade gun. During the war at the top, he cooperated with his companions to kill 3 pacifists. "Oh, Captain, you have asked how many times Oha's fall is about to arrive. I really don't understand how people like you go back to that kind of place to study." Pablik looked at the leisurely, lazy-faced Elt on the couch. He also sighed for a while. In his heart, Elt could kill people without blinking. Elt killed someone, Pablik would believe it, but he said he went to Oha to read a book. How could that be possible? "Hey, Pablik, what is your expression? Don't think I don't know what you think." Captain Elt, do you need me to pick you up at that time?" Seeing Elt, who didn't raise his head on the couch, Pablik didn't care at all. Elt's character is like this. After all, everyone is very familiar with it. Captain Elt, the sea ahead is coming to O'Hara. Where do we stop?" Just as the two were talking, a young guy from the Pablik Pirates ran over to report, and at this moment, Oha falls on the island. A little girl with red and black pupils sat quietly in the woods, looking at the book she took in her hand. Nico Robin at the moment, but a 5-year-old girl. Tadada. When little Robin heard the footsteps, he saw that the sunlight in front of him was blocked, and when he looked up, it was a woman looking at her viciously. "I heard that you beat my children to cry for no reason. I hope you will not approach them in the future. Have you heard that? You are saying something. What an annoying child." The stern tone made little Robin lower his head and bury it deeper. Since his mother left her, little Robin has become a lonely person. Although he lives at his uncle's house, he lives like a servant. No friends, no hope, no affection. The woman's words deeply hurt Robin's young heart. The phrase "annoying kid" made Robin couldn't bear it anymore. Picked up her only friend who couldn't talk, got up and ran away. "Hey, wait, I haven't finished yet." The sound coming from behind made little Robin's eyes darker and faster. Walking on the street, watching the laughter around him, little Robin was also expressionless. Everything had nothing to do with her. Mom and Dad, what shall we eat tonight? What do you want to eat? I want to eat it, but I want to eat omelet rice most. Huh, you really have a soft spot for omelet rice. Seeing the happy family of three walking away, Robin also stopped his numb footsteps, looking at a little girl as his own. Surrounded by parents, Robin's eyes also showed she, but then it dimmed again. There has never been a father, the only mother. When she remembered, she left her and stayed at the house of her uncle, who was impersonal. Dusk. The thin little Robin, in the sun, pulled out a long shadow. Crack. Sorry I'm late. As the door opened, the whole room was empty, with no light and no warmth. Aunt Rogie. After managing the door of the room, Robin also saw the note on the table, which should have been left for her. To Robin, today is our daughter's birthday. Our family of three is having a dinner together. There is still bread at home, so you can eat whatever you like. Remember to spread less jam and wash the dishes and clean up before we go home. Take back the dried clothes, then go to the second floor. Robin didn't have any resistance to Aunt Rogie's words, because he had become accustomed to it. For 3 years, since she was able to be independent, Robin began to assign her housework. It is not so much foster care as it is to earn a living by working part-time. But today is also my birthday. No one knew what she was thinking, whether it was the family of three I met on the street or the matter of Luoji's other mother. This lonely and fragile young heart could no longer hold on. In fact, no one knows that today is also her birthday. No one knows, no one knows. No one cares. Today is her 5th birthday. Boom, boom, boom. He embraced his knees with his hands, sat on the cold floor, and buried his head on his knees. The floor was wet with tears because of grievances. With a knock on the door, little Robin felt like he got up and wiped away his tears, not wanting Aunt Rogie to see it, because in that case, he would be scolded. This is a lesson learned from repeated calls. Crack. When the wooden door opened, by the light of the moon, little Robin discovered that the person standing at the door was not the family of Aunt Rogie she was familiar with. On the contrary, it was a man who had never seen him before. The vigilance of strangers made little Robin take a step back. She saw the 2 swords and a man in front of him, exuding a terrifying deterrent. The man at the door was naturally Elter. Excuse me, are you? But Robin, who was born with great courage, couldn't help but look up at this gentle-looking man. Now he was looking at himself with a smile on his face. A red and black shirt, a dark red cloak, a gentleman hat with unknown feathers, and 2 gorgeous and expensive sabers slung around his waist. Robin can even print his own ugly duckling figure backwards from his emerald green pupils. Me. Elter also pointed his finger at himself, and then looked at Robin tenderly. Today is the first time I have come to this island. Can I borrow here for 1 night? But there is a hotel in the small town. This is my aunt's house. Robin still shook her head. She didn't want to cause Aunt Rogie to get angry when she came back because she agreed to this kind-looking man. It's okay, I will pay. If I don't agree, I'm leaving, okay? Okay. Then you come in. Taking the initiative to get out of the way, Robin is also the first time he has seen a stranger come here. From the fabric on Elter's body, it can be seen that this person is not the kind of civilian at all, no matter in terms of temperament or dress. Here you are, this is tea. Aunt Luoji's family is having dinner outside and will be back soon. Little Robin also held a cup of green tea in both hands and handed it to Elter. Yeah, then why didn't you go? Elter is also the tea in the hands of an interested breed, looking at the long hair wearing a dress and a shawl, but he is very young Robin Zero. Because that was my sister's birthday. Elter, who paid attention to Robin, also discovered the gloom in his eyes when Robin was speaking and his yearning for a better life. What's that name? Nico Robin, how about you? Marshal D. Elter, remember not to report my name casually. It will cause you trouble, you know? Looking at the calm man in front of him, Robin also nodded. By the way, little Robin, when is your birthday? Elter also asked very spiritually. Of course he knew when it was. After all, he knew everything in the house just now. My birthday, it's today. All the grievances rushed to my heart instantly. For the first time, someone asked when her birthday was. Although he was just a stranger, he was just someone I just met. The grievances in the eyes made Robin keep lowering her head, and the teardrops in her eyes kept spinning, and she resisted the tears from falling. She was afraid that Elter would discover her grievance. Suddenly, Robin felt a pair of warm hands on his head touching his head. Why are you crying, Robin? Today is your birthday. It shouldn't be happy. Besides, you also have birthday gifts. Elter's gentle voice came. causing little Robin, who had been endless grievances, to slowly raise his head. A hint of hope flashed in his eyes. Feeling the warm big hands above his head, looking at the smiling man at this moment. Yes, today is my birthday. I should be happy. Although there were still tears in his eyes, little Robin raised his head and showed a smile. Then, this is a gift for you, Robin. Elt took out an exquisite little box from his arms and brought it to Robin. This was the one that Elt picked up on the street when he landed on the island. As for giving money, he is the kind of person who can give money. Just to look at him, the boss feels like he is going to die. This is for me, Alti. Looking at the exquisite gift box in front of him, little Robin couldn't believe it was for her. This was the first time someone gave her a birthday and gave her a birthday present since she can remember. Seeing Ael's characteristic head, Robin happily took the gift box. When opened, it was a beautiful bracelet inlaid with gold and various jewels with Nico Robin engraved on it. But in Robin's eyes, this is her most important birthday gift, not gold or jewelry at all. Robin was in a huge surprise that it was the first time that Robin was here. Why was there such a thing as a birthday gift? He clearly didn't know her, and why was her name engraved on his hand? Crack. Just when Robin started trying to load her first birthday present in her life, the door was opened. I saw the plump Aunt Rogi's family of 3 standing at the door, and Robin immediately put the bracelet away when he heard the door opening. Hey, who are you? Why are you in our house? And Robin, you are a fool. Aunt Rogi, who was full of consternation, became extremely angry in an instant, and she yelled at Elt and Robin. No, Luo. Shut up. Robin wanted to explain before he finished speaking. He was drunk by Aunt Rogi. Hey, I'm just a borrower. I will talk like this next time, but bad things will happen. Elt, whose eyes flashed with red light, instantly made Aunt Luo G, who was still yelling at him. Xia stopped. The next moment, he saw a purse thrown over. Wow. Grumbling. Gold coins with dazzling golden light kept rolling on the floor. Okay, my lord. Aunt Luo G, who was originally angrily, now has a lot of makeup on her face like a blooming chrysanthemum, which is disgusting. The attitude towards Elt has changed 360 degrees, but Robin is still vicious. Hurry up and clean up the room for this adult, Robin. No need, just let Robin take me there. But, my lord. Elt ignored the stunned Aunt Rogi's family behind him, walked beside Robin, smiled slightly, and touched the stupefied little Robin's hair. Robin, take me to your room. But, Elt, my room. Robin couldn't speak. She didn't have a room. She always slept on the second-floor deck. Well, take me over. It's all right. Is it because you don't want it? No reluctance, Alti. In the end, under the leadership of Robin and the gaze of Aunt Rogi's family, Elt walked up to the second floor, an attic with only one skylight through which the sky could be seen. 101, Chapter 101. Chapter 101, I'm a principled pirate. Sit down, Robin. Putting the cloak behind his back on the ground, Elt sat on his ass, then wrapped his hands around his head and looked at the starry sky through the skylight. After a short period of hesitation, little Robin lay on this expensive cloak. At night, little Robin knew from the air and air how vast the outside world was, and knew the excitement that she hadn't known in the book before. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it was the next day. This was Robin's most comfortable sleep for so many years. He didn't wake up until noon. Elt. Robin's first reaction when he woke up was that everything last night was a dream, the man who looked like a dream. However, he grabbed the clothes of the man next to him, and Robin got up and saw Alti with a bubbling nose still sleeping. Seeing this scene, Robin also smiled happily and continued to lie on Elt's arm. Until the afternoon. Robin, how do you like the clothes? Wrap all of these and send them to her house. Looking at Robin wearing new clothes in the clothing store, Elter was also in a stunned group. It was too boring to accompany the children to buy clothes. I simply bought them all directly, and the clothing store owner on the side had a smile on his face. Alt is the most expensive person he has seen in these years. As long as it is the clothes that this little girl has touched, I don't see all of them. Look at buying directly. But, Elt, I don't need so much. Robin was on the side with a panic on his face, and he quickly stopped. And no one has ever bought him so many things. But how could the owner of the clothing store wince? Such an obvious big gold master can't slip away, and quickly asked the waiter to take Robin behind to change his clothes, looking at Elt with a flattering expression. I will definitely send things back to the lady's house as quickly as possible. In response, Elt just nodded. In this month, Elter also kept taking Robin, eating, drinking, and having fun. As long as Robin asked, Elter would almost tell her. So many people regard Erd as the father of 09 Robin, so that Robin's heart is satisfied, and at the same time with a trace of loss. It can be said that this is Robin who grew up so much apart from being with his mother, he is the happiest time. Many times, when Elt took Robin to the town, people who knew that Elt had made a lot of money would take the initiative to say hello. Robin, come out with your father again. It's really happy. Elt didn't explain this, and Robin looked at Elt with a nervous look every time, only to find that he had no objection. So Robin smiled back slightly, and also acquiesced that Elt was her father. But today, in the forest on the shore of West Blue, Elt took Robin into the grove, and Robin was also puzzled. Robin, I told you about devil fruit. This kind of treasure on the sea, the thing that countless people dream of. Ert, sitting on the tree stump, looking at the little Robin in front of him, took out the flower fruit that Marco gave him, a pink fruit with petals. This is devil fruit. After eating it, you can't go into the sea, but it has the power of a devil. Looking at the strange-shaped fruit in Elt's hand, Robin was also surprised to see devil fruit for the first time. Later, Robin saw that Elt threw this devil fruit towards him, and after catching it in a hurry, he looked at Elt with a confused expression. Robin, this is the last gift I give you, and it is also a gift that will save your life in the future. Looking at the little Robin, who was less than 1 meter tall in front of him, Elt also rubbed the black hair. But Elt's words surprised Robin, and the devil fruit in his arms was not fragrant in an instant. Oh, are you leaving? Well, it's been so long, I really want to leave. Don't show such an expression, Robin. Seeing that Robin had begun to rely on him, Elt also raised the corner of his mouth in the eyes of his mother-in-law. Had to leave. After all, he came to West Blue, not for a Robin. This devil fruit is Paramecia's flower fruit. Whether to eat or not to eat, it depends on you, Robin. But Robin at this time, holding flower fruit tightly in his arms, lowered his head, tears dripping into the soil continuously. Robin, remember, always hold a hope of living. Go to New World to find me. I am waiting for you in New World. Robin, who kept crying, suddenly felt the departure of the big hand on his head. He looked at the deserted forest. There was no longer Elt, this gentle man like a father. After a long while, he reacted. He ran with his eyes constantly and ran to the edge of the cliff, only to see the empty sea, and he didn't even say a goodbye. Father Elt, I will definitely find you, waiting for me. Almost using his best strength, Robin's voice kept echoing in the jungle, but it only stunned a few panicked birds. Drying his tears vigorously, Robin also looked at the bracelet on his wrist and the devil fruit in his arms, and walked towards home. A mocking Robin, how come you are the only one, your father? Why didn't you come back with you? That's right, Robin, I have new clothes here today. Do you want to call your father over to take a look? On the street, Robin, who was already a little red man, was also constantly asked about the whereabouts of Elt, and more of them fell in love with Bailey, the gold master. My father, he's going to New World. He is waiting for me there. Facing the inquiries from the people on the street, Robin straightened his waist for the first time and answered with pride. As a resident of O'Hara, he was naturally fascinated by reading and seeing. Knowing where New World is, everyone's eyes were surprised and awed, and he took a breath. No wonder they are so lavish. The people of Grand Line are a great person in their eyes. They did not expect that Robin's father was originally a big figure in New World, and the entire street that was originally lively and extraordinary was also because of Robin's words. The needle drop becomes audible. On the other side, Ert naturally didn't know about Robin's affairs. He had done enough, and he had to invest according to his ability. Ert, who stepped into the sea again, naturally picked up a small boat and started wandering in the sea, looking for a lucky person to be his temporary subordinate. After all, I can't always rely on Yinimo and Tianyuyu to row a boat. That's right, Elter did not have an award, but he didn't want to rely on the waves, so the 2 great things and 12 workers waited for the oars for the time being. On the sea after a day. On a pirate group with only a few people, several pirates are playing chess and gambling with excitement. Hey, stop playing. The watcher on the sails also discovered the existence of Elt, a stupid boat with a knife. Hurry up and see. There is a fool who is slashing with a knife. Puff. In the next moment, a flying slash flashed past the pirate's body when everyone did not react, and then fell from the half of the head above the mouth to the deck. Elt had spotted this pirate ship a long time ago, but he should have used a knife, and it was not fast, so he has been slowly. Alti, who was suddenly exerting force under his feet, violently, the huge force caused the boat under his feet to shatter in an instant, and huge drops aroused on the sea. The disappeared Elt also appeared on the side of the pirate ship in a flash. I don't know how to speak, so don't say it. I don't know if misfortune comes out of my mouth. Yenimo was resisted by Alter on his shoulders. Tinu was pointed at the ground with his left hand obliquely, looking at the lazy pirate group in front of him. After Alter pulled out the knife in the air, he inserted the scabbard momentarily. This group of guys are too weak, and the weak Elt doesn't want to look at them all. Almost one picked up randomly from the Moby Dick, which is stronger than most of these people. Hey, do you want to die? Asshole. Actually, dare to attack us. A big bald man with a musket pin on his waist and a long knife slung, his eyes fiercely looking at Elt, but his right hand has already begun to touch the musket. Really, it's uninteresting. This is West Blue. It's really weak and pitiful. Alter's self-talking was heard by the people in almost the entire pirate ship. The undisguised mockery, combined with Upper Alter's indifference to everything and contempt for his eyes, made every pirate's heart suffocated a breath. Can't wait to hack Alter to death on the spot. Asshole, don't be pretentious. Do you know who you were talking to? Go to hell, you. Quickly took out the bald head of the musket from his waist, smiled on his face, and squeezed the trigger frantically at Elt. The bullet arrived instantly, making the bald pirate seem to see the picture of Elt screaming. But the next moment, under the horrified eyes of everyone, Elt did not avoid or choose to defend. Instead, he bit on the flying bullet. Ert's unique way of receiving bullets made all the pirates on the ship frightened. They had never seen such a cruel person. Go to hell, you. The bald pirate drew out the big knife from his waist. His eyes were bloodshot, and he charged up with the machete. Before he rushed up, Elt disappeared in place and appeared beside him, sinking vigorously. With a scream, the bald pirate turned into a cannonball and slammed into the cabin, causing screams. You angered me. A fierce voice came from the cabin, and the embarrassed bald pirate dragged machete to spit out the blood from his mouth, and his face was full of fierce people looking at Elt. But he just pushed away the plank on his body and jumped onto the deck. Before he could even see the opponent's movements, he felt a whirlwind coming, followed by a whirlwind. So much nonsense. Almost as soon as the voice fell, the sarcasm of Alti appeared in the bald-headed noodles. Even armament Haki was not covered, completely relying on his strong physique, and directly hit the bald face with a punch. The strength of the two people is not on the same level. The skull on the right side of the bald head is sunken in an instant, and the whole head is constantly rotating, but the lower body chooses not to move. The whole neck is like a twist. Standing behind the bald pirate was also scared into cold sweat by the sudden scene, because at the moment the bald pirate's face was behind his back, staring straight at him. But before he could call out, Alter hit the whip leg and drew it on the corpse. He only heard plop, and the sea instantly swallowed the body of the bald pirate. Damn it! Go to hell, bastard! After seeing Elt being so violent, the pirates on the deck also instantly aroused fierceness, with a fierce face, and the weapon in his hand was raised high, bloodline Muramadara. Hand knife cut. Elt's face was joking. For these 850 pirates who were huddled in West Blue, he didn't care much. The bodies of several people passed by, bringing up countless flowers of blood. Plop, plop. The sound of falling to the ground on the deck sounded constantly. Basically, as long as Elt shot all the spikes, there was no effort. What to do? This guy is too strong. You ask me, how do I know that the captain has just broken his neck and fell into the sea? Damn it, or let's surrender. The pirates who raised their weapons around also looked at each other and didn't know what to do next. After all, those who took the shot have already gone to reincarnation. Those who didn't take the shot were also frightened. Now that this ship belongs to me, do you have any opinions? Who approves and who opposes? Looking jokingly, the little Zekas on the deck who dared not step forward. Elt didn't take the slightest attention to it. Just a group of guys who could kill. Who are you? A pirate who looked like a small boss still had the courage to ask Elt with a look of horror. But the next moment, he saw Alti, who twisted his neck to look at him, with red glow in his eyes. The next moment, the little boss didn't even see the opponent's trajectory. He felt a whirlwind, followed by a mouthful of blood, mixed with teeth, flying out, and his head directly into the deck. I'll ask again, this ship belongs to me. Do you know it? You didn't ask me. With a face full of Lengzhou Elt, one foot stepped on the head of the little boss. The hard deck was also shattered, and his body was magnificent, making the surrounding small pendants feel unsmooth breathing and felt panic inside. Snapped. With the force of the feet, the whole head exploded like a broken watermelon. Yes, Captain. We have been your crew since the moment you boarded the ship. Welcome the Captain. I support the new Captain Ascendants. The same for me. Everyone knows now that Elt is a cruel person, the kind of murderer who doesn't agree with him. But it was this kind of simplicity and rudeness that was the fastest to regain these little pirates. Elty didn't have time to spin. As for what to say, he didn't have the time to live on the prestige of Whitebeard. In just 10 minutes, a pirate ship changed its captain, but the pirate group seemed to have nothing to do. With Elt's official entry into the group, the bloody scene was forgotten. All the crew members are face dash to dash face. As for the dissatisfaction, then it is not his Elt's concern, because the strength is determined, everything. 102, Chapter 102. Chapter 102, The Second Youth, Gecko Moria. Ert, who had been drifting in West Blue for more than a month, also seemed extremely irritable. He has searched for several kingdoms, and as a result, Lafitte has not heard a single name. During this period, a major incident occurred. That is, Roger was captured by Garp, which caused countless repercussions in the sea. Only a few people know that Roger surrendered himself. A month ago, an island somewhere in the sea. Roger. Garp looked at the man in front of him with a serious expression. An abyss-like powerful aura floated all over his body, ready to go. Originally, it was just an ordinary stop lazy, and then found that the disappeared Pirate King Roger was also on this island. Gar, your opponent for so many years, don't be so nervous. Everyone should sit down and have a cup of tea. Roger didn't care about Garp's hostility. He carried his small backpack and sat on a rock beside him. Impossible, the old man is marine. Faced with Roger's invitation, how could Garp agree? The whole person is like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. His whole body is firmly locked to Roger, and the strong wind and waves swept through the mid-air. Garp rushed to Roger and slammed it out, and the atmosphere was rippling. Gar, you are still so strong, but your fists are really hard. The violent air pressure swept out in the air, and the two fists collided, and the surrounding rocks and soil were swelled by the horrible air waves of the two, forming a clearing. Suddenly, there was blood leaking from Roger's mouth, making Garp frown, and his face looked a little ugly. Although his punch was very heavy, he didn't release a single bit of water. It was absolutely impossible to beat this guy to bleed. After all, he and Roger have fought for so many years, it is not clear. As a rival for more than 10 or 20 years, if anyone besides Rayleigh knows Roger best, then it is Garp. In an instant, like a meteor crashing on the ground, cracks appeared in the forest. The entire forest fell down like dominoes, and a dusty ruin appeared in the forest. A large depression appeared in the center of the forest. Roger was lying in the ruins in a decadent spirit, as if he had been fatally wounded, with hemoptysis at the corners of his mouth. Garp fell on the ground. Watching his fist look gloomy and raining, he felt something wrong, something very wrong. If he was seriously injured so easily, then he would not be able to become the One Piece. But the blood he vomited was not like fake, but it was impossible no matter how he thought about it. Looking at the weak Roger, I was very puzzled. There was no joy after defeating Roger. Instead, there was a wave of irritation in his heart. It's like you begged your girlfriend in every possible way and wanted to go in, but she finally agreed. You just took off your pants and you vented, leaving only humiliation and anger. Garp has the same expression at this time. Roger, what the hell are you doing? An angry Garp punched in the ruins. Roger, who had just gotten up, hit the face with an angry punch. It directly knocked Garp into the air, smashed into the trees, and finally fell into the rocks. Speak, bastard. The next moment, Garp deceived himself and came to Roger and grabbed Roger by the collar, wanting to know why Roger became like this, struggling to catch up with his opponent for more than 10 or 20 years. In the end, it was easily defeated. Make Garp feel ridiculous for a while. Garp's roar also attracted many Marines to watch, but when all Marines looked at Roger, who was grabbed by Garp's collar, their eyes widened in shock, and their jaws fell to the ground. C.One Piece, Golda Roger. It's Golda Roger, the One Piece, who was caught by Garp Vice Admiral. With a cheer, all Marines who rushed over heard these words and instantly boiled. Hold it up and put it in jail. Even in unwillingness, Garp, as a Marine, still has to take Roger back. The adjutant next to him, Bogart, personally took out Seastone's hand to tie Roger carefully, but the latter did not resist. I was still caught by you. Garp ahem. Roger's mouth was full of blood, and he watched Garp grinning heartily, without a trace of anger. Damn it's bastard Roger. With a low voice and an angry roar, Garp felt uncomfortable seeing Roger being pressed onto the warship by Marine, but he was helpless. Soon it came out from Marineford that Roger was captured by Marine hero Garp. When time comes back to Ert, The situation is not so good. To be precise, the other party's situation is not so good, because he met a future Shichibukai, captain of the thriller bark pirate group, Gecko Moria. It's just a little rubbish who just went out to sea at the moment, the kind that hasn't even been offered a reward by Marine. The thriller bark at this time is not a huge island-like ship in the future, but an ordinary pirate ship. On the thriller bark, it looks like a demon with 2 horns on the frontal side, sharp ears and teeth, and cross-shaped sutures on the head that resemble wounds. He wore a leather collar around his neck and was wearing iconic punk clothes. Carrying a big sword, I haven't used scissors like later. Moria, who had just gone to sea, was just a middle-aged second-year young man. He with paramecia shadow fruits. No one looked down upon him. Master, there is a pirate boat docked there on the small island in front of us. It belongs to the bald pirate group. What should we do or kill them? A pirate who looked like a small cadre stood respectfully behind Moria with a low eyebrow. Hey, hee, of course sinking them. We are the horrible bark pirate group. Now let those pirates know that ours is coming. I'll leave it to you. Looking at the pirate ship docked in front, Moria also laughed in vain with a cruel face. Moria had just gone to sea, not even a few of his subordinates, but they were arrogant and looked down upon ordinary people. They also sneered at the other pirate groups and didn't care at all. What kind of bald pirate group? Isn't it the kind of catching a lot of them in the ocean? Fire. Following the order from Shalu, countless shells, chinleys, were fired from the thriller bark. Boom. On the pirate ship where Elt was on the other side, the few pirates who stayed behind heard the sound of cannons and trembled in shock. Help, Captain, there is an enemy attack. But the next moment, it was shattered by a huge cannonball, and a raging fire was burning on the pirate ship. The entire pirate ship shook under the bombardment of the artillery fire. And on the island at this time, Elt, who was still enjoying the sun at leisure, was also awakened by the sound of huge artillery fire. Captain, we have been attacked. A small pirate ran over and rolled over, rolling beside Elt, his face full of panic. Well, I know. Wait, someone will come to us soon. And Elt had already known it. The moment the cannon sounded, he saw the movement on the sea surface and saw a familiar figure, the Onion Head. If you rely on this group of young people's announcement, the day Lily will be cold. 103, Chapter 103. Chapter 103. I'll take you as a little brother to not be beaten to death. On the terrifying 3-masted pirate ship, seeing the other party's pirate ship sinking to the bottom of the sea under the artillery fire, Moria also laughed in excitement. The shipwreck, if you defeat a few more pirates, the reputation of our pirates will spread, and the sea will sing my name, Moria. Master, the other side doesn't seem to be on the pirate ship. There has been no counterattack, and even their captain hasn't seen it. The young lady looked at Moria, who was immersed in her own world, hesitated for a moment, or stepped forward to interrupt and reminded. Hey, what are you talking about? The other party is not on the pirate ship. Then continue to chase me up. Saw them all. You don't have any brains, bastard. Looking at the little brother in front of him, there is no wink at all. Moria is madly spraying at him. This brainless guy won't wait for a while. Yes, master. The crew around, seeing that their captain was getting angry, they were shaking all over, and they crawled away. Because of Moria's horror, they knew it. They don't want to experience the feeling of being drawn away from the shadow, and they can no longer stay in the sun. On the other side, the pirate group, watching the terrifying 3-masted pirate ship docked, was led by a 7-meter-high demon-like man who walked off the ship with a big knife. But no one knew who this guy Moria was. After all, Moria had just gone to sea, but the timid pace and confident expression, as well as the non-human body, made them dare not underestimate it. After all, at the beginning, his new captain was so arrogant, and then there was no more. Shot. Seeing Moria and others approaching with an order, the gunfire sounded continuously. Boom, boom, boom. When all the members of the Moria Pirates 850 came ashore, the pirates of the Bald Pirates, who had been prepared for a long time, also began to shoot. It's really exciting, Shadow Shield. Moria, who is huge, didn't have the slightest worry when seeing the other party actually ambush him. He has absolute confidence in his own strength. Dealing with this group of young people is completely easy. As Moria grabbed the space in front of her right palm, on the ground, various black shadows immediately left the ground, forming a huge black shield between Moria and the Bald Pirate group, blocking countless bullets. As for the Moria pirates, naturally they rushed out quickly and slew towards Elt. Damn it, what is that? Why, the bullet is useless. Shoot, don't let them rush over. On the bald pirate side, after seeing Moria's fruit ability, he didn't know that there was something like devil fruit, but felt extremely panic because their bullets didn't work at all. Ha, be scared. That's our captain's devil fruit ability. Obediently surrender. Fuck me. Asshole. The members of the Moria Pirates group also laughed violently and did not take the bald pirate seriously. Under the attack of their captain Moria, the opponent's defeat was a matter of time. Everyone is getting fierce. What about the bald guy? He won't come out yet. In that case, fly away the bats, go to death. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Moria also retracted the shadow shield, and countless black bats flew up and down all over his body, rushing into the battlefield. What is this? A person who was originally a bald pirate saw several black bats constantly biting himself. Every bite brought countless flesh and blood. And the other members of the original bald pirates on the battlefield are not much better. Captain, help. Countless screams resounded throughout the battlefield, and it was obvious to the naked eye that the number of the original bald pirates group was declining. Hey, it's no use calling anyone. You're all going to die here and become my nourishment. Seeing that the other party was still calling for help, Moria felt ridiculous. As for the captain with a bald head, he knew that it was just a rubbish of millions of Baileys. Hey, really, Moria? Without a trace of emotion, Moria came from behind, causing Moria's body to froze with laughter. A cold air shook the sky, and the endless murderous aura behind made Moria dare not act rashly at all. When did you get behind me? He turned his neck stiffly, cold sweat on his forehead, but the next moment, Moria hadn't seen who the other party was. She felt a huge impact from her waist, a momentary bombardment, and Moria caused the large warship of the suspected headquarters to hit her. Looking at the tall Moria in front of him, the corners of Elt's mouth raised, and his right foot fell deeply into Moria's waist. Even armament Haki and Fei Tianyu, you were useless. The whole person presents a V-shape, turning into a cannonball, Moria's, dividing the entire battlefield into two. The forest is like a domino which is hit by the huge Moria and finally smashes into the ground, arousing huge dust. It's the captain who flew over just now. I'm a Moria captain. I was beaten to fly. Who is that? The captain made a shot. We are saved. The captain is the strongest. The entire battlefield, with Moria being beaten into flight, quieted down instantly, and there was no more fighting. The people in the Moria Pirates group couldn't believe it, while the people on Elt's side were extremely excited. Damn it's bastard. You unexpectedly attacked Moria, your uncle. Do you want to die? Slowly came Moria. His body was tattered. The corners of his mouth were bleeding. The eyes were angry. The blue veins on his forehead swelled, and he lifted the rocks and trees that were overwhelming him. You give me. At the next moment, Moria's voice stopped abruptly, and the whole person seemed to have seen something unbelievable, and the original anger was also instantly extinguished. His pupils shrank slightly, and he stared at the man who was only 2 meters in front of him. Captain, hurry up, get rid of this guy. This guy actually attacked you. Kill him. Snap. Moria slapped it, and the little girl who was still stirring the flames was directly taken away by Moria. His face was full of rocks and guards, almost shouting, Why do you appear here? Captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marshal Elter. It was almost a roar that made the needle drop on the island audible, only the sound of the waves coming from a distance. White, the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Captain. What? He is my captain. All the pirates in the audience had their eyes protruding out of their sockets in surprise, and their jaws fell to the ground in surprise. And no one felt that this was true. Only one person in the audience knows Moria, who is tight at the moment. I'm mocking. I didn't expect me to be so famous. There are people in West Blue who know me. Elt looked in hindsight as if wondering. Asshole, you are the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Countless pirates shouted in their hearts. Maria, be my son. Ahem, be my subordinate. I will show you the scenery of New World. I almost blurted out to be my son, but I stopped in time. Elt also directly expressed his thoughts, and suddenly surprised the pirates on the scene. Asshole, you clearly wanted to be your son just now. What are you kidding? I'm gonna be one of one piece. How can I be your little brother? Moria roared, obviously not appreciative, and looking at the posture, she still wanted to do it. This guy wanted to subdue himself as a subordinate, which was an insult to him. Although he was the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, even if Whitebeard came, he could not surrender. He is Gecko Moria, a person with the ability of shadow and fruit, who was destined to become famous and become the overlord of the sea. How could he be a younger brother? Moria felt insulted by what Eldest said. He was angry and impatient. After all, young people nowadays are very angry, not to mention Moria, who is obsessed with herself and confident. Basically, they are arrogant, and no one looks down on it. It has the thought of the boss lousy who has not encountered any setbacks, so it is a bit immature. After all, the only thing that hasn't been done by Wanakuni's pretty boy is single-handed, and it is all at once. How similar to another little fool playing in the sand. The heart was proud, and then the mother who was beaten didn't know him. From then on, he was helpless and confused. The King Luffy was used as an experience monster, and even two brothers who didn't know armament Haki. Refers to the two young men of Moria and Crocodile. If I were you, I would definitely run away as soon as possible, leaving my crew behind, or else I would just bow my head and be soft. What do you say, Moria? He squinted his eyes and looked harmless. He didn't seem to be a man who killed people like hemp in New World, but Moria was tight and ready to go. He didn't dare to underestimate him a little bit. Go to hell. Moria's face changed sharply. He heard a strong threat from Elt's words, and knew that the other party obviously didn't want to let him go. Moria's reaction ability is very fast, and he took the lead without thinking about it. With a sudden step forward under his feet, the huge sword in his hand was lifted to his back, and the muscles on his arms bulged, and he waved heavily towards Elt, bringing a whirlwind. 104, Chapter 104. Chapter 104, Crushing Unilateral Slaying. For customization. Even if Elt is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, he's also the captain of the 2nd Division. Moria also brazenly shot. Very ruthless, but also very decisive. No wonder he can survive in this crazy era, stand out, be known as the hero of the sea, and eventually become the 7 warlords of the sea. Really, yes, it needs a lot of training. Now Moria has just gone to sea, but she's already about 26 years old. I haven't gotten into Wanakuni arrogantly yet, and was eventually broken by Kaido. The path of life has not yet been finalized. In Elt's words, there is still a rescue. Taste. Elt, who was standing still, disappeared, and Moria slashed to the ground with all his strength, deep into the ground. The next moment, Moria is standing. Before he even waited for him to use the Shadow Warrior to exchange his body with the Shadow, the whole big face was distorted and hideous in vain, and the whole head was kicked crooked by Elt, spurting a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were full of pain. The ground burst into a pothole, and the sound of tearing the eardrums sounded, and Moria flew upside down in an instant. After knocking the pirates into the air, they smashed into large trees, causing a large explosion and lying in the rubble of dirt. I didn't use Yenimo and Tianyuyu to chop Moria, because I was afraid that the onion head would be killed with a single knife. Now Moria has just gone to sea and has some strength, but it is far from reaching the level of fighting Kaido in a few years. Even if he did, Alti was worth it. With the dark and slender right foot retracted, wearing a gentleman's hat with feathers, and wearing a cloak of Alti, disappeared out of thin air. Leave the ground split by Moria. Cough, cough, cough. In the ruins, Moria's face was blood red, her veins violently. She couldn't help spraying blood again, and her entire chest was wet. Shaking his dizzy head, Moria also staggered to her feet, her ears buzzing. Obviously, Elt's kick was very uncomfortable, and Moria almost flirted. Before he can breathe, new crises will come again. Before he could think about it, Moria exchanged bodies with the Shadow Warrior immediately. The huge body was like ink, instantly blending into the shadow and leaving the pothole. The next moment, a violent explosion peeled off the ground in a fan shape, eventually forming ruins, and the yellow dust remained for a long time. Shout, turn into a shadow. Slash wave. The sky feather cut in the left hand instantly unsheathed, and the tens of meters of flying cuts merged into armament. As he went forward, the forest fell in pieces and was stirred in the air. The mud and rocks are constantly splashing, red and black flying and slashing, cutting everything, especially in the uninhabited state. In one fell swoop, leaving a flat ravine and blasting against the black shadow on the ground, Moria forced Moria to form a body and roll to the ground on the side. You can see an extra wound on the left arm. Moria made the left arm tremble constantly, and the blood kept dripping on the ground. Damn it, why can your slash hit me? I've already used Shadow Warrior, bastard. The invincible Kagemusha lost its effect for the first time, and Moria made her face full of disbelief. He didn't know what was going on, he just felt a slashing bombardment on his shadow from the opponent, instantly attacking his entity. "Want to know? I will teach you." Elk grinned, but he appeared to be very sick. Not a kind smile at all, making Moria's eyes sinking, thinking that the other party was playing him. "Asshole, who needs you to teach? Even if you don't say it, I will figure it out by myself." Countless flying bats flew out of Moria's upper body and quickly surrounded Elt. "Shadowbox. Ah, even if you are the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, it's useless. You were trapped by my shadowbox. Then just accept the failure honestly." Seeing that Elt was trapped without any hindrance, Moria also laughed excitedly, as if she had already seen the future results. "It's really boring. Moria, your vision determines that you are a waste now." Boom! As Elt's voice fell, countless sword auras appeared on the pitch-black shadow box instantly, flew out of the shadow box, and then an explosion sounded. Elt, who fell on the ground again, looked at Moria's contempt, making people feel angry like a cat playing with a mouse. "Don't say I'm a trash. I'm Gecko Moria, Shadow Master." As Moria grabbed her side, a shadow with the same shape and size as Moria appeared, and the two were exactly the same. Regarding Elt's strength, Moria even felt that there was no chance of winning 1-1, then 2-1. In fact, in Elt's view, it doesn't matter how many pairs are won. Shinto Stream, Yongyue. Shu. A knife that was too fast to be seen with the naked eye flashed by, and Alti, who disappeared in the same place, appeared behind Moria for a short while. "It hurts so badly." I saw Moria's tall body, with blood spraying out of the shoulders, and the shadow mage who had just been summoned was slapped twice from the waist. In Moria's eyes, Elt's sword technique was just a round of eternal moon rising, and then he felt the severe pain from his body. For this situation, Elt certainly wouldn't wait for Moria to come over. After rushing to Moria, Elter slammed on the ground. The huge force even made the entire surface tilt up, and the huge countershock force also caused Elter to turn back quickly. With Tianyu's Yuzhong in his hand, Moria felt the pain intensify the wound on his body, and the Yuzhong pulled to the back of Tianyu's Yuzhong, which was held tightly by Elt, and rushed towards Moria again. Shadow Horn Gun. Seeing Elt approaching herself quickly, Moria's feet quickly gathered into a huge black spear, pierced out of the ground, and stabbed at Elt. There is no imaginary shocking collision, or insisting on a few breaths. Some just destroy the ancients. Just like paper, the Shadow Horn Spear was instantly split by Tianyu, and then rushed towards Moria unabated. Moria could even see the teasing and taunting on Elt's face, holding the big knife in her hand tightly and resisting it against her chest. Even if it was blocked with a knife, Moria felt as if she had been hit by a big mountain. Her mouth was grinning, her face flushed, her feet plunged deep into the mud, and the ground cracked with small cracks. "So, how can I stop this one, Moria?" "What?" Moria hadn't even reacted to his voice. Before he could stand still, Elter flipped to the air, appeared out of thin air on the left side, and kicked again. Moria's face was distorted for the first time, and her eyes kept bulging. The whole body also instantly turned into dried shrimps. The ribs were constantly clicking, and the blood in his mouth spewed out like money. The ground was torn to pieces in an instant, and after a wave of air was left on the spot, Moria, who turned into a cannonball, flew out and lay in the ruins. There is no backhand force, completely unilateral sling. "Moria, Captain, we're here to help you." After seeing Elt sling Moria unilaterally, the pirates of the Moria Pirates, with their faces full of horror, also cold sweat, resisting the fear in their hearts, began to take up weapons and rush to AI mightily, Ulti. Hearing the shouts and the messy footsteps coming from behind, Elt's eyes were also cold. When did this kind of garbage from all over the world dare to attack him? Polar/wave. Tianyu cut a black glow in the air, drew a semicircle, and was swung out by Elt. A flying slash tens of meters in size flew out of the sky, feather slash, rushing to the oncoming pirate. Puff, 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 puff. Boom! A series of voices sounded, and all the members of the Moria pirate group were cut off at the waist without a trace of pain. The huge slash wave swept the forest out of a Kongai Avenue, and finally hit a small hill, and then the whole small hill slammed down, hitting the ground, and the cut went smoothly into the mirror. 0. Moria, who had just gotten up, also saw this scene. Although it was only a temporary recruited crew member, he basically couldn't name it, but after a few days of getting along, this was considered his crew member. At this moment, it was destroyed by Elt, leaving only 3 or 2 cats. Shadow Horn Gun. Moria spurted blood from her nose and mouth. Her eyes were about to split. Her bloodshot eyes stared at Elt tightly, and her hands slammed forward. Several black spears rushed out of the ground and went straight to Elt. Moreover, it seemed that Moria wanted to directly pierce Elt to death. But in front of Ert, who has Conqueror's Haki, this is basically a pediatrics, and the trajectory of the attack is completely invisible and clear. It can be seen to the naked eye that all the black spears only pierce through the afterimages left in the air by Elt. The sound of fast-moving breaking through the air kept coming, and Moria was full of anger at this moment. With bloodshot eyes in her eyes, she couldn't wait to stare Elter to death here. As soon as I went to sea, I suffered the first big defeat in my life. Moria was dissatisfied and very aggrieved, but he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Elt's strength was much stronger than him, and his unfavorable shadow fruit could not cause any harm to Elt at all. Every attack was avoided. Even if it was a head-on, he was not an opponent, and the strength of the two was completely different. But now, no matter how angry, nothing can be changed. Moria lost the first battle in the sea shame. Elter was within easy reach, and the flicker generally appeared in front of Moria, and the feathers of Tianyu in his hand still swept down without any surprise. But Moria didn't dare to treat this as a normal attack, and only had time to hold the Odachi in his hands tightly in front of him, and then the whole person instantly exchanged bodies with the shadow and fled from here. Boom! The explosion continued to spread, and countless sword auras spread to the surroundings. Moria emerged from the shadow and condensed the entity, but at this time Moria's body was covered with stab wounds, and she fell to the ground with pain. Under the terrifying power of Elt, the ground in a radius of 50 meters was sunken, and a small basin was formed in the blink of an eye. Several. 105, Chapter 105. Chapter 105, let's play something more exciting. Seeking subscription. Moria was lying on the broken ground with stab wounds all over, bleeding constantly. Her body was trembling with a piercing pain, her two arms supported her body, and she wanted to get up. Stab. In the next moment, a flying slash that fell from the sky was constantly magnified in Moria's eyes and came straight to him. Altar of damn it, is he trying to kill me? A fatal crisis hit her face. Moria's entire soul seemed to have fallen into the ice cellar, and the other party didn't keep the slightest hand. We'll die. It's really going to die. Moria, who was holding back her body pain, had bloodshot eyes like a ghost. She picked up the Odachi and rolled her huge body towards her side. The next moment, the flying slash came in an instant. A crack of tens of meters long appeared where Moria was just now, and the ground was directly cut open by Ert's flying slash. But after forcibly avoiding Moria, he knelt on one knee, his heartbeat speeded up a bit, his breathing increased, and he kept hemoptysis. This guy didn't want to subdue him. Why did he kill him? But in the next second, his whole body was stiff, and a chill rushed out of the sky. Behind him, a man covered in shadow stood behind him. This moment, Elt grinned open the corners of his mouth, revealing that white fang exudes a cold light. When did 850 run? Behind me. When I dodged the slash just now. Asshole. Crack. In the next moment, a hand covered with armament Haki tightly grasped Moria's head with a terrified face. Moria could only watch this happen. His body could not recover for a while and was caught by Elt. He can't move at all. Now there's only pain and numbness. In order to prevent Moria from slipping away with Kajamusha, Elt even used armament Haki. Moria's eyes could only see through the fingers, seeing the sky that was constantly moving away. The next moment, Elt suddenly pressed down. Moria's head hit the rocky ground heavily. Rocks splashed out one after another, and the ground was hit by Moria's head, cracking cracks, spreading towards the distance. Moria, who had already started to flip through Byakugan, also began to twitch all over, with a little bit of consciousness, just when she thought it was about to end. Elt pressed it down again, and the originally cracked ground also cracked with larger cracks. At this moment, Moria was wounded with stabs all over her body. A few of her teeth had fallen, her eyes were white, and her head was full of blood, and she passed out. Shout, I really don't fight, this way I fainted, but it's fun. Seeing Moria, who was already unconscious, slapped his lips under the constant impact of himself, Elt also withdrew his hand uninterestedly. The entire battlefield was in a mess, the ground was shattered, the jungle was cut in pieces, and there were corpses everywhere, and a strong smell of blood exuded in the air. And the pirate brother under Elt also killed the Moria pirates and the few remaining small fish and shrimps. After seeing the fighting on Elt's side stopped, he also ran over. Looking at his captain Alter with a flat face, they heard the words of the big man Moria just now. They heard clearly. The captain is the 2nd division of the Whitebeard Pirates in New World, which is more terrifying than the evil spirits that team leader. This fuck rose from hell to heaven in an instant. This thigh is too thick. Captain, what are we going to do with him? Looking at the group of young people under his hand, El also knew what they thought. Didn't he just want to hug his thighs and find a backer? El didn't break it. After all, this group of people is still needed now. After all, on the sea, this kind of people are the most open. Lock him up, go to the beach to dig hole, go down and show his head. Don't let him die. If he dies, follow him and accompany him. Looking at Moria in a coma, the cold-faced Alter didn't care what resistance the group of young men had. He only wanted Moria to take refuge. After all, he doesn't have a little brother now. When he came out to West Blue, he actually picked up a Shichibukai little brother for nothing, but it was really a surprise. As for success or unsuccess, that is not something he is considering. Yes, Captain, we will definitely do it. After that, countless young people took up their weapons and went to dig pits on the beach. As for the corpses over there, the pirates were not so noble, and they even took care of burying people after killing. The horrible three-masted pirate ship was also after Moria took away most of the people, leaving behind a few people, such as navigators, crews, and cooks on the ship. It was easy to be captured. Until after a day and a night. After being knocked out by Elt and being soaked in the sea Moria, he woke up, and then he felt weak, and his whole body was wounded, and he was tied up again, leaving him completely unconscious ways to move. Also, El was afraid that he would not be safe, so he poured several buckets of sea water into Moria's belly, and then he woke up Moria. At the first glance after waking up, Moria saw Ert sitting not far from him, enjoying food on a table full of food. Laid back, clean, and tidy, it is in stark contrast to my embarrassment. Now, I'll give you two choices, choose yourself. Moria was just awake, his brain was still haunting, but after Elt's voice came through, it instantly made people feel as if they had taken a stimulant, but in a state of anger. Asshole, let go of my uncle soon. Elt didn't even mention the options, but in this case, it is no longer necessary, that as long as he is not a fool, he knows what the two options are. At this moment, Moria's onion head was messed up on her head, her mouth was full of blood, and her face was pale, looking at Kao's profile face full of anger. This guy is still eating, and his attention is not on him at all. It is no different from ignoring him. Either live or die. Moria gritted her teeth. Although her heart was filled with anger and unwillingness, the reality was still so cruel, but in doing so, the younger brother of others was so unwilling. The enthusiasm for the sea in his heart has not yet been realized. But before Moria could answer, Moria saw that two pirates appeared in front of him, but they were both blindfolded. But the gun in his hand made Moria's heart beat and felt bad. Things are going to happen. Then, under Moria's horrified eyes, the two raised their muskets. Bang, bang. The two bullets flew by almost rubbing Moria's body, and there was a burning pain on his cheeks, which made him startled in a cold sweat. This is a real bullet zero. This guy is really playing. Asshole, you asshole, let me go. Perhaps it was the desire to survive. Moria actually started to struggle constantly, wanting to escape, but soaked in the sea water for a day or two, coupled with serious injuries. How could he break free? The iron chain on my body rattled, but it just kept going. It seems that you also feel that playing like this is not exciting enough, right? Doesn't matter, there are more exciting ones. Elt didn't lift his head, didn't care about Moria's reaction, waved his hand. The next moment, under Moria's horrified eyes, the original two people on the field became five. With the 5 dazzling muskets, Moria's eyes were almost protruding from his eye sockets. When did he say that this kind of play was not exciting enough? And it's not over yet. The lunatic actually turned everyone in a circle, and then fixed them in a general direction, aiming at himself. Boom, 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 boom. Moria didn't even scream out, and as Elt waved his hand, 5 muskets instantly appeared Byakugan. Ah, it hurts me to death, asshole. This time, Moria was not favored by Goddess of Luck, and was shot twice. The huge panic enveloped Moria's heart. Moria always felt that he was not afraid of death, but he really couldn't tolerate such a stubborn death. With every bullet, Moria would involuntarily think whether she would hit herself or whether she would die. Even if it is dead, it is better to die in the hands of Elt. After all, it is a figure with a face, but when he died in the hands of 5 wastes, he still died so aggrieved he couldn't do it. Come on, talk about your choice. Almost as soon as the voice fell off, Moria saw the bastard Alter and started to wave and order the shot. Asshole, you can't wait. I haven't answered yet. Wait, you are not afraid that I will only give in for a while? Moria, who had a painful 1.7 grin, never wanted to play this kind of stimulating game anymore. The huge mental pressure made Moria, who had just gone out to sea, couldn't stop Moria, and Elt was completely lunatic. As Moria's suit softened, Elt also raised his mouth and stopped waving his hand. If this guy is really unwilling to accept softness, he will continue like this. When Moria is killed, and when will it end? He did not have the habit of catching and letting go. I just like those despicable, vicious, ambitious, cruel rebels, Byakugan wolves. After all, I will have a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction if I subdue these people. So I advise you, don't try to kill me if you're not 100% sure, otherwise you will end badly, because you only have one chance. Moria, haha. Elt, who turned his head, grinned, showing white teeth flashing with cold light, and his eyes flashing crazily. Even though he was smiling, Moria had a sense of horror inexplicably, and the cold air was blowing away from the sky. Arrogant lunatic. How could Whitebeard have such a son? Moria cursed inwardly. Well, welcome to Join Gecko Moria. 106, Chapter 106. Chapter 106. Man, there are always a few days a month to vent. Seeking subscription. 2 days later. Somewhere in the kingdom of West Blue, there is a brilliantly decorated tavern. It was still the rooftop, with Alti resting his feet on the table, holding red wine in one hand and tapping the table with the other. He looked at the street in the distance and didn't know what he was thinking. On the opposite side, Gecko Moria, looking at the harmless Alti in front of him, was unhappy eating, with a white bandage tied on his body, even on his head. Although he compromised and surrendered, he would not give up hope. As long as he had the opportunity, he would surely wash away the shame from him. But no matter what, his current strength does not allow him. As long as he must defeat this bastard in the future, then let it be his little brother screaming and drinking. Be sure to let that guy try his aggrievedness. Hey, us. Moria stopped eating, looked at the culprit, and looked at Elt as if she was killing her father and enemy, but she was interrupted before she finished speaking. What do you call me? Boss. Moria's face turned black in an instant, and after a few breaths, he took a deep breath and calmed down the impulse on the face like Elt's ass, almost shouting like gnashing teeth. What are we doing here now? West Blue doesn't care about people like you at all. Why are we waiting here? Why are you shouting so loudly? You are expressing dissatisfaction with me. 09. Moria suddenly increased her voice, jumped Elt down, and then sprayed back at Moria. I'm looking for someone. Now Moria is the only one under me, so please secretly cheer in your heart. Take a look at Moria, whose face is as dark as ink and is extremely ugly. It looks like he's taking advantage of you. Asshole, who would cheat on this kind of thing? Moria scolded Elt as an idiot in her heart, but on the surface she was calm and didn't care. Elt looked at Moria, who was covered in bandages, with contempt, and said unceremoniously like a Malem organization, Follow me, your days will be colorful, and you will see what you have never seen before, the pinnacle of the past. I know you are not a man who is afraid of things, otherwise you won't be scrapped in the future. But as long as you call me the boss, I will always protect you. But now, Moria, it's time to dispatch you. What is it that I will be scrapped in the future? I will not do anything else of Master Moria. Moria is now full of confidence in herself, and she has dreams for the future. Just when Moria had just given birth to something strange, we saw that Elt had already sat up. The corners of his mouth were raised, as if thinking about something bad. What? Moria recovered, and didn't understand what Elt said, whose thoughts jumped too fast. At this time on the street, a group of fierce pirates, armed with various weapons, rushed to a certain place aggressively. Everyone's eyes flashed with unknown greed. Are you sure that the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates is on it? I'm not quite sure, but the degree of similarity must be more than 80%. I have read him in the newspaper, and there should be nothing wrong with it. That guy is also on the waste list with 2 Taisho, so he should be him for dressing and appearance. At this moment, under the tavern, in many streets and alleys, there are several groups of pirates, all staring at the tavern with greed. Many pirates are holding shabby newspapers, and they have repeatedly confirmed that the photo above is Alti. If you are really the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, although you don't know why he came to West Blue, as long as you kill him, then we can become famous. That's right. After we kill him, we will go to New World to kill Whitebeard. A that time, rights, wealth, women, we will all have. Action. Everyone be careful. Yes. A large number of fierce pirates or thugs began to slowly approach the tavern, cautiously for fear of being discovered by Elt. But as long as you think of it, once you kill the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, you will have the reputation and power at your fingertips, and you will become a man on the sea. The heartbeat of each pirate couldn't help beating faster, and his breathing continued to increase. Even many people began to imagine that after taking the head of Elter, they would go to New World to take down the head of Whitebeard and start daydreaming. After all, the most indispensable in the sea are desperados, and the kind of people who can't see their own position, treat everyone else as lambs to be slaughtered, have no strength, and want to fly into the sky. The more stupid a person is, the less clear he is, just like a frog at the bottom of a well, because he doesn't know how big the outside world is. Little did it know that all of this was in the eyes of Elter. After all, observation Haki is just such a bug, it doesn't make sense, and Moria's on the side, was still stupid just now and didn't know what happened, but I realized it later. Seeing Elt's appearance of everything in his hands and his dull look, Moria instantly felt that the food in his hand was not fragrant. However, Elt doesn't plan to do it himself. Now he has a younger brother. How could he trouble his elder brother with such a small thing? Otherwise, he would accept what the younger brother said for him, not just for errands. You are still too weak, Moria. Don't know anything. Elt sat down on the chair again, raised Erlang's legs, held up the red wine in front of him, and looked at Moria with a confused and inexplicable look. He became more and more disgusted. It was just that dumb. No wonder he was ruined by Kaido. If he didn't know the future achievements of this guy, had a fight with Wanakuni Pretty Boy, and then mixed up with a Shichibukai, he would be too lazy to subdue. Who is he, Elt? That is the son of destiny, the man whom everyone hopes to return to self-appointed. Although it wasn't enough to raise one's arms, all the native came to worship, but he was a man with 2-4 emperors back, and he started the game properly. However, this can't be blamed on Moria. After all, Moria has just gone out to sea, and he is still in a place like West Blue, where the people are bad and the ground is not working, his captain dream. And Moria, who was wearing a bandage on the side, dared not speak, because the disgusting expression on Elt's face was too dazzling, and it deeply hurt Moria's fragile heart now. So what does it mean to look like rubbish eyes? Are you saying that Mr. Moria is a waste? There are some little mice below. Go to solve them. At least show your own value. Don't let me think you are a burden, Moria. Because of cumbersomeness, I don't even have the qualifications to follow me behind. Moria looked at Elt's gaze and saw a group of ghosts and ghosts from below, approaching the tavern. After a slight change in his face, he immediately regained his composure. He understood what was going on. How did you discover it? Moria retracted his gaze and looked at Elter seriously. Elter found out a long time ago, it doesn't seem to be through eyes, because this guy has basically never seen the street outside. The only possibility is that there are other ways. Want to learn? I will teach you afterwards. Elt took a sip of the red wine and shook the red wine glass. He looked mysterious and unpredictable. In a comment saying it was pretending to be forced. After all, he is his only little brother. He is forced to be taller and pretend to be a little unpredictable to deter him. Driving the technique, Eldest still a little dabbled. Hasn't he eaten pork and haven't seen a pig run? I know, I will solve them all. After hearing Elt's words, immediately, Moria's tall figure stood up from the seat. Eyes flashing with bloodthirsty 850 red lights, turned into a black shadow, merged into the ground, and disappeared into the tavern in a flash. Immediately after Schaffen, there were various gunshots, and the screams were louder than each other. Elt didn't care about it at all. That it was Moria's venting of inner suffocation. Man, there are always a few days in a month, and you can't keep holding it. You must learn to vent it yourself. Just as Moria started to slaughter cannon fodder downstairs, a young guy ran over and said something in Elt's ear and saw the corners of Elt's mouth rising. Then, the feast of killing and cutting is about to begin. Elt tapped his index finger on the tabletop and looked at the roof of the building in the distance. Where there are more than a dozen figures flashing or jumping on the roof, everyone exudes a strong aura, at least in the eyes of others, more than 10 times stronger than the small pendants downstairs. As long as we kill him, my uncle's name will be spread in the sea. Hey, be careful. Don't be too careless. What are you afraid of? With so many of us, how could he run away? Some were Shinso's hands, some were swordsmen, and some were demon fruit power. This time, they all turned into hungry wolves, rushing to Elt, trying to step on Elt's corpse to the upper level of the sea. Faced with such a situation, Elt had a playful smile. This is also the case in New World. Someone wants to kill him, but I have never seen anything like this kind of rubbish. I saw Elt drew a musket from the waist of the little girl next to him. Boom. Without even looking at it, white smoke came out of the gun in his hand. Puff. Blood splattered all over the ground. Among the group of people rushing, the head of one of them was pierced instantly and fell from the roof to the ground, spurting blood continuously. What? No one thought that before they even saw the other side, they would have started to die. 107, Chapter 107. Chapter 107 Taking action will make me look very low. How dare you come to West Blue, then prepare the equipment that will become my stepping stone. The excitement voice was close at hand. It was one of the countless pirates. This moment, he was constantly approaching Elter, holding a long knife in his right hand. His face was full of hideousness, but the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. Elter squinted his eyes, full of contempt. This kind of rubbish, so dare to say such things. Seeing the pirate close at hand, Alti, who was still sitting, disappeared in an instant, and the chair under him was shattered. But in the eyes of the pirate, it was full of horror. Because he clearly saw Elter smiling at him, but the smile was so terrible, the next moment, a whip leg was drawn directly on his face. The huge force oncoming made the pirate's face sunken. Only a click was heard. The pirate who had rushed over had a tearing sound in his neck, and the tremendous power made his head and body branch house instantly. Guru, guru, guru. The huge head rolled all the way to the feet of a certain pirate on the side of the street, but he was already completely unrecognizable and couldn't recognize whose head it was. Everything happened between the electric light and flint. The headless pirate's body still remained in a dive state. He didn't even put down the big sword in his hand, and finally smashed into the wall behind and was buried in ruins. This smell is really sweet. Elter shook the red wine glass, took a sharp sip with his eyes closed, and could smell the blood in his blood. You are right. Looking at Shi next to him, Elter seemed to be talking to himself and rarely asked nervously, but he was so scared that the little brother trembled and nodded hurriedly, for fear that he might become like that in a while. Yes, Captain, very sweet. Scream, then kill them all. Yinamo. With the sound of the pot, Elter pulled out Yinamo with his right hand in an instant. A purple-black wave of air swept out, and his whole body rushed to the sky, making Elter's windbreaker continue to dance. Slash wave, half a month. With Yinmo's swing, a mysterious moon-shaped slash wave splits the entire tavern into two, rushing out head-on, like a round-and-a-half moon hanging in the sky, gleaming with a chilly color in the sun. Looking at the purple and black slashes that were not like human beings, all the pirates were all over with cold, and their faces changed in shock with the huge size of hundreds of meters. There wasn't even a scream of screams as the slashing flash passed, whether it was a pirate, a civilian, or the building in front. No matter what it is visible to the naked eye, showing everything within a kilometer of a fan-shaped area, all cut off with a single knife and thrown into the air. Oh, cut away. What? Elter's knife made everyone in the town sweat cold, their eyes constantly shrinking, magnifying, and their body trembling uncontrollably. They couldn't even say a word completely, and an inexplicable heart palpitation shrouded the replay. Everyone. Some of the pirates or civilians who had not rushed up from the periphery, all paled, looking at the sea of blood and corpses in front of them in horror, including Moria, whose eyes kept bulging, and there was a whining sound in her throat, but she just couldn't speak. Boom! In the next moment, the earth kept shaking, and the buildings that were cut off by Elter and smashed in the air fell suddenly and hit the ground, causing the whole town to continue to roar, and the earth was shaking. The dust that was thrown off the ground covered the whole street. As for killing the civilians by mistake, Elter didn't have any burdens or guilt. Even Roger could scold his crew and kill a kingdom on purpose. And he was just a manslaughter by Elter. In contrast, he is a kind-hearted person. After all, it was the pirates that he killed the most. Those civilians could only say that their lives were bad. This world was originally a deformed world. As for the pirates, these people are damned, and it should be said that the pirates of the whole world are damned. Even Elter felt that he was cleaning up the world from pests, which should be commendable. Elter is not a lofty person. After all, he is also a pest himself, or a big pest, and will become a giant pest in the future. His positioning of himself is very clear. Scum. Villain. This. He has never denied it. It's all scum. It's boring. Seeing that the pirates who were still alive were scared, they didn't plan to shoot that way, and El was not doing it anymore. And no need specifically for these pirates who weren't even a trash fish. That is self-defeating. It will look very low. Moria was also at a loss, because there was no one in front of him, and was shocked by Elter's knife, unable to produce any resistance. Including himself, all were frightened by Elter's strength. And Elter's first shot was also discovered by a man in the kingdom. Tadada. With a burst of tap dancing, the leather shoes and the ground made a stomping sound. A man dressed in a white flower shirt, a top hat, and a cane in his hand, completely dressed as a drama figure, revealed his body to shape. The feet. At this moment, looking at some old newspapers in his hand, Lafitte also pulled his hat brim. Marshal D. aired, "Are you the one I'm waiting for? But I'm really curious that a character like you will come to West Blue." As he disappeared into the darkness again, Lafitte also disappeared, leaving only a chapter of the newspaper that slowly landed. The picture above was when Alti and Cracker were at war. "Moria, it's gone. It's just a bunch of trash, right? Huh." El jumped out of the broken tavern and came to a pirate who was frightened. Looking at the frightened face, he also smiled in disdain, then turned and left. But in the face of Elt's ridicule, the little pirate did not give birth to any displeasure. He was in a cold sweat and even hoped that this evil spirit-like man would leave sooner and don't do anything to him. Moria also grinned, and he experienced a feeling that he had never had before, the feeling of being above the other, the feeling of playing with other people's life and death at will. But he is really a bad man. But this is the pirate he. With her own big knife, Moria also took her own steps to follow Elt's pace, leaving behind the entity and powder everywhere. The needle falling in the audience was audible. Hundreds of eyes just watched Alti Moria and led people away, and no one made a strange sound. After Elt showed his strength, no one was talking about taking off Elt's head. But at this time, there was a mess in the kingdom of Stiano where Alti was. "King, let's ask for help like Marine. It's too late if it's too late." An old man who looked like a minister looked at the old king on the throne and kept admonishing him. They just learned that the members of the Whitebeard pirates are in their kingdom and are nearby. At the moment, the king's face was serious, and he didn't appear panicked, but he was not relaxed either. "The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, how could this kind of people come to our West Blue for no reason? And the Whitebeard Pirates are still in the New World. It is impossible to come to the world. Then he is the only one who comes here. What a panic. Let the group of bastards in the country settle for me. Don't mess with him." After all, it was the old king, and after knowing the identity of Elt, he didn't appear very panicked. "But, Your Majesty, he is a pirate of the Whitebeard pirate group, not those West Blue pirates like us." The frightened minister continued to persuade him. In his heart, Marine was safer. Whitebeard was even more terrifying than the evil spirits. Everyone on the sea had to be treated with caution. "Lullaby, it's too late. Marine is too far away from us, the Marine base near Chenli's. Do you think he could be arrested? Now he is already in the capital, and the pirate is nothing more than he wants treasures and women. As long as he wants these, I will give it to him. Everyone does not offend a river." The old king, sitting on the throne, has deep eyes and a steady grasp of people's hearts. And the minister at the bottom heard it too. How could Marine's crooked melons and split dates capture the captain of the Whitebeard pirates? And it's not just paying a bit of treasure and women. After I figured it out, I also breathed a sigh of relief. In today's incident, I heard that it was caused by the restless group of pirates. "Your Majesty, just in case, let's call the security officer back. After all, the current security officer is still very powerful." I still felt unsafe at the slightest. The minister named Lullaby suggested that after all, he couldn't pin all his hopes on an unstable pirate. "Well, let Lafitte return to the kingdom. But this guy's methods are too cruel. Remember to suppress the things behind him." Thinking of that man who was like a drama character, the old king with white beard frowned. But now, no one is more suitable than him. Although he is very young, he is very powerful. 108, Chapter 108. Chapter 108, don't want a woman, want a little white face? Where did we go now? This road is not the road to the palace. Seeing Elt heading straight to the king to go to the capital, Moria was also puzzled. When did the pirate be so blatant and dare to go straight to the capital of a kingdom? In fact, this is not to blame Alti. After all, under his sense of sight Lafitte, this guy actually ran into the palace. "We are guests now, and someone should invite us in a while." Looking at Elt with a mysterious face, Moria was also questioning again and again, not thinking about it, but didn't ask why, because it would attract Elt's eyes like an idiot. Sure enough, in a short while, there was a group of soldiers wearing uniform ornate armor. Under the leadership of an aristocrat, they came to Elt and the others and performed aristocratic etiquette with respect. "Dear Lord Marshal D. Elt, welcome to the kingdom of Stiat. In order to express my apologies for your unpleasant experience in the kingdom, Your Majesty invites you to have a meal in the palace." Looking at the young Elt, who is mixed with famous swords, the nobles put their posture very low. And there is no small country. In this year, strength is everything. He was just a little nobleman, because those big men were greedy for life and fear of death, and then he was appointed as a messenger. After all, those great nobles are very life-saving. How could they commit danger with their bodies? So they naturally fell on his head. Negotiating with this 850 dangerous pirate, isn't it just hanging your head on your trouser belt? Under Moria's surprised eyes, Alti also nodded blankly, and then Moria and Alti followed the little nobleman and entered the palace. When Elta and Moria entered the restaurant, they were looking for a dazzling array of food. It seemed that the other party was still preparing carefully, and Moria's eyes lit up. Welcome to the Kingdom of Styat. Introduce yourself. I am the king of the Kingdom of Styat. Two gentlemen, please have a meal. Let me try the friendship of the landlords. If there is anything unsatisfactory in the kingdom, you can put it forward as much as you want, and we will try our best to complete it. Seeing the arrival of Elta and Moria, the old king sitting on the main seat also laughed loudly, as if he had not seen an old friend for many years, and was very kind. For Elt, please show your favor directly. But Elt noticed the other man. A man standing behind the old king, wearing a top hat and a walking stick. Lafitte, his unique shape, Elt recognized at a glance. Well, it's just a little trouble. I met a few small mice with no eyes, and I handled it smoothly. Elt's careless words also made the old king's face black and made a small mess. The small half of the town was chopped off by you, but he did not refute it. And Elta and Moria also sat down unceremoniously, not at all as outsiders. As for Moria, they have already started to eat and drink. From the moment Elta and Moria came in, Lafitte's eyes never left Elt's body, and he kept looking at the man. I don't know, Mr. Elt is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Why do you need our help when you come to West Blue? The old king is a good person. He didn't dare to ask Elt what he was here for, so he went around and asked what he could do for help. At that time, the right medicine can be prescribed. Flap. With the clapping of the old king's hands, the door of the restaurant was opened. Under Moria's curious eyes, a pair of soldiers carried several large boxes and placed them in front of Ert. After opening, it was all gold and silver treasures and Baileys. It seemed that there was 100 million Baileys. Then the soldiers withdrew and entered a group of beautiful and white women with hot bodies. Standing neatly next to Elt, only Winnow I saw pity, and I was dressed in cold and tulle. Those 3-point clothes were not clothes at all. They were faintly visible. Because I don't know what Mr. Ert needs, so this is a little gift I prepared for the two gentlemen. I have to say that there is no problem with the operation of the old king's meal, and it is completely human. I saw Alter's feet on the dining table, and the whole person leaning on the chair behind him, with a lazy expression, without even looking at it. He is such a vulgar person. If these Baileys are said, he may accept them. But what about these women? On the sea, women can be said to be the cheapest. As long as he wants, there will be countless women crawling on his bed. For the sake of your preparation, I will also give you a face. Tell the truth. I heard that there is a man named Lafitte in your kingdom. The man behind you, give it to me. Everyone is in peace and happy cooperation, isn't it? The corners of Elt's mouth rose, and his eyes showed the same red glow, making Lafitte behind the old king grin open and lowered the brim of his hat. Moria, good fellow, no women, but a little white face. But the old king heard a different message from the words, and giving Lafitte to him is a happy cooperation, so don't give it. Horror next is the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group. Let's move the knife. Mr. Alter, of course, I am personally very happy, but I also want to ask Lafitte's opinion, don't I? The old king was still a little bit reluctant to raff it. Although this guy was cruel, he had to say that he made the capital very safe, but his voice just fell off. I saw Lafitte coming out, turning the cane in his hand, and performing a standard aristocratic etiquette toward Elt without any discomfort. I will be happy to serve you, Captain Elt. Lafitte saw ambition, unparalleled ambition and dominance in Elt's eyes. He knew that if he didn't agree today, he was afraid that the man on the other side would start to show his fangs. Although the life in the kingdom can satisfy him, the pirate life on the sea is Lafitte's ultimate belonging. He has been waiting for his ship to appear. In Elt's eyes, those West Blue pirates are just as ridiculous as children's playhouses. Even today, when Elt appeared, Lafitte's quiet ambitions were also ignited. Lafitte's words also revealed a lot of news, which made Moria on the side also thoughtful. But the old king's face went dark. This guy actually slapped his face, still the kind of crackling face. Hip-hop-ha. Lafitte, welcome to join. Seeing that Lafitte agreed without hesitation, Alti also laughed boldly, and just like that, a calm banquet ended. That's the end. Shouldn't it come up and ask for 12 or 2 billion Baileys, and then the woman wants him to have 100? This was beyond the expectation of the old king. I thought he was going to bleed a lot, but it ended so quickly. He just paid a security officer and let it go. After Elt took Lafitte away, The old king also asked Bailey and the 10 women to be sent to Elt. After all, the other party could not accept them, but he had to send them. To be a human, you must have emotional intelligence. If you are caught by such a small handle, you are afraid of crying to death. 109, Chapter 109. Chapter 109, 6 God's Outfit. The Golden Lion Shiki, who gave away the head for customization. In the pitch-black sky, dots of stars are inlaid in the night sky. On this unmanned primitive island, a pile of fires burns to disperse the night. On this island, some extinct beasts can be seen everywhere, such as big bears, mammoths, dinosaurs, and so on. Moria sat beside the fire, gnawing on the fleshy legs of an unknown animal in an imageless manner. The action seemed extremely rude, as if he had adapted to this kind of life. After entering this small group, Moria unexpectedly found that there are no restrictions at all. Do whatever you want, and the only thing is that you can't pick the authority of Penalt. On the opposite side was Lafitte, who looked very gentleman, and Alti, who was almost asleep. Moria, how are you? Have you taught your armament Haki and observation Haki master? According to your qualifications, this little half-year is definitely enough. Of course, it's just a mere armament Haki, but what I see and hear is just touched. The self-confident Moria also stopped to eat. He finally knew how Elt had beaten him out of the Kajamusha and caught him, armament Haki. In the kingdom of Styat, Elt discovered other people in advance, also because of another kind of Haki, observation Haki. Moria, who was like Erlengzi, opened the door to New World in an instant and asked to learn Haki. He wanted to learn from the Elt society and then strengthen himself. Simply taught Moria and Lafitte together. After all, the two of them are still just beginning to emerge and don't understand anything. So in the past 6 months, two people were either fighting or fighting. After all, actual combat is the best way to temper armament Haki. But to Alter's surprise, Lafitte's learning speed is actually much faster than Moria. But I was relieved after thinking about it. After all, it was a man who could sneak into the Shichibukai meeting quietly and was not discovered by Sengoku and Tsuru. He was even taken seriously by Tsuru. After the Evil King said that he wanted to be the captain, Lafitte directly replied to the Evil King, "You say one more thing, I will kill you." Then what he got was actually the Evil King's concession. But Moria is worthy of being the future Shichibukai. The learning speed is very fast, and Elt doesn't expect them to learn all at once, as long as they have a foundation. After all, not everyone is like him. It is destiny. Alter also picked up a piece of meat larger than him from the fire, tearing off a piece of meat and eating it. In the past 6 months, he's almost unable to stay. Tintin is staying on this uninhabited island, daily. It's going to be cold. In the meantime, Elt went back to lie down in O'Hara. However, I did not meet with Robin, and the flower fruit has been eaten by Robin. Compared with the previous life of Aunt Luoji's housemaid, Robin's life has also improved a lot, at least else the foul name is still out. As a New World pirate, Robin is rarely bullied again, but Elt didn't know that he was regarded as Robin's father. Leave here tomorrow. Boss, are we going directly to New World? Moria was also ready to leave this damn island tomorrow. New World really made him feel excited when he thought about it. Regarding calling Elt boss, from the beginning, he was ashamed and angry, but after he called too many, Moria actually found it surprisingly smooth. After all, when you cannot resist, you must learn to tolerate it and even enjoy it. If he hadn't met this man, he should have reached the New World in the second half of the Grand Line by now. In Moria's cognition, New World is the place where the strong contend for hegemony, and it is the stage where Moria will show off. And Lafitte looked at Alter from the side and did not speak, because he knew that Alter would have his own plan. After all, Elt is the boss of the three. At first, Moria and Lafitte were also wondering why Elt didn't let them call the captain, but they got an answer. It's not the time yet. Now don't worry about going to New World. Your strength is not enough to see. There is a gathering place for monsters. He glanced at Moria like a fool, and Elt directly passed a suggestion, a child who has not been beaten by the society. I don't know how deep the water is in this sea, but I can't blame others for the depth of the water. But Elt's mentally handicapped eyes made Moria feel insulted. That's because they didn't meet me, Uncle Moria. Otherwise, I must let them know how powerful I am, Uncle Moria. Moria yelled out, a very lackluster retort. After all, he couldn't even win an Elt now. Lafitte was calm on the side, as if he had guessed something. Boss Elt is going to East Blue. Watch the execution of One Piece. It has been published in the newspaper. That's right. After all, it is the execution of One Piece. Let you see the spirit of the monsters in New World with your own eyes. This is the end of a king hip-hop, but the future era does not belong to them. Looking at Elt, who was grinning, Moria also laughed. Yes, it will belong to them in the future. Although Lafitte's expression is very calm, the beating eyes can't conceal his inner desires and ambitions. Their greatest capital is young, with unlimited possibilities in the future, and those old guys who stand on the top will end sooner or later. Zero. In Twin Canyons, Aird, who is sitting on the scary barks, did not see Crocus in the Twin Canyons, and it seems it will be another year or two before this old guy will return to the Twin Canyons. He wants to avoid the chase of the world government kill it. As for the pirate flag, of course it was taken off. After all, you are a pirate ship with a pirate flag, sailing to Logue Town in a big way. Or when Roger is being executed, what do you want to do? Provoking Marine? No, you are lighting a lantern in the toilet and looking for death. Boss Elt, the big news a few days ago. What do you think? Shiki the Golden Lion went to Marineford and was impelled down. Thinking of the news they saw on their way to East Blue not long ago, Lafitte was really surprised. Even in West Blue, he had also heard of the name Golden Lion Shiki. Zero. The captain of the flying fleet. Even in terms of overall strength, it can be regarded as the most powerful pirate in New World. But this guy is dismissive of One Piece, but has greater ambitions to be the king of the world. Golden Lion Shiki is an idiot. He actually sent himself in for a dying Roger. He can't see the magnificence of New World, but this old guy is not that easy to die. Thinking that Shiki actually ran to Marineford for the so-called sympathy, and even fucked single-handedly, he looked down on the combination of Garp and Sengoku and still couldn't see his own strength. Not to mention two people teaming up, just say Garp Sengoku. Just one person, he will not necessarily eat it. At the beginning of the game, Tian, who insisted on slipping into the opposite spring to send a wave, and ran to Marineford deliberately to send ahead, and then after running out, he started his ridiculous beast potion plan again. If he is Marine, I'm afraid that he will wake up from a dream. Captain, there seems to be a pirate ship next to us, and we are starting to grab the channel. Looking at the entrance, there were people like them, and it seemed that they were going to either the Grand Line or the pirate ship in East Blue. Elk glanced around, unable to even mention any interest. All sink to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. With Elt's order, the fate of the pirate ship ahead has been determined, and then countless cannons sounded. This kind of thing, Elt is still familiar with the road. After all, it is a special time now, and there are countless people who have the idea of seeing the end of One Piece. In line with the practice of a good pirate, it is understandable to let them know about the cruelty of the pirate in advance. At this time, it had been less than a week since Roger's execution day, and Elter was about to arrive in Logue Town, and he was carrying a point several. 110, Chapter 110. Chapter 110, Hypocritical, Double-Labeled Garp. Impelled down in Belton, the largest prison in the world. The Combelt, located in the first half of the Grand Line, has extremely strict security measures. In the entire prison, the prisoners are some felons, and there are fierce characters on the sea. They are very gloomy and scary. There are various semi-awakened jailer beasts and videophone worm surveillance. The entire Impel Down, like a pagoda, is located in the Combelt. Outside, the seabed is surrounded by huge sea kings. There are countless warships docked on the sea, and it can even form a fleet. Together with Naval Headquarters Marineford, Eni's Lobby, they are collectively known as the participating institutions of the world government. The entire cell, as well as handcuffs, are almost entirely made of sea stone. The purpose is to prevent those prisoners who possess devil fruit from escaping. Inside the prison, there is a jailer patrol team composed of blue orangutans. There are a large number of large sea kings on the seabed outside the prison, so Impel Down has the name of Brass Wall and Iron Wall. There are 6 levels of hells advancing the known city, and they are held in different hells according to the degree of threat that prisoners pose to the world government. Namely Crimson Hell, Wild Beast Hell, Starvation Hell, Blazing Hell, Freezing Hell, and the most terrifying Eternal Hell. As for Wireless Hell, those who can enter here are all well-known figures in the sea, and the 850 criminals involved are all 2 vicious monsters that have been wiped out by the world government in history. The people in this level of prison are all characters that are close to legends, but they are all very miserable. They have been imprisoned to death, imprisoned to madness. At the same time, Impel Down has ushered in another king in recent days, that is Golden Lion Shiki. As for those upper-class prisoners, they may not stay in Impel Down until death, but the result is not much better. Because they will be sent to the labor kingdom of East Blue to work day and night. The Kingdom of Laborers is a country on a bridge, a huge bridge. This bridge was built 700 years ago. Those who come here to repair the bridge and make up the road are mostly people from countries that refuse to join the world government, as well as criminals on the sea. People are forced to build the bridge every day. No one knows why the world government built it, a bridge that has not been built for 700 years, and very few people know about it on the sea. In a separate cell. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps from a distance, and at the same time a coal lamp was burning with a faint flame, approaching from far away. The tall figure stopped in front of a cell, with one of his hands firmly locked by the chain that protruded from the wall. This time, his head was hanging down as if he was dead. Perhaps it was because he sensed who the person came, and the silent figure moved, then raised his head and looked out of the prison door, watching the person who came with a grin, revealing the iconic big white fang. One Piece, Gold Roger. Garp. When Roger saw the man in the black suit, he also said the name, Marine Hero Garp. Staring at this haggard but refreshed face, Garp became inexplicably angry. Maybe he shouldn't have come to see him. Do you believe it, Garp? My baby is about to be born. It's a pity that I was no longer in the whole world at that time, and I couldn't stay by his side. The iconic black Shinua beard, Roger, the Pirate King, had his hands caught in chains at this moment. What awaited him was the upcoming execution, but he knew the result, but he did not face the fear of death in the slightest. You tell me what Marine is doing, Roger. That mother, the woman who is related to you, will definitely be executed. Garp was startled at first, then opened his mouth slightly and stared, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. How could a bastard like Roger have children? And walked to the cell with shortness of breath in 2 or 3 steps. Garp. Roger's aggravated tone suddenly interrupted Garp's words. My child is called Ace if it is a boy, and if it is a girl. Asshole, why are you telling me so much? Don't you know that I am Marine? I entrust him to you, Garp. Looking at Garp burning with anger, Roger naturally said again, I entrust him to you. Impossible. I am Marine. I cannot agree to it. Garp, whose forehead was on the cell, was extremely irritable. He looked at Roger, who was almost less than 1 meter away, and wished to rush in and beat him now. You will agree, because you are Garp, who chased Monkey D. Garp for most of my world, my only best friend. Roger looked at Garp very solemnly. Every word was so determined. His eyes were abnormally gloomy. Garp, you have your own principles. I also have my persistence. My name is Gordy Roger, and your name is Monkey D. Garp. We are the same kind of people. Even though we have chosen different paths, none of them can hinder D's will. We've killed countless old friendships, Garp. You are as trustworthy as my partner. By Roger's words, even Garp was frightened and couldn't stop taking 2 steps back. The kerosene lamp was slowly extinguished. The cloak of justice behind Garp was hidden in the dark, and the word justice was slowly swallowed. After knowing how long, a faint light lit up in the cell again. You bastard, I will hand him over to Marine. This will be the worst decision you have ever made. The government will definitely find out my traces this year, and find out and kill her, but the child in my stomach is innocent. Roger suddenly rushed to the cage and stared sharply at the man wearing the cloak of justice in front of him. You protect him, Garp. Looking at Roger, who was grinning in front of him, Garp felt that his justice was insulted. This guy actually regarded himself as a pirate. Don't open your own way, bastard. Looking at Garp, who was yelling and even looked unusually angry, Roger's face no longer had the arrogance he had just before, and his gloomy tone instantly went down. The solemn tone kept the air from flowing. No, you will definitely help me. My child will be left to you. Garp? Roger's tone was as if he had eaten Garp. Leaving the eternal hell, Garp took the elevator back to his warship. All the way, his face was dark and scary, and the jailers and criminals encountered along the way did not dare to pant. Ha 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 ha. And seeing Garp's departure, Roger, who was hidden in the darkness again, grinned. He knew that Garp agreed. A man known as a Marine hero had agreed to a pirate's unreasonable request. Although it was ridiculous, it was so true ironic. Garp's personality charm, hypocrisy, and double standard showed vividly at this moment. Whether as a friend or as a Marine, or even as a relative, Garp is incompetent. As a friend, Zephyr's experience in the original book, with his Garp status and influence in Marine, can he do anything for Zephyr? No, he didn't do anything, Zero. Instead, he chose the most ruthless one, sitting on the sidelines and turning a blind eye. As Marine, it is the biggest insult to the justice behind. But it can't erase Garp's contribution to Marine. In a word, seeking a job in his position, Marine catching pirates is his job, and it cannot be regarded as a compliment. For the heinous person like Roger, He even raised his opponent's child and felt sorry for his opponent. Because of one of his decisions, countless pregnant mothers and unborn children died because of him on Betrera Island in South Blue. It is not Roger, not the world government, but Garp that drives all of this. Roger is just the cause. The world government is hands-on, the two are single, and it is impossible for both to happen. But with Garp it is different, and Garp is the node that promotes everything and combines the two together. Perhaps in Garp's eyes, as long as it is not his relatives, it doesn't matter how many others die. Human tragedies are nothing but this. But he didn't know how many people lost their lives and their families were destroyed because of this catastrophe when Roger started the era of pirates. Maybe he knew it, but he just didn't care about it. After all, the sky broke out in the sea, and he could survive Garp. Going to the top of the war, actually want to fight back? Choosing back and forth between justice and family affection. In the end, nothing was found. For the son, I didn't teach well, and for Luffy, I didn't teach well. As for relatives, there is no need to explain more. Garp has tried to rescue Ace countless times, but he hasn't. He thought he was Garp, and he could protect Ace, but when Sengoku or the world government got serious, he found that he was playing off. People are selfish. Fairness is also a joke. In Pirate World, the justice behind Garp is just a joke. Akainu's absolute justice, Sengoku's justice in the world, Kazara's ambiguous justice, and Kuzan is also the justice of unhurriedness to justice of passion, and finally the justice of passion, lazy justice. But 1.7 is him Garp. There is no justice. Everyone looks at the issues differently, and no one can say who, such as our spiritual guide Doflamingo, sees it thoroughly. As for Elt, it's not a good thing either. He positioned himself as a pirate, villain, and scum when he came up. In this distorted world, everyone is guilty, and the difference lies in the big and the small. But if anyone in the world is guilty of the worst, then there is no doubt that it is Roger. It won't be white even if you wash it, and it won't work with bleach. Roger thought he had created an era, but he didn't know how many bones were buried in the sea, how much bloodshed, and how many people died because of this era. Because the era he created is called the era of big pirates, an era of pirates' carnival, not an era of peace. There is no right or wrong, because the world itself is distorted and chaotic, and no one is qualified to condemn the right or wrong of others. Because those who are qualified are all with big fists. Whoever has big fists and strong strength is right. At the same time, on the small island of Batrilla in South Blue, a woman in a light blue dress with long blonde hair stands on the edge of a cliff, looking at the warship docked on the edge of the island, stroking her belly with a face full of determination. 111, Chapter 111. Chapter 111, Lobetown's heroes come together. Lobetown is located in East Blue, near the entrance of the Grand Line. It is the only way to enter the Grand Line from East Blue. It was a small and famous town. As the world government announced the execution of One Piece here, the whole world knew its existence. The Lobetown at this moment has been dubbed the town that begins in the end. Because One Piece Roger walked out from here and began to pursue his dream and so-called freedom, thus setting out a king's road among countless pirates. Now the first true king on the sea will end here. As for why not at Marineford or kill Roger at Impel Down? Of course, in order to swear sovereignty, the world government will not give up any opportunity to fight against pirates, telling those who are careful in the sea, who is the real boss of this sea. This is to tell the pirates or thugs who dare to provoke the world government in front of the world. Even the One Piece, your king, in front of the world government, in front of justice, is a loser. The sun is shining. The Lobetown at this time has become the Uzumaki of the world, and the Lobetown on this day is not destined to be peaceful. More and more people began to slowly approach Lobetown. Pirates, marines, bounty hunters, commoners, princes, nobles, kings, etc. All kinds of people. The forces are complicated. There are even a lot of ships coming from the Grand Line and New World, but in 2009, everyone was tacitly not flying the pirate flag. After all, the current marine is a lunatic, so there is no need to be unhappy. People who come to Lobetown have only one purpose, and that is to see the end of the king with their own eyes and want to know why Roger, who is in the sky, is suddenly arrested. As for those real hegemons, of course, it is impossible to come. As time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, the execution time of One Piece was getting closer and closer. Hey, this is Lobetown. It is really crowded. Seeing the crowds of people in the port, Gecko Moria also laughed. Stop giggling there. Get off the boat. Just as Moria was expressing her feelings, a voice of extreme disgust came. Moria knew that it was the bastard Elt if she didn't look at it. Asshole Elt, one day I will ride you underneath and beat you as father, he cursed in his heart, and Moria, with a disgusted face, watched Elt and Lafitte get off the boat and follow behind. White captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marshal Delt. The pirates at the port didn't particularly know Moria when they saw Moria. After all, this is East Blue, and a few occasionally knew them, but they didn't take it seriously. But seeing the little giant in front of him, Delt wearing a trench coat and a gentleman hat with red feathers, his mouth opened wide in surprise. Really the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Alti? It's another monster. The people from the big OM pirate group are here too. And seeing the people around him whispering, Elt's expressionless face was raised up, showing an expression of interest. He heard an interesting news that the people from the Bigman pirate group also came. Boom, boom. There's Moria 7 meters high behind. Every step it takes, it is as if the ground is shaking, and even behind Elter, the pirates or civilians along the way, nobles and everything are actively moving away. Cold sweat on the forehead, from the eyes can see the fear. With the arrival of Erd, the unique Whitebeard Pirates logo on his body also implies that more and more monsters will return to Lobe Town, which will become the focal point of the world. Papa, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. In one hotel, some people from the spiritual boy Doflamingo looked at the swaggering and unabashed Elt and his party. Their eyes revealed solemnity. These monsters can't help it anymore. They all smell that the world is about to change drastically. With the arrival of Charlotte Perispero of the Bigman Pirates, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates is also here. Looking at Eric below, Tory Pole and others standing beside Doflamingo also had serious faces. The power behind these guys was too great. Dover, big changes are going to happen in the sea. When will we enter the new world? Besides, there is a Derma 66 North Blue that we can't grow anymore. Boom, new world. Doflamingo, whose eyes were shining with an unknown light, did not answer the conversation either, and watched Elt and his group disappear into the street. Secretly, there are also countless people watching the arrival of Elt and others, such as the eldest son of the Charlotte family, Pello Spiro. Lick, this guy is here too. Pello Spiro, who was sitting on a chair with Erlang's legs tilted up and holding a candy cane, was also amused. Brother Pellos, what should we do? The other members of the Charlotte family around this time were led by Pellos Pero. Licking, of course, doing nothing. After all, there are a lot of people staring at us secretly. Mom just told us to see why Roger was caught when he arrived. It seems that the result is about to be announced. I feel it. This must be a big news. The big event that made the sea shake, lick it. And shortly after Elter landed on the island, another heavyweight appeared. Huh, that fellow Roger was caught. He is really laughing. I must see how he died. A man with a vertebra-like head and a green cloak is offering a reward of more than 500 million Bailey's green peppers. Although he is laughing, the violent veins on his forehead show that he is not at all happy. As a man, he has fought countless times and has been recognized. How could Roger be caught by Marine? So he has to witness it with his own eyes this moment. The Mighty Eight Treasures Marines made the people of Lobe Town sweat again. This is going to be a war. Isn't it just the execution of a one piece? Why are so many big people here? Although the civilians in Lobe Town were frightened, they felt relieved again when they looked at Marine not far away. Whitebeard Pirate Group, Bigman Pirate Group. Sooner or later, I will kill you all, your first level. I will definitely take it down by myself. In the dim room, one had a big back, a long cross-cut scar on his face, an earring on his right ear, a cigar, and a black fur coat. Like Moria, the second-year young man, Sir Crocodile, looked at the characters that kept appearing, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. It was a child who hadn't experienced social beatings. At the same time, in the calm belt of the Grand Line, at the entrance of Impelton Undersea Grand Prison, neatly arranged warships were photographed in a row, began to raise their sails, and came straight to East Blue. The huge waves of the times are also beginning to surge, and people all over the world are gathering their sights on Lobe Town. It stands to reason that the crowded Lobe Town should be full of hotels, but at this moment, the most luxurious hotel in Lobe Town, the 850 Hotel, looks empty or cold. Because those who are qualified to live here are capable, they don't have two brushes in their hands, so they don't dare to come to the excitement. Have you seen where the tigers sleep in the woods? There are dogs who dare to go there, not counting those in the zoo. This is a face and a status symbol. Of course, El came straight here, and he couldn't get used to living because it was too cheap. After all, he had been drifting for so long and couldn't enjoy it. Boss El, many people here give me a strong feeling. I really want to fight them. Although Moria didn't know these people, Many of them made him feel more excited by self-consciousness, but they made him even more excited and couldn't wait to test the results of his special training. Then remember what they look like, just kill them all in the future. Being strong does not mean they can live forever. The tone of Haki's sideways made Moria look sideways and surprised. Although he was confident and full of blood, he was too overbearing to say it out of the crowd. But this is the boss. Most of them are familiar faces, but Elt knows that these familiar faces will disappear after a while, and they will be shot to death in the sea by the torrent of history. As for the later green peppers, they also lived here. After the Golden Lion Shiki was arrested, basically no one believed that he could escape. Many ambitious subordinates began to stand on their own. After all, being the boss is much more comfortable than being the younger brother of others. As for those who have not yet gone out independently, they also choose to wait and see for the time being. The Golden Lion Flying Fleet is a name only. 112, Chapter 112. Chapter 112, Conflict with Green Peppers, Crocodile Without Disaster. At this time, it was less than 5 hours before Roger was executed. Early in the morning in the hotel, some people started to drink and noisy in the lobby. As for the beautiful waitresses in uniforms, watching these big people dining, their slender legs were shaking and they felt weak. After all, in East Blue, millions of tens of millions of rewards are already the big shots. Now, almost all the pirates from Grand Line or New World gather here. A group of strangely shaped people are sitting together, and the Big One pirates, headed by Pelos Pero, are enjoying breakfast and dessert. Lick, East Blue's food is really unpalatable. Without lowering his voice at all, Pelos Pero disgusted and threw the dessert in his hand on the table, causing the beautiful waiter beside him to cry in fright. But after a few minutes, nothing happened. On the other side, there is also a group of people sitting, but they are much more restrained. Spiritual boy Doflamingo, after all, they are too weak here, so that Doflamingo and the group are all gathered in the corner, and no one cares about them. Similarly, in the main hall, there is also the Hawkeye wearing a floral shirt, trousers, and carrying the only Black Sword Knight who is currently the most powerful thing in the world, but now he looks very immature, only 19 years old. Sitting by the window alone, drinking coffee, ignoring everything around him. As for the middle and second-year young Crocodile, he was unscrupulous a lot. He looked at the group of people, but he was not provocative. Although he is now confident in himself, he is not stupid. In addition, there are some green peppers like the 8 Treasure Water Cone, One-Eyed Billmore, the Beast Pirates, the Love Pirates of the original Golden Lion Fleet, and so on. Some large or small characters are in it, and the whole atmosphere is exceptional, depressed, like a volcano about to erupt. Hey, isn't there a little ghost from the Whitebeard Pirates? Why didn't you see him come out? Did he hide? After sitting on the chair and scanning the ridiculous pirates around him with disdain, one had a thick and long black beard with a face like a ghost, a big man with a tapered head, and he asked loudly, without any scruples, "The green pepper of the cone of the 8 Treasure Navy." He didn't have a good face to the people of the Whitebeard Pirates, not to mention that it was not the Whitebeard guy, just a captain, and he was even more unscrupulous. Unexpectedly, there will be a good show in the morning. It's boiling. It's really exciting. Doflamingo, who reflected the white light on his sunglasses, also smiled sullenly, as if something good was about to happen next. As for others to fight for life, he had nothing to do with him. Lick, have you started? Someone can't sit still anymore. Green Pepper is really a violent temper. Polispero saw that Green Pepper was the first to attack, or he was watching a good show from the Whitebeard Pirates. It is best that these two guys are killed here. Whether it is Eugene or Elt, they don't have any good feelings, but there are hatreds. The other people in the hall also showed interest and smiled unkindly. Slash wave. Before everyone could react, a purple-black cross-shaped slash wave suddenly flew out from the upper floor and went straight to the Green Pepper. The speed was so fast that everyone who was there again squinted their eyes. Little devil, dare to sneak attack. The eyes stared, the Green Pepper roared, the beard fluttered, and the right fist suddenly struck out, wrapped in armament Haki's punch, brought a gust of wind pressure and collided. Boom! As a thick dust enveloped, Elter's slash was directly broken, but the seat behind Green Pepper was chopped into countless rapids by Elter's slash and collapsed. Green Pepper, others are afraid of you. I am not afraid. I think I am very strong. You think you are at the same level as Daddy Whitebeard, which time is not beaten as a dead dog, living on the mercy of others. One who is struggling on the edge of New World, trash, nothing. With the sound of footsteps, Alti, who carried Tianyu Yuzhen and Yenmo, with an incomparable expression on his face, slowly went downstairs and looked at the angry blue veins. There was not a trace of attention, and some were just contempt and disdain. Moria was also not surprised by the fact that Alti had stayed together for so long. He had known Alti's inner arrogance. Almost everyone looked down on it, as if everyone was inferior to him. That kind of innate his arrogance cannot be imitated. Seeing everyone is like looking at a mouse in a ditch. Every time Moria is afraid that she can't control herself, she goes up to punch him. And Moria is also frantic, scanning everyone present. Because Elt said that these people will emerge in the sea in the future. Only remember them, and then kill them all. Hey, hee, it's really lively. Boss Elt, the other party is a green pepper. Turning the red cane in his hand, although Lafitte said that the green pepper was terrible, but a contemptuous tone made people frown. Lafitte's tone didn't take the green pepper to his heart at all. Elt's tough stance made everyone who played again notice that the captain of the 2nd Division in the Whitebeard Pirates was arrogant, domineering, and invincible. What are you talking about? Bastard kid. Qin Jiao, who was like an evil spirit, bulged up the green veins on his forehead and neck and walked towards Elt step by step. The huge body almost covered the sunlight in front of Elt and looked down at Elt from a high level. At the same time, the overbearing consciousness on his body also began to rise. Looking at the green pepper, which is 1 and 2 times taller than himself, Elt looked up, the corners of his mouth raised, and his face rampantly said, I said you are a trash, understand? Do you want me to repeat it, green pepper? Boom. Elt's voice just fell, and the next moment, the sharp fist of the green pepper, which represented armament Haki, made a sonic boom, and even before it hit, the windbreaker behind Elt was blown by the fist rise. Swajin. There was no choice to avoid. The Tanayu in Elt's left hand shook his grip, pulled out instantly, and headed up, slamming against the angry fist of green pepper. Everything happens between the electric light and flint. If you say you do it, you don't need a reason at all. This is also the most basic meeting ceremony in Haiching, and often if one is not pleasing to the eye, it will lead to a bloody crime. With the appearance of a wave of fluctuations, the floor under the feet of the two shattered one after another. The ring-shaped wind pressure spread out to the surroundings, and the wine bottles and tableware fell one after another. Boss Elt was ignored. Moria stood behind Alter and didn't mean to go up and help. Lafitte did the same. The two watched Alter shot quietly, without worrying about Alter at all. And some people's faces gradually cooled down. Sitting in front of the window with a big back with a cigar dangling, the future Shichibukai crocodile, watching the colliding green pepper LT at this moment, also has gloomy eyes. This group of people is really unscrupulous. And he doesn't have this kind of Conqueror's Haki, but it doesn't prevent him from despising others. Really, two idiots. Dover, this green pepper is just like you. Feeling the familiar feeling from the green pepper, Toripol also said to Doflamingo beside him. It's boiling over, Conqueror's Haki? I really didn't expect it. I actually encountered one here. I have long heard that the pillars of the 8 Treasure Water Army are very powerful, and it is true. Although the momentum released by the green pepper makes some people's eyes solemn, there is no trace of fear, not just because the green pepper is only partly released. More likely, it is confidence in your own strength, where you have known that green peppers have Conqueror's Haki for a long time. On the other side, just when Crocodile's voice fell, Will. There was a crisp sound of drawing a knife. Crocodile, who was still a middle-aged man, had lost his head at this moment, and his huge head fell to the ground gruntingly, but there was no trace of blood flowing out. It was Alti who made the shot. Crocodile actually dared to chew his tongue behind his back, and killed him on the spot. The unabated slash disappeared on the street, rushing along the way, as if into no one, flesh and blood flying along the way. I don't know how many people died. The next moment, Crocodile's decapitated head turned into fine sand, connected to the broken neck, turned into a head again, and grew out. Damn bastard Alter. Looking at the evil and awe-inspiring Elt, Crocodile's face was gloomy, gritted his teeth, and he was cut off just now, which was an insult to him. Desert knife. When did Crocodile suffer this kind of grievance? He who possesses the fruit of Logia can be described as full of self-confidence. He is the boss of the sky, and he is the second mentality. Crocodile, who was biting his cigar tightly, had a gloomy look. His right arm turned into a huge sand blade, and he slashed the table open with a slash, followed by the yellow sand splashing from his lower body. Facing Crocodile at this time, Elt didn't pay attention to it at all and snorted coldly. The sky feather chopper in his hand collided with the sand blade, making a sound of metal collision, but the next moment, Crocodile's desert sword crashed and shattered. At the same time, Yenamo, who was on Elt's right hand, was oncoming, and as a black light flashed, Crocodile was also shocked, feeling to hide behind, but still felt a pain in his chest. Crocodile, who stepped on the floor and kept sliding backwards, also stopped and looked down at his Chinli's chest. The clothes on his chest were cut open, and even on his chest, there were bleeding beads. If it were not for him to flash quickly, I am afraid that a scar will be left on his body. Boy, it seems that I am going to teach you a lesson today. Fight with me and dare to be distracted. The storm spread out from the green pepper, and when he saw that he was ignoring him and going to deal with a hairy boy, he felt despised, and the violent blast waved the surrounding dining tables. Asshole, you have to get out and fight. Don't affect the old lady's meal. The captain of the Pirates of Love is a fat woman with love engraved on her head, but the original love has become a crossed love. At this moment, she slapped the table and roared out, staring coldly at Elp and Qingjin. There is a loose stance of making a big difference. Are you going to start fighting? It's really interesting. However, Qing Jiao and Elp directly ignored the former captain of the Golden Lion Fleet and ignored her. If it was Golden Lion saying this here, Elp would definitely not say anything and sit down and watch the show. But what kind of green onion is this woman? The leader of the Whitebeard pirate team, Marshal Elter, the swordsman with 2 swords. His eyes flashed with combative eagle eyes, fierce and sharp. Looking at Elter, he could naturally see the qualities of Elter's 2 famous swords, and the pure swordsmanship of Elter also attracted Mihawk attention. Swordsmen are also the most attractive to swordsmen. After all, people of the same sex attract each other. 113, Chapter 113. Chapter 113, The Arrival of the Marine Fleet, the calm before the storm, seeking subscription. After all, the people in the court are all arrogant people. If they don't provoke each other, it is not in line with their arrogant and rude character. As for those who didn't make a move, they were watching good shows. As long as you provoke them, then congratulations on winning. Seeing Elp with a face of beating, green pepper, and crocodile just didn't get angry, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. It's really lively. Just when it only takes a little spark to ignite and explode, the door of the hotel was smashed, and there were several figures of different heights standing out from the door. The appearance of this group of people attracted the attention of everyone on the scene. Capture Roger's marine hero, Garp. Looking ahead, Garp, who was wearing a black suit and a cloak of justice, had just come to the hotel in stormy weather, and now the needle fell audibly. A breath, an atmosphere of fear enveloped everyone present. Why is this bastard Garp here? Is it because the movement just now was so loud that it irritated Marine? Damn it, is it planning to do it on us in Logue Town? Seeing Garp, who is still eating Bailey, everyone present is in a heavy heart. After all, Garp is here, so you can imagine how many Marines are in Logue Town now. Crocodile is fanatical, but when he sees Garp, he feels a sudden, with a gloomy face. It is the bastard named Elt, and it is not him who made the move. How could it be possible to attract Marine over? Even Elter was taken aback. I don't know what will happen next. If Marine really wants them, then Elter's first reaction is to run and drop 850 Lafitte in Moria. Run as fast as you can. Hey, isn't this the Elt boy? Is that old fellow Whitebeard coming? Garp, who was originally eating Sinbei with no interest, suddenly saw the existence of Elt, his loud voice. Even a few blocks away, he could clearly hear it, so that everyone on the scene looked at in unison. Now, Garp Vice Admiral, Father Whitebeard has been picking me up from the outside. You can go to him alone when you have time. Elt, whose eyes narrowed slightly, said something ambiguous. At least it would be enough to make Marine jealous. And the other people in the hotel also glanced at Elt thoughtfully. Good fellow, there are foreign aids. The fist of that guy in Newgate is uncomfortable. Hearing that, Garp laughed, but it also made many people watching him in surprise. This is the Marine hero who captured the One Piece Roger. This kind of person actually said that Whitebeard's fist was uncomfortable. What does that show? Ming, this is not a long-tongued kid. Why, you guys are also here to have fun, because you want me to take the warship and go to all nations to go around another day. While digging out his nostrils, Garp, who started eating again the next moment, didn't care about his image. Even the Marine behind him couldn't stand it anymore, and he reminded Garp in a low voice. Garp Vice Admiral, pay attention to the image. We are Marine. The point is that Garp still shamelessly asked Marine behind him aloud, as he took it for granted. What? Say it louder, I can't hear you. Parasparrow has a calm face and a look in his eyes full of jealousy, knowing that this guy is not easy to mess with. And the group of Big Mom pirates just looked at Garp faintly and didn't reply, but from the blue veins on their foreheads and the twitching corners of their mouths, it could be seen that they were not as calm as they were. Only this kind of guy would be unscrupulous and say things like going to Cake Island and turning around. I think my mother will greet you well. Crack. Ha ha. Giving a bite of Sinbei in his mouth, Garp laughed and didn't answer. It took a while before he stopped. There are so many of you. Why, I can't wait to accompany Roger. After Roger's business is over, Impel Down happens to be a little empty. Just because there are enough of you, I think Impel Down is happy to welcome you to join. Looking at everyone in the restaurant, Garp greeted all of them. Everyone was a big pirate with a surname. But the words that came out of Garp made everyone black. Everyone is holding back the anger in his heart and will make a move tomorrow. But it was all resentment, looking at Garp gloomily. Wow, don't look at me like that. I'm not here to catch you. But now you really want to sit in Impel Down. I definitely don't mind. Garp, who was still laughing, suddenly became serious. The aura of a strong man in the sea made the atmosphere of the hotel suddenly tense, like the eve of a gunpowder barrel being lit. Boiling, this is the aura of the hero Garp. Just the aura makes people feel trembling, really like a monster-like man. Doflamingo, whose glasses reflected white light, chuckled in a low voice. Garp's sudden deterrence made him sweat on his forehead, but for a lawless person like him, it was far from the point where he was terrified. Moria and Lafitte, who stood behind Alti, were also full of jealousy in their eyes. This was the first time they faced a character of this level. Suddenly they felt that all their previous illusions were so far away, but seeing Elt, who was still full of rampant faces standing in the front, both of them grinned slowly. After all, their boss is still in front, the sky is falling, and he is tall. Marine, the tube is really wide. Moria, Lafitte, let's go, the time is almost here. Watching the extremely arrogant Garp leave, Eld also inserted Yinamo and Tanyu in his hand into the scabbard around his waist, and glanced at the people in the restaurant with disdain, with Moria and Rafi laughing strangely. Go out. And people like Mihawk, Hawkeye, or Green Pepper started to move slowly. After all, after Garp was so disturbed, it would be boring to fight. I will ask you to settle the account later. Alter, I will return one day. Marshal D.Alter. Crocodile, with a gloomy face, dangling his cigar, looked at people through his nostrils. He hated what Elt did today. Looking at the figure of Garp slowly leaving, the pirates who were not very strong in the hotel felt a cold sweat behind them and wet their clothes. Marine is coming. Captain, go to the square in Lobe Town. More than 20 naval headquarters warships have come on the sea, and we will arrive in Lobe Town in 10 minutes. Captain Fool, don't fuck off. One Piece is about to be crushed by Marine. What came over? And what did you just call me? Just after Garp hadn't walked for a while, the street outside the hotel suddenly became noisy, and it all attracted everyone's attention. Duo, the One Piece is here. Go and see. Marine is finally about to start execution. The deterrence that Garp brought just now dissipated, and in an instant, the hotelier went to the empty building. At this time, the port of Lobe Town was already full of people, and even the streets and roofs were full of people, all to witness this historical moment. Marine also knew that there were a lot of Gyuki snake gods in the crowd, but they didn't stop them. Their first task was to ensure Roger's normal execution. The first to enter the factory were 5 Vice Admiral, as well as countless Rear Admiral and school-level Marines, all of which were recently boarded in Lobe Town as a security force to maintain the normal order of Lobe Town. After all, Marine also knows how many pirates will come in this big move. In order to prevent these unruly people from coming in, Marine also needs a deterrent. It's really horrible. It's actually led by 5 Vice Admiral. This power, I'm afraid it can be comparable to Buster Call. And on the sea level at this moment, as everyone was eager to see through, the 20 huge headquarters of the large warships were getting closer and closer, with gunfire full of gunfire and the dark gun tubes, which gave people a depressed atmosphere in them before they came. The Lobe Town pirates, who were still noisy and screaming, were also much quieter. Report Sengoku Admiral, we are about to log in to Lobe Town. On a giant warship in the center, a Marine on the watchtower thought about the man on the deck and reported it. Roger Town, is it finally here? On the very center of a huge warship, the dark solemn Sengoku wears a black suit, toed glasses, and an afro. Wearing the Marine Admiral's cloak of justice, the twisted beard on the chin was fluttering back and forth by the sea breeze because he was standing in the bow of the ship, exuding a terrifying aura that no one should get near. Besides Sengoku, there is a man wearing a purple suit and purple hair, black-armed Zephyr, looking at everything in the port with no expression on his face. On the port side, many pirates looked at Marine, the huge warships getting closer and closer. To be honest, it was shocking and also very scared, not only because of the visual impact brought by the 20 huge warships, but mainly because of the mountain rain, the imposing manner of being full of wind. Just like the calm before the storm, it is depressing to breathe. The dull atmosphere of the Lobetown scene is like a mountain pressing on your shoulders, making it hard to breathe. Some pirates, in this case, can't bear the huge pressure, kneel on the ground, pale and panting on their foreheads, all in cold sweat. With the entire port being full, the huge marine fleet finally docked under the eyes of everyone. The pedal was lowered from the warship, and a few footsteps began to be heard from the warship, as if stepping on everyone's heart. 114, Chapter 114. Chapter 114. That is the Sengoku of Marine Admiral Buddha, so terrifying eyes, and the whole body exudes a powerful aura. The former Marine Admiral Zephyr is next to him. He's also here. Fear, jealousy, and smirk as Sengoku and others stood at the mouth of the coast. There were civilians cheering in the port and pirates hating them. The deterrence of the two admiral made everyone dare not act rashly. Even the most arrogant pirates, at this moment, they are honestly guarding themselves. At this time, let alone them, whoever will be the first bird will have to kneel. Wow. With the sound of an iron chain ringing, the audience was silent for an instant, except for the sound of waves on the sea and the sound of sails stirring. Ocean, One Piece, Golda Roger. It's Roger. It's Roger One Piece. Damn, it's pirates. Oh, damn it. The next second, the port boiled, as crazy fans cheering for Roger. There were also curses. Everyone looked at Roger with his eyes hidden in his unkempt hair, his hands and feet wearing chains, and his face was pale. Lobetown. It's really nostalgic. Following Marine down from the warship, Roger looked at Lobetown, which was both familiar and too varied, grinning and showing his calmness and incisiveness to his body. Black he. This is One Piece. It's really enough Haki, but Bossel, do you think anyone will jump out? In the crowd, Moria is like a group of chickens, asked Elter, who was hugging his chest with his hands around him. Roger's figure is indeed the most fundamentally different from the ordinary pirates he saw. Confident, Haki, unhurried, pride that doesn't take everything to heart. As long as you are a fool, you will definitely jump out. Understand, Moria? Just like looking at the mentally retarded, he glanced at Moria without a trace. As long as he was not a fool, who would jump out and be the first bird. As for Elt's words, Moria's brows suddenly bulged, which is a hint to him. Moria, in this case, no one will provoke Marine. Even if the maritime overlords come, Marine is ready to fight. In a word, whoever comes and who will die. Lafitte, who lowered his hat and hid himself in Moria's shadow, also spoke. Marine's lineup made him feel shocked. On the building on one side, Doflamingo looked at what happened on the pier with a little excitement. It's boiling over. It seems that Marine is trying to attract the other crew members of the Roger Pirates. Some time ago, when Marine escorted Roger to impel down, he also wanted to bring out some people, but it turned them down. Diamond Tai was on the side, clinging to Doflamingo, smiling. Looking at Toripole, who was close to him, and the shining snot on his nose, almost ticking on his clothes. Even Doflamingo also bears the nausea in his heart. Toripole, how many times have you said it? Don't get so close to me. Cough. Okay, Dover. Torpole, who realized that he was almost jumping on Doflamingo, also took a step back. Dover, I'm very surprised why the Roger Pirates didn't save their captain, as well as the one Pirate King who was clearly in the sky. After disappearing for a year, he was suddenly caught by Marine. I'm also very surprised. It's impossible to have no one, maybe only the guy above and Marine know it. It's boiling over, but Roger is going to be executed, isn't it? The mental boy Doflamingo also frowned at this moment. With his clever little head, he couldn't figure out this. In fact, it is not only Doflamingo who can't figure it out alone, but many people all over the world can't figure it out. And the Bigmum pirate group on the other side. Brother Peros, it seems that One Piece is about to be executed. The people of the Bigmum pirate group decided that they were right. The one who just passed by was Roger, the Pirate King. After all, they had seen this guy make a fuss in the world, and the devil-like aura would never forget it. Sensen, Mom guessed it right. Roger was arrested definitely because it was hidden, but everyone didn't know it. Then let's stay and watch Brother Peros. Looking at Peros sitting in front of the window, wearing a red hat and holding a candy cane, a group of younger brothers and sisters don't know what to do next. Let's go. The members of the Roger Pirate Group shouldn't come. These guys should be chased by the world government again. One Piece, they will definitely die. Paris Sparrow grinned, exuding folk spirit, and the red light in his eyes made people shudder. Let's go. My lovely brothers and sisters, mother, just let us see if Roger is bound to die. If anyone will come to save him, Now it seems that it won't be anymore. Remember, the most important thing is to complete Mom's task. Remember, Parasparrow's fading voice came, and after the family members of the Big Mom pirate group looked at each other, they also left one after another. The reminder from Brother Parrow's also made everyone remember. After all, in the world, the mother's words cannot be disobeyed. The title of the dictatorship queen is not a joke. The master holds the power of life and death for everyone, even her children. As for the execution platform, the Lobetown Square is still full of people at this moment. From the top down, you can only see the crowded crowds. Around the execution station, there are many newspapers from all over the world, through their own channels, began to broadcast live video, including news agencies under the world government. Of course, it also includes the newspapers that the big news Morgan swayed. And today, it is also destined to be an unforgettable day, a boiling day, because Marine is open to live broadcast all over the world. So on this day, everyone stopped what they were doing. I don't want to miss this great moment, watching the Shenxiai through different channels. The sun hangs high in the sky, but no one complains. All are quietly waiting for the arrival of time. The eyes of the whole world are looking at the king of the sea, the king of pirates, one destined to leave a thickening pen in the history of pirates of man. One Piece Roger is here. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and with a loud shout, people in the whole world stared at the place where the sound came from. Wow. The sound of chains rang, and almost everyone in the world held their breath, following the sound. The Pirate King Roger, who was handcuffed, started to move towards the execution platform under Marine's escort. A man with wealth, fame, power, and the entire world, One Piece Jewel D. Roger? Although he was heading to the execution platform, wearing handcuffs that symbolized the criminal, he walked arrogantly like a general guy returning home, his face full of arrogance. But he did not see the slightest timidity. Passed down for generation to generation, dreams, times change, people's dreams. As long as people continue to pursue their dreams of freedom, everything will never stop. The domineering aura on One Piece Roger's body made the people in the square, the execution officer on the execution stage sweat nervously. Arriving on the execution platform, it was clear that he was about to kill himself. But Roger could not see the slightest resentment or fear in his eyes, as if death was a normal thing for him, and the two next to him, the execution officer's swords crossed. "Roger, is there anything else I want to say?" asked the two execution officers who were nervous. But Roger looked at the executioner who was interrogating a little unexpectedly. He grinned, making the guards stun subconsciously. "Hey, help me take this off, I can't bear it." Roger lifted it up, the hand gestured to open the clamp on the hand. "Zero, look for flowers." "Sorry, this can't be done." The expected answer made Roger helpless, very distressed. "How could I run away?" "What, it's really boring." Roger walked forward, crossed his legs, and sat down. "Come on, get it done." Looking at the crowd watching his death below, Roger was very Haki sideways and said to the execution officer, sitting cross-legged, "It's time to come. The trash fish you arrange, Roger." Elter, who was almost standing on the edge of the Lobetown Square, leaned against the wall, showing a mysterious smile, very nervous, and his aura leaked out. "Let me take the closer look. Moria, Lafitte, a historical moment is coming." Hearing that, Moria also put away that cynical attitude and looked at Roger on the execution stage, and Lafitte did the same. Since Elter circled it and said that it was the key point and had to take the test, then he would definitely take the test. "Hey, One Piece, where are all the treasures you found? And where is the big secret treasure One Piece that can't be seen at a glance?" Under the execution stage, a man who didn't know whether it was the drag arranged by Roger or the man who was really blinded by Prophet yelled out, "Zero." He, aha. Roger laughed directly. Obviously, when he heard that person's question, Roger at this moment was unusually proud. He was full of domineering and invincible demeanor that made everyone in the world feel staring at him intently. "You want my treasure? I can give you everything if you want. Go find it." Like the thunder in the 9 heavens, it was shocking and spread all over the world through video phone worms. "Shut up, no talking." The execution officer wanted to stop Roger from speaking, but it was too late. At the same time, the two execution officers beside Roger had also raised their swords. Execution. Sengoku in the background was almost uncontrollably released by Conquerors. He finally understood why Roger surrendered, why Roger was so weak, and why he was so calm in the face of death. The high will be dyed red with blood because of this sentence. The world will also flow in blood for this. I put all my treasures there, the big secret treasure One Piece. Puff. The executioner's knife was inserted into Roger's body. killing the Sea Emperor. At this moment, both the people in Logue Town and the people in other parts of the world watching through the phone worm were all shocked. Time seemed to stop, and the whole square was silent. Then there was the carnival sound from all over the world, which rendered the entire sky like a volcanic eruption. The era of great navigation opened. At the same time, his eyes were full of anger, and there was Garp, the man who was the hero of the Desire Marine. At this moment, his fists were tightly held, his eyes were hazy, and he was indifferent even if he got wet, until the adjutant Bogart gave him an umbrella. Boom. The sky was originally a clear sky. At this moment, there was a sudden thunder and dark clouds rolling. After almost a dozen breaths, the heavy rain fell, like the sky weeping blood. But this downpour is the unquenchable desire of these people to be aroused by One Piece. Captain. In the square, all the pirates forgot about everything. One of them pressed his straw hat firmly, and the red-haired young man with tears in his eyes squeezed his fists to suppress his emotions. Next to him, another teenager with a funny red nose was also crying, tears and nose mixed together, looking extremely sad. The wind was howling, and on a room in the distance, a fierce man in a dark green coat looked at the execution platform's eyes more determined, and the world was about to change. Several. 115. Chapter 115. Chapter 115. The first meeting with Monkey D. Dragon with robbery. Boss Elter, it really makes people tremble all over. One Piece, this is Roger's purpose. It really teaches people all over the world. With a slightly excited expression, Lafitte, after hearing Roger's last swan song, also knew why Roger surrendered. Earlier, Elt had told them that Roger had surrendered, and since Elt was the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the two had no doubts. But the reason, the two didn't think about it, and now everything makes sense. One piece of One Piece. Boss Elt, do we want it? Moria's eyes are full of desire, and he also blinded his eyes to this unknown and unpredictable big secret treasure, but he is not to blame. Normal. One Piece, this kind of thing is like a child's playhouse. It makes people feel ridiculous. Moria, just such a pursuit. Your pattern is small, and your vision limits your ambition. Wah, haha, this sea lousy wants 99. Originally scolded by Elter, he looked extremely angry. Moria, when he heard that Elter showed his ambition for the first time, he was shocked. How dare this guy? He wants to overthrow the world government. He wants to be the world king of. Unbelievable, rampant 850, domineering, arrogant, Kuan facing the world, the embodiment of chaos and desire. At this moment is the best modifier to describe Elter. Let's go, Moria. The boss's ambition is a bit surprisingly big. But isn't it more interesting, isn't it? The intense and crazy Lafitte in his eyes also awakened Moria from shock. Elter's ambition was also beyond his expectations, but only in this way would he be qualified to be his boss. Black he. Yeah, this is more interesting. Slowly, some pirates who were staying in Logue Town began to evacuate. What if you go crazy and attack them? It's better to have a master in your own hands. If you believe in Marine, it's better to believe that you can become the next One Piece. And now the One Piece King Roger is dead, but he left such a big surprise before he died. They can't wait to go out to the sea to find that big secret treasure. Becoming the next One Piece is almost everyone's idea. On this day, countless news birds flew to every corner of the sea. Pieces of newspapers are dazzling and beautiful like meteor showers, causing the calm sea to turn over the stormy waves. A legendary big secret treasure, One Piece, like a seed, began to take root in everyone's hearts. I don't even know if it exists, just because of a word from One Piece before his death. Obtaining it is equivalent to obtaining the world's wealth, fame, and power, and reaching the sky in one step. Buggy and Shanks on the other side are in line. Buggy, Captain Roger has passed away. I want to establish a pirate group. Come and help me. Looking at his good friend, Shanks said seriously. What? Bastard Shanks, you actually want Uncle Buggy to be your subordinate? Buggy was stunned for a moment, and then reacted with an exaggerated expression. He grabbed Shanks by the collar and snarled angrily while lowering Shanks's forehead. Because you lost my treasure map, my plan to establish a pirate group will be postponed. You accompany my treasure map, bastard Shanks. Shanks also smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect Buggy to remember this, but Shanks was not surprised by Buggy's answer. Then Buggy, take care, solemnly patted his good friend on the shoulder. Shanks turned and disappeared into the alley. Asshole Shanks, I won't forgive you. Seeing Shanks being so decisive, Buggy was angry, but cursed behind his back. At this time, Elt did not leave Logue Town, but found someone. Not Hawkeye, not Shanks, not Crocodile or Doflamingo, the spiritual guy. Please get out of trouble, Marshal Elter. Looking at the three people who surrounded him, the man's cloak was lifted by the wind, revealing that vicious face without eyebrows. But there is no red square tattoo, commonly known as the slipper's print. Monkey Audi Darag, or Monkey Audi Dragon. Hey, I'll call you a dragon. Interested to talk about it, about your ideals. Facing the vigilant Darag, Elk grinned, as kind as an old friend for many years, seemingly careless and lazy, but did not relax his vigilance. I don't think we need to talk to anything. Looking at the man in front of him, Long's face was serious. He looked unsmiling and matched with that vicious face without eyebrows. Even an adult had to tremble with his legs. He still heard a little about Elth. As for Moria and Lafitte, although they think the dragon is a bit familiar, they don't know who he is at all. They just stopped him directly at the order of Elth. Are you planning to start your own business? Planning to overthrow the one above? Elth's eyes were full of playfulness. At this time, the dragon should have just planned to create a revolutionary army and may not even implement an act. However, it is undeniable that the strength of this guy is definitely powerful. The dragon's expression was taken aback for a moment, and he looked at the joking Elth. He didn't expect that the other party was actually talking about this, but why the other party was so sure, I don't know if it is an illusion. He feels that his thoughts have been seen through. I think you should be disappointed in Marine or the world government. Want to create an organization and then overthrow the unequal rule of the world government and celestial dragons so that countless civilians living in dire straits on the sea can be liberated and free. Elk looked at the dragon very plainly and told others little secrets. He was nervous, but when he looked at the dragon, the opponent's fierce face was obviously tightened. However, as the leader of the future revolutionary army, Long is also very calm, with a strong psychological quality, and his slightly heavier breathing has slowly returned to steady. It's just that he was in a state of uncertainty, and it was a little difficult to calm down. This guy obviously didn't meet him and couldn't fight, but he really knew what he thought. To be honest, I support this kind of practice with both hands. After all, people who have ideals are commendable. But you said if the group of pigs on the top knows now, your thinking is so advanced, what do you say will be done? Elk pointed his finger at the sky. The meaning was self-evident, but the expression of the dragon's suffocation made the dragon look extremely aggrieved, and the other was jealous. Do you want to be strong? The dragon, whose eyes started to jump, began to think about the countermeasures. Are you thinking about killing me, and then continuing to hide this little secret? Elk, who is familiar with the passages of various novels, also guessed Long's plan at this moment. What the hell do you want, Alti? We are not in conflict, right? At this moment, the dragon's tone has also begun to increase. His face is a little unsightly. He is thinking about it or not planning to do it, mainly because he has no absolute certainty. He can't take this man in the first time zero. This place is almost still in Lobetown. Marine's 2 Admiral and his father Garp are still here. I am afraid that after the last fight, they may not be able to get out. In his thoughts, if you want to do something, you have to choose a suitable time and place. Either don't do it without fail, and do it absolutely. Otherwise, it would be uneconomical to offend a Conqueror's strong man or the 2nd Division captain from the Whitebeard Pirates. The key is that this man still knows his thoughts, which is very troublesome. When the time comes, he will have a bad relationship, and he has not been taken down. I am afraid that Elk will be yelling everywhere on the sea, and his many years of hard work will be in vain. The dragon's reaction was also unexpected, but unexpected. Needless to say, as expected. But unexpectedly, it was Elk who still thought that the dragon would suddenly rise up and force him to control him, even if he sinned against the Whitebeard Pirates. If you think about it empathically, if he is a dragon, he will definitely do it and be threatened by others, and the master has your biggest secret, and you owe a favor for nothing. Elk was ready to fight, but the man gave up unexpectedly. This not only did not reassure Elk, but was more vigilant. He could become a forces fighter, pulling up one that the world government regards as the #1 enemy, and even the force is comparable to the 4 emperors, or slightly stronger. This kind of person, how could it allow unstable factors to exist? He doesn't believe that the dragon will let him go, unless it is not suitable for doing it now, because it hasn't left Lobetown yet that time. I am afraid that it will really go out. As long as there is a chance, the dragon will also lead people around. Elk's mind turned quickly. After a little analysis of the current environment and situation, he probably understood Long's general thoughts. I promise I will help you keep this secret. You owe me a favor. Of course, you or the people behind you will not be in danger. Maybe I can help you at that time, right? If you don't want to, it doesn't matter if I am not. Who would call me a good talker? So, Moria, Lafitte, let Mr. Long make way. We are good people. How can we do things like strong buying and selling? Seeing Elt's stubborn look, even if it was a dragon, his mouth twitched, and he was good at talking. They were all blocked. He was obviously a pirate and claimed to be a good person. His heart also sank. All the time, Elt was groaning scum, which made Long very frustrated. Now he can talk with difficulty, but he can't tell. There was no joy on Long's face. Instead, he was thinking. Long didn't think too long. He was very decisive. After all, he was a man who did big things. Then happy cooperation, Mr. Long. Obviously, it is a one-way profit, and it becomes a cooperation in Elt's mouth. Moria can't stand it anymore. These are two men who are extremely cunning and insidious, and also very hypocritical and ruthless. One wants to be the king of the world, and the other wants to establish a new force and overthrow the current world government. These are totally two neuroses. Looking at the dragon that had disappeared, and the phone worm left in his hand, I was also very satisfied with his arms. Free labor, don't waste it. For this guy, El didn't even deal with Shanks. After all, El wanted to be the king of the world, so relying on the power of two people was much easier than doing it alone. Wouldn't it be okay to let Long and his revolutionary army charge in front? Elter silently gave himself a compliment. 116, Chapter 116. Chapter 116, Mariewa's reaction. Marines retreat from New World. And Wanakuni at this time. After Odin failed to kill Kurazumi Orochi, he chose to ask for the position of General Wanakuni, but was told by Kurazumi Orochi that it was Kurazumi Higurashi who changed it. Odin, who became angry and furious, had nothing to do. The ability of the barrier fruit is too buggy, and on this day, people are looking up at the castle, boiled over the return of the Kazuki family. However, Kaido and Orochi's men shot and killed countless civilians, but after returning, Wanakuni, who is known as the Invincible in the world, made a mentally retarded vow with Odin. As long as he Kazuki Odin, dances naked in Wanakuni, pretends to be a fool for 4 or 5 years, Kurazumi will return him the position of general. The reason is that Odin apologizes to the Kurazumi clan members who were killed by the Kazuki family. I will show up in Huadu every week, regardless of whether it is windy, rainy, or snowy, that I can ask for a small amount of money. No one could have imagined that Odin agreed with this kind of unreasonable and ridiculous suggestion. 4 years of following the Whitebeard pirates and more than a year of Roger pirates did not make him smarter, even if it was Elt. He's been asked. But when the facts were really before him, Yu unlocked, and he wanted to solve Wanakuni's problem in a peaceful way. Until today, a year later, the news of Roger's death came, and Kazuki Odin couldn't help crying again. On the Moby Dick in New World. Roger, you really did it. It's really amazing. The era of the great pirates. Human dreams, Uzumaki of the times. This is what you do, Roger. As long as people are still pursuing free answers, all this will not stop. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, Whitebeard Newgate also knew that Roger was really successful. Gulalalala, the wave of the times won't stop. Marco09, didn't the kid Elk go to East Blue? I saw him in the newspaper. Why haven't he come back, this brat? Suddenly, in the corner of the newspaper, Whitebeard saw Elt with a joke on his face. He remembered that his son seems to have been there for almost a year. That is to say, he has to watch Roger's execution, but he has not yet returned. Whitebeard, frowning and unhappy, yelled at Marco on the sail. Father, this is the 16th time you have asked. Now the Marine on the Grand Line is very defensive. Elter is already rushing back. They don't have Pablik's pirate ship to pick them up. Looking at the old Whitebeard who kept pushing him out, Marco's entire brows were almost frowning, but he also looked helpless. After all, 1 year was indeed a bit long. When will this fellow Elk come back? Dad keeps nagging him, hey? Marco, who was sitting on the side of the ship, also sighed. Alti may be walking around now, but seeing what he said, it should be New World now. The brawny man on the side, Biston knew Elt very well. This guy is not anxious to encounter anything unless it threatens his safety. Elt, you can't help it anymore. Do you want to make a move at this time? But I haven't found a fruit yet. At the same time, Teach, who was leaning in a corner, also showed a light in his eyes and then dimmed when he heard Roger's last speech before his death. Teach knew that an era of pirates was about to come, and Elt had already chosen to ride the wind and waves, but his fruit had not yet been traced. In the Whitebeard pirate group, there is still a day and a moon like Teach, like a young woman in a deep pavilion, looking forward to Elt's return every day. Until 2 weeks later, Elt took Lafitte Moria and returned to the Whitebeard pirates. Regarding Lafitte and Moria, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates had no doubts. because Elt said that they were incorporated into the second division. Basically, everyone has no doubts about Elt's words. Gum la la la, the brat hasn't come back for a year. How about it after going out for a year? What have you seen, Guru? Seeing Ert sitting down, Whitebeard drinking with a huge wine gourd is also very happy. This kid just can't sit still, always likes to cause trouble, but who calls Ert as one of his most satisfied sons? Woolen cloth. It's the kind that is more satisfying the more you look at it. The pirates of New World are not comparable to those of the Four Seas and the Grand Line, and Roger's last sentence, One Piece, has allowed countless pirates and civilians to devote themselves to the career of navigation. The era of the great pirates is coming. Father, there will be countless people challenging the Whitebeard pirates. Not to mention the future, but when Ert came back to New World from East Blue, he saw countless pirate ships sailing on the sea. Basically all pirates who had just set out to sea. The number was almost several times more than usual. In this regard, Elt also directly let them see the cruelty of pirates. After all, when their heads are hot, they will go out to sea as pirates, and they must be ready to die. This is not a child's playhouse, a small soldier along the way, but also Moria's strength has been significantly improved. Goo la 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 la, Elty, as long as someone comes to provoke me, I will sink them all to the bottom of the sea. Lousy is Whitebeard. No worries at all, only the agitation of the self-confident Haki and Whitebeard. The explosive body contains the terrifying power like a nuclear bomb. Those who dare to provoke him will be sinking into the sea. Because he is Whitebeard, he is qualified to say this. But Daddy, Roger was killed by Marine, and the Golden Lion Shiki was arrested. Now the three big legends are that only you are left, Daddy. The strongest man in the world is Daddy Whitebeard. Roger Kaneko and everything are not worth mentioning. As Elt's voice fell, someone in the entire Whitebeard pirate group stopped unanimously. The needle dropped was audible, and then there was an eye full of excitement, and the joy of joy was beyond words. Daddy is the strongest man in the world. What else said so well? Marco was full of excitement, and almost his whole body was about to jump up at the same time. Not only him, but also the other members of the Whitebeard pirates. The strongest man in the world. Father. The world's strongest. The world's strongest. There was cheers all over the Moby Dick. This name is not ordinary dazzling. Wow, Alter, your kid is right. How could Shiki and Roger compare to me? But Lousy wants this title because my son gave it to me. This guy is not good enough. Seeing the joyous atmosphere on the entire deck, Whitebeard didn't have the slightest twist and directly chose to accept the title of the world's strongest man. No reason, because this was given to him by Elt, from his most satisfied little son. The strongest man in the world. It's really enviable. The tall Moria leaned on the gunwale of the stern and drank wine. This is also the name of Whitebeard. It is conceivable that how many people will come to take off this title in the future. Daddy is Whitebeard. Why don't you panic? Come to Moria, have a drink. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates group sitting next to him also laughed, not worried at all. They clearly knew what terrifying strength their father had, thinking that it was simply that Moria had not seen Whitebeard's action. And Alti, who was sitting in the banquet center, also raised his wine glass and collided with Whitebeard and other captains. Up. When the Whitebeard pirate group was not at all affected by Roger's era of great pirates. Red Line, the Holy Land Marrow. The five elders were furious, and a strong wind spread, causing the entire office to be in a mess, and the momentum of the whole body made the air stagnant. Damn Roger, the damn D-clan, they are all sinners. Should not be executed publicly. His real purpose turned out to be this. We have all miscalculated. He wants to attack the world government. Now it won't help anymore. Think about what to do next. Next, this sea will definitely get out of control. The money ants will rush into the sea frantically, and the balance will be broken, which is not conducive to our rule of 850. Then balance them. Those New World bastards are not fuel-efficient lamps. We need a little outside force to balance them. No matter what, this world will always be ours. Not only Mariahua, but also at Naval Headquarters, Roger. If it has the greatest impact on anyone, it is undoubtedly Marine. Damn Roger, this is the purpose of his surrender. He should be executed directly and impelled down. At this moment, Sengoku is anxious and frustrated. As long as you are not a fool, you can see Roger's purpose, not to mention Sengoku, who is known as the resourceful general. The sea that is out of control, can Marine resist it? Sengoku, I hope to recruit a class of Marine students to face the more violent chaos of the sea. The sea is going to run away. Looking at the dim sky outside the office, Zephyr's heart was also clouded. And at this time, a burly old man standing in front of the window, dressed in a cloak of justice, also has a serious face, depending on his determination. Sengoku, let the Marine in New World withdraw. This sea will be even more chaotic, and we Marine must retain our strength to deal with all the problems that occur next. New World, just leave the G branch. Seeing Kong Kong, who didn't say a word, he suddenly ordered. Sengoku was also shocked for a while, but he reacted instantly, although he was very angry, but now withdrawing New World's troops is indeed the best choice. But what Sengoku did not expect was that this time Marine's withdrawal, he never counterattacked in return. In the end, his Sengoku martial career, until the next Marine Marshal Akainu came to power, Marine again stationed troops and attacked New World. Asshole Garp, this guy disappeared at this time, and he won't reply to any news. Perhaps thinking of Garp's disappearance inexplicably, Sengoku is also dissatisfied with Garp. This guy is too free to do what he wants. It is obviously when this kind of Marine is desperate. But no one thought that at this time, Garp was protecting Roger's son, protecting the son of the culprit. 117, Chapter 117. Chapter 117 Enter Wanakuni, the beginning of ambition. The sun starts to sunset, and the time is fleeting. On the sea, the fastest time is time, and more than 6 months have passed in a trance. Half a year has passed since the execution of One Piece Roger. People all over the world are going to sea frantically, and there is not even a trend of disappearing. Everyone on this sea is numb. But the only thing preventing all of this was Marine, who seemed to be incapable of doing so. Boss, let's go so quietly Captain Whitebeard won't be angry. At this time, on the Sea of New World, a huge pirate ship is driving on the sea, the Horror Bark. Hip-hop, we are walking in a hidden place. But Lousy, from now on, there won't be so much leisure time. Lousy is about to set foot on the great waves of the times. Standing at the bow of the ship, his eyes are full of desire, and he is greedy for power and strength. On the Moby Dick on the other side, it exploded at this moment. Asshole L, this stinky boy has slipped away again and told us not to look for him. He will return as soon as he goes. When we meet next time, I must beat up this disobedient, stupid son. Looking at the letter in his hand, Whitebeard sitting on the deck blew his beard and stared, and was so angry. But now it was a foregone conclusion, and it was useless to be angry. What? This kid Elt has slipped away again. No wonder. I said that I didn't see Captain Ert, Madam, and Moria Lafitte sometimes. Other members of the Whitebeard pirate group also exclaimed. But no one noticed. At this moment, Whitebeard, who was holding the letter from Elter, had no anger. He grinned and looked at the endless sea and muttered, "Silly son, if you want to go out, just tell me. As a father, how can I stop my son and explore the outside world?" Elt's silent departure also shocked the small group of Whitebeard pirates. If anyone knows, then Teach may be the only one. One night before leaving, "Teach, I plan to go to Wanakuni. Take away them. Do you want to go with me?" Looking at his elder brother, who was about the same height in front of him, Eld also sat and asked. Teach at this moment is full of muscles. Teach has never really taken a shot. Now that it has reached that level, even Elt doesn't know it. The breath of a beast shows how dangerous he is. "No, Elt, I will stay on the Whitebeard pirates to pay attention to the trends here. If you encounter a problem that cannot be solved in Wanakuni, please notify me. I will help you solve it. Don't be aggressive." Teach's words were cold, and there was no volatility at all because of Alter's departure. But Alter knew that this was a unique way of expression for the eldest brother. The sentence, "I'll help you solve it," decision is everything Teach can express from childhood to adulthood, as long as Elt can't solve it or encounter the dangers and difficulties. Teach never asks why, nor does anyone right or wrong. He will stand in front of Alter proactively, even if he faces an enemy dozens of times stronger than himself. With a not broad back, Elt has never seen Teach shrink back. No one has seen Teach smile in the true sense. The joy that comes from the heart is only seen by Elt. It is ugly and ugly, but it does make Elt really like it, whether it is Teach's bitterness or laughter, or the memories of the two. The picture returned to the horror bark. Boss Elt, Wanakuni shouldn't be your old friend, the country of Kazuki Odin. I heard that Odin is the former captain of the 2nd Division. You really won't cause the Whitebeard pirates like this disgusted. As one of the real two younger brothers of Elt, Moria also clearly knows what Eld is planning to do at this moment, grab the sight, but this did not disgust Moria and Lafitte, but felt a bit of excitement. Shouldn't the pirates be like this? They are so greedy. As long as they are not on the same boat, then there is nothing wrong with stabbing each other with knives. We are not going to grab Odin's things. Moria, we are going to help Odin drive Kaido away. Elter's tone also suddenly became excited and solemn. Kaido at this time was far from the deterrence of the future. Elter was not afraid of it. He now grows faster than it can be. Wanakuni. I've never heard of it before, Boss Elt. Why must we get that country? With our strength, we can conquer a country by recruiting troops for 2 years. Lafitte really doesn't know why Alti has such a great interest in such a country and wants to occupy a territory. There are many kingdoms on the sea that have not joined the world government. You don't understand, Lafitte. Wanakuni has more resources than other places. It's such a powerful country, but it's so stupid to stay at home. And there, it's far from there, known by the world. What's more, there is a pretty boy here. If you don't fuck him on the ground now, I'm afraid I won't be able to do this guy in the future. This guy Kaido hasn't grown up yet. It's still a stage of growth. It's really a regret in life if he doesn't do a fight now. Thinking of Wanakuni's many resources, especially sea stone, Alti feels very happy. If there are 2 things in the sea that Alti must grab, one is Wanakuni's sea stone. The other is dynamite rock, something that can destroy New World. It is completely equivalent to the nuclear warhead of Pirate World. When the time comes, I will secretly bury some dynamite rock under Mariawa. Elt shudder when he thinks about it. Seeing the cruelty and excitement that flickered in Elt's eyes from time to time, Lafitte knew that Elt was thinking about something bad again. But Moria on the side noticed a person in Elt's words. Zai? Boss Elt, you mean the guy named Kaido? Why does this guy make you take so seriously? It's not like you. He. Moria, who hugged her chest with her hands, also showed an expression of interest, with a face of 8 trigrams. Elter didn't say that much. In Moria's heart, this guy is an expression that no one looks down on. Moria, never underestimate others. This guy is not easy. People are monsters of you demons. Although I am not afraid, there is always nothing wrong with being careful. No wonder you were scrapped so quickly, and you still look down on Kaido, and you have been turned into a bear commander by others, leaving a psychological shadow behind you. Elt despised Moria for a while, but he didn't say it. After all, he is his own little brother. It is not good to hit too much. Who makes himself a boss who cares about his subordinates? However, Moria and Lafitte have serious faces. They are not a simple character. If they are monsters, people on the sea will think of the Buddha Sengoku. This guy is the most famous phantom in the sea bee species. In fact, there is one thing Elt hasn't said, that is Kaido is on the same ship as the New World Big Mac with the same characters as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe Achiku, and Captain John. That's all for the trainee crew. The reason why I didn't say it was unnecessary, that it was just a group of old guys who had been wiped out in the torrent of history, and after speaking out, they would blow their own momentum. Elt, how long do we have to get to Wanakuni? At this moment, Elt suddenly heard the voice of Tainyushi, and the 3 of them also closed their mouths and saw a woman wearing a hip skirt, black stockings, and emerald green long hair coming. It's almost. I am a little kid, Wanakuni in your dreams. It's almost here. Elt, who caught Tainyushi, also picked up the corner of his mouth. Yeah, I'm here for Wanakuni. The reason why he brought Tianyu with him was to be on the safe side. He was afraid that he would not be able to do Kaido. As long as he had this woman by his side, he would dare to go anywhere and touch anyone. The confidence is here. 1 week later, on a beach. Fuck me, how did you sail the boat? Damn, the boat has capsized now. But luckily it has arrived at Wanakuni, otherwise you will just be slaughtered. On the beach, a group of people were panting, and many of them had their clothes wets from Moria at the moment, being dropped out of the sea with a rope by a group of young people. The whole person has drunk into a ball. Ahem. When I was hugged by Elt tightly in my arms, you sure looked sexy because his clothes were wet, but no one dared to take a look. They were all frightened for fear of being misunderstood by Elt and then thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Lafitte, let's go Moria Chenlis. Wake up. Let's start landing on the island and give all the guys to Lousy and Wanakuni. It's really a place that people don't want to give up. Wah. Seeing Moria fell into the sea and unconscious, Elter didn't worry that this guy would die. He went up and kicked Moria into the stomach like a ball. Servant. Just like the squirt gun, Moria also sprayed water from her mouth and kept humming. At this time in Wanakuni, because of the continuous heavy rain on the sea, the guards guarding the coast also withdrew, and no one noticed the arrival of this pirate ship. Huadu Julie, a naked man, full of ambiguities. Radish, fried tofu, bamboo wheel and eggs. 3 bites and 2 bites. Thousands of sorrows boil loose. Fong Xian Odin is delicious. Kazuki Odin, the great name of Wanakuni Julie, the orthodox heir to the general position, is dancing in shame on the street at this moment. and a group of people who were obviously gangsters or pirates in their costumes laughed loudly when they saw Odin's funny dancing, and even dropped a few coins to Odin's side to humiliate him. But Odin really didn't feel humiliated. Instead, he picked it up with a flattering look, counting one by one, ignoring the angry, ashamed, disappointed, and indisputable eyes of the surrounding residents. 118, Chapter 118. Chapter 118 aired. I have decided I want to be a big name. Seeking subscription. Boss, let's go directly to Wanakuni to find Odin. Or let's go alone, it's too desolate here. There are no two people asking for directions. Lafitte, sitting on the beach, looking at the Gobi Desert in front of him, could not see the living creatures at a glance. They were all deserted ruins, and they didn't know where he was. The bones of unknown animals on the ground. Even the saplings with sturdy roots cannot be seen. They are all dead plants. Then, with the warm body in his arms, Elt also dazzled his eyes. He was originally planning to go to the island in Mianwan or Jiuli. Now, after a big storm, he doesn't know where he is, but this is impossible to say damage to his image. It should have arrived at Shimei now. After seeing the black smoke weapons factory and the thousands of miles in the wilderness, Eld also guessed where he was people live. But now, although Eld and others have seen some along the way, but not many. After all, Eld had asked Odin some time ago about Wanakuni. Of course, Odin, who is very nervous, knows everything, and he talks about everything. Even if he is in Tibet, he can't hold it back. He just regards Eld as someone who is interested in Wanakuni. This is Wanakuni, standing at Tianyue behind Eld, looking at Wanakuni in a completely different scene from what I had imagined. I also held my small mouth with a look of disbelief. In fact, what she didn't know was that this was a place where no one lived at all, and it was not a prosperous and beautiful place like Huadu at all. Let's go. This is not Wanakuni. Just when Tainyushi was full of disappointment, I felt that his waist was caught by Elt, and looked back at this handsome and shameless man who took himself in his arms. Tainyushi was also very happy. Hey, hee, the boss really knows a lot. Moria, who was laughing behind him, followed behind with his unique big sword. Lafitte also had a laid-back look. There were nearly 100 pirate brothers behind him, the appearance of the wicked. Along the way, as long as they dared to provoke, they were all killed by 850. The Elter and others also knew that this is in Shimei, but because of the weird and incompatible clothing, the residents will look at it with strange eyes. Elt and his group. Many people even regard them as looting mountain towns. In the commercial street. Welcome all the adults to come again. Go slowly. Samurai adults. Outside the small shop, an uncle in a kimono kept saying hello to some people who were traveling. After all, he sold more than 100 sets of clothes in one fell swoop. He was generous, and all the gold paid was almost the money for buying clothes, several times as much as possible. It's really ugly. At this time, Elt also changed his clothes. The original shirt and windbreaker were all replaced with a purple-black kimono. Behind the back is the white and purple Niwami. Now he is being dressed by Tainyushi, unhappy. Triple Atang, after all, in Wanakuni, let's experience different clothes. And in this case, it is not easy to be recognized by others. Your clothes are too conspicuous, right? Looking at her unhappy husband and Tianyue with a gentle face, he carefully dressed Elt. As for the moment, Moria and Lafitte have also changed their clothes, including those fierce young people behind them are also the same. The store also deliberately chose the agreed styles for these young people, all of which are gray fabrics. Looking at it from a distance, those who don't know thought it was a famous family or gentry who went out. Pedestrians who don't know the truth are also keeping their distance with some people in Elt. After all, looking at the fierce and vicious servants behind them with weapons on their backs, ordinary civilians don't dare to conflict. Who are they? Gentlemen, should keep it quiet. Don't you see the weapons in their hands? At first glance, they are big shots. Hey, this kind of big person comes to Shimei, and I don't know what will happen. It is obvious that we are so poor here, and General Orochi is still here to open a weapon processing factory. It's all the fault of the idiot of the Kazuki family. It's a pity, because our place is too desolate to get oil and water. No big name is willing to come over. The civilians on the street, who were not dressed very gorgeously, were also whispering, watching with a careful look of Alter's group entering a relatively luxurious mansion in a small town. Boss Elt, what are we really going to do in this kind of place? It's very poor here. If I say it would be great to just grab the flowers. Seeing that after arriving in the few remaining small towns in Shimei, Elter didn't leave. Instead, he spent money to buy a mansion and stayed there. Moria was a little unhappy with a depressed look. Sitting aside Lafitte, who was tasting Wanakuni's fine wine, was very leisurely and didn't worry at all. Moria, don't worry. We have plenty of time to understand Wanakuni's situation. I have decided I plan to be Shime's name. Looking at the two of Lafitte, Alti suddenly jumped out a sentence, which stunned both of them. Asshole, at least discuss it with us. Don't make the decision alone. It's very annoying. Moria squeezed Elt madly in her heart and cursed, but he didn't dare to really curse. Only the blue veins on his forehead vented his dissatisfaction. Even Lafitte was speechless, and Elt's nerves were beating too much, and most people couldn't do it at all. We can really be Wanakuni's name like this. Boss, after all, we are pirates. The people here will really let us be their name. Even Lafitte is a bit unsure. After all, he suddenly ran to someone else's site and said that he was the boss of someone else who can hold it. Hip-hop-ha, Lafitte, if you don't do it, you will never know if you can do it or not. If it's a big deal, don't want it. It's naturally the best to get the identity of the Shime to Ming. If you don't get it, it doesn't matter. Let's go directly to Huadu. Now the people immediately let me go out to promote, saying that I am Shime's name, and then everyone sends some money. Let them build momentum for me. Those who are rebellious, kill them all, and come back if they can't win Moria call. If Moria can't win, come call me. Elt didn't plan to rely on the idea of whining people's hearts. While showing his strength, he could just draw a big pie for the group of foolish people in Shime. Hey, why me? It can't be Lafitte. This guy, he can also go out and fight. Hearing Elt said that when a player under his hand would call him if he couldn't win, Moria suddenly became unhappy. This is not a free wage earner, Cooley. Hearing Moria's words, Elt's eyes were cold, and he narrowed slightly. His expression that was still laughing became serious, making Moria on the side sweat cold, and Moria, who realized that she had said something wrong, also trembled in fright. I know, really. Seeing Sundara turning his head edge, curling his mouth, Moria, who was reluctant to admit his mistakes. Elt is not pursuing him. And while Elt and others were still in the mansion, Tainyushi had already gone out and wandered around in the small town. After all, this was the first time she walked alone on Wanakuni, who had been reading and seeing her since she was a child. Quickly follow up, if something happens to the madam, the boss will kill us angrily. The young people behind Tainyushi are also inseparable, looking at everyone who is close to Tainyushi with a guard. At this time, there was a curse from the street in front, and then the sound of a heavy object landing. Damn it, kid, get away from me. If you dare to steal, just break your leg. I saw a dirty child who was grabbed by a middle-aged man. He looked like a shopkeeper and was very angry. The child who was caught by him struggled constantly, then threw it and fell to the ground. People around me didn't accuse me of seeing this scene. Although the child was very pitiful, he actually stole something. The store just kicked him out, which was already very kind. And when the kind-hearted Tianyu heard this, he quickly ran over and saw this scene, also ran over. Pick up the child curled up on the ground. It's okay. A gentle voice came, and I felt that I was being held in a warm embrace, and the curled-up child slowly raised his head, with tears in his eyes, but he bit his lower lip tightly, or he would cry. A delicate little girl, but her face is dirty. And the shop on the side saw that the situation was not right. The little girl actually had a lady to help. The fabric on Tainyushi was very valuable at first glance, and when Elt entered the city, he saw it with his own eyes. Ma'am, yes, he came to steal things, and I drove him out. The store with a nervous expression walked towards Tianyuesher with a nervous expression, wanting to explain clearly. Asshole, stay away from madam. Do you want to die? Pin. Several murderous young men dared to approach the other side unexpectedly, and the long knives in their hands were also instantly unsheathed, and they were about to be swung up under the horrified eyes of everyone. What? The women on the street also screamed in horror, and then instantly covered their mouths. The shopkeeper was scared and silly at this moment, and could only see the long knife that was getting closer and closer. At this moment, death enveloped him. Stop. Just when everyone thought the store was going to be hacked to death, a sound of heaven sounded, and when he saw the small pendant following him so decisive and nervous, he also hurriedly stopped. You won't be allowed to shoot without my order in the future, you know? Here, I got it, madam. Several young men looked at each other and quickly agreed. After all, they were the wife of the boss. The voice of Tainyushi was the most pleasing voice heard in the store. After seeing the other party put away the weapon, he fell to his knees with a frightened thump, and his eyes were dull. At this moment, his back was completely wet with cold sweat up. Really, I'm sorry to cause you trouble. I will pay for what this kid takes. Unexpectedly, even in surprise, Tianyuesher stood up, put the crying little girl on the ground, took the little girl's hand and bowed to the store. No, ma'am, don't do that. After experiencing what happened just now, the store was instantly scared into cold sweat. At this moment, the small pendants borne by the pirates behind Tainyushi are staring at him. But Tainyushi's gentle expression under the unbelievable eyes of everyone still made up for the loss of the store. No one dared to associate such a gentle noblewoman with the vicious gentry of Wanakuni. Everyone remembered this woman at this moment. Although she didn't know the name of Tainyushi, her unique temperament and gentle temperament were still deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. When everyone leaves, Tainyushi also squatted down with a gentle face, touching the little girl's head amiably. From now on, you can't steal things, it's wrong. Do you see it? Looking at the big sister, who I don't know, in front of me, the little girl wearing patched clothes is also pressing her lower lip, trying to resist her grievance. But I haven't eaten for several days. Tears can't stop flowing out, making people look very distressed. Then let's go eat together. From now on, we can't steal things. In the joy of the little girl's face, Tianyuesher took out the handkerchief from her arms and wiped her dirty face. Perhaps it was the child's innocent smile, and Tainyushi also narrowed his eyes tenderly and smiled. 119, Chapter 119. Chapter 119 Odin. In the future, the whole family will dance naked. My stomach is so hungry. A woman on the street carries the youngest son who is still in her infant, but the elder son is already crying hungry. Don't cry, it's really shameful. As a man from Wanakuni, you can't say such weak words. Perhaps it was the pride in the bones, or the exhausted mother severely criticized the son in order to prevent the son from continuing to worry. But I'm so hungry. But the young son still didn't listen and cried loudly. Aging, your son is already so hungry. Why are you still here? I saw an elderly man and a family of 3 on the side of the street, and he shouted anxiously, as if there was something urgent. What happened? Is it because General Orochi is about to collect labor again to repair the weapon processing factory? The mother who was comforting her son just now also looked anxious. The notoriety of General Orochi and the doglegs under her hands were terrible. The poor of Wanakuni were not afraid of it. Not to mention that women like him saw their legs weaken, and even those young and strong warriors looked worried. The latter thing is to beat you up. The more important thing is to take away your valuable things and food. The more important thing is to directly pull the men to work as coolies and the women to sell them into the brothel. What are you talking about? Today is the day when Shimei's famous mansion distributes food and money. Now everyone knows that if it is late, it will be gone. You are dragging 2 devils, so don't go. Looking at Ah Jing, who was obviously thinking about making things happen, the uncle also explained anxiously. Ah Jing, the woman holding her son, looked puzzled. What daimyo? When did Shimei have a daimyo? It's the one who came a few days ago. You should know the daimyo. It's the one who helps us poor people in a small town every day, and the one who gives us food and medical treatment. Don't care if he is really famous. As long as they give me a way to survive, I will recognize him. It is better than following General Orochi. Before I even finished speaking, I saw the old man who was originally widowed, running out of the rim under his feet, and disappeared after the smoke slipped, leaving only the sound still in the air. And this mother quickly picked up her son and ran towards the center of the town. Shimei Daming Mansion at this time. Moria did a good job. How about it? Haven't been found. Looking at the Shimei civilians who are almost crowded in front of the Daming Mansion, their heads are crowded. Most of them are wearing patched clothes. Their eyes are full of hope, and their faces are excited, waiting for the chance to live. And the pirates under Elter were also maintaining order at this moment. Under the dazzling steel knives, no one crossed the line. Hey, hee. Of course, my Uncle Moria made the move. How could I fail? The group of guys did not even see me, and I have taken away the treasure of food. Moria, who stood behind Alti, didn't have the shame of stealing things at all, but was rather proud. Since Elt's order, Moria was lurking in the shadow by the shadow fruit, and she had already gone to those strongholds belonging to the Orochi and Kaido, evacuating everything without knowing it. Then Lafitte brought people and transported all the food and money back, relying on his observation Haki. Basically everyone he met along the way, whether it was a spy or a civilian who saw him, was sent in order not to leak the wind gone. And those little ones from Orochi and Kaido, how could they find the big moves of Moria and Lafitte? Seeing that the time has come, Alti is also carrying Tianyue, followed by Lafitte and Moria, who is 7 meters tall. Like the rumors you have heard, as long as you are here today, whether it is for money and food or to come and watch the excitement, there will be no shortage of what should be given to you. But from today onwards, I am Shime's name. As for my name, your name is Elt, and she is my wife, your wife. When you believe in me, you can get cuts. There is no need to go hungry and suffer. Men marry wives and give birth to children. Women give birth to husbands and children. I will turn this country into a country where you can eat. Then now, as the first day I became a name of Shime, go and receive what you deserve. His Royal Highness, I am willing to support you to become a famous Shime. And the drag that Lafayette arranged a long time ago began to cry frantically, a lively little fan. Deming Shime. Deming Shime. His Royal Highness, Shime Deming. As some arranged personnel began to shout, those real hungry and cold civilians also began to join. From the hearts of the public, at this moment, it is reflected in the fact that after all, everyone has heard the actions of the big name, and I believe that such a big citizen can also protect them. When Elt saw the scene of cheering and joy on the scene, he also grinned, his eyes were sharp, and the faint coercion enveloped the whole street, causing everyone to have a kind of upper-level people's heart towards Elt. What he wants is just such an identity that he asks for helping them. If he thinks too much, he will help if it is good for him. If it is not good, let him fend for himself. Everyone present was given food, whether it was fruit or meat. I haven't eaten so many delicious things in a long time. My child is also energetic and is no longer hungry. Grandma's spirit has also recovered. Finally, I can open my belly and eat. Thank you, Mr. Elt and Mrs. Diaming. Countless people have tears in their eyes. Under the oppression of the big snake, how long have they not been so happy? But the first day of the new name took office, how can they not be moved? Many people even started to say that recently the Daming Mansion had wiped out the bandits in the nearby mountains. In fact, it was Elt who asked Moria to take a trip in order to grab the money. As long as the gangs and bandits that were close to him were in Shime, they were all annihilated by Elt's people. At this moment, they were all taken out to increase the popularity of Elt. And Julie, Odin City. Hey, you continue to do this, my retainer. It's really good. Seeing the group of people sitting behind him, Odin was also moved in his heart, but he was helpless. Now, where can we go? Master Odin looks naked. We've already seen it. Yes, it's not a rare thing. Seeing Kappa and Inuarashi, Cat Viper, and others didn't care. Odin also laughed. Really, it seems that I have to be more diligent in this naked dance in the future. Odin didn't care too, as if it wasn't himself who danced naked. Every time after Odin dances, she will say, I will dance naked and dance with the whole family in the future. Felt as Odin's family, I am afraid that he will be chopped off with a single knife, but Vivian does not care, she only want to be with Odin. Looking at Momonosuke Kazanari, who could already run and play in the yard, when everyone could not notice, he remembered the ridicule of the people on the street. The reputation of the Odin's family is discredited. The heir Momonosuke seems to be a fool too. Odin's eyes also flashed dim. Even the family has become a laughingstock. The fool of Jilly, Wanakuni, called Odin this way, and would still contact Odin. Only his family and retainers, as well as a handful of benefactors. After all, what Odin did was too shameful. The kind that was thrown at Grandma's house. For example, in the house of the boss of the underworld, Higuro is a very friendly place to Odin. At this time, Higuro was still a sturdy middle-aged man, far from the future thinner, not round old man. The big snake guy is so annoying. Really? How can you follow that guy, right? Looking at Odin, Higuro showed no respect for the current General Orochi in his tone, but only mockery and disdain. Don't mess around, boss soldier. Odin, who was afraid that Higuro would go to the Orochi to single-handedly, was also a vague reminder. It's easy to get benefits. At this time, the proprietress on the side, Higuro's wife, smoked a cigarette and said, I have seen you dance before, Odin. You dance better than before. Don't say anything, lady boss. But, Odin, have you heard something recently? Wanakuni Shime, but a new name has appeared. I heard that it was not appointed by Orochi. When pouring Odin, Higuro also looked solemn. The appearance of a new name made many people in Wanakuni full of curiosity. Because now all places have big names, except Shime, because this place is too poor, and the few small towns are not rich, so Shime's big name position is basically always vacant. Of course I heard Jin Wyman and the others say that he is a real hero. He is much better than me. When Kinnaman told him, Odin was also taken aback, and Nozomi actually appeared in the name. At this moment, even Higuro was interested. He only knew that Nozomi had a big name, or listened to other people's words. The rest is very vague. The name of Shime, I heard that on the first day when he took office, as long as he went to the scene, everyone would have distributed 10 coins and 2 days of food. The bandits and thugs have all led their troops to annihilate. Seeing Odin's longing look, Higuro also patted Odin's shoulder cautiously. It is indeed a good name. I heard that he has stipulated that he does not need to pay taxes to the generals, but only needs to be like Shime. Half of the tax in Daming Mansion is just fine. However, I am afraid that this unknown man will arouse the anger and crusade of the serpent. At that time, he is really in danger. I must be on his side. Wow, really? I'm more and more looking forward to meeting such a man. If the big snake starts to do it, then I really need to trouble you, Brother Bang. After drinking the wine in his hand in one sip, Odin also laughed proudly. Several. 120, Chapter 120. Chapter 120, Stealing Wanakuni's National Treasure, Black Knife Autumn Water, Seeking Subscription. Wado. Shogun's Mansion. A building built on high mountains and flowing water, crescent-shaped cloud pine. Outside the general's mansion at the moment, there was a man wearing monk clothes and red sunglasses with a very long head, the same head shape as the Vice Admiral Stoneberry of Marine's future headquarters and Kurizumi's subordinate's fortune and longevity. Listening to the unbearable Famy's voice, Fulu Sho did not fluctuate in the slightest. Mastered a snake. I will report to you again next time. 66666, come in. After a few minutes, with the sound of a steaming dressing sound, a man's voice came from inside. Push the door and enter. The goal is all kinds of unpleasant smells and water bursts everywhere. The man sitting on the high platform is the general of Wanakuni, Kurizumi Orochi. Wearing a crown on his head, a square face for big fangs, all purple hair, and a very big head. Fu Lu Shou, what the hell is it? A good thing that disturbs me. Even the clothes weren't even worn. The Saga snake, holding a small fan, swaying constantly, lying in the arms of several women, with a trace of unhappiness. Next to the big snake are an old woman with 2 candles on her head and a bald old man. Kurizumi from Clone Fruit and Kurizumi Semimara from Barrier Fruit. 850. Master Orochi, there is a problem with Shime. Someone there has claimed a big name, neither ours nor Kaido's, and they also robbed us of food and money only for us. Shime, there is no place where anyone wants it. It doesn't matter. It's just a bunch of untouchables. But if you dare to provoke Wanakuni's general, you should give him a look, A person who has not been canonized by General Wanakuni. He dares to claim his own name so much, he wants to rebel. There is a Shime, so let all those untouchables go to the weapon factory. If they dare to resist, then there will be a price of resistance. All of Bana will become a desert, depending on how he becomes a famous name. The big snake with a cruel face opened his big mouth and laughed. He has been in the position for more than 2 years. He has become more and more obsessed with the position of the general. Only when all threats are eliminated can he sit for a long time. In his opinion, the weakest Shime, that shit name is a joke. As long as you discharge some samurai casually, you will all be frightened. I see, Lord Orochi. After saluting the big snake, the funny-looking Fu Lu Shou also began to retreat. And the big snake on the other side can't wait to take advantage of the beauty behind him again, whistle in hand. Hey. Orochi, you should get rid of all the dangers now, instead of wasting the world on this. Looking at the big snake that has begun to mate, Kurizumi Higurashi also warned the big snake, but what he got was ignored, and then came the lewd sound. And Shime at this time. Inert, it was precisely under the construction of the sky and the moon, and it also began to take on a new look. The house was rebuilt, and its own Shime farm was built. Even at the instruction of Elter, some of the nearby weapons arsenals were even destroyed by Elter, but Elter did not destroy all of them. It is not worthwhile to work with Kaido now. It will only be cheaper than Odin guys. But even if this is the case, the voice of the great name of Alti Shime has made countless Shime civilians grateful to Dade, and countless warriors rush to join the Daming Mansion. Even in other places, such as Joli, Mianwan, and Baiwu, they are all small fame. Gradually, many people have forgotten Elt's name. They only knew a mysterious man named Shime, but Odin was very nervous. After hearing this, he said, "This guy actually in Whitebeard's I have the same name. It's really interesting." On the other side, Vivi and is when Amaterasu sees Hiwa and Momonosuke. She doesn't know the name, otherwise she will immediately think that Alti is Marshal D. Alti, the man from the Whitebeard Pirates. In an instant, it was a week later. Many people in Wanakuni are paying attention to this action against Nozomi. But there are all those who are dissatisfied with Yamato, such as Higuro, Kazuki Oden, and the 9 knights of the Akasaka Yejui, and those who are dissatisfied with Orochi the ruler. Moria, my lord, it's okay. It's okay, General Orochi sent a warrior here. Go straight to the daimyo mansion. The warrior, who was crawling, panting, knelt down on Elt's daimyo, in front of the house. It's finally here. I've waited so long. Under the surprised eyes of the samurai, Moria laughed wildly and did not treat this as a thing at all. For the samurai under the generals, his dismissive eyes short-circuited his brain. But that is... I said I know, don't understand. You can go down. We will solve this matter. Before he even finished speaking, Moria interrupted him, seeing that he had already started to walk toward the daimyo mansion, and finally he stopped talking. Moria's angry look is still terrifying in the eyes of this group of warriors. Whether it is strength or the pressure brought by the huge 7-meter-high body, ordinary people can't bear it. Snapped. The door was opened roughly. Boss Elt, the other party has sent someone here. I will arrive at Shime about tomorrow. It's really slow enough. It's already impatient for people to wait. The tall Moria also sat directly in front of Elt, without the slightest restraint and image. Then kill them all. Always spread out the sparks splashing on your body. Otherwise you will burn your body. Wahaha. Is that guy Lafitte back? Hearing that, Elt's originally lowered head suddenly lifted, and the cruel and crazy expression in his eyes was undisguised, shining with a chilling red light. I haven't come back yet. What's the matter, boss? What did Lafitte do? Give me a famous knife. Thinking of Wanakuni's famous knives, there are countless ones, and the ones below 21 jobs of Daewoo come out inadvertently. Looking at the 2 famous knives on Elt's waist, Moria also looked at his own big knives. Without comparison, there would be no gap, but he knew the level of the 2 knives on Elt's waist. It seemed that it was another famous knife that didn't need Yinamo or Tianyu to cut the chase.as for that kind of good business. I'm afraid that Elt would not look down on it at all. Otherwise, he would not let Lafitte go out in person. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps from leather shoes colliding with the floor from outside the room. Moria and Kazuo just glanced at them and stopped paying attention. Snapped. Elt, boss, this is the knife you want. It's actually going to dig the grave. For this kind of thing, let Moria go next time. With the sound of the door opening, Lafitte, dressed as a drama character, stood at the door, but at this moment, he was holding a big sword in his hand. Asshole Lafitte, what are you talking about? How could it be possible for me to dig a grave, Master Moria? You must do it. Moria, who was leaning on the wall with her hands on her head, opened her mouth and cursed. How could this shameful thing be done by a great sea hero like him? And it was discovered, and that was discredited. Pot. Autumn water. As Elt took over the sword handed over by Lafitte, the famous sword Chioshui, the Black Sword, one of the 21st works of the Great Cause, was once the saber of the Wanakuni swordsman sword god Ryoma, and is called Wanakuni's national treasure. Holding it in his hand, he found that Chioshui was a little heavier than Yinamo or Tianyu, but was not longer than them, so Chioshui's sword spine was thicker. The blade is a chaotic, big, inverted T-shaped, and the blade is black and purple with a red zigzag pattern. In the northern cemetery of Queen Ling at this time, Queen Ling's name, Shimatsuki Namaru, is surprisingly angry at the moment because the tomb of their ancestor Shimatsuki Ryoma was stolen, and the person who stolen it was his servant samurai. Asshole, tell me, who is your accomplice, and whom did you sell Chioshui to? At this moment, Shimatsuki Namaru grabbed the collars of the samurai in front of him, wishing to eat their flesh and frustrate their bones. But what I got was, Nyowan Daimyo, it's not me. I didn't steal the cemetery. I was wronged. Looking at the samurai who was constantly crying in terror, Shimatsuki Namaru had fire in his eyes, and he really wanted to stab the traitor with a stab. Were you kidding? Bastard, you just told someone on the street that you have stolen you. You want to sell it. Now you say that there is no stolen. You think I dare not kill you, bastard. Pin. With the sound of the sword being unsheathed, Shimatsuki Ashimaru has pulled out his saber. The chilling point of the sword is pointed at the throat of the traitor. But what I got was constantly crying for mercy. What everyone doesn't know is that all of this comes from Lafitte's plan, and the incomparable hypnosis technique has made Chioshui's disappearance bewildering. Shime Daming Mansion at this time. Boss Elt, why is this knife a bit different from yours? Even Moria, who doesn't move a knife, can see a difference in 1.7. It's a black knife. Hip hop haha, of course, this is Wanakuni's national treasure, a knife that once cut a flying dragon. But the knife should be used, not buried in the grave. Under the sunshine of the black sword autumn water, The blade is constantly reflecting the crosslight, sending out a chill that makes the back chill. Hip ha ha ha, boss, you have stolen Wanakuni's national treasure right now. It's really bad. I don't know how they will react after seeing the autumn water in your hand. Let's go. Now that you've got the things, let's call up the staff and just let me try my new knife to Snake's men. It just happens to be a good choice. Alti got up, grinned open, revealing white fangs shining with white light. His eyes were sharp, and his back was wearing a black and gold windbreaker. Tata. Leaning on the wall, Lafitte also jumped up with his unique tap dance, turning the cane in his hand. Under the eyes covered by the hat, bloodthirsty red lights flashed from time to time. Then officially start our first step. The feast of killing and cutting is about to begin. I want to remove all of them from their shadows. Live in the dark forever. 121, Chapter 121. Chapter 121 Brahma, a knife that slashed the sky of Wanakuni. Shime Wasteland. Hey, Domingo can really defeat the samurai under General Orochi. They have 100 or 200 samurai, and there are so many soldiers. Asshole, if you say something like this, get out. The name is just enough to protect us. But we only have less than 100 people. Perhaps hearing the whispers behind him, a little boss-like samurai turned his head back to the agitated samurai with a cold face and shouted, "Be quiet. Get ready. The enemy is coming." Enelt, who was enjoying sitting in the sedan chair for the first time, was also sitting cross-legged in the sedan chair with Yenemo and Tanyu Yujan slung on his waist. He held Shoshui on the sedan chair with one hand, looking at the incoming person, and raised the corner of his mouth. Da-da-da-da-da-da. With a rush of horseshoes and footsteps, a small army led by samurai appeared in Elt's eyes. There were about 300 or 400 people, but most of them were the kind that didn't seem to have much combat power. These samurai were all dressed in different clothes with the smell of blood. But here, there are too many people. The information is different. This is unlikely to win. And when Orochi's subordinates arrived, the warriors behind Alti were already a little timid, and they began to feel fear. You are Shime's idiot who takes his own daimyo. Don't you know that the generals are the masters of the daimyo's rending? Do you want a rebel? Now, as long as you kneel down, beg me for mercy, call yourself a stupid pig, maybe we can be merciful and spare your life, huh? The first man in a green samurai costume rode on the horse and asked Elter in the sedan chair loudly, wanting to humiliate Elter. As for forgiving Elt, it is impossible. Even if he is really begging for mercy, he will only swing the knife faster and then cut off Elt's head. Enough said. I saw Elt's unwavering voice sounding, making people chill as if the same stall 09 water. What? Almost subconsciously, the samurai asked rhetorically. Pin. It was almost as soon as the voice fell, I in Elt's sedan chair, as a knife light flashed. A purple-black slash that penetrated the world flashed from the tip of Choshue's knife. The samurai, who didn't react too slowly, even pulled out half of the samurai's sword from his waist, and he froze and stopped moving. Behind him, the purple-black blow that resembled shark fins was half on the ground and half on the ground. Crack! I saw a crisp breaking sound. The samurai who had just been energetic, the samurai's sword in his hand suddenly broke, and the next moment, blood appeared on the forehead, all the way to the lower jaw and throat, and the whole person and the horse under him broke into two halves. When the black light of the knife flashed, the entire land was slashed by Elt to split a crack in the canyon thousands of meters away. Devil, how can this be done by humans? With just one stab, the earth was split apart. Samurai-sama was killed with a single sword, this kind of person. Seeing Elt standing in the sedan chair at this moment, and constantly admiring the famous knife in his hand, everyone was frightened by this knife. Kill. If you don't kill him, we will be killed by the big snake when we go back. But not all people were frightened. Not only was someone shouting, the original panic of the army gradually stabilized. Yeah, if you don't kill this man here, the general will definitely not let them go after you go back. As long as you kill him, nothing will happen, let alone they still have so many people. Kill. Kill this guy. Everyone can live. It's really a bunch of little bugs. Then let's all go to death. Standing at the forefront of the team, Moria also had a cruel face, hitting the big sword in his hand, and ran towards the enemy with a step. The huge body, every step it took was a shock of the earth. Looking at Moria, who was tall like an evil spirit and different from ordinary people, after several samurai looked at each other, they also reacted and drew out their katana and rushed towards Moria. As a result, he just ran to Moria's side and saw the 4-meter-long knife with violent power swept toward them in one fell swoop. In an instant, Several warriors felt like they were hit by a sledgehammer in their chests, and several people spurted blood from their mouths and noses, and at a faster speed than when they came, they flew back like cannonballs. Along the way, he smashed into the countless warriors behind him, causing countless screams, and finally hit the ground, his head tilted and no life. The next moment, a gorgeously dressed samurai jumped up, the katana in his hand suddenly slashed towards Moria, but was blocked by the moment Moria swung the knife when he turned around, sparking countless sparks. The two repeatedly collided with their knives, and after they separated, they collided again. Since you have taken action, you must be aware of death. Isn't this the spirit of a samurai? Originally looked up at Alti, who was looking at Cho Shui in his hand. A burst of unparalleled evil aura broke out in his eyes. Then, in order to reward you, I will kill you. The corners of Elt's mouth suddenly opened, and a strong killing intent burst out all over his body. Call out. Almost as soon as the voice fell, Elter disappeared on the sedan chair. Under the horrified eyes of a samurai, Elter suddenly appeared in front of him. The samurai, with his face covered in cold sweat and death, before he even had time to react, the autumn water in Elt's hand had already struck his neck, carrying a burst of blood, and then disappeared again. Slash wave. Huge flying slashes continued to fly out of the crowd. Some bombarded the crowd, bringing up countless broken limbs and screams, and some flew into the air, smashing the white clouds in the sky. And the warriors brought by Elt had already rushed into the crowd. Whether it was the show of Elt's strength or facing this battlefield that was not a life or death, they had to pick up knives. Like the opposite, they can only have a chance to survive if they kill all of them. Lafitte in the crowd appeared very elegant, but the action was very tyrannical. Facing a scared and sweaty samurai who was swinging a knife, the cane in Lafitte's hand also came out of the sidebar. In the blink of an eye, a hand of death strangled his fate's throat, and watching Lafitte's sickly pale face, the samurai wanted to call out for mercy, but the only word in his throat was, "What about the amount?" voice. The next moment, there was a squeak, an entire throat was directly squeezed by Lafitte, and then he was thrown out and hit a samurai who was swinging a knife towards Lafitte. The killing lasted more than 10 minutes, but from the eyes of the people under the command of the snake, it felt like a year had passed. At this moment, it was originally a team of more than 300 people, and there were only a few dozen people left. Almost all of their teams were killed by these 3 people. "We are under General Orochi. You can't kill us. If you kill us, General Orochi will not let you go, and Kaido of Ghost Island will not let you go. The lingering warriors just want to live at this moment. What a bullshit's order. The big deal is that after leaving here today, they will be pirates instead of Wanakuni. Now there is nothing more important than living out of the wasteland of Shime." Looking at the corpses in the wild, the murderous, unblinking Alti was like killing a chicken. No, killing a chicken was not so easy. Everyone was terrified of being killed, and their hearts were surrounded by huge fear. Every time this guy wielded a knife, he took a life. The key is that he is extremely cruel, or defect, broken leg. Well, that's the way it is, I see. Let's go. Seeing the evil and playful Elt, everyone was blinded. No one thought that Elt would let them go. What, this guy actually wanting to let us go? Shouldn't it be a sneak attack from behind for a while? Damn it, no matter what, staying here is dead. As long as you escape here, everything will be fine. Thinking of this, some samurai were cruel. No matter what Elt thought, they just need to escape here now. Seeing that there are fewer and fewer companions around, some people who were still on the sidelines also ran away. As for those who were injured, they were left behind. Human nature is like this. It is fully manifested at this moment. That guy really let us go. As long as you leave here, Lousy must find her 10 women. No, find 100. The samurai running in the forefront even ran away with the wooden clogs, but he didn't pay attention to it at all. He only hated his parents for giving them 2 fewer legs and couldn't run faster. Boss, you really have a bad taste. Yes, give these people hope first, and make them desperate. Boss Elt, it's really bad, but it's fun. Looking at what Elt did, Moria and Lafitte on the side naturally saw what Elt wanted to do. Seeing the samurai who were almost missing, Alti also showed a joking expression, completely acting like a cat and a mouse. Hip ha 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 ha, since they are here, it seems that I am too impersonal if I don't keep them as guests. People, there is always hope, right? Shintolu, Brahma heaven. Singing in a low voice like hell, groaning from Elt's mouth, his whole body exuded an aura like Shura. I saw Elt suddenly step forward. The ground under his feet instantly collapsed, and the rock was stirred in the air. The windbreaker behind is also a flurry. A huge evil spirit suddenly rose from behind Alti, with 4 blue-faced fangs head and 4 different expressions, representing Happiness, anger, sorrow, and happiness, eyes closed, with 4 hands. Each hand they are all holding a long knife raised flat. As the whole earth burst apart, the idols in it suddenly opened their eyes, and the violent breath continued to spread, causing the entire atmosphere to freeze. The entire cloud layer was stirred in an instant, almost without warning. In the original scorching weather, black clouds rolled and thunder flashed in vain. The entire Shime wasteland was covered in black, and gusts of wind rolled up, and the black and red lightning seemed to tear the sky apart. As the golem wielded a huge sword full of sacred and nobleness in his hand, the entire world, like 850, flashed by the same golden light. At that moment, the sound that resounded through the sky pierced the eardrums. The ground collapsed in a large area, and the sky was splashed by gravel and dust. When the clouds were turned upside down, the invisible horrible sword aura was decimated by the air pressure, and the entire sky seemed to be split under the knife. In Moria's cold, sweaty eyes, the chaotic power was moving mountains and filling the sea, and the entire eyes were vanished. The whole land began to shake with a twinkling of light. A tianqing was formed in a radius of 10,000 meters. The surrounding barren hills began to break through the mud and towering, and the terrifying air pressure rushed to the sky, causing the entire cloud to penetrate. The hurricane was raging, and billowing dust covered all sight. With the hurricane blowing, the mountains in front of Eret had disappeared at this moment, and what was left on the ground was a burst canyon that was thousands of meters wide and could not be seen at a glance. Seeing the color radiation, El was also breathing heavily at this moment. With the sound of the sword being sheathed, Xiaoshui reinserted the sheath again, and a lot of steam rose from his body, and the red and black emission Haki was flowing all over his body. Hip hop ha ha, this power is really good. Feeling the blow of his own power, Elt also laughed with satisfaction. The violence in his eyes has not dissipated for a long time of fear. At this moment, Moria's eyes were bloodshot, staring at the surface that collapsed in layers, and the completely changed landform. Chin almost couldn't close in surprise. Even Lafitte on one side had a little cold sweat on his forehead, and his pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. This knife was terrifying. As for the samurai of the daimyo palace behind them, many people were injured by the hurricane. The rest of them were all demented, and they didn't even react when they dropped their weapons. Daimyo-sama, let's cut Nozomi in half with this knife. And when the horrible storm exploded in an instant, the power was smashed by the mountains and the ground. Even Odin, who was as far away as Julie, instantly looked up at the sky. His eyes were solemn, and even the 9 heroes of Scarlet Heaven was shocked. Even Shimatsuki Ushimaru, who was scorched after Ling, and Hydro, the boss of the underworld, raised their heads and looked at the place where the huge shaking occurred. As for those who are weak, of course they are unaware. However, many of those who are close have seen Shime's direction, and a terrifying mushroom cloud has risen, such as the big Sign Quinn of Beast's Pirates, and one of the 9 heroes who manages the mountain bandits, Ashura Boy, also known as Shitenmaru. 122. Chapter 122. Chapter 122. The 9 heroes of the Qishao, Ashura Boijo Tianwan. At this moment, Shime has already changed ALOT. That IT was a small village that was originally only a dilapidated village. With the efforts of Tainyushi, it has also begun to have the scale of a small town and a city. Looking at the daimyo mansion samurai who has begun to return, all the civilians in the entire Elt city are singing and cheering, because everyone knows the daimyo defeated the samurai from the Orochi general and successfully kept the peace of Shime. Ma'am, Lord Elt asked me to inform you that he needs to go to Huadu, so that you can stay in Shime with peace of mind. Don't worry about the adults. When Tianyue was still in the daimyo mansion waiting for Elt to return, an anxious warrior rushed to the daiming mansion and was stopped by the guards outside the door, a man brought by the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. I see, thanks for your hard work. Have a cup of tea. Under the warrior's surprised eyes, Tainyushi also opened the door and handed the warrior a cup of green tea with a gentle and kind expression on his face. Husband, madam, thank you very much. After receiving the tea from Tainyushi, the samurai was so moved, his forehead was pressed against the floor, and he kept grateful. On the other side, Elt, Moria, and Lafitte, who didn't return to Shime, killed a group of small thieves. Boss, this is not right. Once again, the bandit in the hands of the man was brutally pinched to death, and after he threw it on the ground, Moria also found something wrong. At this moment, Elt stepped on the head of one of the struggling bandits, stomped one of his feet on the ground. His eyes were pale and fainted, wearing a platinum kimono, showing strong chest muscles and 8-pack abdomen muscle, wearing a purple-black coat behind his back. with 3 famous knives slung around his waist. The whole person feels evil and awe-inspiring. Looking sideways at the mountain not far away, it seemed that he had discovered something, with great interest in his eyes. Lafitte also turned the cane in his hand and followed Elt's gaze towards the mountain, but found nothing. Obviously, seeing and hearing sex has not yet cultivated home. Inside the mountain at this time, gathered in countless cottages, everyone was partying and drinking. The leader was a strong man who was more than 5 meters tall and had a fat body. He has a pink fluffy hair and a bun on the top of his head, wearing a light purple kimono with a yellow flower pattern. The chest is not buttoned up. There are purple flower tattoos on his arms and chest. A yellow belt is wrapped around his waist, and he carries a wine gourd with the word heaven engraved on the gourd. Ashura, one of the 9 knights of the red sky. Boss Ashura, did you see the Big Bang the other day? What the hell is going on? One of them, Xiaoxi in rags, was very worried when he recalled the shocking explosion. Well, don't worry about him. It's Shimei's business. It has nothing to do with us, as long as you don't go out and make trouble. Wu and the others. Why didn't you see them? Picking up the wine in front of you, drinking it, the already ferocious expression becomes even more frightening. This Wu and the others, yes, they went shopping. The little thief in front of him kept backing away in fright, stammering, with cold sweat, looking at Jushinwan with a ferocious face. Don't lie to me. Where did they go? I have stipulated that looting is not allowed. You should know the consequences of violating me. The thick arm grabbed the small thief's skirt and brought it to his own eyes. The cruel look made Xiaoyu no longer able to bear it. Ashura Boy was originally a villain in Wanakuni-giri. He was once known as the strongest man in Gurai in the past. He was a notorious, violent, bloody, murderous villain. He even took the blood of a snake as a drink and hated the most powerful people. After being defeated by Odin, his temperament changed, and he became able to live in peace with ordinary people. Boss Ashura, they ran out secretly. The thief who couldn't stand it anymore said it out in sweat. He felt that he didn't say it anymore, and he had no chance to say it. The man in front of him was not kind, but he was a murderous thug. Although Ashura Boy manages the bandit thugs at the top of the hill in Juli, he does not stay in one place all the time. Ooh. Suddenly, the Ashura Boy's eyes condensed, his eyes widened, and the little boy in his hand was also thrown away, and he suddenly looked outside the door of the small broken house with a vigilant look. He only came to Shimei recently. There are no people at all except a few scattered villages nearby. As Ashura Boy got up and walked outside the door, he saw the 3 Alti who had been waiting for a long time. Who are you guys? Don't you know this is my site? Although under the influence of Odin, the Ashura Boy became able to get along with ordinary people, but it still does not mean that he does not hate the rich. The gentry are the officials. Seeing the Ashura Boy whose eyes became dangerous, Elt ignored him, as if he hadn't seen it and ignored him. Be my retainer. Under the horrified and even frightened eyes of the mountain cities, Elt's words directly stopped them from thinking. This is too sudden. No one will let others be their own brothers as soon as they meet. Asshole, you are humiliating me. The man I admire is only one person, but you are not comparable to someone like you. The Ashura Boy whose eyes were gloomy in an instant, the blue veins on his forehead and neck bulged, and his eyes flashed with dangerous eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, the saber around his waist was pulled out. The huge body was not obstructed by the slightest, but was very flexible. The saber reflected the white light in the sun and went straight to Elt. It is worthy of being an exiled criminal who is called a villain. Asshole, if you don't make a move, then go and die. Seeing that Elt was still looking indifferent and contemptuous, the Ashura Boy also had more fierce eyes, and he was very angry at the moment. He didn't care whether he was talking about martial arts. Go back to me. Just when the Ashura Boy was about to rush in front of Elt, Moria didn't hesitate to the side, directly waved the long knife in his hand, hung up a whirlwind, and went straight to the Ashura Boy. Boom. With the sound of a huge sword impact, the Ashura Boy was knocked back, his feet slid on the ground, angrily watching as he kept swinging the sword, standing in front of Moria. Seeing the Ashura Boy who was knocked back and changing his face constantly, Eld also grinned and spread his arms, spreading out like a beast, and suddenly looked at Ashura Boy. Your name is Ashura Boy, right? Well, do you want to make a bet? From your eyes, I can see the depressed heart. How can people suppress their desires? Do whatever you want to do. Recognize this knife in my hand. This is the knife known as Wanakuni's national treasure, the black knife Chioshue that once cut down the flying dragon in Shimatsuki Ryoma's hands. Now, as long as you beat me, he is yours, and my life is at your disposal. But if you lose, Be my retainer, Ashura boy. Elk grinned, holding Chiosue with one hand. The rampant and inescapable look in his eyes made him look extraordinarily crazy. The confidence in his tone, everyone present could hear him clearly. Wanakuni National Treasure, Black Knife Autumn Water. Even the Ashura boy on the opposite side has serious eyes, although he is not the kind of man who fancy this kind of name very much. But this kind of sword, as long as it is a samurai, will like it. How could you get this knife? It's in Lingho's northern cemetery. Hip-hop. Don't underestimate me. How could I have done something like the tomb robbery? It was a coincidence that I bought it back with a lot of money. Seeing Elter, who was laughing and blushing, Moria on the side looked contemptuous. This guy was too thick. It seems to be the same as the truth. It is obviously you did it, and I still don't admit it. And when the angry Ashura boy saw the heroic-looking Elter, he didn't care if it was stolen by Elter. But the reason is that Ashura boy also hoped to get the knife of Chiosue. But he didn't want to be the servant of this kind of person. The man he admired was Odin alone, and no one else would accompany him. Seeing the Ashura boy with an unmoved look, El was not discouraged, because although the opposite party did not have the same, but did not refuse, this is the best news, and the other party is still a man with extremely strong self-esteem. Ashura, if you are a coward and dare not even accept the challenge and feel that you have failed, then I will take back what I just said. If you are my retainer, I will only feel humiliated. If you are not, then challenge me. Don't make me look down on you. Ashura. Almost as soon as Elt's voice fell, he heard a roar from the opposite side. Asshole, you are looking for death. Originally intended to let you go. Who do you think you are? Then now go to death. Ashura, who was covered in mobs, couldn't bear it anymore. The other party actually said that he was a coward, saying that he would fail, and being his retainer made him feel humiliated. This is the biggest insult and irony to his Ashura. Boss Ashura, no. Don't be fooled by him, he. Watching from the side, I saw the conspiracy of Elt, some clever bandits. They stopped abruptly before they even finished their words to discourage them. Don't interrupt in such a hurry next time. It will be deadly. At this moment, the bandit was pierced by a black spike from the ground and died on the spot. Facing Ashura coming straight to him, Elt also had red glow in his eyes, and his face was excited, and he leaned forward. One sword style flying up. Looking at the steel knife close at hand, Elt grinned, and the autumn water in his hand instantly came out of the sheath, without the slightest reservation, flowing with armament Haki, and a powerful knife slashed directly on the Ashura boy's knife. The immense power caused the ground under your feet to sag in an instant. The rocks were stirred in the air, and thick dust rose up. What? Almost at the moment of the encounter with Elt, the incredible Ashura boy flashed in his eyes, and he felt like he was fighting against Odin-sama, but the power inside was even more irritable. Taste. The next moment, I saw a figure flying directly out of the dust, crashing into the small broken house behind, and then crashing down. It was Ashura Zhangzi. Qian Li's slash wave. Two purple-black slashes cut open the thick dust and flew straight to the Ashura boy who fell into ruins. But Elt was holding a knife in one hand, smiling at the corners of his mouth, and the floor under his feet cracked, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place, flying towards the place where Ashura fell on the ground. Asshole. Ashura, who was knocked into the air, was also violent and lifted the ruins of the wooden planks on her body. Her right arm trembled slightly. She looked at the two flying slashes, and her eyes were hazy. After her body sank, she exerted force under her feet and escaped. Facing the second slash, there was no time to hide. The long knife in his hand slashed across the solitary moon and slammed up, flying Elt slash. When? It was almost an unexpected blow, but the Elt who was behind the slash was still caught by Ashura, but he seemed reluctant. The whole person was almost cut into the ground, and his feet were deeply plunged into the ground, blocking Al after the attack. I trembled all over. Ashura, you only have this kind of strength. Facing the interlaced knives, Elt looked at Ashura in anger, and the muscles of his arms bulged high, exerting force again, pushing the huge Ashura back and loose. This guy is too weak. I really don't understand why Boss Elt wants to accept him. Looking at Ashura, who was almost beaten by Elt, Moria was a little disdainful. This kind of person actually wanted it. In his opinion, this guy is so hot, joining in is completely lowering the level of the entire team. Obviously, Moria doesn't look down on Ashura. Aren't you weak at the beginning? When I was playing against Elt, I heard the muttering sound and turned his head to obscure the self-confidence Moria. This guy became so fast. It was xenophobic before it even started. 123. Chapter 123. Chapter 123 Ashura. I've dug a hole for you. You hurry up. No, I mean, there are so many people on the sea who are stronger than him. Moria's tone was stagnant, and she felt a knife in her heart. It hurts. Moria, your pattern has become smaller again. I never choose people to look at others. Just look at the pleasing and not pleasing to the eye, just like you were in the same position in the first place. Elter opened his mouth and started talking, instilling spiritual chicken soup for Moria. Humph. What else can Moria say? She can only sulk on her own. But this expression made the Ashura boy feel particularly aggrieved and angry. This guy is actually distracted from fighting with me and talking to his subordinates. He is looking down on me. Bastard. And Elter, who was constantly colliding with the Ashura boy. Although every hit and collision caused a burst of sparks, it was obvious that the opponent's speed became faster. Are you angry? Ashura, let me see where your limit is. If you don't meet my requirements, you will die. Wahahaha. Alti, who seemed crazy, swung the knife more quickly and fiercely, but Ashura on the other side began to feel strenuous, and constant knife wounds began to appear on his body and face. Bring a bloody flower. Humph. Elt's knife struck Ashura boy's arm again, causing him a pain, and he snorted, and his swing of the knife slowed down. Flaw. Seeing this scene, Elt also smirked, and his armed whip leg with explosive power kicked in the waist instantly under Ashura boy's startled eyes. Ah. With Elt's roar, Ashura, who was more than 5 meters tall, instantly flew out like a cannonball, breaking countless trees and rocks, and finally smashing into the ground, sinking into a pit. Damn its bastard, it hurts. Ashura's thick palms suddenly grabbed the ground, dug out a large piece of rock, and tremblingly supported his body, at his waist. He was dented by Elt's kick. What is it? Elt won't stop, and to deal with this kind of hard bones, he must use the most irritable means to not beat them. They think you are rubbish. The floor under his feet burst directly, and the violent Elt violently, with a frenzied whirlwind, appeared in front of Ashura Hausi, who had just stood up, and the autumn water in his hand instantly waved from behind, drawing a solitary moon shape. Wow. Even if it was blocked with his own 850 knives, it was hit by the huge force against his chest. The whole chubby body was bent, and the blood spurt from the mouth turned into a cannonball and hit the mountain again, and the surrounding rocks rolled up a lot of dust. It's really weak. Seeing this scene, Moria even more disdain. Isn't it because Elt's boss is too strong? Lafitte on the side is a little speechless. This guy seems to be a little different. Too much bullying. At this moment, the Ashura boy was wounded all over because Moria's disdainful face was too dazzling, and his voice was still very loud. She was originally a violent Ashura boy, but she got up in an instant and was very upset with this onion. Don't underestimate me. Bastard, lousy is Ashura. Turning into a cannonball flying, Ashura approached the Elt steel knife and swung it out, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed to be wailing. That's right. Right sword. Xiao, who had already been sheathed at any time, was pulled out instantly, and wherever he passed, the sharp sword energy directly cut off the surrounding jungle and slammed into the Ashura boy. The surrounding area shook for a while. Powerful sword aura raged, and full of destructive power. When? As the two of them exerted force at the same time, the two knives that hit the sparks were also separated, and the next moment it was like the opposite sex attracting each other. The two who had just separated again cut through the atmosphere and rushed towards each other. The large trees were stir in the air, and they were cut and shattered by the leaked sword energy in the blink of an eye. Shintoria Yongyue. The Chioshui in Elt's hand suddenly swung out. In an instant, the sword energy that opened up the world was torn apart, and the momentum like a broken bamboo was completely overwhelming. Without the slightest hesitation, this guy left a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead and hid away by 1,000 miles. As the terrifying storm swept through, a huge gap passed by Ashura, and a raised hill disappeared. Taste. At this moment, Eld appeared above Ashura boy out of thin air, and the red and black emission Haki was flowing on the tightly held autumn water. The Ashura boy, who had been alert for a long time, didn't even have time to look back. Ashura almost subconsciously relied on muscle memory, and waved the saber in his hand and slashed towards the sky behind him. Rumble. The burning sky exploded up from the ground. A large number of black and red thunders spread. A shock wave tore the ground's surface, and the surrounding ground sank in raised hills, forming a basin and canyon in the blink of an eye. After half an hour, on the top of the bare mountain, Elt drank the wine comfortably, leaning on the only big tree on the top of the mountain with Erlang's legs upturned. On the ground opposite to Elt, the Ashura boy had a blue nose and a swollen face, and his chubby shirtless body was blue and purple, with numerous small knife wounds, as if he had suffered some kind of shame. The original huge wound on the chest has been bandaged at this moment, but the blood still seeps out, and the whole face is pale as snow, as if the last breath will be swallowed in the next moment. I feel pitiful just looking at it. After fighting for several hours, Elt succeeded in beating Ashura boy like this, so after some venting, now Elt is very happy. Now the Ashura boy didn't dare to be hardened. However, his head was withdrawn, he did not speak, and used silence to deal with everything. Now he regrets very much. After being agitated by others, he couldn't hold back and bet with the other party. Ashura, I am Shime's great name Alti. From today, you will be my retainer, Looking at Ashura, who turned his head and pretended to be dead, Elt also knew what was thinking in this guy's head. Asshole, I am not your retainer. I already have someone to follow. Maybe it was Elt that stung Ashura boy's heart, and he turned his head in an instant, craned his neck to face Elt. Asshole, we have a gambling agreement. Do you want to go wrong? But the next moment was the kick of the angry Elt, and he directly dropped his front tooth. Lafitte, Boss Elt was rejected. I'm so ridiculous. On the side, Moria couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene, but the next moment he felt the murderous rush from behind, making Moria cold and sweaty. Cough, cough, cough. I mean, this guy is so ignorant to praise, and rejected the invitation of Elt Boss. Feeling the gaze away from behind, Moria also let out a long sigh of relief. Ashura, if that's the case, I really have misunderstood you. A man who doesn't believe in words, if he is promoted on this sea, even children who are just full moon will laugh at you. And the faithless man, Ashura, you really make people look down. Pin. With red light flashing in his eyes and a tyrannical face, Alti's aura is as frightening as Shura. He directly pulled out the autumn water from his waist and shot out with a purple-black slash of hundreds of meters, just when Ashura thought she was going to die. The huge flying slash almost flew past his face, bringing up a strong wind pressure so that Ashura boy really felt the terrifying power of the man in front of him. Boom! Under the horrified eyes of everyone, I saw a huge roar from the top of the mountain not far away. Why didn't you kill me? Looking at him standing in front of him, his eyes were dark, and he could hardly see where Elt's eyes were. For the first time, the Ashura boy felt ashamed. A dignified warrior, he even violated his gambling agreement. Ashura, stay with me for 5 years. If I die for 5 years or something, then you will go back to your ex. The bet between us will be cancelled. If he dies, then you will forget him. Everything, follow me forever. If none of us died, then I will still let you go back, because you are the man I recognize, Ashura. And Elt's current anger, of course, was to set off the atmosphere, and then dug a hole for Ashura to jump down. I only want your 5 years of allegiance. This is already my biggest concession. 5 years is just a flick of a finger. You have made me look down once. Don't let me look down on you again. Looking at the man in front of him who had made an opponent and gave him another chance, Ashura was shaken. This man who defeated her easily exuded a frightening breath of Shura. But his aura is not inferior to Kazuki Odin, and even his strength is so powerful, domineering, powerful, and he has the courage to embrace the world. Elt, with a gloomy look in his eyes, still stood unswervingly on the top of the mountain, even in order to set off a little bit of atmosphere and raise his own compulsion, but also deliberately leaked a trace of Conqueror's Haki, which shocked the heart of Ashura boy. After dozens of breaths, in Ashura's eyes, countless hours passed, and countless internal struggles. Master Elt, I, Ashura, have been following you here for 5 years. I hope you can keep your promises and let me go back then. Ashura, who turned over and sat on the ground, bowed down to Elt, and finally gave in and chose to be his own person. He must not be looked down upon by such a bold man for the second time because of himself. His strong self-esteem would not allow it. Although I am very, very sorry, Lord Odin, Ashura believes in her heart that Kazuki Odin can't survive for 5 years. And now there are 8 other people on Kazuki Odin's side, and they don't need their own power at all. What Ashura didn't know was that Odin couldn't even survive for 3 years, let alone 5 years, not to mention that there is also a small assisting expert like Elt. As long as 5 years have passed, when I have served Lord Elt, I'm personally begging Lord Odin for sin. Even if Odin does not forgive him in the end, Ashura will apologize. Ashura, don't worry, I'm Alta, the most honest man in the sea. Being sincere to others, it's a two-way street. After hearing the surrender of the Ashura boy, Elt's face changed as quickly as his face changed, and he instantly turned into a smile, Without the tyranny of himself, for a person like Ashura, how could he let it go? As for Moria and Lafitte's heart at this moment, Ashura, the first thing I want to tell you today is that no one in this world can be more rampant than us, and no one can oppress us. As long as we want to do it, we can do it all. Never suppress your own heart. Whether it is murder, robbery, and arson, as long as you like it, you can do it all. In my team, it is to release nature, live as you please, and pursue freedom. Eld also instilled his own ideas in the Ashura boy. He didn't want an Ashura with Odin thoughts, spitting, and splashing, and the other party listened so dumbfounded. And finally, even the more he listened, the more he felt, thinking what Eld said. Makes sense. After thinking about it carefully, Ashura felt that what the new adult was talking about was life. Although it feels weird, the violence in his bones still makes him resonate with what Eld said. The more I think about it, the more I feel that I have lived on a dog for so many years too lazy, without goals, without pursuits, and without ideals. If you are not inferior to others, why can't you become the strong one everyone fears? Do whatever you want, whatever you want. Looking at Ashura with a thoughtful look, Eld also smiled, only to change the original brutal Ashura back and engrave his own shadow. Then this guy would be tied to him forever. As for Lafitte, Moria, and Moria next to him, although Eld was passing on Ashura's thoughts, he did not lower his voice, so these two people also heard every word. The two people over there are also mine, Moria and Lafitte. Then everyone will be partners in the future, Ashura. And Moria looked down on the Ashura boy, looking like this guy was too disappointing and thought it was a tough one, but Moria didn't expect that he was the same at the beginning. That's right, Moria is such a double standard. For the first time, Eld felt that Odin was his good brother. It was obvious that my mother had finished dancing her wool before, and now she ran to someone else's house and chased him. Sure enough, he was a good person who couldn't let the resources in Odin's hand be wasted. Although there is such a little guilt, but the guilt is in my heart, then it is gone in half a second. He is a good partner who cuts twice for his brother. 124, Chapter 124. Chapter 124, Arousing Beast Pirates' Eyes. A ghost island located just south of Wanakuni, the base camp of Beast's Pirates, which is a place where young people spend more time. The whole island is shaped like a huge horned skull, and it even shines at night, and it is full of horror just from a distance. There are many ships docking at the coast. Many pirates are dressed like barbarians and Viking warriors. They wear shoulder armor, belts, fur, and feather cloaks, including armor, swords, gloves, trousers, and boots. In Eld's words, this kind of dressing is not as good as not wearing it. Bye-bye wasting clothes. And the current Beast Pirates is far from taking shape. There is nothing. The big sign has only two people, Yin and Quinn, and then a Captain Kaido is added, and it is gone. All the following are trash brothers. In the future, the famous three plagues, the flying six elves, or the giver, the savage tyrants did not form. In a castle in the middle of the ghost island, Kaido is sleeping. This guy is far from being so alcoholic as in the future. He uses alcohol to paralyze himself, and he has no ambition to pray for death. Duh. With the sound of footsteps, a man wearing black clothes, a mask, a helmet with goggles, a pair of black feather wings behind his back, black gloves, and leaving no skin on the outside appeared at the entrance. Beast's Pirates is the strongest man besides Kaido, the fire disaster king. There are also decorations on the arms and legs, and a large sword is hung on the waist. Zoan dragon fruit, ancient species of toothless pterosaur. Grown-ups. At the moment they saw it, the people at Beast's Pirates immediately started to stand straight. Boss Kaido. Looking at the people on duty, she also asked Kaido where he was going. The boss is sleeping inside. When the strong aura left, the little guys were also relieved. Boss Kaido, something seems to have gone wrong in Wanakuni. In Shime of Wanakuni, a new name appeared, and he blatantly confronted the big snake and killed all the people who sent the big snake. Seeing the man lying on the seat, he also increased his own voice. He knew that the black-haired shawl in front of him had a pair of horns, and his mouth had a long beard like a dragon's whisker, and he had a dragon on his left arm. The scale tattoo, a man like a demon god, woke up the moment he entered the room. The captain of Beast's Pirates, Kaido, is a man who will be known as the strongest single-handed man in the future and the strongest creature by sea, land, and air. Known for its strong body, unkillable physique, and vastly different wrist strength, it is the strongest creature feared by the world. His oppressive eyes suddenly opened. Kaido didn't have the violent anger he had imagined. He is not as violent as in the future, but more calm, but those tyrannical eyes are full of popular spirit. Unlike the strong arms of human beings, the blue veins violently, The wild and deep aura instantly oppresses the ground. Copper bell-sized eyes look directly at Chi, shrouded in the shadows. Wanakuni's thing, let the big snake handle it by himself. If you can't handle even this little thing, then just die. Delicious beef. Without a sign, Kaido's eyes condensed, and the originally turbulent sky began to form a black hole like an inverted leak, rolling the entire cloud layer, like the rapids of a world-destroying natural disaster. Supremacy, full of domineering will to kill everything, looking down on all living beings, spreading from Kaido, domineering and domineering like wild beasts. The black and red thunders roared, and the surrounding sea was surging and scrupulously. I see Quinn is still in the quarry of Wanakuni Rabbit Wrist. I will let him go and see when that happens. Haguro and the people around Shimatsuki Ushimara have been bought by us. Kaido, who saw the mob, had already expressed his opinion and knew what to do next. After all, he was the second in command. He did many things in the pirates. Now, taking advantage of that fellow Odin was deceived by Odin, I quickly recruited my subordinates to develop our strength. Wanakuni Weapon Factory also asked Odin to step up the construction for me. Wanakuni, it must be mine. Crack. The huge iron rod of thorns was pressed heavily on the ground by Kaido, who was full of tyrannical eyes. The rock was as fragile as tofu dregs. It instantly cracked, and the rock splashed away. At this moment, Kaido was full of evil spirits. Kazuki Odin. Looking at Chi, who had already left, his body like a demon was once again lost in the darkness, and only a low voice echoed in the room. At this moment, Eldest taking Moria, Lafitte to Shura, but he is about to arrive in Huadu. That is Fujiyama. Seeing that, the flowers are not far away. After seeing the iconic Fuji mountain in Huadu, Alti, who carried 3 famous knives, also knew that the city below was Huadu. Yes, Lord Elt, Huadu is in front of you. After a few days of training, the knife wound on the Ashura boy's body has long since healed, and he always follows Elt as a retainer. And Elt also instilled the thoughts of those pirates into the Ashura boy along the way. After all, he is his future partner, and he is still very concerned. Then, let's go. Huadu, I haven't been here yet. Also, Odin, are you there too? Money from the general's mansion of Huadu at this moment. Odin is still dancing his mature dance, ushering in countless Byakugan and taunts. But he still didn't care, singing his Odin song. And the moment Eld arrives in Huadu, observation Haki is fully opened, and the whole flower capital of Dragongrass is instantly. Where did the samurai come from? It's terrible. Be careful, don't you see the knives on them? That's unique to the samurai, and it's not easy to mess with them depending on how they look. But the one at the front is their master. So handsome. His eyes are so cold, but I really like it. When the 4 Alti arrived in Huadu, Moria's unique figure, as well as Alti's unique temperament and appearance, still attracted the attention of many people, but there was no big response. Hip-hop, don't care about this kind of thing. After so many days, we should have a good meal too. After seeing Moria's unhappy expression, Eld also laughed proudly, relying on the craftsmanship of the Ashura boy to survive every day. Elter never knew how to make food. He used to rely on Titch. Let's go to the largest restaurant. I haven't had a drink for a long time. I haven't eaten anything good these days. I don't want to eat fisheye food. Moria glanced at Ashura with disgust. Asshole onion, do you want to be hacked to death? When? In the next moment, the Ashura boy, who showed no weakness, drew his sword and collided with Moria. The 2 foreheads collided, staring at each other fiercely, disgusting each other. Lafitte. Then go now, boss. Huadu's food. I also want to try it. Seeing that the 3 of them were a little impatient, Alti also brought them directly to the largest restaurant in this area. My lord, what do you need? The shop has everything. When I saw the people of Elt, the waiter in the store trot over and looked flattering, his 3 samurai. This kind of person is not a big man, or a person who doesn't need money. Scanning the Yingi and Jianyan in the store, as well as the geisha in the center, Elt waved his hand for no money, and the Navati temperament was suddenly revealed. Bring up all your signature dishes as well as wine until we are full. You know, money won't be bad for you. And the arrival of Elt with Ashura boy, Lafitte, and Moria was naturally seen by some people in the restaurant. Hey, that guy is not the Ashura boy who is following him. I know everyone who turned into ashes. Now I have taken refuge in someone else. Meow he. Odin, the fool of his patriarch, is still being humiliated in front of General Orochimaru's mansion. I don't know how he will react when he sees it. I really look forward to it. Me too. I really want to see his expression. Some of the samurai in the restaurant also laughed crazy, And now the fool Odin is still dancing. Boss, you are ready to attack the snake. Lafitte sits extremely arrogantly. Everyone else is sitting on a chair. He sits directly on the table and then steps on the chair. As for the beast's pirates involved behind the big snake, as well as those black areas, zero. For example, like Marine, Lafitte doesn't think his boss elk cares. Let's just rush in. Moria on the side was also ready to move, and also didn't care. She hadn't felt the heartbeat in a hearty battle for a long time. And Elt knocked on the table with one hand. Thinking about how to do it, he just wanted Odin to slash Kaido quickly, and then Kaido gave Odin a stick so that he could solve both of them. But the Ashura boy on the side was taken aback. His new owners seemed a bit too rampant. Master Elt, this is Huadu, we can't do it here. There is a group of pirates behind the big snake, Kaido. Although I know, Patriarch, you are strong, but you must think twice. Hip hop haha, of course, I wouldn't be so stupid. The big snake is still useful. The corners of Elt's mouth raised, and he smiled evilly with 3-point contempt, 3-point playfulness, and 6-point laugh in his voice. In a place like the center of Wanakuni, coupled with a ghost island not far away, I am afraid that it will really capsize the ship in the gutter. How could Elt blatantly rush in and kill the snake? As the sun sets, Alti, who has already finished eating, brings the boy Ashura to the place where Odin is, and he is about to start a showdown with Odin. Bamboo wheel, take it, and eat all of them in 2 of 3 bites. Seeing the burlesque dancing on the street and the Ashura boy clenching his fists behind his back, Elt gave a joking smile and walked out. 0. Seeing Elt leaving, Ashura moved her lips and finally did not shout. They didn't know how to call Elt Odin. It was almost a roar that resounded through the street, and everyone in half of the street suddenly stopped and looked at Elt. Also shocked was Odin. He heard whose voice it was. Odin was so happy that he hadn't even finished his words. I saw a fist covering his eyes. The speed was extremely fast, and the violent airwaves swept across. Odin was shot out in an instant as a cannonball under Erd's punch. Elter, who was originally very calm, his eyes were raging at the moment and became very scary. Oscar statuette winner Elter went online. In the face of this quick blow, Odin, who had not yet reacted, flew out and penetrated through the houses in an instant, and was finally buried by the ruined walls. My lord, I knocked my lord Odin away. The boss is really fierce. He actually shot at Huadu. This is Kazuki Odin. At this moment, seeing Elt shot without warning, the reaction of the trio was also different. Boom. The powerful wind and waves swept through, and all kinds of ruined walls flew into the sky. The naked Odin walked out of it, embarrassed, and looked at Elt, who had changed drastically at this moment, and also roared, Asshole El, I'm Odin. Then you say, what are you doing? Bastard, you are in Lousy's face. Ignoring Odin's yelling and yelling, Elt was also angry, and when he went up, he punched Odin in the face again, but it was just an ordinary punch. Seeing the disappointed expression of the former best friend at this moment, Odin was silent again, not refuting, silently bearing Alter's fist. But in the dark, Jin Wyman, who had been following Odin, was awakened from the shock of Odin being beaten up, but with a look of anger, this unknown guy who ran out suddenly dared to beat the patriarch he admired, unforgivable. Damn it, bastard. Let go of Lord Odin. Jin Wyman, who was burning with anger, also drew out his saber directly, jumped out from the alley, and hacked it at Elt's back. Odin also noticed the movement behind Alti, with a look of surprise on his face. Nishaiman, no. But Elt ignored it at all, until the next moment a figure rushed out. When? With the sound of the collision of swords, the brain of Jin Wyman who shot was no longer working, and he looked like he saw a ghost, and also picked it up, Odin. Ashura, what are you doing, bastard? Ashura, good job. Almost 2 voices sounded at the same time. 125, Chapter 125. Chapter 125 Odin's Boldness. Lafitte's terrifying hypnosis technique. Half an hour later, in a small bungalow in Huadu. What X3? Fuzzy number 1 Odin. Elt, you have accepted Ashura as a retainer. Confused number 2, Kinnaman Gate. Asshole, Ashura, you betrayed Odin-sama. Ashamed of the number 3 Ashura boy. Master Elt and Master Odin are partners on the same ship. Don't be so surprised. There is nothing fuss about it. Only Elt was drinking tea leisurely throughout the whole process, looking indifferent. Asshole, how could you not be surprised? You behaved too calmly, too. Odin. Kinnaman and Ashura screamed in their hearts. Odin, I'm really sorry that I don't know about Ashura, but I don't regret how to do it. This kind of man shouldn't just stay in the mountains and be company with those bandits. He should have a bigger stage. Go, show himself. For the first time, Eld apologized to Odin, not only stunned Odin, but even Ashura behind was so moved that this man was still talking to him. But Jinwyman on the side was not happy. This guy took Odin-sama's knife, and now he came to snatch Odin-sama's retainers, which made him feel a sense of crisis. Impossible, Ashura is Odin-sama's retainer. It is impossible to follow others. But behind Odin, his face was full of seriousness, and he stared at the unrelenting Eld, and the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became weird. 850 I rely on Odin. This guy won't suddenly become smarter. Seeing that I'm in the wool, I still say that the retainer is his bottom line. Shouldn't I have to do it? That's right, Shura, and the others will just be buried by my side. It's better to let them go. Sure enough, I am not a qualified name. What do? I blame it, Lord Elt and Lord Odin. They must look down on me. I better have a cesarean section and apologize. Everyone has a different heart. The aura of his whole body has been reduced, but the muscles of Elter looked at Odin coldly, and he was ready to resist. Odin, otherwise, let's discuss it. No need. I have already thought about it. Looking at Odin with a resolute attitude and a serious face, Alti, who squinted his eyes, had already wiped his hands on Yinamo on his waist. He is not the kind of person who can't fight back. I have decided that Ashura will follow my side and bury him. But, Alti, I also hope that you take Ashura seriously. This is my only request, please. What? Looking at Odin, who was kowtowed to the ground, Eld had a dumbfounded expression, but his expression of consternation disappeared in a flash, and he returned to normal. He knew that Odin had made a lot of determination now. The Jinwyman standing behind was gloomy, but as a retainer, he couldn't change anything. Although Eld had a unique charm, he always felt that things were a little bit contrary. I see, Odin, Ashura is my partner. You don't know who I am, Alti, a selfless man who stabs his arms for the sake of his brother. The seriousness of his face and the seriousness and solemnity revealed in his eyes made Odin even more convinced of his thoughts. Eld really is a man worthy of trust, and his courage makes everyone feel ashamed. Master Odin, I'm so sorry. The Ashura boy, who was kneeling on one side, was already in tears at this moment. His forehead was tightly knocked on the floor. He knew that Lord Odin was thinking about him and didn't want him to be embarrassed, so he took the initiative to withdraw. Ashura, from now on, your patriarch will only be Eld. This guy, but a man who is so admirable, his boldness and strength are definitely far beyond mine. Without the slightest nostalgia, the open-mindedness, boldness of Odin sitting in front of the seat is not as unbearable as he himself said. Anyway, Eld thinks it can't match it. Odin, you are not Wanakuni's general. I have never heard that generals dance naked on the street. Men should take the initiative to do what they think is right. Don't be shaken by the sacrifices around you. Eld's words made Odin's eyes gloomy at the moment, and the blue veins on his forehead became more, but only he knew that the agreement he reached with Orochi and Kaido was for the safety of the hostages of Wanakuni. At this moment, while Odin and Eld were talking, Moria and Lafitte had already swaggered into the general house of Orochi. Lafitte, your hypnosis is really terrible. I just took a look at you, and it was controlled by you. It's so much easier. I thought I wanted to come in. Looking at the general mansion like a back garden, with the observation Haki of the two, Moria's shadow fruit and Lafitte's sleep, the two people did not encounter any difficulties at all, and they were led by the samurai to their Orochi's residence. Master Orochi, I have something to report, and two powerful samurai will come to take refuge in you. The samurai kneeling in front of the door was completely blown to sleep by Lafitte. What bullshit, mighty samurai. Let them go. They are all liars. Orochi's anger came from inside the house. This kind of people who came to bluff and deceive under the guise. Orochi has seen too many people, and even many people are still embarrassing to him, and there are not a few who want to assassinate him. The snake, my lord, but they have brought Wanakuni's national treasure to you now. It's outside the door at the moment. Listening to the report outside the house, the big snake in the room was also interested at this moment. He indeed heard from Lingho some time ago that Wanakuni's national treasure, the sword of the sword god Ryoma, and the black sword Chioshue were stolen by the Shimatsuki family, sold to unknown people. Thinking of this snake laughed madly. If it is true, then the national treasure will be in his hands in the future. Let them in. The big snake, dreaming of autumn water, was extremely excited and directly summoned Moria and Rafi. Hey. When the door was opened, Moria's height of 7 meters, coupled with the appearance of a nightmare, still surprised the snake for a short time, but he recovered and now only wants Chioshue. What about things? What about Chioshue? Don't hesitate to show it to me, and let me have a look. Yes, Lord Orochi. I saw Lafitte took out the Choshue that Elt gave him from his waist and pulled it out. There was a landscape map on the scabbard and a hell map on the handle. Even the big snake recognized it at a glance. This is the real Choshue. These two guys did not lie to themselves, and the original alert heart suddenly relaxed a lot. You two just want to follow me. Sitting in a high position, the big snake wears a crown, and the bamboo fan in his hand is constantly swaying. His eyes are squinting at Moria and Lafitte. There is a playful tone in his tone. He, who is as stable as an old dog, can't easily believe these two people. He never waved his hand down. Behind him, there were also a few ninjas hidden. Only waiting for his order, he launched a fatal blow to the two in front of him. Of course, but we also need money and women and rights, the more the better. Correspondingly, we can help adults solve those annoying flies. Replied like a textbook, showing Moria and Lafitte vividly as two vanity-loving, wealthy and lusty samurai. But in a place where no one can see, Moria's shadow stretched longer and longer under the light. But Moria's answer didn't make the snake angry. Instead, he laughed very happily. This kind of talent is good, and there are requirements. The more greedy, the better he is master. The right hand that was half held in the air did not finally go down. Now he needs all kinds of strength to strengthen his power. Hey ha, whether it's wealth or women, rights, only your allegiance to me can give you everything. Ha ha. If it were to give him the knife alone, the snake would not dare to ask for zero. But at the next moment, the big snake, who was still laughing, suddenly stiffened. Shadow horn gone. Puff, puff. The ninja hiding in the dark was solved by Moria in an instant. The sudden attack made everyone too late to respond, but he was suddenly violent and Lafitte was already hypnosis. Just need to look at each other. Damn it, you dare to. A quick reacting ninja, after avoiding Moria's shadow gun, rolled to the floor, looking at Moria with a face full of surprise. Is the opponent also a ninja or a shadow ninja? But the next moment, before he got up, he felt his neck tighten. I don't know when, like a drama character, Lafitte has come to him, held his neck and watched with interest. Hold him. The cold air suffocating him suffocated him. Why do you want to run away? Isn't it okay to be honestly killed? Feeling the pain in his neck, the blue veins on the ninja's face swelled, and he kept slapping Lafitte's slender arms, trying to let him go. Crack. With the sound of a bone crack, the ninja's eyes were squeezed out of the eye sockets. His neck was instantly crushed. Blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth and was thrown on the ground by Lafitte. Looking at the corpse lying on the floor, Moria also showed an excited smile, just acting so much just to solve the group of ninjas. It's finally solved. In the future, the flowers will be ours and Wanakuni. Let's go. The boss also confessed to us, and there are two old guys who are in trouble. I want to solve it. Looking at the originally demented snake, as Lafitte said a few words in his ear that Moria didn't hear clearly, it was as if she had become his own, showing Lafitte the way, and still laughing. Moria also frowned. She shuddered all over. Lafitte was terrible. Until a few hours later. Moses. Alti, who was drinking with Odin on the other side, took out the sound-transmitting snail in his arms. After hearing the sound from Lafitte inside, he grinned. His face was awe-inspiring, and the plan was surprisingly smooth. So, Odin, let's meet again next time. Elter stood up and interrupted Odin, who was laughing loudly. Elter, you are leaving. I want to go back too. Remember to go to Gioli next time. Try it. Here's my best, Odin. And L1.7 also walked out with the Ashura boy without looking back, without nostalgia, and just waved his hand after hearing Odin's words. Odin, remember to change a good knife. I heard that there is a second-generation ghost in your 9 miles, a real man. How can you not have a good knife? After Odin heard the sound coming from the air, he also touched his chin, thinking about his face. Although the 2 knives in his hand are also good knives, one is good fortune, and the other is just ordinary the knife. It seems that I'm going to find Fitch. I'm really embarrassed. Yes, Master Odin, I will contact Master Fei Che. No need, I will go personally. After all, I took away the ancestral knife of others. Thinking of Tengu Fei Che's second-generation ghost Che, even Odin's eyes also flashed a bright light. Holding a knife is very suitable for him. And the Ashura boy, walking on the street at this moment, is closely following Elter. Looking at this not tall man, in the future, his patriarch will only be Elter. Ashura, from now on, your name will be called Jushinwan. A new life will unfold in front of you, and with me, you will see the most expansive sight on this sea. Jushinwan. Got it, Lord Elt. Jiu Tian Wan, with an extremely firm gaze, did not hesitate at all. Next, this loyal man gave him the name. 126, Chapter 126. Chapter 126, Controlling the Kurizumi Orochi and Weakening Odin's Power. Dawn broke. When the first ray of light climbed up from the sea level, everything seemed to usher in half of the new year again, and the flowers became lively once again. No one noticed that the general's mansion had already changed. Looking at the cool Kurizumi Semimaru who was dead in front of him, Elter sat in the position of the general who originally belonged to the serpent. He was thinking about this kind of fruitability. He also wanted to be his subordinates, but this guy is too old. There are too many inner dramas. If it weren't for Moria, he wouldn't know how to solve it. After all, the movement was too loud, but it would be discovered. Looking at the Kurizumi Orochi who kneels down and sits down, as well as Kurizumi Muchan and Kurizumi Semimaru with a big hole in his chest that was pierced by the shadow gun, Moria also laughed. The tortoise shell of this old guy is really hard, but when I searched out his shadow, this old guy couldn't believe it. It's really funny just thinking about it. How can a person leave his shadow? Elt also grinned, revealing a stern smile from White Fang. The fruit of the barrier is known as the strongest defense that cannot be broken. Moria is still easy to use a TO deal with this Paramecia turtle shell. You need to use another 5 flowers. Paramecia of 8 gate is here to deal with it. In one sentence, there must be magic to deal with magic. Lafitte, how is your hypnosis effect? Boom, boom, boom. Sitting cross-legged on a high platform, Alti kept tapping his fingers on the tabletop. Alti didn't know much about Lafitte's bug-like hypnosis. Boss, don't worry, this guy called the Big Snake. As long as he has been in hypnosis a few times and has undergone some changes in perception, thinking, memory, and behavior, this guy can completely become our person. As for that old lady, it may be a little troublesome. That guy's defense line is a bit strong. You must have hypnosis every month. Dancing his unique tap dance, Lafitte is very confident in his hypnosis technique. There is no reason, because his name is Lafitte, it is enough. Hey, that's enough 09. As long as the Big Snake is in our hands, then Wanakuni's movements are our final say. Whether it is Odin or Kaido, we never thought we would directly like this bar. Turning to look in the direction of Huadu outside the window, the corners of Elt's mouth were drawn. Boss, where did that dead fisheye go? Seeing that there is only one person in Elt, and the fat man who can't walk away is missing, Moria is also very strange. You said Ashura, that guy's called Jushinwan now. He can't know about us now. When I asked him to go to Shimei to protect Tianyue, I don't worry about leaving her alone in Shimei. At this moment, Shitemaru is rushing toward Nozomi. Along the way, the mountain bandits and wandering warriors are constantly being gathered, and the scale and number of them are getting bigger and bigger. Master L, I will definitely recruit enough samurai for you. Now let this guy arrange an identity for us. Lingho and Bai Wu from the 2-month family will quickly kill Laozi and the guy named Haiguro. As Elt's voice fell, the snake who was kneeling on the ground also began to raise his head, and his hollow eyes regained his energy. After scanning for a week, he didn't feel anything wrong. Now he belongs to the Elt group, partner. Hey, Boss Elt, Boss Moria, Boss Lafitte. It's great to see you. The first sentence that Orochi opened his mouth made Alter Moria and his brows raised. This guy was so enthusiastic, but when he remembered that he was hypnosis, he was relieved. Now go and announce, call that person who is fortune and longevity. Then declare that the 3 of us are the generals or the guards you recruited. I saw that the current Orochi has completely taken the role of Elt's little brother with a look of embarrassment. But Elt boss, this is not appropriate. Asshole, let you go. Just go. Moria on the side couldn't stand it anymore. If it hadn't been for Elt's boss to say that he kept this person who looked like a short winter melon, he would have killed the snake long ago. This kind of garbage is so worthy of their little brother. Yes, I see, Boss Moria. The fierce Moria instantly scared the snake. Afterwards, in General Orochi's mansion, it was reported that the 3 Elts were the 3 newly recruited guards. The samurai's notification was also very quick. In less than an hour, Fu Lu Shou, with a long head and earlobes like Methriel Buddha, appeared in the room of the Big Snake. These 3 guys are the samurai just recruited by the general. Sure enough, they look very strong. But what's the matter with General Orochi looking for me this time? Master Orochi, may I ask what you have to order? Kneeling down, Fu Lu Shou, seeing the 3 Alti, was also a little surprised, but it was more about why the snake shouted back to himself in a hurry. I saw Elt's joking voice, scorning Fu Lu Shou, who was lying on the ground like an emperor. His posture was like looking at a wisp of ant. Of course, I want you to die. Damn it, do you want to die? You actually said this in front of Lord Orochi. Fu Lu Shou, who was lying on the ground, raised his head instantly and glared at Elt. How dare this guy? Hey, he was right. He just killed you. Come out. The big snake sitting in the general's position blocked his mouth with a fan to prevent himself from laughing. He leaned forward and said under the frightened eyes of Fu Lu Shou what made his heart cold. As the voice of the big snake fell, a noisy footstep sounded, and a large number of samurai armed with weapons appeared on both sides, which was completely prepared. Master User, why, I'm conscientious and have done nothing wrong. Don't listen to these few thoughts. Fu Lu Shou, who has not yet reacted, still wants to do the last bit of struggle. The whole face sank completely, and when he was about to taunt Elter, a cold air rushed into the sky, and the hairs all over his body exploded, even the heartbeat slowed by half a beat. Danger. Ultimate dangerous. Wiped yesterday. A crisp and loud bone crack suddenly sounded in the room. Fu Lu Shou, who was about to escape, twisted the whole person under incredible eyes. At the same time, a mouthful of old blood spurted out, and the whole person was bent into a C shape with a sonic boom. Through the wall, the storm swept the audience. Many samurai didn't even understand what was going on, so they were thrown out and hit the wall with fear on their faces. What just happened? It looks like someone was kicked into the air. At the place where Fu Lu Shou was kneeling at this moment, standing was Elter wearing a platinum kimono and a purple-black coat. With a face of disdain and arrogance, and a huge round hole appeared on the wall in front of him. In the street facing the general's mansion, a series of houses collapsed and turned into ruins, and at the end of the ruins, Fu Lu Shou tremblingly climbed up, his face spurting with pain and blood. A large number of residents around were wailing or cursing without knowing what happened. That is, why does this kind of character appear here? He was beaten up. I can't read it wrong. Master Fu Lu Shou under General Dust Snake. Many people saw Fu Lu Shou in embarrassment, constant hemoptysis, crawling out of the ruins. They all couldn't believe that some people actually dared to beat the snake in front of the general's mansion. Boom, boom. In the next moment, with the sound of a heavy breaking air, two figures descended from the sky and landed in the ruins, arousing thick dust. All the messengers and others will get out of the way. Otherwise you will all be killed. Fu Lu Shou openly violated the big snake, the general's order. Now kill it on the spot. After the thick dust dissipated, everyone on the ground could clearly see the two figures in the ruins. After hearing Moria's words, the expression of the original Arabian Nights became even more stunned and dumbfounded. Fu Lu Shou, who was the #1 dogleg under the command of the big snake, actually violated the order of the big snake, and the big snake will kill him. People in Huadu almost couldn't believe this melon. It was too fantastic. As for Fu Lu Shou, who had slowly gotten up, he felt that his entire internal organs had been injured. The three guys who suddenly appeared were too terrifying. Before he started, he had lost his confidence and fell into self-doubt. Where the other party is, he is basically a man like a demon. How could I be a mortal man who could have done a lot of work? Elter's kick directly knocked Fu Lu Shou's self-confidence to pieces. Taste. Just when Fu Lu Shou became confused, Moria and Lafitte would not be confused, saying that if you want to kill him, you must kill him. Moria swung the huge sword behind him in an instant, bringing a strong whirlwind, so that the surrounding residents couldn't help covering it with their hands, and slashed towards Fu Lu Shou. In the face of the death crisis, Fu Lu Shou also recovered from it and avoided it for the first time. The entire ground was bombarded in an instant, and the ruins were split open by Moria. Damn it! Fu Lu Shou cursed secretly, but before he could breathe, Lafitte, who appeared behind him, hit his head with a whip kick. Ka! Fu Lu Shou, who had just jumped up, turned into a meteor and fell again. At that moment, the ground with a radius of tens of meters instantly cracked, and billowing dust filled the surroundings. At this moment, Elter and Orochi standing on the general's mansion are also staring at everything below. In less than 5 minutes, it was over from being beaten out by Fu Lu Shou to being beheaded by Moria. And Huadu has also spread, and there are 3 extremely powerful samurai around the big snake. And under the deliberate cleaning of the 3 of Elter, almost all the people around the snake were slaughtered and replaced with their own people. It can be said that the current snake, except for the Kurizumi, who is also controlled, is only him alone. A week later, Baiwu's famous mansion. Shimatsuki Yasui was sitting outside his corridor at the moment. In front of him, there were a few tattered men sitting. You said, you are Odin's servants. Why come to my house to steal things? Smoking a dry cigarette, Shimatsuki Yasui looked serious, with an unsmiling expression. Because we see that you have money in your family, but Master Odin has no money, and want to take it back to Master Odin and the people in Jiuli. What's wrong? Yes, we just can't understand rich people like you. I saw the grief and anger on the faces of the shabby samurai below, and they didn't feel ashamed for their mistakes. 850. Well, the way you look makes me think of a bunch of guys again. Seeing the prospects at this moment, Shimatsuki Yasui also remembered that a few years ago, a group of guys were the same as the scene before him, but they were Odin's retainers, that is, the future Akasaka 9 Express. Looking at Shimatsuki Yasui, who is not speaking, the samurai below, there is also an unknown light in his eyes. Humph. Even if you don't give it to us, it doesn't matter. For the sake of Lord Odin, we can definitely get money elsewhere. You guys are going to steal it. Don't be ashamed of that, fellow Odin. Boom, boom, boom. The angry Shimatsuki Yasui picked up the dry smoke and gave it to everyone. Then he turned back into the house, took out 4 big bags of gold coins, and threw them on the ground, with a look of hatred that iron is not made of steel, and looked at the few people under their feet. This is all my savings. Take it back to that guy Odin. As Odin's servant, don't shame him. Take it to learn etiquette, become a real samurai, and help him regain what belongs to him. Go. However, a group of Shimatsuki samurai is full of worry and want to come out to stop Shimatsuki Yasui. Master Yasui, our financial income is already out of money, and the samurai are almost unable to support it. Although my servant said so, he still couldn't get Shimatsuki Yasui to take back the gold coins. On the contrary, he strengthened his heart. That's the samurai warriors. Let them find a better place to belong. However, the few samurai who claimed to be Odin's servants below had already run away with a few large bags of gold coins, and they murmured as they ran. Now Master Odin and Mrs. Vivian are no longer starving, and people in Jioli are no longer starving. Shimatsuki Yasui, who was always paying attention to these people, didn't pay attention to these people anymore. Although he wanted to help Odin, he also kept a careful eye and raised his head to look at the endless sky. Odin, I can help you with everything I can. Don't let me down. Wanakuni can't live without you. But even so, after running for about 10 minutes, several samurai who claimed to be Odin's servants came to a man who was holding a cane and wearing leather shoes and was tap dancing. Ah, my lord, that guy actually gave us all the money. It's really stupid. This is still by Wu's name, huh? Oh, the money is here. After the visitor chuckled lightly, screams of horror continued to be heard in the woods. Let me go. Spare me. Please go around. 127, Chapter 127. Chapter 127 Moria vs. Quinn. To Snake, I asked you to hurry up to build the weapon processing factory. Why are you unable to complete it so late? The number of weapons is so much less. Mr. Kaido is already very upset. Partners are based on mutual benefits. Don't let Mr. Kaido think you are a useless person. Toot toot. Asshole, who does he think he is? He actually dared to hang up our phone. Who he thinks he is, brother.Auto, we must kill him. In the general's mansion, the big snake at this moment overturned the entire table to the ground. His eyes were furious, and he expressed his dissatisfaction to Elter, who had his eyes closed next to him. Enough, Orochi, it's normal for the guy to be dissatisfied. After all, we have gathered the weapon processing factories together, and we have to assemble our people first, and it is normal that we can't hand over the weapons. The red light in his eyes flashed past, and the corner of his mouth was outlined with a grinning Elter. But he was not so scared, just a mere blaze. Even if it was Kaido or the entire Beast Pirates, the current Elter also has enough strength to go head-to-head. But if after the fight is over, he will no longer have the strength to grab Wanakuni with Odin, so Elter has been waiting for Kaido and Odin to fight first. The current situation of Elter, Odin, and Kaido is a three-legged situation. Both strength and power are similar, but as long as two of them are done first, the last one will definitely have Wanakuni. The point is that Elter and Odin can't join forces to kill Kaido. By the way, Boss Elter, I heard that in Kimi, Beast Pirate's big Kanban Quinn went there, but was blocked by Shigema. It seemed that Kaido has noticed our existence. Lafitte on the side lifted Erlang's legs and talked about Quinn as if he were talking about pawns. Because they have confidence, they are not afraid. What about Moria? Where is he going? This kid can't see what he is doing lately. Lafitte spread his hands. Sorry, I don't know either. Snake, give me time to recruit more warriors. We will equip our people first, and then send them to Kaido. The people from Beast Pirates will also arrange manpower for me. Whether it is Odin's or Kaido's information, I want it all. Bomb. The wine bowl in Elter's hand was instantly crushed, and a hostile spirit rose up from Elter. But at the border between Lingho and Baiwu at this moment, there are two huge monsters constantly colliding. You are the Queen of Beast's Pirates. My boss said that sooner or later, he will kill you. Boom. As soon as Moria's words fell, a punch of violent air hit Quinn, extremely fast, his eyes flashed with excitement, and the whole person was extremely tyrannical. In the face of this quick blow, Quinn's golden ponytail and beard danced wildly, with his hands crossed in front of him, and with the impact of the strong sinking force, Quinn flew out under the tremendous force, breaking the one not far away. The rubble was eventually buried by the debris. Boom. The mighty wind and waves swept through, and all kinds of ruined walls flew into the sky. Quinn's forehead had blue veins, and he opened the ruins on his body and walked out of it, the anger in his eyes. If the eyes can kill, Moria would have been killed by Quinn 10,000 times. Beasts Pirates Big Billboard, one of the future 3 plagues, dragon fruit, ancient species, Brachiosaurus form ability. I worked with Vince Smoke Judge a long time ago. At this moment, Quinn is a fat man with obesity, his left hand is a mechanically modified prosthesis, and the whole person is a modified person. He has 2 golden beards on his mouth, a golden ponytail on the back of his head, and he wears glasses tied by 2 ropes. He has the word Queen on his right arm and a tattoo of the Beast Pirates logo. He is wearing a black and white striped dress with 2 knives behind him. He always has a cigar in his mouth. At this moment, Quinn was covered with large and small stab wounds. Thinking of this, Quinn was annoyed. Originally, he went to Shime at Yan's request to see what happened to Shime. As a result, I met a beautiful lady with green hair and an extremely gentle personality on the road. I heard that she was still a famous lady. He hadn't even started, and then he was beaten like this by the woman's guard, even though the guy was similar to himself. If he did, it would be nice to say. The key is that he was beaten before he did it, and he was very depressed. As a result, when he just walked out of Shime and returned to the Ghost Island, he was beaten up by the man who didn't know that he ran out of the mountain. After Quinn fell on the ground, looking at Moria, his eyes were cold, and the anger in his heart rose. Damn it, I dare to shoot at me, because I want to die. I will kill you today, bastard. My uncle is angry. Stab. A gust of sand and violent wind rolled up between the two, like a fuse. In an instant, Moria and Quinn rushed out at the same time, and then 2 fists, the size of a grinding disc, collided heavily. The ground exploded in all directions, stirring up dust in the sky. 2 people of the Big Mac level, also under the huge countershock, quickly separated. Hey, Quinn, you will definitely die here. The long knife behind was swung out by Moria in an instant, and the huge rock surging in the air was instantly cut open with Moria's flash. In an instant, Moria appeared just 100 meters away, constantly swinging the knife, forming an afterimage with Quinn, and a storm rose on the ground. The air was bursting and mighty, and under the dusty sky, it was impossible to see what the 2 people were doing inside. The big knife in Moria's hand slashed down diagonally, with great momentum, and Quinn on the other side was also unwilling to show weakness. Shadow Prison. As Moria grabbed Quinn with his left hand, countless black shadows gathered towards Quinn, and the unobserved Quinn was instantly wrapped up, forming a square black box. After falling on the fragmented ground, it also stirred up dust. It's so dark that people can't see anything. Then go to hell. Seeing this scene, Moria's eyes flashed with excitement. As long as this guy is killed, then in the future, he will be under Elter alone, and the second position of the team is right. Just as Moria lifted the knife and ran towards the trapped Quinn, Quebin's roar came out from the dust-shrouded shadow cell. Asshole, don't underestimate this uncle. Lousy is Quinn. What? A thick yellow-brown tail, a few meters in diameter, forcibly swept out of the dust in the sky and slammed on Moria's big knife blocked in the chest. The huge force made Moria directly fly out. Boom. The surrounding ground was constantly bursting and rolling, and the circular shock wave formed storm, dispelling the thick dust directly, revealing the true face of Quinn, a huge brachiosaurus covered with muscles, but on the muscles with a knife wound, appeared on the ground. Moria, who was beaten flying, also continued to roll on the ground. In the end, the knife in his hand suddenly pierced into the ground, ditching a ravine of tens of meters on the surface, and it was able to stop. Ordinary touching, but it caused the sense of sight of the mountain and the ground. Demon fruit power, but lousy too. Who is afraid of whom? Shadow horn gun. Moria felt her arms numb, the corners of her mouth were bleeding, and her feet left 2 traces in the trap. She stopped her hands and looked at Quinn, who had turned into a brachiosaurus, and her right foot suddenly fell. I saw a black cone thorn that was 100 meters long suddenly pierced out of the ground with great momentum and went straight to Koasia. Stand on. Facing Moria's bombardment, Quinn was lying down with blood, and the whole dragon stood up on its powerful hind legs, showing armament Haki's forelimbs, and then stepped heavily on it. A series of black and red lightning went in and out, and all the surrounding ground burst and rolled. The circular shockwave, one after another, suddenly shook the sky, and the terrifying air wave formed two halos, which rolled out the link. In the storm, Moria's leather jacket danced wildly, looking up at Quinn with disdain and contempt. Don't ask why, the question is that he looks down on Quinn. The two people who raised their heads collided with their eyes again. There was no nonsense, and they came up with a bang. Shadow collection and land. Moria's neck and forehead were covered with blue veins, and the whole body suddenly exploded. With a roar, countless black shadows continued to fly towards Moria, gathering Moria into the body. Asshole, what is this? Seeing the dark shadows wandering in the sky and the ground, submerged in Moria's body, this guy's strength and size are growing rapidly. Damn it, can't do this anymore. My uncle is injured and must run away as soon as possible. Otherwise the ship will really capsize today. Immediately after Quinn made up his mind, his eyes condensed and the ground beneath his feet exploded into countless pieces. From a high place, he jumped down with his head against the enemy with a powerful impact. Seeing Quinn's attack, Moria couldn't absorb it anymore. This guy obviously wanted to interrupt herself. Asshole, the calculation is like this. You have to die here too. Quinn. Moria's right foot suddenly stepped out as if stepping through the air, and the whole land was cracked with countless cracks, like a spider web spread all over the surface. The muscles of the arms holding the odachi were bulging high, and the sword in his hand almost drew an arc, and he swung it hard to face Quinn, who had fallen from the sky. A huge power erupted in an instant. The wind roared, the thunder burst, and the ground was constantly cocked and cracked, protruding one after another hills and gullies. With Moria as the center, a huge basin with a diameter of 100 meters appeared under the feet, and in the blink of an eye the landform has been changed. I don't know when the corners of their mouths have bleeding. The huge rebounding force would bounce, and even Quinn, which was several tens of meters long, was instantly knocked back and smashed to the ground. The odachi in Moria's hand almost collapsed and flew out, but as the muscles of his arm expanded, it was instantly held. A few days later, as a shrill scream sounded on the wasteland, the battle came to an end. Quinn, next time, you will be slaughtered by me. At this moment, Eld appeared in Odin's city in Joli. You are father's best friend. Elter, who was drinking with Odin, suddenly felt something on his lap, and when he looked down, he found that it was actually Niwa. Ah, right, Eld is indeed his father's best friend. Seeing that Hiwa actually asked like this, Odin, who was across from Eld, also proudly said it. On the side, Momonosuk saw the three knives on Eld's waist. Whether they were gorgeous or beautiful, he had never seen them before, so he wanted to get close to Eld sneakily. But the next moment I met a pair of eyes shining red like an abyss, shaking my whole body with cold sweat. It will die. This friend of my father's will kill him. Tauzi, although Elter looks terrible, he's a very friendly person. Yes, Momonosuk, you can't be so rude next time. Whether Odin or Vivi looked at Momonosuk's appearance, they thought he was scared. No, father, mother, he really wants to kill. Snap. Regardless of the disregard of Momonosuk's constant crying, but this sounds like a fantasy to Odin and Vivian, unreasonable to make trouble. Vivi's at this moment is not in the sky. Going up is a big mouth, and I directly turned Momonosuk's fan a few times, and the whole face suddenly swelled up and turned into a pig's head. Not only did Momonosuk be stunned, even Odin was equally shocked up. Triplet. As for the 8 people behind Odin, their jaws are almost on the ground, and their eyes pop out of their sockets. You can't say such things next time, Momonosuk. Have you heard it? Vivi, and who looked down at Momonosuk from a condescending position, exuded a strong malice, made Momonosuk nod in fright, tears swirling in his eyes, and biting his lower lip to prevent him from crying. Odin, these are some of your retainers. They are really good, but seeing you doing nothing like this is really unqualified. With a cold face, he just glanced at the few people behind Odin, and Alti was not interested. Except for Jiu Tianwan, none of these people had been digging, so there was no need to be too pleased. Damn it. This guy's words really make people angry. Ashura followed him. He seems to be Shime's name. Damn it. Everyone looked at Elter with a look of resentment, dissatisfaction with Elter, and some shame after being stung by Elter's words. Well, don't blame them. It's all my own decision. Kinnaman and the others care about me very much. Odin wasn't angry at what Elt said. After all, this man was like this. People with bad tempers might have been fighting with Elt. Let's talk, Odin. If you invite me today, it's not just Chin Li's drinking, so just tell me if you have any requests. I really can't hide it from you. Alti. Odin, who was laughing out loud, suddenly became serious. If one day I have an accident, please protect them, please. Odin's words didn't make Elt react, but the cold light in his eyes became more intense, but he still drank the wine expressionlessly. Elt knew who Odin's they were. If it is said that Vivian, Hiri, and his wife and daughter are okay, but Odin also includes the retainers behind him. Originally, Elt was planning to kill them all, but now Odin will actually protect them. Still beg yourself to come in front of you. Master Odin, what if it is? No need to do this. We can protect ourselves. The people behind also heard something different. Nothing in case it is 10,000. Odin didn't explain anything. Maybe he noticed something too. In the end, Eld agreed to Odin. Bunch of trash. Maybe it's still useful in the end. I see. This is the last thing I promise you, Odin's song. Odin, the current Kaido is far from taking shape. Let me give you a piece of advice that don't wait and see. Just kill it. Just use Kaido. Let's check your new knife. Seeing Odin's laid-back look, Elt was completely unable to sit still. This guy was not in a hurry. The cat viper behind. How do I feel that Elt wants to let Master Odin hit him? Enulon. Yeah, I have this feeling too. Looking at these two people who knew each other in the Whitebeard Pirates, Alti was not polite and went straight up with 2 fists, and the 2 people were shot out of 2 big bags in an instant, steaming. Kaido, hope he really doesn't lie to me, shout. Odin, with a hostile face, is also not a soft-hearted person. His eyes are gloomy, the muscles of his right arm bulge, and he clings to his new knife, not knowing what he is thinking. 128, Chapter 128. Chapter 128, Kadov's Moria, Lafitte, Moria's disappearance. Wano Kuni's southernmost ghost island. In Beast's Pirates, there was a big shock at this moment. One of their only big billboards, Lord Quinn was beaten badly and passed out of a coma. Lolo, what do the people in Wano Kuni do? It's really getting more and more exciting. Grumbling. Looking at Quinn, who was wrapped in Zongzi, Kaido, who was full of violent aura, kept filling himself with wine, without the anger of his subordinates being injured. Boss Kaido, Master Quinn, went to Shime and met a man named Judy Maru there, and when he came back, it became like this. The knife wounds all over his body were also different, and they were chopped out by 2 people. Xiaoxi, who was bandaging Quinn, is also full of nervousness. After all, her boss seems to have the habit of killing her younger brother, especially after drinking too much. Crack. The sturdy arm that didn't look like an ordinary person suddenly hammered on the wall beside him. Like a steel wall, instantly sunken like tofu, cracking like a spider web. It's Shime again. This guy wants Lousy to go out in person. It's been so long, and Wano Kuni's affairs have not been done, and the big snake guy is giving less and less weapons. Kaflaloyuo Lousy is Kaido. Crack. The whole body was agitated like Shura, and the big copper bell eyes were full of violence. The wine gourd, who was originally drinking, was crushed by the angry Kaido. As for the little brother in front of Kaido, he was almost frightened. He kept swaying his whole body. He thought he would be slapped on the wall with a slap, and then he was gone. As we all know, being a Kaido kid is a dangerous profession. This guy will kill the kid if he is happy, he will kill the kid if he is angry, and he will kill the kid when he wakes up. Even if he looks at a map, he will kill the kid for fun. Referred to as the little brother harvester. Where is that guy? Let him find it out for me. Wano Kuni has given me a warning, and there is the big snake guy. Kaido is fierce and evil, and his head as big as an evil spirit stretched out in front of Xiao Chuan, and the evil spirit all over his body tightly enveloped Xiao Chu, and the hazy eyes almost suffocated the little brother. Yes, Kaido boss. The younger brother, who never wanted to stay where he was, ran out quickly. In front of Kaido's boss, his survival was entirely dependent on luck. 850 and Elt side is also back to Shime's Elt City. Master Elt, I'm really sorry. I didn't protect the town. It was ruined by that bastard named Quinn. In the daimyo mansion, in front of Alti, sits on his knees with an apologetic and ashamed Jotien Maru, his huge body even creeping on the ground. Well, it doesn't matter, Jushinwan, you are doing very well, as long as you are okay. Even if the town is gone, it doesn't matter. It is in my heart. It is not as important as you. Looking at Jotien Maru with a bandage all over his body, Elt raised the corners of his mouth lightly up. After all, the current Jushinwan can be regarded as his only retainer, and it is still great to have a wave of favorability at this time. Oh my lord, you really have an unparalleled spirit. It's a city carefully built by myself, but I actually said that it's not as important as me. Zhou Qianwan, whose forehead was tightly knocked on the floor, was extremely moved, and even his eye sockets were wet. Of course, Elt didn't care that he didn't make this city, that it was completely made during the time of Tianyue. Even in Elt City, almost everyone knows such a gentle and beautiful lady. Jitenmaru, how many warriors Nozomi has had in the past few years? Don't let me down. After hearing Elt's words, Jitenmaru also raised his head and looked at Elt, who was sitting in front of him and was constantly wiping his famous sword with serious eyes. Master Elt, there are currently 1,200 samurai in Shimei, which is almost the limit. Our funds can't support more people. They are all equipped with the weapons you sent. Most of them are some wandering warriors or mountain bandits. Very few are those samurai who have been dismissed and have nowhere to go. When I think of Kaido's entire pirate group, it took 5 years to fight Odin, and only recruited more than 1,000 people. Elt was full of contempt. I am also very satisfied that I have recruited 1,200 people in such a short period of time. I asked for Ert's ability to recruit so many people. It is entirely because Shimei's reputation has spread. Many homeless warriors came here when they were not full of food, mixed a bowl of rice to eat, and then spread it to each other. More and more people came to Shimei. Jushinwan, for those who are not loyal to me, please pick out. If there are fewer people, there will be fewer people. The recent weapon processing factory is a little short of people. The rest start shipping to Huadu. Yes, Lord Elt, I will do it. Jitenmaru didn't hesitate about Alter's request. Now he is almost brainwashed by Alter's thoughts about 8 Gate, and Alter is the man he swore of allegiance. The current Jitenmaru can be said to be completely 2 people with a Shura boy. He was also in the city that arrived at Shimei Elt, when he found Tianyue, who continued to help the poor, and Elt, who had not been with Tianyushi for a long time, naturally had in-depth exchanges, and the two even stayed there. I in the room for 2 days. Finally, Alti came out with his waist. The world returned 2 days ago. Elt didn't expect that at the moment he left Huadu for Shimei. A dragon flew out of the Ghost Island and went straight to Huadu. A terrifying explosion occurred in Tata Town in Huadu. No one knows who was fighting, but someone vaguely saw a ferocious blue dragon hidden in the dark clouds. The entire Tata Town is already fragmented at this moment. Half of the sky is red. The raging fire is burning. The ground melts into magma and heat rises, burning flames and countless black shadows and bats in the sky. Many pirates and samurai watched on the hill in the distance. Many people swallowed with sweat, looking at the 2 big and 1 small silhouettes facing each other in the blazing fire. Their faces were full of various unknown expressions. To be precise, it was a tall monster with curved corners facing the other 2. Unexpectedly, Kaido-sama came in person. The 2 people, I heard that they were the samurai recruited by General Orochi. One of them severely wounded Lord Kaido's subordinate, Lord Quinn. At the very center of the town, Kaido stood glaringly in the broken ground, looking at the silhouette of the opposite person in the shadow, and the other, a man like a drama character. At this moment, the whole body exudes the people's spirit, especially one of them, Moria, can actually take Quinn as idiot seriously. But he didn't want to kill this guy. In other words, the love of talents has also emerged. Dare to make trouble on his Kaido side and still dare to take action in front of him, which is enough to prove the courage of these 2 men. Coupled with his good strength, he is qualified to be his subordinate. You are Kaido, the captain of Beast Pirates. Moria's eyes were almost bloodshot, glaring at Kaido, neither humble nor arrogant. On the contrary, he was full of arrogance inside and out. Hey, Moria, isn't it obvious this guy is Kaido? Lafitte didn't have the slightest timidity either, and looked at Kaido, who was full of anger, without squinting, because this guy would be killed by their boss sooner or later. Kaflalolo. Moria, Lafitte, right? Become lousy subordinates. The big snake is not a place for people like you. Kaido doesn't care about Moria's arrogance and Lafitte's dismissiveness. After all, he has always been easygoing, loves his younger brothers, is casual, and cherishes talents. As long as he is useful, he likes to solicit. Otherwise, he wouldn't be there, Haguro. And people like Kid and Luffy who take others' heads still stayed to solicit. Are you kidding me? Just let me try your level, Kaido. Moria's huge figure disappeared instantly, spanning a distance of tens of meters in the blink of an eye, wrapped armament Haki in his hand, and headed straight to Kaido formidable. Kaflaloyuo lousy is Kaido. Kaido laughed loudly. The tyranny in his eyes was not a joke. The blood vessels of the thick arms covered with dragon scales bulged, full of explosive power, and waved the iron rod of thorns entwining thunder and lightning. Rumble. The violent air current formed a halo impact, the rock splash turned into a meteor shower, and the Earth's crust continued to rise for several hundred meters and finally collapsed in violently. Moria's feet were sunken in the rock, and the floor under her feet instantly turned up, and a sunken basin appeared under the two of them. Kaido, the violent Lafitte, had cold eyes and cracked rocks under his feet, leaving countless afterimages. Facing Kaido, facing Moria, his entire right leg was wrapped in a dark armament Haki, and he slammed into Kaido in a violent atmosphere. Kaido yelled, "Ah!" The ground under his feet burst again, forcibly repelling Moria. Moria, whose feet were sunken in the ground, moved horizontally and left two traces. Although he could not see his expression, his arms trembled slightly. Next moment, boom! Dust in the sky appeared in the center of the battle, and the ground turned into blocks of rocks, constantly tilting up. Kaido, whose left arm was protecting his chest, was also directly knocked into the air by Lafitte and finally fell on the ground, plowing two ravines. And Lafitte also had a backflip in the air, and after sliding his feet on the ground, he stopped beside Moria. "Lololo, come again." Crack. After removing his arm and looking at the smoking forearm, Kaido looked even more excited and crazy. The violent atmosphere became more and more intense. The thorn iron rod in his hand was suddenly pressed to the ground by it, and it was as fragile as tofu gets stuck in it. The next moment, the huge figure rushed towards Moria and Lafitte after speaking, and the airwaves all over his body brought countless whirlwinds. These two guys could actually give him a little pressure, which is worth looking forward to. "Come on, Moria, it's going to be on." Lafitte's breath suddenly erupted, and his body moved forward slightly, his cold eyes staring at Kaido, who was like a wild beast. "Go back to me." Kaido, who rushed in front of Lafitte, slammed forward with her right foot and broke the ground directly into several cracks. The explosive force of the thorn iron rod was wrapped with thunder, and it was condescending to draw against Lafitte, sending out an array. There was a crackling sound. "When?" But the next moment, a clear voice sounded, and Lafitte directly drew a long, slender, straight-bladed long knife from his cane and picked it up, without choosing to avoid it, and hit it hard, because there was Moria behind him. Pieces of soil and rocks all around cocked up, extremely shocked. An earthquake began in half of Tata Town, and the violent shock waves spread all the way, and the entire hill and town had disappeared. Terrorist explosions are like mountain slumps and ground cracks. The turbulent billowing dust covered everyone's sight. It was impossible to see what was happening outside, only the sound of a collision of weapons. Now, in the thick dust, a figure flew out suddenly. It was Lafitte holding a sword in one hand. It was almost the moment Lafitte flew back. I will kill you here, Kaido." Shadow angle gone. Two sharp cone thorns tens of meters long suddenly penetrated from the ground. The sharp cone even exudes unusual black, which is the armament Haki instilled by Moria. Boom. As the mountain shook, the whole land was torn apart, a burst canyon hundreds of meters long, and dust enveloped everything. One of the huge figures shot out, leaving behind a ruined gully and lying at the end, buried by rocks. It's Kaido. There were no wounds all over the body, only a bit of white hatred in the abdomen, showing that it was the place where Moria was concentrated. Until now, Eldest returned to Huadu with Jushinwan and Tainyushi, and 2 more days have passed. Blue Brew. The sound transmission snails beside the big snake rang, and when they were connected, there was a voice. "Master Orochi, Master Moria's whereabouts, we have inquired about." "Where?" Orochi glanced at Elter, who was calm beside him subconsciously. "On Ghost Island, Moria-sama was caught by Kaido 2 days ago." "I see, you keep lurking." After hanging up the sound transmission snail, Orochi and Lafitte's eyes were all placed on Elt's body and waited for him to speak. "Watch me hand it." Elt looked stunned, feeling a little inexplicable. It was not he who lost Moria. "Boss, when shall we leave?" After all, it was the little friend who was fighting together, Lafitte spoke. "Tomorrow. The guy Kaido wants to dig my corner and pry Moria away. Or maybe he just wants to use Eld as a bait to catch me, see who is behind Moria, and call Shitemaru at that time." Moria drank the tea in a hurry and didn't take it too seriously. Now Moria's is definitely not dangerous. Maybe it's delicious and delicious. Kaido is playing with fire, but I really want to kill him. Wahahaha. Elt stood up and leaned on the famous knife around his waist. Looking into the distance, an invincible, rampant, invincible, Kuin temperament spread across his body. Very pretending. But it is shocking. Thanks to Jason for the monthly pass. 130, Chapter 130. Chapter 130 Kaido was cut, Black Blade Shoshue's first show. With his muscularly bulged left hand, he took the Tianyu Yushang and unsheathed it instantly, containing explosive power, and slashed at Kaido's chest in one fell swoop. Facing another knife slashed, Kaido rushed into the crown. His arms wrapped in armed color blocked his chest, and the violent collision between his fist and Tianyu Yuzhang also produced countless sparks. Seeing Kaido successfully resisted his own attack, Elter used his feet and instantly jumped onto Kaido's shoulders, sinking like a mountain. At the same time, the Tianyu Yuzhen and Yinamo in his hand were also lifted by Alti, and they were quickly cut off at Kaido's neck, but they were blocked by Kaido, who was already aware of them, with armament Haki covering their necks. As the huge explosion soared into the sky, Elter also fell to the ground instantly with a back jump, but Kaido's body slammed into the ground under tremendous force, and the surface of 100 meters in radius suddenly cracked like a spider's web. Slash wave. Alti, who had just stood firm, didn't even need to think, just cut out a cross-shaped slash and went straight to Kaido, who was covered in dust. Lolo, I'll come again. After cutting away the dust, Kaido just crawled out and saw the cross slash flying in. Even the Thorn's iron rod was too late to swing out, and the left hand directly blocked in front of him. With the sound of another collision, Kaido's left arm muscles bulged high, and the footsteps that were pushed horizontally also fell into the ground, stopping the backward body, and the entire cross slash was directly violently knocked by Kaido to his side. Go to the other side. No words are needed. As the ground under your feet burst, the earth shook again, and the two violently collided like two nuclear bombs. The impact of each knife and each punch could easily shake gold and stone, resulting in unparalleled destructive power. Shintoryu, Iori knife. Lightning flint, I haven't seen what it is, only the sound of breaking through the air, and with Elt's roar, the center of the island suddenly shakes. Then there were endless cracks spreading across the ground, and the last tall figure moved out of a gully, plowed out countless dirt, smashed the hill behind, and was buried in the ruins, full of smoke and dust. Over the ghost island at this moment, dark clouds were rolling, the sun was blocked, and Kaido, who was pulling the iron rod of thorns on the ground, radiated evil spirits and fell on the island. 09 complexion is a bit ugly, or struggling to heal. Boom. With a heavy object falling on the ground, there was a sound of footsteps in the dusty center on the other side, and he saw Kaido holding Yinamo and Tianyu Yuzhang in his hands, looking at Kaido a little embarrassed. But the momentum of the whole body is still majestic. Kaido, but so, I hope you can make me happy. The arrogant Ert is extremely arrogant and domineering, but the hostility in his eyes is obvious. A breath of terror rose from Elter, Yinamo Tianyu, and Yuzhan in his hands, wrapped in the flowing red and black armament Haki. Elter looked at Kaido with a grin and smiled a little frighteningly. This sentence should be said by lousy bastard. Kaido glared wide, holding a mace. Inching's breath spread from his body, as if he was a real wild beast at this moment, throwing away the rocky ruins on his body, and the ground collapsed instantly as Kaido stepped in again. For many years, no one dared to be so arrogant in front of him, except for those guys back then. There are only a handful of people in the sea who dared to speak to him like this. The tyrannical breath erupted, the body full of explosive power was like Shura, and the tall Kaido looked down at Elter with a gloomy face. Elter, now as long as you submit to me, I can spare your life. Kaido had murderous intent in his heart and was full of rage, but he still hadn't lost his reason. Don't kill Kaido is online. I want to take Elter as a kid. Hip ha ha ha. Don't let me look down on you, Kaido. But Kaido heard it from Elter's words, full of irony and contempt. Act recklessly. At this moment, Kaido's face sank, revealing a fierce face, holding the iron rod of thorns in his right hand and lifting it high. On the iron rod wrapped in armament Haki, it is wrapped in a chilling thunder, like a wild beast, with a murderous charge to Tio Ert. Shintoryu. Elter was full of anger, holding the double knives in both hands, and violently also full of evil spirits. Boom! The pirates on the ghost island suddenly lost their voices, and all those who watched, stabbed in their eyes, followed by a mushroom cloud, which stood up in the center of the battle. Surrounded by the two halo links, the resulting hurricane turns into huge waves, spreading out without dead ends. The disaster on the ground was even more serious. The ground surface collapsed in a radius of 10,000 meters, forming a huge basin, and the crustal hills rose up from the ground. Individual unlucky pirates were directly torn apart by the storm or fell from it. The rocks smashed to death. When all the storm subsided, there were two roads at both ends of the basin, both feet plowed out of Kongai's Avenue, and at the end stood Elter and Kaido respectively. Seeing the white marks cut out on Kaido's body, Elter also frowned. This guy has a little defensive power, although it is just a normal slash, can only leave white marks on Kaido's body. The dark red thunder kept slashing down in the center of the battlefield. The entire field was bright and dark. The sea was also turbulent. As soon as ordinary people enter this area, they might be shaken to death by two extremely overbearing conquerors. On the other side, Kaido looked at the white marks on his body that had been chopped out by Elter, and his unkind eyes became more gloomy. Although he didn't cut him, the guy's armament Haki seemed a bit strange, and he could break open directly. Your own defense cut into yourself. The next moment, Kaido's face was fierce, his brows stared. The ground under his feet cracked directly. His huge body disappeared in an instant, and he appeared in front of Elter the next moment. The sturdy thighs were as heavy as a mountain range, stagnating the atmosphere, and suddenly bursting out a terrifying force like a mountain. The expression on Elter's face was exactly what I wanted. He didn't avoid it, he chose the most direct way, head dash to dash head. As a swordsman, he certainly couldn't kick it out, unless his brain was sick. Shinto stream, half moon. The huge roar resounded. When the two swords and the huge right foot blasted together, the originally broken ground collapsed again, and the resulting cracks ripped all around frantically, forming a huge basin. How lousy is Kaido? With Kaido's roar again, Elter's face turned pale, unable to stop the violent power from Yenamo Tenyu and Yuuzhan, and instantly flew out, slamming heavily on a barren mountain, embedded in it on the spot. The rocks kept rolling down. The violent collision caused Kaido to fall backwards and withdraw, leaving a huge gully on the ground. But compared to Elter, Kaido's situation is much better. Kaido, who forcibly stopped his body, clasped the iron rod of thorns, jumped up, and then swooped towards Elter, who had plunged into the ruins. The momentum of his whole body continued to rise. Kaido rushed out of the thick smoke of the explosion, appeared in front of Elter in an instant, and then smashed out with a stick. Without the slightest skill, there is only the purest power. Elter held his sword in front of him. At the moment of the collision, his face changed slightly. But Kaido raised his thorny iron rod again, and suddenly fell down again. In an instant, the horrible air pressure made the air scream, and a cracked canyon stretching for 100 meters appeared under the feet. Elter, who turned directly back and avoided, slashed the red and black air current with a sky feather in his left hand, and flashed past as a terrorist slash. Looking at the huge blow coming from the roar, Kaido's left hand clenched a fist, without a hint of timidity or evasion, wrapped in armament Haki, just such a punch, powerful and domineering with that slashing bombardment. A deafening explosion sounded, and the ring-shaped air pressure rolled up the surface and castrate unabated, rushing towards the distance. Shintalu Abi hell. Two sword lights rose from the ground. Wherever they passed, whether it was a rock or a hurricane, they all dissipated, cutting everything off, exuding an aura of destruction, and coming in an instant. Almost for an instant, the sound that rang through the sky awakened everyone. The ground beneath their feet collapsed in a large area, and the scattered rocks scattered all over the sky and rolled up the sand, forming a sandstorm rushing to the sea mightily. This time, Kaido didn't resist and turned into a streamer and flew out. As the huge explosion shattered to the ground, a small basin appeared under Kaido's body. I saw Kaido standing slowly. The mace in his hand fell to the ground, looking down at the knife wound on the somewhat stinging chest, and he was looking out, blood oozes. There was a hint of disbelief on the fierce face, and as the throat became sweet, the pungent blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He was injured. Although he is recovering quickly, he is indeed injured. With his defense, ordinary attacks are basically ineffective, and even artillery shells can't break his defense. Looking at the red and black Haki Alti flowing all over, and two famous knives that he had to take seriously, they were also full of such things. Kaido's eyes are full of sorrow and cold. Shout, it's really rough and thick. Kaido, I didn't fall down like this, but next time I won't be so lucky. Kaido's weird power, resilience, physical strength, and defensive power are really not covered. This period is actually so strong, but this kind of injury is irrelevant. With Kaido's strong physique, it is easy to recover, and it will not stay at all. The scar is too big. After all, in the future, he can become the strongest creature by sea, land, and air, plus the strongest man singled out. For Kaido at this moment, Elder is not surprised. He can use emission Haki to hurt the opponent, but it must be hit. If anyone else has stronger defensive power, it may be the unreasonable woman with strong defensive power of Big Mom. The future four emperors, no matter who they are, will be scarred by enemies, including Whitebeard. But except for one Big Mom, this guy's steel balloon is too buggy. Looking at the joking Alter, Kaido ignored him, but in his eyes, there was a raging fire. On the stout arms of ordinary people, the blue veins were violent, and the wild and ferocious aura spread out in an instant. The ground under their feet shattered again. Looking down from the sky, the two people at this moment were like two meteors, with sonic booms, and they collided in horror. The terrifying air pressure spread from the center of the two people, and then turned into turbulent waves to move mountains and fill the sea. Kaido's thick arms surrounded the terrifying force, carrying a mace toward Elt. Swajin. The muscles of Elt's left arm were also bulging high, and they brought the hurricane without fear and violently collided. In an instant, the sand was flying away and the rock splashed. Right sword. The ground at the feet of Elt, who was resisting Kaido's violent attack with one hand, also sank, and then with Yenemo in his right hand, flashing a cold light, he slashed towards Kaido's eyes. Elt doesn't believe this guy's eyes, and he can resist his own knife. If that's the case, he doesn't need to hit him, he just carried the bucket and ran away. Kaido was naturally not so rampant. He used his eyes to fight Elt's violent knife, and saw Kaido's left hand instantly loosen the thorny iron rod in his hand. The beast-like hair and the feather coat on the back danced constantly. The thick left arm was held high, wrapped in a deep-armed color, and it slammed down at the attack of Elt. Back down, that's impossible. The whole scene was out of control, and one wave of terror shockwaves destroyed everything. And Alti, whose right hand's strength suddenly decreased, also made a decision. I saw Yenemo on the right hand. Almost at the moment when he let go, his right hand quickly recovered, and Alti, who passed the red light in his eyes, let out a low voice. The whole person is like a lurking beast. Shintoryu I Kaoxiong's sword. His entire right hand rested on the other sword around his waist, and the black sword Shioshue was already wrapped in a rich emission Haki before it even came out of its sheath. The shock brought by that moment enveloped the entire soul. The violent air pressure was generated between the two of them, which rolled up the surface and formed a raging wave that flooded in all directions. The windbreaker danced wildly behind him, and the surface collapsed, causing the scene of a landslide and a cracking of the ground. Only Elt was left standing on the ground alone, and Taniyu with his left hand blocked in front of him. Yenemo sank into the ground, and a trace of blood dripped from the tip of the knife in the autumn water held high by his right hand. Then it was shaken off instantly by Elt, and he was sheathed again, and his right hand picked up Yenemo in front. Just as Kale pulled up the Gu-867 demon and was about to pursue the victory, he saw crazy warnings. A threat of danger rushed into his heart, and he didn't even want to stop the sword directly in front of his chest. In the moment, it was as if a big mountain hit the knife, and the unstoppable Elt kept rolling out towards the back. After Yenemo Tianyu and Yuzhani entered the ground, he still kept sliding. At the place where Elt stood, Kaido was still standing with an angry face at the moment, his body full of pressure squatted slightly, and when the ground under his feet instantly collapsed, he jumped up and ejected towards Elt. With the sound of the sonic boom from the air, an angry Kaido descended from the sky and came straight to Elt. Spitting out a mouthful of saliva stained red with blood, Alter stood still, looked up at the constantly enlarged black shadow in the sky, falling rapidly, with a platinum kimono with his right hand, wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth. Alter's eyes were cold. Kaido, Lousy is not afraid of you, keep coming. Elt, whose eyes were full of people, pulled down the windbreaker behind him, walked slowly forward, then ran, and finally accelerated suddenly, disappearing to the ground, and the power of the sky and the earth once pressed the surroundings and exploded again and again. The blue veins in his hands violently, the aura on his body was like Shura, and it instantly condensed, almost covering the whole body of emission Haki, wrapped around Elt's body. Boom. Alter turned into a streamer across the sky and collided with Kaido in midair. 2 circular airwaves were generated in the entire sky instantly, linking the spread of the upper and lower parts, and the raging hurricane swept all visible objects below. Without warning, two figures appeared above a defensive turret and disappeared again after a terrifying impact. Then the entire turret collapsed and turned into a pile of rubble. Holding Yenemo in his right hand and slashing Tianyu in his left hand, the boiling armor color covered the entire sword body. Immediately Kaido's fists collided, and then they broke apart. The violent air pressure was generated between the two of them, and rolled up the surface to form a raging wave that swept out in all directions. Slash wave, fall dragon. Even flying upside down in the air, the Tianyu Yujin and Yenemo in Elt's hands were raised high to the back of his left shoulder and swung down suddenly. In an instant, the sword aura that opened up the world tore apart and turned into a roaring, ferocious dragon, swallowing everything where it passed, and the momentum like a broken bamboo was completely overwhelming. The sky exploded again, and as the billowing dust enveloped everything, Elter flew up into the sky, standing on a broken barrel, and he couldn't stop bleeding from the corner of his mouth. At this time, Kaido, who was lifted up by the dragon and finally smashed into the ruins, got up from the dirt, spit out the sand in his mouth, and his entire face was distorted. On Kaido's waist at this moment, there was a bloody knife wound that could not stop the blood, and the blood was flowing, and it was slashed by the black blade Shue's blade of grass. "You cut me, bastard, come again." The tyrannical murderous aura continued to permeate. Kaido also went into rage. Seeing Kaido running wildly, it was exactly like a Xiaoqiang from Immune to Death. Elter took a deep breath, his eyes sharp, kicked away the gravel in front of him with one foot, stepped out slowly, the armed color on the double knives flow glue, more full-bodied. 131, Chapter 131. Chapter 131, The Real Kaido, Fish Fruit, Eudemon Species Azure Dragon Form. When the dazzling storm hit, Kaido appeared extremely fanatical and violent in front of Elt, punching out with a big grinding plate, making a harsh sonic boom. But in a fleeting moment, the sky feather in Elt's hand rubbed Kaido's arm, colliding countless sparks, his body shifted slightly, and he escaped Kaido's violent attack perfectly. As for the mace, I don't know where it was buried long ago. Time seemed to slow down at this moment, and Elt leaned forward slightly and rushed directly in front of Kaido. The red and black liquid flowing on Yenemo, even exuding hot heat, slammed Kaido's chest, leaving white mark, let him take a few steps backwards directly. Kaido at this moment, his eyes widened and roared. The palm of a fan-sized palm slammed down against Elt, carrying a large storm. Looking at the dark palms, there is no doubt that going down this hall can instantly collapse the ground of a radius of 1,000 meters. This is the destructive power of Kaido. Elt kicked Kaido in the chest, pulling the two apart, while Kaido was sonorous, with an unstable center of gravity, and directly slapped the ground on the side. Shinto Stream, Half Moon. Yenemo Tianyu and Yu Zhan, who came out very quickly, then banged heavily on Kaido's jaw, bringing up a burst of blood. As Kaido's head was raised high, blood spurted out, and the burly body couldn't stop backing. And Elt also took advantage of the victory, constantly waving Yenemo and Tanya's slashing on Kaido's body, making the sound of metal collision, and Kaido was a fool. The moment when his jaw was cut, he directly crossed his hands in front of his chest, defense. His body was also covered with armament Haki, but even so, Kaido kept leaving small wounds on his body, but was not as big as the stab wound on his waist. Whenever Kaido wanted to counterattack, Elt would go straight to his eyes and swing a knife, making him passively defend again. Kaido had no resistance for a while, and could only be passively beaten like a sandbag. Under the bombardment of Elt, he kept backing away. The next moment when Kaido was furious and couldn't help it, he suddenly felt a crisis, an unprecedented crisis. With red ray in his eyes and crazy face, Alti suddenly stepped in front of Kaido, and the surface layer collapsed. I saw the green veins and blood vessels bulging on Elt's arm. Yenemo and Tianyu Yuzhan were lifted high, flowing red and black liquid into the flames. Shintoria King Kong Hell. The sword aura extended from Yenemo and Tianyu Yuzhan, as if to cut openly towards Kaido. Countless sword auras raged and cut countless sword marks on the surface. The sword energy, like a laser, instantly slashed through the skeleton building on the Ghost Island, cutting off its corner directly. Amid Kaido's roar, the entire atmosphere condensed, and the naked eye could see it began to expand, then shrink, and then squeeze out infinite power for an instant burst. The heaven and the earth lost its light instantly. As soon as the vast mushroom cloud towered up, surrounded by a halo without a dead angle spreading, the crust of the earth was lifted and stripped, forming a monstrous gluttony rushing past. Hey! Kaido's hideous face and bloodshot eyes, blood sprayed in his mouth and nose, slashed directly across his body, chopped off everything behind him, and threw it into the air. The feet of the two of them continued to collapse. Get me up! The dragon roared, and Elt used his last force. The next second, Kaido turned into a streamer to tear through his eardrums and flew out. The ground on both sides of the road exploded one after another, and the originally collapsed surface was stirred in the air again. Billowing dust enveloped all sights on the island. With a hurricane coming from the sea, the mountains in front of Eret had disappeared, leaving behind a burst canyon that was 100 meters wide and could not be seen at a glance. Seeing the crazy radiation out at this moment, Eret was also breathing heavily, a lot of steam rising from his body, and the platinum clothes were stained with blood. The entire Ghost Island has been beaten for a little bit, completely unrecognizable, and the topography has been changed. Suddenly, the creepy breath rose again. OM. The sound of the ground breaking again sounded, and I saw a huge blue dragon claw sticking out in the ruins of the canyon, grasping the ground and gradually arching up. As the dragon head suddenly raised, the kilometer-sized Kaido skyrocketed and suspended. The sky stirred the dark clouds in the sky. The dragon, an eastern dragon, but the scales are blue-blue, with 4 dragon horns and flames on the forelimbs. Kaido is completely beast. Roar. The storm swept all around, and the angry Kaido roared wildly. But there was a bloody wound on the abdomen, making Kaido at this moment even more hideous and terrifying. For a while, the sky was already dim and dark, and lightning flashed, and the whole island was flooded with rolling dragons and Kaido's conquerors. I'm gonna. Zoan phantom beast species are so strong. Haven't been killed yet. I want to get one too. Kaido at this time is a monster, a real monster, a monster that is still growing. Now, it is the real Kaido, using devil fruit's abilities, ready to use all his strengths and desperately. Above the sky, dark clouds were rolling, and the surrounding surface was constantly cracked. Point 2 extremely conquerors spread and collided with each other like the mighty sky. Point 1 after another black and red thunder spread, like the world, causing the sea to keep rolling. Lola. Forcing me to be like this is enough for you to be proud of yourself. Next, it's me. Kaido is suspended in the air. His eyes are bloodshot, and he opens his huge dragon head. Countless air currents and hurricanes converge in his mouth, forming a dazzling flame sphere, like a small sun. Heat. As Kaido's huge dragon head lifted up, it suddenly erupted, and the heat like a small missile continued to fall from the air. The dazzling white light illuminates the entire sky, and the heat full of terrifying power shoots down the ground. The violent power first expands rapidly, and then quickly shrinks to the critical point. The billowing flames burned, and the surrounding ground had begun to melt. As the storm swept away, the scenery inside was completely exposed, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. An afterimage was left in place, and Elter disappeared in place. Slash wave. Under the raging fire on the entire ground, purple-black slash flew out, slicing away out of the fire with no dead ends. Heat. Another burst of heat like a missile, before it reached it, made Elter feel the terrifying heat. Shinto stream, Yongyue. The heat that was several meters in diameter was instantly divided into 2 halves under Elter's knife, but the terrifying power of heat also made Elter clench his teeth. Slash wave flood dragon. After removing Yenemo forcibly, a slashing scorpion dragon smashed into Kaido's huge dragon head with a roar, causing Kaido's head to lean back, and continuous heat abruptly stopped. And Elter also fell back to the ground again, his eyes filled with civility, and he looked into the air with a cold face, and slowly moved towards Kaido, who was approaching him. The storm swept all the way and galloped, and the crust under his feet moved one after another. The next moment Kaido, who turned into a green dragon, gallops against the surface, bringing the hurricane to raging and directly hitting Elter, and Elter also turned into a streamer and rushed in one fell swoop out. When they collided with each other, the violent air pressure spread around the 2 people. As a mushroom cloud rose, the 2 people collapsed wherever they went. But the next moment, after an unmatched collision, in front of the kilometer-long Kaido, Elter only felt a mountain force attacking, and then his feet fell into the ground and couldn't stop moving out, and finally pierced through a few seats. The towering hills are sunken in the mud. The whole hill collapsed behind him, and Elter walked out and gasped. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. Why does it work harder and harder? This is not scientific. Or is he now underestimating Kaido's strength or overestimating his own strength? He vomited the blood in his mouth, and the original white teeth were also stained red. Elter didn't believe it anymore. Kaido couldn't get rid of it. Striding over 100 meters in one step and approaching Kaido in a blink of an eye. Elter was also wrapped in a mission Haki with his hands, carrying Yenemo and Tanyuyujin, and strangling towards Kaido, filled with an aura of destruction. Kaido is now a real wild beast, with sharp claws like a sword, shining coldly and grabbing at Elter. Shintoryu Iori. The dragon's claws, the size of a small ship, went straight to Elter with endless pressure, and the atmosphere in front burst. When they collided with each other, Qian Wang Zhao, the violent air pressure spread around the 2 people. It was originally a fragmented earth. With Elter as the center, it instantly sank, and a crater tens of meters in size appeared. The blue scales are as hard as diamonds, and Elter's Yenemo and Tanyuyujin are covered with emission Haki, and they only produce countless sparks on them. Go away. Elter, who was full of emission Haki, had fierce eyes. With a roar, the compacted ground beneath his feet cracked again. With his eyes full of hostility, Elter was full of vigor. Nanny. Under Kaido's ferocious long eyes, he repelled a few kilometers abruptly, and Alter's entire calf was almost sinking into the mud. Kaido on the opposite side flew into the sky again, his eyes covered with bloodshot eyes, and he looked down at Elk condescendingly. The blue scales on his body were shining with cold light, and a huge stab wound on his chest was still bleeding. Slightly Aurora. Unexpectedly, you can still hold on till now. A terrifying tail swings back and forth on his back. Below the stalwart horns are terrifying eyes. The black beard is fluttering, and the figure slowly rises and laughs wildly. In this chaotic weather, the center of the world is Kaido and Alti. 132, Chapter 132. Chapter 132, Kaido with the dragon's horns severed. Catch me all, Kaido. / wave dragon roll. Yenmo Tianyu and Yuuzhan were lifted up and quickly cut down under the violent breath of Elt. A tornado composed of sword aura with a diameter of tens of meters suddenly appeared and rushed towards Kaido. Kakarolo. This kind of trick can't hurt me. Heed. Kaido, with bloodshot eyes, looked tyrannically at Elt, who was like a small bug below. His huge body was swimming in the billowing dark clouds. The mouth of the basin is big, the dazzling light is shining, and the surrounding atmosphere is flowing extremely fast, gathering together. The high-raised fierce dragon head, the mouth full of fangs and sharp teeth, the fireball exuding terrifying high-temperature energy was ejected by Kaido, and under a fierce and devastating air wave, the tornado that destroyed everything was directly hit by the heat, scattered. Only with an unspeakable heat wave swept out to the surroundings. Elt looked at the rushing dragon and swung 2 slashes one after another and went straight to Kaido in 2 arcs of thousands of meters. As the explosions sounded in series, Kaido's dragon roars continuously. After resisting 2 slashes, it feels that the scales on his body will be peeled off. Go with. With his eyes condensed, Elt took off directly, turning into a red streamer, with a sound of breaking through the air. Facing such a huge Kaido, Elt did not choose to resist, nor did he choose to resist, directly avoiding Kaido's dragon claws with unparalleled speed. But the ground below was instantly cracked under Kaido's attack, revealing several bottomless canyons. Elt, who escaped Kaido's attack, stepped directly on Kaido's kilometer-long body and ran towards the head of the dragon. Kaido roared constantly, and one tail broke through the atmosphere, and cows, who had been aware of it, appear in the abdomen of Shenlong like a flash, making Kaido's attack missed. Yenmo Tianyu and Yu cut into a cross shape again with both hands. An explosive power raged on Yenmo Tianyu and Yuuzhan. Shintalu Abi Hell. Pin. The sky, which had been gloomy and began to unite, was once again broken open by a slash that rose to the sky, and the entire dark cloud began to burst out toward the surroundings. For a time, the dragon roar resounding through the sky kept ringing in his ears, but Elt felt a fatal danger. When Elt raised his head and looked up, his pupils shrank to the size of a needle on the spot. Kaido was originally bloodshot eyes, but at this moment it was red because of the rage. Countless dragons' breath, like a 9-day galaxy, rushed straight forward. The air along the way was swept away. Before it hits, I felt the scorching sensation of the air rushing over my face. Asshole. Xiaolong. Elt gritted his teeth and knew that he couldn't escape now. So he could only hope that after splitting the heat of Kaido, he would buy some time for himself and then escape. The dragon slash wave, which was integrated into armament Haki by Elter, also successfully helped Elter split the heat of Kaido. But the next moment, as Kaido raised his body and exerted strength again and increased his strength, the violent dragon's breath was even more violent, and he could not even breathe and forcibly smashed Elt's slash wave. Then, the dragon's breath that distorted the air went straight to Erd, and the whole island suffered terrible catastrophes and was constantly broken. From the center of the explosion, a mushroom cloud glowing with orange-red flames rose from the ground, rapidly spreading with a red halo, expanding in an all-round way and destroying everything. The terrifying searing air waves swept everything on the surface, and then it was blowing. The coming fire waves and sandstorms, the dazzling light illuminates the entire sea area. At this moment, at the very center of the explosion, the abyss is still expanding, and many rocks have been melted into magma, as if to connect to the center of the earth. The fire on the surface is also burning everything that can burn. Kaido, floating in the air at this moment, constantly appeared in the dark clouds, staring at the ground, eyes full of humane rage, lightning and thunder in the sky, and strong winds. Kaido now has countless stab wounds on his chest, but the most terrifying thing is a bloody cross stab wound and a stab wound on the abdomen. Except for the few guys on the sea, no one can hurt him at this point. In a rage, he just wanted to kill Elt.as for soliciting. Let go to hell. Scare. Shinto streamed King Kong hell. Kaido. Without a word, as a voice filled with Haki sounded, Alt's voice suddenly rang from the lava-filled ground, but Kaido's pupil shrank without even thinking about it. Heat. The huge dragon's breath tilts like a galaxy inverted, and the power of destroying everything is hard to resist. But the next moment, it was directly split in half under Alter's attack. After the huge dragon's breath was divided into two halves, the power was also not to be underestimated. Like a pillar of fire, spreading from the coast of the Ghost Island to the sea. Wherever he went, the earth was melted and the ocean was cut open. The center was a vast mushroom cloud, surrounded by two halos, linking up and down, and the surrounding sky collapsed and turned into a 100-meter-high tsunami, rushing in all directions. Alti, who had resisted Kaido's attack, had almost burned his clothes, and had never been so difficult in a fight. Kaido. Boom. Kaido's two dragon claws constantly collided with Elt, who was hitting real fire, and the sound of steel hitting constantly sounded in the air. Kaido, who had a mouthful of blood, bit directly towards Elt. The fangs taller than Elt could crush everything. After colliding with Yenmo and Tanyuyujin, countless sparks appeared. As Kaido's entire body suddenly moved forward, both Elt and Kaido were shocked away by tremendous force at the same time. But when he flew out, Elt landed on Kaido's dragon's back and slid backwards continuously. Even before he could rest, he rushed towards Kaido again. His face was full of blood, and the hostility in his eyes almost turned into substance. Whether it was the surface of the body or the Yenmo in his hand, Tanyuyujin was covered with emission Haki. Ert, who was constantly screaming, is now exhausted with a lot of physical strength. Comparing stamina with Kaido is definitely the most stupid. After all, he is still young. This can be said to be the peak strength of Ert at present. Playing Kaido, he doesn't have any water. Now, he just wants to kill Kaido, and as for Wanakuni not Wanakuni, he has long been left behind by Elt. Now he doesn't have to work hard, just wait for him to burn more paper next year. Kaido, who was repelled by Ert's attack, also raised his terrifying head again, and one dragon and one person looked at each other. It was a stab wound, and between Alti and the two people were half a catastrophe, almost both of them. Kaido opened his blood basin and opened his mouth, and there was suffocating energy condensed in it. Its ability to be greater than before is not comparable to ordinary heat. Roar. The deafening dragon roars, the torrent of torrents breaking through everything, sweeping the air along the way. The atmosphere in front is instantly fragmented, and before it arrives, you can feel the destructive force. It's a big move. Who loses, who dies? Shinto stream, Brahma heaven. Behind Elt suddenly rose up a demon that covered the sky and covered the sun. The head with 4 green fangs and 4 different expressions represented: happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. The eyes of each face are closed and long point 4 hands, each holding a long knife raised flat. As the entire earth burst apart, the idols suddenly opened their eyes, and the violent breath continued to spread, causing the entire atmosphere to freeze. The entire cloud layer in vain. The black cloud billowed with lightning and thunder, and the sea became even more unstable. As one of the golems suddenly opened their eyes and swung a sacred and noble giant sword in his hand, the whole world flashed by with a golden light. At that moment, the sound of the sky pierced everyone's eardrums. The ground collapsed in a large area. The sky was splashed with rubble, and the dust was rolled up. When the clouds were surging, the invisible horrible sword aura was decimated by the air pressure, and the entire gloomy sky seemed to be split under this knife. With a sound that made the world explode, even Odin in Wanakuni suddenly stopped his movements and looked in the direction of the Ghost Island at this moment. The whole land began to shake. As the cross rays of light flickered, a chinking was formed in a radius of 10,000 meters. The surrounding barren mountains began to break through the mud, and the ground rose instantly, and the terrifying air pressure rushed into the sky, causing the entire cloud to penetrate. Zero, look for flowers. We recovered, a hysterical dragon roar sounded, and the moment the force of terror collided, like the end of the world, Kaido's face was hideous at this time, and his eyes were full of bloodshot eyes almost squeezing out of his eye sockets. On Kaido's body, there was a knife wound that was almost smashed and broken. The huge dragon horn on the head was also directly cut off canyon cracks. Finally, it cut through the layers of the ground and fell on the sea, and a vast mushroom cloud rose in the sea with the splitting, turbulent waves. The whole Ghost Island is shaking and shaking at this moment. When everything subsides, looking around, the Ghost Island is already riddled with holes. On the other side, within a radius of 10,000 meters, Countless mountains rose up instantly, eventually forming a canyon basin, and cracks continued to spread. The center of the basin has almost completely turned into flowing magma, and Elt, whose breath has plummeted, is constantly hemoptysis, kneeling on a piece of almost red rock, sinking slowly, and the situation looks very bad. But Elt, who didn't want to be so suffocated and died, jumped up after exhausting his last strength, and even hit it directly when he landed. It is commonly known as the face. Elt was lying in a pool of blood, closed his eyes, opened his mouth slightly, and then suddenly grinned, revealing the blood-stained teeth, and gave out a sorrowful smile. Together with the blood behind Cindy, it made him look extremely horrified fear. At this moment, Kaido's pupils were almost invisible, and his consciousness was about to be knocked out. The huge body fell from the sky and suddenly plunged into the sea, slowly recovering its human form, and the huge wave hundreds of meters high was overwhelming pounce on the ghost island. What? Just when Elter was a little unable to hold it, 3 figures appeared in front of Elter out of thin air. Master Elt. It was Lafitte and Shitemaru who came back with Moria, who had been captured. Boss, you are really amazing. You defeated that monster. Hey, Kaido, I want to kill him. As soon as the 3 of them landed on the ground, Elter, who had been ailing in a pool of blood, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, shocking Moria in front of him. After all, the image of Elt is too miserable and permeating now. They have never seen Elt like this. Sitting up abruptly, one of the eyes was filled with the blood in the forehead into the eye socket, and after flowing out from the corner of the eye, it was directly dyed blood red, and the other sky blue but bloodshot eyes were cold, looking at the 3 people. For some reason, Moria felt a sense of horror. Kaido, find Kaido for me. You must kill him for lousy. Elt's eyes are extremely fierce, and his body is full of people's spirit. Now he only wants to kill Kaido, and Elt can't control so much of the rest. As for cultivating an opponent for himself, or being afraid of affecting the plot, Elt is not so mentally retarded. This is the real ocean, a distorted era, not a game world where you die again. As for killing one Kaido, another Kaido will pop up, Elt sneered, and then continue to kill. He didn't believe that everyone in the sea was Kaido. Elt is also holding on now. The reason for being so calm is naturally just in case. He doesn't believe in Moria or Lafitte. Seeing Moria and Lafitte's departure, there was only Jushinwan alone at the scene, and Elt was also relieved. For Jushinwan, he was more at ease. Jushinwan, take that. Now find a boat, leave the ghost island, and go back to Wanakuni. Alti, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, held Yinamo with one hand, supporting himself not to fall, and also signaled AI Jotianwan to bring the huge dragon horn that fell to the ground at this moment. Yes, Lord Elt. Without asking why, Jotianwan is always on alert for everything around him, and now he is the protector of Ert. A few minutes later, on the fragmented ghost island, a pirate ship sailed away. Several. 133. Chapter 133. Chapter 133. And just when Elt and Kaido were fighting either you or me alive, a big incident happened on the sea. The myth of the Great Prison collapsed. The Great Prison under the sea a day ago in Belton. The guard sitting in the surveillance room suddenly saw the surveillance phone bug photographing the Golden Lion Shiki. As the alarm sounded throughout the prison, Deputy Director Magellan led the team to the 6th floor of Impelton, Eternal Hell. Looking at the feet in a pool of blood in the cell, Magellan also couldn't believe it. Could it be that he chopped off his feet? Report to the director. Golden Lion Shiki has escaped, and he should be somewhere in the prison. In Impel Down, Magellan, who is still the deputy director at the moment, reports to the old director who is about to retire. His face is dignified and serious. After all, it was the Golden Lion Shiki, the legendary big pirate. No one dared to take it lightly. Where are the shackles of sea stone? Have they been taken off? No, the lock was not taken off, but he cut off his legs. At this moment, even Magellan, the famous warden in the future, was scared into a cold sweat by the fierceness of the Golden Lion Shiki. This kind of person treats himself so cruelly, let alone treat others. There is no 867 theory. You must find out the Golden Lion Shiki. If this felon is allowed to escape, it will be troublesome. Countless guards and blue gorillas are standing by, looking for Shiki's whereabouts everywhere. While the entire Eternal Hell was messing around, a ticking sound was heard somewhere inside the big prison at this moment. At this moment, Hannibal, who is still the head of the prison, suddenly felt something dripping on his head. His face was puzzled. The moment he turned his head, his expression instantly became horrified. Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki, sitting on the beam, didn't hesitate to smoke his cigar and spit out a puff of smoke. as if the pain of a broken leg felt nothing. Looking at Hannibal, who was trembling in horror below, Shiki's face was disdainful. Do you know where my two swords have gone? They are the famous swords Sakura Tin and Withered Wood. Hannibal, who had an abnormal brain circuit, couldn't help but spit out his heartfelt voice. Promotion, it seemed that I want to be promoted. Hannibal, who reacted the next moment, was also frightened in a cold sweat. I was wrong, Shiki. Shiki, who is not interested in such a small role, also ignored Hannibal's self-talk. Although I am very reluctant to bear you, I still have to leave here. I don't want a feat. Who will give it to you? Grinning at the corner of his mouth, Haki leaked Golden Lion with a frantic face. I have been taken care of for the past 2 years. And the soul of Hannibal below was almost scared out. With only one person, he kept looking around, looking for someone to help him share the pressure, and immediately thought of his good friend Magellan. Deputy Director Magellan found Shiki, come and help. Seeing this scene, Shiki smiled disdainfully, just wiggling his fingers, and under Hannibal's horrified eyes, a huge rock hit him. Hannibal, who was not too strong, had white eyes, and his body was bent into a prawn shape, and a mouthful of blood came out. Then he fell to the ground and was buried in the rubble. As for the Golden Lion Shiki, he had already disappeared long ago. He went to look for his 2 famous swords. He just escaped, but he didn't want to be caught again. Therefore, only the guards who met him were all dead or disabled, or passed out in a coma. Shiki, the Golden Lion who broke through the obstacles and returned to the sea, directly taught that the hilt of the tin and dead wood was destroyed, pierced into his severed feet, tightened with a rope, and blood flowed. The severe pain hits and directly pierces the forehead. Okay, there is a footstep, so the sea. I am back, Shiki. Duh. On the sea after a day. The first prisoner to escape, the admiral of the pirate fleet, Golden Lion Shiki news has moved countless pirates, especially those captains who lived under the command of the Golden Lion Shiki. Seeing the former captain, they broke after the myth of Impel Down is not broken. They are not so happy, but become more and more angry. No one knows the horror and temper of the Golden Lion Shiki better than them. He will definitely clean up the traitors. Windmill Village in East Blue. I'm Sengoku. I'm sorry to interrupt your vacation, Garp, about Golden Lion. I heard. It's better to be careful. He is not a man who seeks peace, but he probably won't leave an attack. After all, he is a well-prepared guy. Garp, who was on the phone, had a solemn expression at the moment. As an old opponent, he only knew how terribly destructive this old lion was and how deeply resented East Blue. The only time Golden Lion was incomplete, relying on his own spirit to use things, ended up talking about his legs and paying the price for a few years, which is not a big deal. After communicating with Sengoku for a while, Garp also left Windmill Village and went to a bandit house on the back mountain. Known as being both a father and a mother, the Mountain City Dayton, who played Garp in Dare Not Fight Back, is also chasing a little boy on all 4s at this moment. Boy, don't just walk around, stop for me. And Garp is also pushing the door in at this moment. Watching the warm scene in front of him, the depressed mood of just chatting with Sengoku disappears, facing the still baby Ace, constantly sitting and making faces. Little Ace, Grandpa Garp is here. But the dam behind him was shocked. After all, he is a bandit and Garp is Marine. Mr. Card Garp, you are here. And in another place in East Blue, in the Ishin Dojo in Shiki Village, Seymour. A man with toad eyes and smiling Mimi looked at the child in his wife's hands a little disappointed, or worried. This is the dojo that his father Shimatsuki Kosaburo left for him. In Koshiro's memory, his father was a great man. He wrote a record of famous swords that was recognized by swordsmen all over the world, and he also created many famous swords, including the text of Hadao, which was handmade to him. 21 work of the great cause. I want this child to inherit the dojo, but the girl is a bit. But Koshiro's wife looked at the baby in her arms with a gentle face. It's okay. You will become stronger, Kuna. East Blue West Rob Village by East Blue. The place where Usopp, the sniper of the future Straw Hat Pirates, boarded the ship, was also where they had their first ship, Going Merry. A man with an explosive head looked at a small boat floating on the coastline and was also surprised. What? It's so rare. It's a ship on the journey. When the small fishing village stopped, a young man with red hair and a straw hat came into view. Shanks, who had been hiding in East Blue for several years, finally planned to go to sea. At his young age, there was a hideous scar on his right eye, which was left by Elter. Hello, I came here for a man named Yasopp. My name is Shanks. I am a pirate. Without the slightest hesitation, Shanks generously admitted that he was looking for a partner to go to sea together. Facing Shanks' invitation, Yasopp, who was originally confused, was also full of joy and excitement. Since Roger left One Piece, the big secret treasure before his death, countless men have rushed into the sea to pursue their dreams or wealth, fame, and rights. Yasopp also has a dream of a pirate, but living in the village, he has no money to buy a boat. There is also a wife who is seriously ill in bed and a young son, so he can't make up his mind. Why are you looking for him, Shanks? Even if he had guessed the result, Yasopp couldn't help asking. He wanted to hear the answer with his own ears. Ah, of course I invited him to be my partner and go out to sea together. On the great sea, the bond between two men is forged here. About 2 hours later, Yasopp returned to his not luxurious home with joy and began to bring his own clothes and necessities. But he was seen by his wife, who was constantly lying on the bed at the moment. Yasopp, what are you doing? A woman who is not at all bloody, it is very difficult to even move because she is pregnant, and looking at her husband, she doesn't understand what he is going to do. I met someone today. I'm going to see and fulfill my dream. You will wait for my good news at home. I will definitely become the most famous pirate in the sea. There is no sadness of parting, not even to see the bed sick, or even the pregnant wife. Yasopp only has yearning and longing for the sea in his eyes. Starting today, Yasopp is also a pirate. There was only Yasopp's voice in the whole room. The woman who was sick in bed kept her tears tightly and didn't let 1.7 cry by herself. It was not that she didn't want to let Yasopp stay, but she knew that even if she said it, it was useless. Yasopp would not give up going to sea for the sake of her still having a child in her stomach. Then you must succeed, Yasopp. She kept tears, but smiled and said the blessings of being a wife, and she saw that Yasopp had walked out of the room at this moment. The words of a woman were so insignificant. When Yasopp went out carrying his luggage, he saw Shanks, who had been waiting for a long time. Have you arranged everything? Jesus cloth. Let's go. Shanks, my wife, but very supportive of me being a pirate. Without the slightest remembrance or dismay, Yasopp ran to Shanks' boat with excitement. Because not long after Yasopp left, the woman in the room couldn't help crying anymore, even having difficulty walking, and her body aches. Starting today, she must live alone for the unborn baby in her belly. Child. New World, the well-known One Piece deputy, Pluton Rayleigh, was swimming, almost drowned, and then was rescued by a little octopus. 134, Chapter 134. Chapter 134, The Destruction of O'Hara, the Horror of Buster Call. When I returned to Huadu, Ert was the first to find a doctor to help him check his injuries, and then replenish his strength. Elt's physical skills are far from reaching the point where life is returned, but Kaido has already reached it. Life return is not the only trick that Marine can do. As long as your physical skills reach a certain level, Marine 6 Styles is just more convenient for you to learn life return. Until a day later, Alti, who was covered with bandages and only showed one face, also looked at the newspaper in his hand with an ugly face. O'Hara's Buster Call, Golden Lion Shiki, has escaped from prison. Damn it, it's all the idiot Kaido. Thinking of Golden Lion's escape from prison, Alti's face is ugly, because when Golden Lion escaped from prison, the 17-year-old redhead would go to East Blue to recruit Yasopp. The current redhead is definitely not his Alti's opponent. But it was Kaido that was so hard to blame. He abruptly attracted all his attention and made the red-haired boy run away again. At this time, Moria and Lafitte also returned to Huadu, but Moria was swearing unhappy, and El was also unhappy with a gloomy face. What about Kaido guy? Elt, who was kneeling on the ground, looked at Moria and Lafitte with unspeakable hostility in his eyes. Seeing Moria spread out her hands, Alter's heart trembled. Sorry, boss, the guy Kaido fell into the sea. We couldn't find it. Now I want to come. That guy has suffered such a serious injury, or devil fruit. Sank to the bottom of the sea. He should be drowned. Crack. There was a crisp cracking sound, and I saw that the teacup in Elt's hand was instantly crushed, and the blue veins on the whole right arm violently. The whole body was involuntarily exuded, and he looked at the sky outside the house with a gloomy and terrifying face. Kaido, that guy, he must not die. He must be alive. At this moment, in the deep sea far away from the ghost island, a man with a sharp horn on his head suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, a blue dragon that covered the sky and the sun stirred the sea, scared away countless sea beasts, and rushed out of the sea. What? Boss Elt, it's impossible. Kaido is demon fruit power. After such a serious injury, how could he be alive when he fell into the sea? Moria on the side also shed cold sweat on his forehead, although he had to admit that Kaido was a monster in 09. But Elt's words were a bit too fanciful. They weren't dead, so there was no reason. Kaido, you ran away this time. Then, next time, you won't be able to get away. Under the gloomy eyes, there is Elt's endless anger and tyranny. The newspaper in his hand is also caught by him. On it, there is a little girl, son of the devil Nico Robin, a 7 or 8-year-old child, a reward of 78 million Baileys. At this moment, Robin was running away in an unknown town, holding his hands tightly, and on her hands, a gorgeous bracelet appeared. Elf Father, where are you? Back in time a few days ago, the naval headquarters warship landed in O'Hara. At the moment of Shamrock, Dr. Kloba is engaged in a verbal confrontation with 5 elders. 5 elders, I think it's because there are secrets you don't know about in history. That's why we prevent us from continuing to explore history. Among the many facts that exist in the world, I want to know what is the reason more than what is recorded in historical texts. Why did the ancestors deliberately choose to use these indestructible ores to record history and to disperse them in the world? He was passed on to future generations everywhere. I'm afraid it is because there is a risk of being destroyed if the records are on paper or books. In other words, there are forces that are hostile to them in the world. 5 elders on the other side of the phone worm also became more subtle. What are you trying to say, Dr. Kloba? Assuming that they were destroyed by some enemy, then their enemy should be returned to the history after the scene. Coincidentally, just at the end of this 100 years of blankness, that is 800 years ago, the world government was born. If the enemy of those who were brutally wiped out is the world government today, then the 100 years of blankness can be understood as the government of the world has erased the black history that is not conducive to the fact and the literature. It also appears that the world once had the majestic appearance of a huge kingdom, which has very powerful power, but now everything about him has been erased. I'm afraid they realized their failure when they faced the coalition forces in the name of the world government. In order to pass on my own thoughts, I will engrave all the truth on the stone tablet. This is the existence of the historical text. The history and thoughts of this huge kingdom really threaten your existence. The name of this huge kingdom that once flourished is DJ. With the phone worm, the roar of 5 elders came out, and Spandane, who was in a daze, was also awakened. Kill him. Spandane, I seem to have heard something incredible. Ka. With a gunshot, Dr. Baroque fell to the ground with a crash. What he didn't know was that touching those taboos when he had no strength would kill people. On the east blue shore of O'Hara, a fleet headed by 5 Marine Vice Admiral also arrived. Launched the buster call, the whole fleet fires together to target the island of archaeology, the entire territory of O'Hara, and no one can be released. Kill me the demons of O'Hara, I order you in the name of justice. As the golden telephone bug rang, Sengoku's voice suddenly came from the warship. It was the first time Robin met his mother Aurovia. At the request of Aurovia, Robin was taken away by Vice Admiral Solo, the giant tribe. Live it, Robin. On the sea, on a Vice Admiral warship that is still in the uninterrupted canon, the Watchman Marine suddenly yelled, Kuzan, Kuzan, Vice Admiral. A lazy voice came. What's wrong? On the island, that is without a doubt. Facing the sluggish Marine, the future Marine Admiral Kuzan couldn't help it anymore and sat up from the couch with an angry face. Asshole, what you trying to say? Tell me clearly, asshole. It's Solo, Vice Admiral, who escaped. Marine's look at the hand suddenly quieted Kuzan, who was originally impatient, but his eyes gradually cooled, and ice scum began to spread on the deck. Solo, what did you want to do when you defected from Marine? Shoot. Aiming at Solo. An icy voice came from Kuzan's mouth. At this moment, he believes in the excited emotional justice, and he will not be soft when he treats the enemy. After the Marine on the warship was stunned for a few seconds, seeing Kuzan's gloomy face, he suddenly reacted, Yes, Kuzan, Vice Admiral. Now. The huge artillery shell crashed down on Solo's face, who was escaping with Robin, and thick black smoke appeared. Hit it. Sorry. Marine on the warship also couldn't believe it, with a cold sweat on his face. Asshole, what do you offer? He's already an accomplice of criminals. But at this moment, Solo stared in anger. Sorry, Robin, I scared you. Wait for me, I want to fix them all. What if Robin is injured? Solo, who left Robin, had anger in his eyes and ran straight to a warship docked on the shore, causing Marine on the warship to scream back and forth. Marines, of course they knew a giant. How powerful is Vice Admiral of the clan headquarters? Stop, Solo, Vice Admiral. I don't know what true justice is anymore. I just want to protect my friends. So please go to death and be an enemy of me. But there is nothing to end. The blood vessels and veins on his face violently. Solo, who was burning with anger, directly hugged the Marine warship that was 100 meters long, picked up from the sea in an instant. The angry Soluo would not understand these former compatriots and instantly smashed them onto the hard rocks on the shore. For a time, the wood chips flew, and the entire marine warship suddenly broke down and countless marines wailed. Robin on the other side ran towards the refuge ship, panting. But when she ran to the refuge ship, what she got was Yukai, prisoner's child. But there were some good people on the boat, and in the end, the kind uncle dropped the rope and wanted to pick Robin onto the boat. Hey, listen to the person from the refuge ship. Don't ignore that kid. Although he is a child, she is an archaeologist. She is our target. It's a bug with an amplified phone, jumping out to stir the muddy water. Really? Hurry up and lose the rope. Don't let her come up. No one on the refuge ship suddenly spoke for Robin, and the sinisterness of human nature was undoubtedly revealed. As for little Robin, she felt the darkness of the world and ran away with tears constantly, but she didn't know where she should go. After doing everything, Solo didn't even have time to rest. He just cursed Spandane secretly. He also ran straight to the warship where Spandane was, and he wanted to overturn the warship to the bottom of the sea. Go with. Sir, Solo ran to us. Asshole, fire it. Fire it. You don't have to ask Aurovia where they are now. With Spandane's order, countless cannonballs flew out and hit Solo, but they did not slow down Solo's footsteps at all, but aroused the ferocity of his giant race. At this moment, the island that was supposed to be in full swing, but now it was covered with a layer of frost, and there was a sound of footsteps. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Kazan appeared, and the entire ground under your feet was instantly frozen. Ice Point 2 thorny spears. Kazan exuding a terrifying cold air. 2 wise spears suddenly rushed out from his side and instantly penetrated the body of Solo in front of him, freezing the entire cliff in the distance. Kazan. If Buster Call is blocked by the original Marine members, it would be too shameful. With every step taken, the ground under his feet was frozen by Kazan. He didn't take Solo seriously. Although they were all Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, their strength was different. Everyone knew it in their hearts. Do you think you are proud of this attack? Let's reverse it. You should know that this is killing 100 people. For this reason, the world government will not hesitate to kill an entire O'Hara. Feeling powerless, but full of anger, Solo glared at his former colleague. For future development, there is no way, and scholars have indeed broken the law. Don't they? Justice will change its form with the change of positions, so I'm not going to accuse you of justice, but if you want to stop me, I won't just sit back and watch. Kazan was not moved at all. He also believed in his own justice. Boom. When the firelight shines on the world, both Kazan and Solo are full of unbelievable at this moment. Even Spandane is also sweating coldly. The refuge ship was blown up. Spandane never thought that even the refuge ship would be killed. How could it be like this? This is a bombardment from a warship, a cannon fired on the Sakazuki warship. On the main warship at this moment, Sakazuki is wearing a windbreaker. His face is solemn, decisive, fierce, and resolute. Since it's done, then we have to cut the grass and remove the roots. If there are scholars in this ship, then all the previous sacrifices will be wasted. Sengoku, everyone has instructed that any knowledge of O'Hara is not allowed to pass on. When dealing with evil, you have to leave no room for it. On the other side, Solo was already close to collapse and directly attacked Kazan with his fist several meters in size. This is your justice. You can still feel at ease seeing this, bastard. And how could this kind of attack hit Kuwa? Almost the moment Solo took the shot, Kuzi jumped and avoided it. I don't want to be as amazing as he is. And Solo did not expect to hit Kazan at all. As the sky filled with smoke, Solo 867 raised Robin's face with anxiety. Run. Robin, this guy is not so powerful. Looking at Solo running constantly, Kazan's face also became cold. Half of his body was covered with ice scum, and he roared, "Frozen time capsule." Under everyone's surprised eyes, an ice ridge instantly stretched to Solo's feet, frozen it, and then fell. Seeing Solo, who fell to the ground suddenly, Robin also looked anxious. Solo, are you okay? Solo, who was constantly panting, felt that his body was almost out of consciousness, and the ice on his body was constantly spreading upwards, looking anxiously at little Robin. Robin, run. Run as hard as you can. I've been caught now. No, there is no one in the sea now. Listen well, Robin, although you are only alone now, you will find a companion one day, but the sea is very vast. In life, you will not always be alone. Run, Robin, don't look back. Lonely Red Earl, I feel offended. Kazan was full of chills, his eyes were cold, and his back was chilled. Looking at Solo, who was still scumbag, he stretched out his hand and pressed it on Saul's body. Robin, go find your father. He is a new world, but he is a famous man in this sea. The final swan song. Solo was frozen into an ice sculpture. Looking at Robin, who is constantly running and crying, Kazan's glasses are all white. No one knows what the future Marine Admiral is thinking at this moment. Running and running, Robin seemed to want to leave all the unhappiness behind her. When she ran to the agreed place, she saw a man who brought him nightmares but was redeeming him. Kazan. Complete justice will turn people into a murder weapon. I decided to let you leave this island. I want to see what the seed that Solo protects would his life look like. You have the freedom to resent anyone, but you have to be thankful that you have taken your life back. I want you to live as low-key as possible. I have condensed an icy road for you on the sea, and you can reach it in a small boat to land. Looking at the icy road on both sides of the boat in the sea, like guardrails, Kazan got up and walked in front of Robin. At this moment, Kazan's heart was changed by Solo and Robin, and his justice also changed with it. Remember, I am not your partner, but if you do something bad, I will arrest your enemy immediately. When all the dust settled, there was a blazing fire behind him, but Robin was sitting in the boat alone and constantly remembering himself. Suddenly, she touched her hand and inlaid gemstones. It was so gorgeous and out of place, a man who appeared like light in her life. "Oh, Daddy, where are you?" At this point, Robin began her escape life, and her goal was to go to New World. 135, Chapter 135. Chapter 135, Kaido. I was so embarrassed. Wanakuni Flower City. Looking at Moria with an aggrieved face, Eld also picked up Yenamo at his waist and slowly got up. The Yenamo in his hand suddenly came out of her sheath and a white glow flashed past, slashing towards the huge dragon horn in front of her. With a burst of sparks splashing around, there was only a slight mark on it. Although Eld did not use Haki, but the hardness of this dragon horn is still outrageous. At first, Eld thought that the dragon horn would change back and become the same size as the horn on the head of the Kaido human form, but it didn't. The blood-stained right eye of Eld at this moment is like a sequelae, and no matter how clear Eld is, it is extremely blood-red at this moment, with two eyes of different colors, plus a sorrowful smile at this moment. Let Eld become more evil and awe-inspiring. "Kaido, are you dead or not?" "Eld, boss, did you cut off that guy's horns?" Lafitte, who noticed Eld's actions, was also frightened. Thinking of the experience on the Ghost Island that day, Lafitte felt like he was hit by two monsters. But his boss actually cut off the Kaido guy's dragon horn, and Lafitte gave Eld a thumbs up silently in his heart. We are now shooting. Kaido will definitely be on guard for us. Then Kazuki Oden, it's hard to say if he can fight him, boss. Although in this battle with Kaido, Eld and others found a place, but what followed was a series of problems in the future. Their whereabouts were completely exposed, and they would want to sneak in behind the scenes in the future. I'm afraid it won't work. And they are neither blatantly robbing like Kaido, nor can they be the orthodox Wanakuni-ers like Oden. "Wanakuni, I'm going to make a decision. Oden and Kaido can't keep it," I said. "Besides, if you can't win, then you're looking for foreign aid to completely muddy Wanakuni's water." Eld didn't plan to give up either, so if anyone who doesn't know knows his tone, he thinks they have gotten Wanakuni soon. If it doesn't work softly, it will come hard. Thinking of the man with the Sauls tattooed on his face, Eld is emboldened again. Although this guy can't always try his best to help himself, he will at least give a large part of his strength. "Go tell the big snake guy Wanakuni's weapons can be left directly, as long as you divide it into a layer and give it to the Kaido guy." Although Eld really wanted Kaido to die, he intuitively told him that Kaido was not dead. "Boss, why don't we all stay?" Moria's forehead is full of greetings, and she can't wait to bite her teeth and return to the enemy. The boss shouldn't be fooled by the brain. Leave Kaido some hope. If you don't give him all, I'm afraid this guy is going to run away, and he will die with me. But give him a little hope. This guy's stable character will definitely want to develop well, and then reach what he thinks. When it is possible, we will seek revenge. That guy is not as stupid as you see. Remembering that Kaido was able to hold back 4 or 5 years in order to defeat Oden, he developed silently, and the jokingly eyed Elter sneered. Although this guy looks like a big 5'3" rough, he has no brains, but his appearance deceives a lot of people. And I really like to play Black Hands. New World, the Ghost Islands south of Wanakuni. From the top down, the entire ground has become ruins. The ground is either a basin or a cracked canyon, or high mountains or rock slabs protruding from the ground. It is a mess, and there are pits and pits everywhere. Anyway, in one sentence, there is no place to stay. The original iconic skull building has already been beaten by half at this moment. Asshole Eld. Lousy must kill him. Kaido, who was originally drinking, stood up suddenly and angered, almost not scaring the pirate on the side to the ground. and a roar of anger continued to spread on the Ghost Island. Kaido, who flew back to the Ghost Island after Elt's defeat, was in a moody mood. After all, he never thought that he would be defeated. The key was that he was beaten into a coma. Even if I was unconscious, I was the proudest, uniquely recognizable angle, but I also broke one. Many pirates on the Ghost Island are dark-faced or frightened. Recently, the frequency of the boss killing the younger brother is getting faster and faster. If you move forward to 3, you can still get out 1. Now it is 3 in and none of them can get out. Sitting on his already cracked seat, Kaido grumbled into his mouth with wine. The corner on the left side of his head has been broken. Only one root is left, and it is still growing on the head. As for the body, then wrapped in bandages. Even with Kaido's movement, blood was still oozing out, dyeing the white gauze on his chest red. Elu, Karolu. Quinn, how is that guy? Kaido's bronze bell eyes were bloodshot at the moment. His eyes were staring, and his face was full of anger. The scalp was numb with fright, and cold sweat kept on his forehead. Koike Master aimed now. He is seriously injured and unconscious, and his left arm has been severed. Xiaoxi stammered out, but saw that she was already enveloped in a shadow. When she looked up, she trembled into a sieve and her teeth kept trembling. Because Kaido was already standing in front of him at the moment, and the expression that he wanted to eat, it was a little brother. He was the only one who came now, and he didn't even give him a chance to survive. Just when I was about to call out, Kaido grabbed a hole behind his back. He was caught by his own thorny iron rod. Not only was Kaido stunned, even Kaido was a little stunned. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly fell into an embarrassment. As for Kaido's iron rod of thorns, it is now being buried in the ruined toilet where it is unknown. Wow. The next moment, before the little brother was even happy, the whole brain, Qin Wangzhao, bag broke instantly. His teeth spewed out in blood, and the small pendant slapped on the wall instantly and died on the spot. At this moment, Kaido returned to his furious expression. His eyes were fierce, but he kept his punching motion. Quinn is now wrapped up like a spherical mummy. Originally, Quinn's injury did not recover. After seeing the intruder, he, as a big sign, of course, had to come forward. As a result, he saw Lafitte and Shitemaru in Moria, and of course 1v1 point battle. Quinn won versus Moria group. In the end, Shitemaru cut off his left hand directly. If it weren't for rushing back, Quinn would have to explain it there. But even so, it couldn't stop the three of them. They were all wounded and dangerous. It was not until the collision between Elter and Kaido that the Ghost Island was half destroyed, and Quinn flew away with Quinn before letting him pick it up. His life came back. 136. Chapter 136. Chapter 136 Descendants of the Devil, Douglas Bullet. Seeking subscription. Time flies, and months have passed in the blink of an eye. Kaido was exactly the same as Elter had guessed. He was angry about the massive reduction in weapons, and then Bai Wu and Rabbit vomited a few breaths of dragons, expressing their dissatisfaction, but they didn't dare to do anything. Because Kaido is afraid that Elter and Odin will join forces. After all, both of them are from the Whitebeard Pirates. One is the original captain, and the other is the captain of the second team. Even Kaido does not want to bet efforts to completely break the water. What Kaido really didn't understand was the fellow Orochi, who seemed to be cooperating with him at the same time, and also cooperated with Elter, who stepped on 2 boats, and Kaido could not wait to give Orochi a tie. And in New World, Matelia Island. A tropical island, whether it is pirates or other non-departing people, is the kind that gathers a large number of people. The island is very prosperous. At the moment, in the pub, one with a big back and a black fur coat, wearing an orange plaid long-sleeve shirt, is like a black boss. Sir Crocodile, sitting quietly in the bar with a cigar in his mouth. That pretentiousness, to be precise, was to glance at the pirate outside the door, with joking and contempt in his eyes. She Crocodile sat in the tavern, and there was no one around because people were almost dead, leaving a lot of corpses on the ground. Only one boss and waiter waited in a panic and didn't dare to let out the atmosphere. There are naturally a lot of people who are stalking outside, but they don't have the courage to find Crocodile trouble. As Crocodile was thinking about life, outside the door of the pub, a sonorous footstep sounded from outside. Hey, you are. A pirate sensed that after feeling 867 that he was enveloped in the shadows, he almost didn't turn his head back. Mention it. This is the battlefield. Go to hell. This is a tall and burly young man with long golden hair and headphones. The most important thing is a black military uniform, white gloves, and a chain on his right shoulder. His face is full of arrogance and domineering. The attitude of contempt for everything makes him look even more Haki. Boom. As a gust of wind hit, the man who had just spoken quickly turned into a cannonball and was thrown out instantly. piercing through the buildings, and was finally buried in the ruins, arousing countless dust. And everyone outside the tavern was constantly shaking their eyes at the moment, and they couldn't believe that this kind of people who killed people without reason made them feel terrified and terrified. Crocodile, who was sitting in the tavern, also stopped to drink, squinted slightly, and he, with Logia, felt the pressure from this young man. Even looking at a man who looks younger than him, but that arrogance is worse than himself. Not simple. The person here is to come to the famous Douglas Bullet, a man enjoying the treatment of rocks. In the original, this guy just defeated Marine's Buster Call by himself, and then Sengoku and Garp, 2 old guys, plus 5 Buster Call Vice Admiral from Shanghai, and dozens of warships from the headquarters went out in person. But in this kind of camp, Bullet can still run away, and finally fell under the joint attack of the pirates and Marine. Those pirates who were afraid of him, fearing the power of Bullet, took the initiative to cooperate with Marine and introduced Bullet into the encirclement. With the cooperation of pirate and Marine, Bullet began his prison life. But now his Bullet is the brightest Hui. Roger is dead. He has no pursuit in his life, aimlessly. He's a human-shaped nuclear bomb. It just happens that the arrival of the Great Pirate Era adds a bit of fun to him. Countless pirates flooded into New World and were found by Bullet, beaten to death on the spot. The current Bullet has been disappointed in this so-called era of great pirates. Born in the country Felsberg of the Grand Line, he was abandoned by his mother as an orphan at birth and adopted by the general of the enemy's army, Douglas Gray. It can be said that his childhood was spent in killing and being killed. He served as a juvenile soldier under the commander of the army, Douglas Gray. His main task was to lead the battlefield by stepping on landmines, attracting firepower, or holding bombs to clear the way for the regular army. Among the young soldiers, the most dazzling performance is Bullet. The person with the greatest combat exploits will be awarded the Battle Glory Medal. After learning this news from Gray, the dream of Bullet as a young soldier is to get this Battle Honor Medal. Soon after, Bullet was glorified and became a hero of the country. With his commander, Army Captain Douglas Gray, he was also promoted to the country's general because of Bullet's military exploits. Therefore, he was very concerned about Bullet and promised to let him leave the battlefield to give him real freedom. Bullet believed it to be true, but what was unexpected was that Douglas Gray betrayed him and wanted to put him to death. He was betrayed by the military department that cultivated him. Bullet, who was fighting alone, was abandoned. The sorrowful Bullet couldn't be sorrowed. After obtaining the fruit of the Union, it caused a massacre that destroyed a country. Later, Bullet, who left his hometown, clashed with Roger, the king of pirates. After being defeated, Roger accepted him with great ambition, and Bullet also told Roger, "One day I will defeat you and become the strongest in the world," and finally join Roger's subordinates as a challenger and start his life of notoriety. Yuanyang. Bullet is fierce. Sengoku, who was admiral at the time, commented as heir to the evil. He didn't believe in others at all and only knew those who had been fighting. At the age of 15, he can be tied with the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates. The Roger Pirates. Only Roger can beat him, but he is not proud of him. Instead, he feels that his hard work is nothing but training harder. Seeing Crocodile and Bullet in the tavern, the excitement of fighting also flashed in his eyes. As the waiter enthusiastically brought the wine up, he finished it in one mouthful, bold and refreshing and full of domineering. Crocodile, Logia Sand fruit-capable person. In the tavern, the two people who had nothing to do with Adge, the atmosphere began to change with Bullet's opening. An eye-eyed tavern owner ran out scramblingly with a sound. Crocodile didn't speak, just dangling his cigar, head up, looking at Bullet with disdain, his expression full of arrogance. Boom. Crocodile is arrogant. Bullet will only be more arrogant and arrogant. Without warning, a king-like will centered on Bullet, unscrupulous and mighty and quickly spread out. The pupil of Crocodile, the closest to Bullet, was slightly enlarged, and he subconsciously tilted his head back and danced in a black fur coat. Conqueror's Haki. This kind of thing he had felt in the conflict between Logue Town, Green Pepper, and Elter. The overbearing will, like Shura, Conqueror's Haki overwhelmed the entire island. Conqueror's is very domineering. With the tavern as the center, within a few kilometers, few people can still stand. At this moment, Byakugan is glowing in that strong will and fainted, and the few who did not faint are also scared. In a cold sweat, ran towards the coastline. Crocodile also narrowed his eyes slightly. This man actually possessed kingly qualifications. The next moment, his shocked gaze also became cold. He hated Conquerors very much, because it reminded him of another person, that man who cut his head with a single knife. The same rampant, rebellious, and unruly food also has Conqueror's Haki. You're provoking me. It's going to be deadly like this. He took a sip of his cigar and spit out a thick smoke that obscured his facial expressions. Crocodile was also wary. He didn't even think about who the other party was. Anyone who dared to provoke him would have to die. Otherwise, how dare Crocodile challenge Whitebeard when he was young, and his hand was interrupted? After all, the price of cheap hands must be paid. New World, it's not a game for children to play house. Crocodile, you barely have the qualifications to let me shoot. Don't let me down. Crack. After drinking the wine glass in his hand, it was instantly squeezed by Bullet. IT was rampant and irresistible, as if Crocodile was just a guy who just made him interested. Since Roger was seriously ill and surrendered, Bullet left the Roger pirates and then didn't join any pirates. He didn't believe anyone. Bullet, who had lost his battle goal, began to wreak havoc without purpose. He wanted to surpass Roger, become the strongest in the world. A confused monster was born on the sea. And Bullet is not afraid of any challenge. Even if the opposite party is together, he doesn't care. Really is interrupting my rest time. But since you want to die so, I will fulfill you. I will not kill the unknown. Crocodile was smoking a cigar very calmly, and from time to time he spit out a ring of smoke, which was very lightly picked, no doubt the scumbag. Even when facing this conqueror's close at hand, although the brows were a little bulging, with a hint of caution, there was not much fluctuation. Douglas Bullet. Lifting his head proudly, Bullet grinned and showed a wicked smile. The Shura-like conquerors swept everything unscrupulously, bursting the wine bottles in the tavern one after another, clearing around. Remember this name. One day, I will become the strongest in the world. Scream, you don't need to say such big things. However, I won't remember you, because I have never remembered the habit of defeating men. The same arrogant tone came out of Crocodile with a face of disdain, and the atmosphere of the whole scene suddenly dropped to a freezing point. Boom! Without warning, the two people who had just spoken harshly had a sharp heart. They shot at the same time, carrying fists with explosive power, and suddenly collided together. Under the bombardment, the entire tavern disappeared in an instant. Both parties are arrogant, rampant, and domineering. Even if they just look at each other, they can become the fuse of the battle. Crocodile was dangling a cigar, his black coat dancing wildly in the wind, with a contemptuous smile on his face, looking at the Bullet in military uniform opposite. It started. The bullet on the corner of the mouth and the contempt in the eyes made Crocodile feel dazzling, showing the extremely arrogant Haki side. The name of the descendant of the devil is the best evaluation of Bullet at this moment. 137, Chapter 137. Chapter 137, Crocodile's Bullet. Boom. The explosion caused by the collision between the two caused the ground under the feet to sway constantly, and the buildings in the small half of the street disappeared. A streamer fell on the ground. The violent impact force caused a deep pit in a radius of tens of meters, slowly walked out of a tall figure. Paramecia mixed fruit. This is Bullet's devil fruit ability, which can also be said to be the devil fruit tailor for Bullet. Combined with Bullet's top physical skills in Haki, it is a perfect match. The ability to arrange and combine all objects to make them fit together. Moreover, the strength of the combined fruit can also make the inorganic matter touched and the body merge together. And not only can it be integrated with the body, it can also combine inorganic substances and rearrange them to create new weapons. For example, submarines or weapons can be made from scrap iron and rubble. And Bullet, who grew up on the battlefield, uses this ability to create inexhaustible weapons, and a genuine person is quite an army. It can be said that if Bullet buys and sells weapons, it is absolutely profitable, and it is not a loss. After all, it is a person who can make a large number of sophisticated weapons only by stomping with zero cost and high return. And Bullet not only has a powerful devil fruit ability, but also his physical skills are more dazzling. As a sensible, he began a fight on the battlefield. Even without using fruit abilities in Haki, he still possesses extremely powerful basic combat abilities. Regardless of speed, strength, or physical strength, it is impeccable, and it can even fight hand-to-hand with the fourth gear Luffy the Snake Man. At this time, it can be compared with Doflamingo, a spiritual guy. Point one is punched and fell on the ground, and the other is that there is no ass. In the frenzied action, it can be seen that Bullet has a very strong body. Without armament Haki, the defense is still very strong. The fourth gear Luffy attack has no effect on it. Even without armament Haki, you can damage Luffy of rubber fruit ability. In addition to top fighting skills, Bullet is also the owner of Conqueror's Haki, and is extremely good at Conquerors and armed colors. With top-notch Conquerors and armament Haki, especially armament Haki, which is terrifying and enviable. Whether it is comprehensive ability or devil fruit, Bullet will stand at the top of the pyramid in the future. In this teenage age, it is definitely a well-deserved mumbo. Even Elt might not want to conflict with him. As for four emperors, this age cannot be compared with Bullet. The only possibility is that Big Mom, a woman who is also a monster. The redhead went to sea at the age of 17 and was single. Kaido only got the fruit of the fish at the age of 30. At the beginning, he opened the whole body. Before he got the fruit, he was a large trash fish. Big Mom can also be said to be a monster. As a kid, he destroyed the terrifying kingdom of giants. At the age of 18, he was a full crew member on the Rocks pirate ship. It is on the same level as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Silver Axe, Ochaku, and Captain John. As for before, I don't know. Pulling away, back to the topic. At this time, every step Bullet took, the ground was cracked, and the grinning Bullet stretched out his muscular, thick arms and opened the various collapsed beams in the broken eaves, swinging his arms and walking towards Crocodile. Go with. When passing through a piece of ruin, I sprinkled a broken iron rod casually. Under the cover of the powerful armed color, the ordinary iron rod turned into a black and blue mace in an instant, exuding hot heat, high temperature. On the other side, a piece of flying sand quickly condensed and formed. Crocodile's eyes jumped when he watched Bullet's movements. The original disdainful eyes instantly became serious. The strength of this guy made him feel a little threatened. And the armed color of the Bullet level is absolutely far superior to him. But who is he? Crocodile, Logia, fruit-powered man, a man who has never tried to worship, is proud and mad, and he is the one who can't be the same. Facing this kind of pressure, Crocodile had no fear at all. Instead, he had an unknown excitement, dangling his cigar and began to swallow clouds, ignoring the opponent's Conqueror shock. If you lose, you don't lose the battle, and you always hold the boss temperament to the core. Don't say it's just a Bullet. What about changing to Golden Lion or Garp? Isn't it just kneeling? Crocodile was not kneeling. You know, Crocodile is ready to challenge Whitebeard and take down the top of the world's strongest man. Nothing can make him back down. Call. Desert Knife. I saw Crocodile's right hand quickly transformed, and a desert sword appeared, which was full of murderous intent with the coverage of the armed color. If you don't come again, I'm going to go. Seeing Crocodile's movements, Bullet smiled with his mouth guard, showing his madness, with a mace in his hand pumping violent air towards Crocodile. When? There was a sound of metal collision, followed by bursts of sparks. Crocodile's right hand trembled, and the ground under his feet also burst, and then withdrew. The desert sword in his hand fought back and forth. Just a simple collision. It was a bit difficult to get up, but Bullet wielded a mace violently and was unable to suppress Crocodile with an overwhelming advantage. But Crocodile is not comfortable. Bullet's power is too large. Every time it feels like it is colliding with a barren mountain. And Crocodile is always dangling cigarettes. The big back is not messy. Just like the super glue is applied, the black leather coat behind it is floating at will, and it is well-founded. Although it was repelled, it was not defeated. Everything is there among the master. Bring out some strength. It's so boring. I saw Bullet looked at Crocodile, who was retreating, and took a step forward. The whole person instantly bullied himself up, and the ground exploded under Bullet's feet. And Crocodile also stared at the grinning Bullet and the mace with bursts of sonic booms. Boom! Carrying the mace of violent power, armament Haki, the Watcher, broke the desert sword, and the Crocodile element disappeared in place. The next moment, the unabated mace smashed to the ground, and thunder rang like a landmine. A shockwave set off the ground several meters high on the spot, forming a large sunken basin with a radius of 100 meters. Condensed in midair, Crocodile crossed his hands, and a sand spear began to appear on his back and on his head. The spear covered armament Haki. Following Crocodile's wave, he rushed toward the Bullet in a dense number. Dirty sand spear. In an instant, all the sand spears formed a meteor shower and fell extremely fast. The whole earth began to rise and fall autonomously. The flying sand and rocks exploded again and again, and all the places they passed turned into ruins. Among the countless sand spears, Bullet grinned. The mace in his hand was pressed into the ground, and the next moment countless blue and black crystals continued to climb up, and a huge solitary moon shield full of science fiction appeared in front of Bullet. This armed color is very extravagant and has a sense of confidence, which is exactly the same as a nouveau riche. Countless ding-ding-dong-dongs sounded, and the spear of the rot-tan sand kept breaking on the shield of Bullet. Desert golden steel sword. Crocodile didn't panic after seeing this scene. He didn't expect to kill Bullet on his OWN.IT was obviously impossible. He raised his hands high in the sky, and in an instant, the flying sand on the ground spewed out a treasure knife of tens of meters, exuding cold light in the sun, and slashed at the Bullet who was hiding behind the shield in one fell swoop. Boom! When the shield collided with Crocodile's Desert Diamond sword and made a huge roar, a shock wave suddenly lifted up the surface, like an earth dragon turning over, and the dust turned into waves, the mighty and horrified. As the billowing smoke obscured the sight, the entire street has been completely destroyed, and Crocodile, who was standing on the broken wall, hadn't waited for him to take a sip of his cigarette and then put a few cruel words. Suddenly, Crocodile was just like the hairs exploding, making his eyes look back involuntarily. When I went, I only saw Bullet's playful smile. I don't know when the Bullet appeared on the right side of Crocodile, without any fancy movements, directly hitting Crocodile's waist with a punch. Just because the elementalization slowed down for such a moment, Crocodile turned into a streamer and flew out, passing through countless buildings, and finally fell to the ground and moved horizontally. Lying in the ruins and opening his mouth, blood spurted out before he could take a breath. Elementalized and left the place in the next second. Rumble. The crust of a kilometer in a radius was suddenly lifted. At this moment, Bullet's right foot was sinking into the rock. Looking at the Crocodile, who condensed half of his body in the distance, the blue-black mace in his hand was violently thrown out with a chilling sound. Desert knife. Looking at the weapon that was constantly spinning and flying towards him, Crocodile with blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth and the crescent-shaped scimitar in his right hand, suddenly swung out. As a harsh collision sounded, the mace that Bullet synthesized at hand was knocked to the side, on the building. The tremendous power made it collapse. A kilometer away, Crocodile had just gathered his body and swept to the left with a kick, and the next moment, Bullet just appeared and resisted with his right hand. The tension is good. With his head tilted down, Bullet abruptly resisted Crocodile's whip leg with a frantic smile on his face. The strength of the Bullet at the 4 Emperors level is undoubtedly revealed. The warning of seeing and hearing made Crocodile not want to instantaneously element, leaving the confrontation with Bullet. The next moment, Bullet's sandbag big left fist suddenly bombarded Crocodile's head, and the air pressure brought by the fist wind made the air in front of Bullet. The street sank in an instant, but at this moment a roar came from behind. Shaquan. I saw Crocodile's right fist burst into yellow sand and then quickly dyed black, condensed into a fist tens of meters in size. Like a small hill, Bullet turned around and crossed his hands in front of him, turning into a streamer and hit the ground, rushed all the way, and left an explosion. In the end, he kept rolling on the ground, grabbing the ground with both hands and cutting the rock floor open countless fast. Before stopping, looking up at Crocodile, he also picked up the corner of his mouth. Not bad, don't die easily. On the opposite side of Bullet, as the wind and sand slowly condensed and formed, Crocodile stood on the ground, spitting out blood from his mouth. Although he was vomiting blood, he still looked at Bullet coming out of the ruins. Irregular caught the cigar and took a sip. Bullet's body is strong, almost beyond Crocodile's imagination. This guy's defense is a bit high, and his armor is a bit thick. Douglas Bullet, you are qualified to let me go all out. As for such big talk, don't say anything because I won't lose. 138, Chapter 138. Chapter 138, Odin's Attack, Alti almost revealed. As the voice fell, Crocodile lifted his right foot and stepped on it. In an instant, like ripples on the surface of the water, circles of strong wind radiated, and wherever it went, the surface quickly became dry and deserted. It was a world of sand in a radius of a kilometer for a moment. He's going to be serious. Cough, comparable, and I am disappointed. Bullet motioned to laugh wildly and blasted towards the ground under his feet, rushing towards Crocodile like a cannonball. The speed of extreme travel was simply hard to catch with the naked eye. Erosion reincarnation. In this field, Crocodile is God. The dignified Crocodile, the moon-shaped scimitar of tens of meters, went straight to the flying Bullet and cut it off. With the blessing of the erosion of reincarnation, Crocodile's attack power also increased. However, Bullet did not choose to avoid it at all. The blue and black armament Haki with 2 arms was full of envy, and it directly broke Crocodile's sand blade. Bullet, with a joyful expression on his face, hadn't even made another move when he saw that Crocodile's left hand had turned into a sand knife and plunged into the ground suddenly, with a rampant smile on his face. Desert Great Sword. Stab. Bullet, whose eyes were gloomy for an instant, also covered armament Haki on his abdomen, but the next moment, The desert sword that rushed out of the ground still hit Bullet's abdomen. The burning sky explosion sounded again, and as the billowing dust filled the flames, even Bullet bent down under tremendous strength, and the ground under his feet was directly crushed and collapsed, and then turned into a streamer and flew upside down, smashing into the ruins. Heavy Shagong, the person who took advantage of the victory and pursued directly through a tornado sandstorm 867 in the palm of his hand. The power of the sandstorm shattered everything on the earth, and the constant power was visible to the naked eye place away. Crocodile doesn't even use Shalon. For men like Bullet, ordinary Shalon is useless and will only waste his energy. Crack! But a loud noise suddenly came out from the dust that covered the whole street, and I saw Bullet lift the ruins and rocks off his body, his face still with a wild smile. The muscled right arm was raised high, and the next moment it suddenly hit the ground. The entire forearm was completely submerged, and several cracks spread around Bullet's arm. What's wrong? Let me see your strength. With a roar of grinning Bullet, under Crocodile's shocked gaze, Bullet directly overturned the entire ground, and a rock slab measuring 1,000 meters in size was thrown into the air and went straight to the heavy sandhill. At the moment of the collision, the world lost its sound again, and the mountain shook in a radius of 10,000 meters, and the dark cracks tore apart the earth, and a dusty mushroom cloud in the center rushed around a halo. The catastrophic sandstorm hurricane stripped everything that could be moved on the surface and swept away in all directions. The center of the island is turned upside down, and countless destructive forces are constantly falling on the earth. Wanakuni 9 miles. For the first time, Odin looked at Elt so angrily. If it weren't for him and Elt, who had been good friends for many years, he really wanted to kill Elt directly. Odin 2 Swords Style Ghost. Shinto Stream Yongyue. With the sound of two roars, two streamer humanoid beasts collided together. The sky burned and exploded, and a large number of black and red thunders spread at the collision of the swords. A shockwave tore the ground's surface, and the ground around it was sunken. A huge canyon basin appeared at the feet of the two of them. As the terrifying storm swept through, huge gaps passed by the two of them, and all the small hills around the two were broken by the waste and thrown into the air. Alter, why do you want to help that fellow Orochi? You don't know what that fellow does. You are Shime's name. An angry Odin looked at the same second sword man, his best friend Alter. The disappointment and anger were unprecedented. The veins on his forehead and neck were violent, like evil spirits. The double knives of Elt and Odin are constantly colliding. Countless sparks are produced in the harsh rubbing sound, and countless red and black thunders are constantly produced in the collision between the two. Are you insulting me? Odin, I haven't done anything for the big snake guy. I just got what he needs. Don't you know what Wanakuni looks like? Lousy is for you. Go away. At this moment, Elt's sky blue and blood-red eyes flashed with a mob, and the floor under his feet burst again. Yimo and Tianyu Yujan in their hands pressed down against Odin, while Tion's feet were sinking in the mud. Keep sliding back. In order to stop the retreating figure, Odin's second-generation ghost in his right hand swung to his side, and as a flash passed by, the large trees were instantly cut off. A few days ago, the battle between Elt and Kaido was finally known to Odin. After all, the last time the Ghost Island was very dynamic. It is difficult not to be discovered. Odin, who thought he had been betrayed, hit Alter with a knife at the first sight, because his best partner actually took refuge in the person he wanted to kill the most. Odin's second sword style, Taiwan Shirataki. The slash of the double swords that entangled armament Haki at high speed flashed. He was already in a state of anger at this moment, and he didn't care whether Elt would be injured by himself, and Odin flashed out with fire in his eyes. After all, Kazuki Odin is a maverick, bohemian, carefree, and very brave, confident, and willful person. When I was young, I would even take cruel and violent actions for my own benefit, not caring about sacrifices around me, and scrupulous, and not caring about the consequences of my actions. Seeing Odin's knife, Elt also looked cold, and his whole body was suffocated with a pair of different eyes, which made Elt seem to feel terrible, although he was indeed doing evil as Odin said, but Odin, he no evidence. Since there is no evidence, it was not done by Elt. But after being beaten so many times by Odin, if there is no hostility in his heart, Elt himself doesn't believe it. Since Odin is going to call, he also won't be able to call Elt. Feeling a phone bug in his arms, Elt is also at ease. Shintoryu Tengu return. Two sword lights rose from the ground. Wherever they passed, whether it was a rock or a hurricane, they all dissipated, cutting everything and exuding an aura of destruction, and they arrived in a flash. Almost for an instant, the sound resounded through the sky, piercing the eardrums, and the ground under the feet collapsed in a large area. In the next moment, under Alter's observation Haki, the violent Odin rushed through the dust in the sky, and the second-generation ghost and another good business came straight to Alter's head. As the ground under his feet exploded, Elt's figure instantly disappeared in place, leaving behind a trace of shadow, then appeared in front of Odin like a flash. Yinamo and Tanyu Yuzhan faced each other. Boom. The terrorist explosion rose again, and the collision of the four famous knives caused a large amount of thunder to spread. The scattered slash wave cut the surrounding woods into pieces, and the shock wave was even more earth-shaking. The catastrophic monstrous hurricane even stripped the surface and swept in all directions. One of the streamers flew out, smashed a mountain along the way, and was buried in the gravel after leaving a huge ravine. And a figure also smashed into the forest, constantly bounced on the ground, breaking trees and rocks, and finally crashing into the rock wall, embedded in the mountain, causing the rocks on the mountain to roll down. Odin, you are mentally handicapped. If Lousy is in the same group as the snake, why should I help you fight Kaido? You are fighting, Lousy will really fight back. Correct. With a roar coming out of the rubble ruins, a flying slash directly rushed out, flying all the rocks on his body. Elt with blood on his forehead was exposed, but his eyes were full of cruelty, and he walked out with a sullen face. As for Odin, who was embedded in the mountain, he also searched out his arm violently and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he was still angry and magnificent, he was not shooting. If you didn't get along with Orochi, why did you do so many things for him? He was doing evil in Wanakuni. Orochi is my enemy. Elt, you know it. And you went to fight Kaido, just because your retainer was taken away by Kaido. Although Odin didn't do it, it didn't mean that he wouldn't do it behind him. At this moment, both sides were holding double knives, and they were magnificent. Asshole, you are a pig brain. Which one of your eyes saw me doing things for him? I have a cooperative relationship with him. I will keep him safe. He promised me to build a weapon factory in Wanakuni less and not to kill the civilians in Wanakuni. My retainer was arrested if I didn't do it for you. And I was really in the same relationship with the big snake. Why can't I ask the big snake directly? Why Kaido wants to move my people? These all show that my big snake is not a gang people, asshole. If you don't protect the people of Wanakuni yourself, don't you let me protect it. If you think that I and Orochi are going to deal with you, you continue to use the sword. The actor Elt went online again, began to muddy the water, confused Odin, who was not smart, and looked at Odin. If you hate iron, you can't make steel. Yeah, Orochi and Kaido are partners. Tefeld is really with Orochi. Kaido will not be able to capture his retainers, and it will be impossible for the two to have a fight on the Ghost Island. It is true that Jinwyman and the others did not say that Elt took refuge in Orochi. Am I wrong? Hearing Elt's words, Odin also began to slowly, arrogantly body. He began to believe Elt's words a little. With the sound of Elt's character, this guy doesn't seem to be able to mix with a sinister villain like the Big Snake. Odin himself also rushed out for the first time after hearing the return from his retainer, and just happened to bump into it. Elt, who came to Gioli, so the next thing happened. On the other side, Elt, with cold eyes, the red glow in his eyes from time to time, and the hostility that is not dissipated from his body, began to relax his vigilance and fall into his own brain tonic. Alti, who seemed crazy, wanted to shoot directly. Wait for a while, then you can shoot. With a high concentration of energy and spirit, Alti is almost always paying attention to Odin's state. He now wants to kill the tranced Odin with a single blow. Even if he is seriously injured, he can continue to make up the knife. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Elt can unscrupulously radiate his aura if it is normal. I am afraid it will be easy to be discovered. As for the sneak attack, it is still difficult to do it when the strength is not different, especially it's at their level. Master Odin, don't fight. Almost as soon as Alti's eyes narrowed, his aura reached the peak, and when he was about to make a move, the voices of Jinwyman and others came from a distance. In this regard, Elt could only bulge the blue veins on his brows. Although he was very unwilling, he still gave up. Odin slowly came back to his senses with a shout. When Jinwyman and several people rushed to the center of the battlefield, each heard a cold sweat. The earth was fragmented, and almost all of the surrounding mountains were chopped off. They just saw that there was a battle here. There was movement, so I came over quickly. Will. Seeing Jinwyman, Denjiro, and others arrived, Yemo and Tanyu Yuzhang in their hands were also resheathed. Without the slightest nostalgia, Elt kicked the rock in front of him and left without looking back. Go with. A stone several meters in size also crashed to the ground, and the loud noise produced made Odin and the others look over. Looking at Alter's departure, Odin did not hold back. Although he believed Alter's words, it did not mean that he was not angry in his heart, or that he was too embarrassed to let Alter stay. Master Odin, Mr. Alter may not really take refuge in Orochi, because as far as our investigation is concerned, Mr. Alter has not done anything for Orochi. Instead, as the name of Shime, he has quite a high prestige in Shime. That's right, Lord Odin, just ran too fast. It was too late to talk to you. I heard from the people of Shime that the name Elt was because they disobeyed the order of the big snake several times. Jin Wyman and Xiaoju also started to say what they and others knew. Master Odin, maybe we really blame the name Elt. Anyway, as long as we are more vigilant. The 8 heroes of the Scarlet Clouds also expressed their opinions, but there was one of them with an unknown light shining in his eyes. 139, Chapter 139. Chapter 139 Drastic Reforms. Cooperation with Dorag. Time passed without paying attention. For example, Crocodile was seriously injured after the battle with Bullet, and finally ran away. No one took much advantage. And half a year has passed since the battle between Elt and Odin. But 2 big things happened in Wanakuni. Hanano Heguro, a man who is in charge of the Wanakuni underworld forces, although he is underworld, but is believed by many people at this moment, his face is heavy and his brows are tightened. Orochi and Shime Ming, what on earth do you want to do? Recruit the craftsmen of Wanakuni. Build a weapon factory. Looking at the 2 orders issued in his hand, this should have been something that made Hinguro very angry, or that whenever such an order came out, there would be no so-called craftsman to take it. But when this unacceptable order is linked to profit and money, everything becomes different. A gambler took his 100,000 gold, went to the casino, and finally lost all of them, and then began a poverty-stricken 4 or 5 years. Until one day someone told him that he could get back the money he had previously lost, and the gambler would only feel that he had made it instead of getting back what was originally his. It is written in the newly issued command of Dash. At the request of Shime Daimyo Alter, workers in weapons factories, miners in quarries, laboring workers, and craftsmen all belonging to the country within the territory of the country will be settled by Shime Daimyo. Everyone's wages are restored to their previous wages, and they are no longer tortured officials. Except for the prisoners, the wages of other Wanakuni craftsmen will be twice as much as before 09, and the real weapons factory will be opened in Shime. Shime Daimyo is personally responsible for safety and various small welfare. Only after this order was issued, countless people were surprised. The happiest thing was the civilians who were arrested and sent to work, not to mention that they didn't even have money, and they all ate the most basic meals, not full. It's impossible. It's really fake. This should be fake. After all, the salary has doubled, and those who were arrested in the past also have a salary. Idiot, well, you guys. I heard my sister's brother-in-law's uncle's son's next-door neighbor, and his godson said that there are already some craftsmen working under the arrangement of Shime Daimyo, which seems to be more than twice the salary. Really? When the news was confirmed, the people of Wanakuni basically knew the name of Alti Shime, and no one doubted the truth of the matter. After all, General Orochi allowed it. After all, although the people in Huadu have a very good life, they also have a bad life. There are also many who are dissatisfied with the big snake, let alone in the entire Wanakuni territory. So when Elk can give them hope and oppression, they will be grateful. The icing on the cake is never as effective as sending charcoal in the snow. Compared with that fool, the name of Shime, who has suddenly appeared for just 3 or 4 years, will truly contribute to Wanakuni and be considerate of the people. At this point, Odin and others in Jiuli were also shocked by what Alter did, and no one knew how Alter did it, and no one knew what Alter wanted to do. Because all of this is to do good for Wanakuni again, no one has a problem. But in fact, because they were so perfect, Odin and his retainer Jinwyman and others were happy, but they were worried and felt that they were enveloped in a huge cloud of haze. It only took half a month to issue an order from the general's mansion, and more than 5 layers of craftsmen went to Huadu or Shime, who belonged to Ert. Everything came off guard. When Shimatsuki Yasui and Shimatsuki Namaru and other big names reacted, Shimatsuki Yasui and Shimatsuki Namaru and other craftsmen also had some artisans who had already run away, leaving only a small number of loyal servants. Kaido, Odin, since you guys want to play, let's play bigger. Sitting in the general position of Huadu at this moment, Elt looked at the news. Basically, it was how many craftsmen and samurai had been recruited, and he also grinned, and his fierce eyes made everyone scared. Now that Kaido and Kaido have torn apart, and Odin has already had a crack, let's completely expose it. Boss Elt, what shall we do? This should be almost unable to sit still. Boom, boom. At this moment, Moria is holding his new weapon with excitement, a large pair of scissors, and it can be taken apart. This is what artists specially ask those craftsmen to build for Moria. After all, Moria, who does not take scissors, is always it feels a bit less soul. Of course, they won't be able to sit still. However, they dare not touch me. Odin dare not, and Kaido dare not. The current Wanakuni does not have a master in our hands, but it's coming soon. The 5-year agreement between Dashi and Odin is almost here. Wow ha 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 ha. Eld is not in a hurry anymore. Kaido is still licking his wounds. The last time he fought in Kaido's lair, half of the Ghost Island was lost. As for beast pirates, basically everyone, there are countless casualties. As for Odin, when Elter gained so many popular support, as long as he shot, then Elter couldn't ask for it. Wanakuni has been ruled by the Hikari family for hundreds of years, and it is still a bit difficult to break it, but after all, the snake has become the first person to eat crabs, so it is understandable that Elt is the second. After all, there is an old saying that goes well, the emperor takes turns to do it, and he will come to my house next year. However, people's hearts are always fickle. Who can give them better things? Then whoever sits in the general's position is more stable. When Eric can give these poor people everything they want, and when His Royal Highness the Fool has already begun to dance naked, a comparison will show the advantage first. In half a year, it can be said that it is not short-lived, and time flies very quickly. Now, except for the Huadu of Wanakuni, a number of weapons factories have been established, and all of these weapons factories belong to General Otochi in name, but actually belong to Elt subordinates. The big difference from before is that although some people still hate weapons factories, more people choose to forget their previous painful experiences. After all, without killing and oppression, you can get a life that is countless times better than before. They have no dreams, ambitions, and no self-motivated. Whoever can feed them and live a better life, they will follow. Who doesn't want it, let alone these once oppressed civilians? Even Elt's influence in Wanakuni has become bigger and bigger. Sometimes it is to step over the big snake to issue orders directly. You have to ask where Elter got so much money. Of course it was sold. Wanakuni's weapons are already saturated, and the extra weapons are not supplied to Kaido. Of course, Elter sells the extra weapons. As for whom to sell to, it is a man who is about to overthrow the world government. Dragon, I have bought you so many weapons. The quality of these weapons is not comparable to those of Waste, but the price is still sold at the fairest price on the sea. Our cooperative relationship is getting stronger and stronger. That's it. The weapon has been installed for you. At Shime's port. When you go back, you can take it with you. The Huadu of Wanakuni at this moment, a man with a fierce face wearing a green cloak, sat under Monkey the Dragon. As early as half a year ago, Elter contacted him. The biggest problem with the creation of the Revolutionary Army was weapons, but when the dragon was scorched, Elter came to the door and almost thought about the causes and consequences, and the dragon agreed down. Compared to buying in the underground dark world, the source here is more stable, and the weapon accuracy is higher. For the same money, the dragon must choose Wanakuni. I will help with what you promised, and hope that our cooperation will continue in 867. Of course, Long knew about Wanakuni, but he didn't plan to join in. After all, Elter was his own partner. If Elter became Wanakuni's general, then the Revolutionary Army would have a steady stream of weapons in the future. But if Kazuki Odin or Kaido Master were to be, Long wouldn't believe that these two would cooperate with him. Snap! And as a whirlwind hung in the main hall, the door of the closed room suddenly opened. El was not surprised, picked up the wine in front of him, and drank it. As for the dragon, who was still talking, he has disappeared. If at this moment, the biggest warlord in Wanakuni, it must be Elt. In Wanakuni, most of the wandering Ronin, the unknown warrior, the mountain city on the mountain, or the bandit who blocked the road and robbed the road, most of them have been arrested by Ertzhau. A warrior army of more than 4,000 people was pulled up, which is still the limit of Elt. No matter how much, he can't support it with his current strength. All sorts of gangsters, bandits, and thugs once scattered in Wanakuni were transformed into regular troops. As for those who were still disobedient to discipline, of course they were violently resolved by Shitenmaru. In the entire territory of Wanakuni, Shime Huadu, and some by Wu and Mian Wan are in the hands of Elt. But after Gyuri and Ling, in these areas, Elt also infiltrated many people, but in these two places, Shimatsuki and Odin still had more masters. Shime has an army of more than 1,000 warriors, all in dark armor, with 2 samurai swords slung around her waist, one long and one short. Moreover, whether it is the dark samurai armor or the samurai sword, it is engraved with a unique logo, a dragon with 3 heads. According to Elt, The three heads represent one is him, one is Titch, and the other is the unknown person in the body. Younger sister. His sister of Elter and Titch. 140, Chapter 140. Chapter 140, I'm selling by Wu for Odin. Gyuri in Wanakuni, in Odin's territory. Three figures leave the battlefield, revealing their figures. Lafitte, Moria also has a determined face of Shittimuru. On the opposite side are the remaining 8 heroes of the Red Sky. The retainers who belonged to Odin looked at the 3 people in front of them with a look of resentment at this moment, or looked at Jushinwan alone. Although there were only 3 people on the opposite side, it should have been a relaxed situation, but the 8 people of Jinwyman felt extremely difficult. Behind the Moria trio, there are the ninja troops of the Imperial Court. In the future, there are nearly 1,000 people, including 500 elite warriors, all of whom are black armors, black samurai swords slung around their waists, and uniform costumes, riding on war horses. Almost gather the craftsmen on the 7th and 8th floors of Wanakuni. Elter created excellent armor and weapons for his samurai army. It's not comparable to ordinary warriors wearing clothes in Gyuri. The remaining 500 people are ordinary warriors. Surround them all. As for some of the little guys they brought, they are now lying on the ground, and their bodies are completely cold. Asshole, what are you doing? Jinwyman clasped his saber in both hands, glaring at the samurai who surrounded him. Ashura, you know what you are doing, traitor. Even Chrysanthemum, who has always been a good-tempered man, looked at the familiar but unfamiliar Ashura boy opposite, and roared. It was obvious that everyone used to be the servants of Lord Odin, but this guy actually betrayed Lord Odin. Although Odin-sama forgave Ashura boy, in the hearts of the 8 of them, Ashura betrayed Odin. What are we doing? We are here to collect taxes on Lord Elt's order. He has the territory of Wanakuni. Julie also has to pay taxes. How long hasn't paid taxes to the general here? The current boss Elt, but Wanakuni's great benefactor, is not comparable to your foolish highness. Moria held her big scissors in both hands and said loudly, without even forgetting a few words of mockery. Xiaoju, you don't have to look at me like this. I am now the vassal of Lord Elt. I am very sorry for what happened today, but just because I was once under Lord Odin's, Lord Elt has been kind to Julie a lot time. But now my name is not Ashura boy. My name is Shittimuru, and I am the retainer of Lord Elt. The state-owned state law school has family rules, and I can't make special cases just because of the relationship between Lord Elt and Lord Odin. Regarding the angry gazes of Kikunicho and Denjiro Inu, Cat Viper, Reizo, Kinemon, Kinjuro, Kohu, etc., Shittimuru has no guilty conscience, because he has the truth. It is true that Julie hasn't paid Wanakuni tax for a long time, and this is a big problem. In the past, when Orochi sent people to collect taxes, Jinwyman and the others said no, and Orochi's people also smiled slightly and said that it was okay. So they turned around and left, not at all forcing money like before. At first, Jinwyman and the others felt weird. After a few months of going back and forth, nothing happened. After all, Jinwyman and the others didn't take it seriously. After all, they really didn't have any money. The same was true for Shimatsuki Yasui, who had always supported Odin before. After giving the last sum of money to Odin's house, the minister, Shimatsuki Yasui officially declared bankruptcy. But they didn't expect that the reason why Odin's people are so easy to talk about is because Elter specifically explained that as long as Odin's people don't give it, they don't need it. Today, Moria, Lafitte, and Jotien brought people here. Asshole Elt, he doesn't deserve to be Master Odin's friend at all. Meow. I knew this man was hiding evil intention a long time ago. On the opposite side, the guard of Jinmin, Denjiro, and others were also furious, and now Alti's true face was revealed all of a sudden, and even the Shittimuru was completely hated by them. This guy actually completely took refuge in Elt. Humph. Tadada. The 500 warriors in black armor behind the Moria trio are all carefully selected, riding on the horses. They're already about to charge, and everyone has a cruel look in their eyes. Enough. Just when the atmosphere between the two parties was about to drop to freezing point, and only an opportunity was needed to clash, a gentle but steady woman's voice came from my ears. Mrs. Vivian. As the servants of Odin, the dog, the cat viper, Kinjuro, Kinemon, the chrysanthemum, Denjiro, Reizo, and Kappa also saluted immediately. Come on. Lafitte, who turned his cane, smiled when he saw the person coming, but the meaning of it was very intriguing. The person here is Kazuki Odin's wife, who is almost managing Vivi and Injoli. Behind Vivian, there are also a few hundred warriors, But compared to the well-equipped warriors behind Lafitte's trio, some of these people seem to be scornful. After all, here in Gioli, it was originally not a place to exile prisoners. Although it was regained by Odin, it still took the previous habits. It turned out to be Mrs. Vivi, and hello. I believe you should be very clear that Gioli is also part of Wanakuni. The current general is General Orochi. This time you should not be running away. Moreover, you who manage Gioli, but you know how much you should pay. Although Lafitte's words gave Vivi a lot of face, but the strong tone of the tone can be understood by everyone. You admit that Gioli belongs to Wanakuni, and you pay. If you don't pay, then it proves that Gioli wants to split up and rebel. Asshole, talk to Mrs. Weiwei and show respect. Jin Wyman on the side roared angrily, but Vivian raised his hand to stop it. Looking at Lafitte in front of her, Wei Weian was not afraid. Of course, Gioli belongs to Wanakuni's territory, and we will pay taxes. Soon, a few samurai pointing to the box came out behind Vivi, and with a lot of gold coins. And Lafitte just glanced briefly and felt that there was no problem, so he was put away. Let's go. Lafitte also took a look at Vivi with great interest. I didn't expect this woman to actually bring it out. Shimatsuki Yasui, who has always supported Gioli, was bankrupted. Only one remained for a long time. Shimatsuki Namaru, the name behind Ling, gave it to him. As for Giri has long been swayed by Ert's double-wage policy, and Kenjuro also took away countless gold coins. The weapon factory issued by Elt is not a simple order. IT lives in a weapon factory under the control of the name of Elt or General Orochi, and there is money from Elt, but those that do not belong to Elt are in the territory of Gioli or Lingho within the territory. They have to pay for it in their own name. After all, the general's order has been issued. Other weapons factories have double wages, and even prisoners have them, and you don't have the jurisdiction of Moon Yomaru or Odin. What do you want to do, rebel? Even if Elt didn't instigate them, those craftsmen wouldn't do it. If someone else could get several times the money, they wouldn't get it. If they didn't give it, they would leave and go to Shimei. Lady. Seeing Moria and their triumphant smiles, the 8 people of Jinwyman gritted their teeth in hatred, and they could not wait to hack them to death, and hurriedly looked at Vivian. And Wei Weian is also serious at this moment, not very good looking, but still keeps calm. Don't conflict with him now. In Wanakuni or Huadu, I am afraid that great changes have taken place. Now, except for the part of Gioli and Lingho who are still in our hands, the rest are basically Orochi or Elt. So you have to calm down and don't let them seize the opportunity to attack Gioli. After hearing Vivian's words, although everyone was very unwilling, they were still helpless. They could fight 1 against 10 and 1 against 100, but they couldn't face Wanakuni's power. 9 miles belonged to Wanakuni, but they could not stand on the opposite side of Wanakuni. In fact, whether it is Vivian or the 8 heroes of the Red Sky, they are wrong. Even if they don't pay, Moria will do it, but it will not attack the entire Gioli. It will only drag them to death. In the famous mansion in Odin City. At this moment, Kazuki Odin sits quietly in the corridor with second-generation ghosts and good works on his knees. The whole person has a gloomy face, and his eyes are dark. Although there is no trace of breath leaking from his body, the whole person is sitting there, just like a wild beast. Ordinary people are afraid that they will be half-hearted if they look at it. Of course, Odin knew about the arrival of Moria, Lafitte, and Jyotian, but he didn't do it. He was afraid that he could not help but rush to Huadu to question Elt. The other side. Ling Queen of Wanakuni. What are you talking about? That guy actually asked the army to go to Gioli to collect taxes. Shimatsuki Namaru, Empress Ling's name, opened his eyes wide, and his anger could no longer be contained. Okay, don't embarrass him, go on. Yes, Master Yasui. As a man with a blue hedgehog head waved his hand, the guard was relieved, heaved a sigh of relief, and stepped back. Asshole, did the big snake do it? Damn it. The old man is going to fight him now. Shimatsuki's ponytailed eyes flashed with dissatisfaction and resentment towards Kurizumi Orochi, wishing to eat its meat raw. Punch him. How many troops do you have now? Shimatsuki Yasui on the side, smoking his own dry smoke, his eyes were gloomy, and Shimatsuki Namaru on the other side was also abruptly silent, angrily issuing his own Qian Wangjia question. Where did that guy get so much money? In less than a year, the strength of several families has been severely drained, and those who have not been poached have been bought 7 or 88. After all, there is no money. One word, poor. Almost all of their money was used to fill the hole in Gioli, and the addition of the new orders issued by the weapons factory made it even worse. In this case, Elt took out a lot of money and started digging people everywhere, buying those servants and samurai. Except for the true diehards, most of them were turned away. Even if you didn't turn your head, your husband would take money to seduce you and then send out a bunch of beauties. If you don't pay attention, they are dumbfounded. But what about Odin? They have no money. Damn it. Crack. Shimatsuki Yashimaru, who was full of anger, also hammered a fist on the pillar beside him. Originally, he surrounded the pillar by himself, and in an instant, countless small cracks cracked. Hey, don't worry. I have sold all by Wu's things and sent them to them. I believe they have been delivered now. Shimatsuki Yasui smoked her own dry cigarette, looked in the direction of Jilly, with a smile on her face as a big name. But in the end, she sold all her things, including by Wu. I am afraid that only people like herself can do it. Asshole, what did you do? Shimatsuki's question and surprise came from the yard again. The situation in Wanakuni was also instantly broken by an economic warfare by Elt. 141, Chapter 141. Chapter 141 Conspiracy with Kenjuro. Alti assassinated. The flower capital of Wanakuni. Return ticket, Lord Elt. Shinobu has already brought it, and the Haigoro family has been captured, and they are now detained in a sea stone cage unconscious. In the general's mansion at this moment, Elt is sitting in the place originally belonged to the Orochi. While the Orochi is sitting on the side with a flattering face, there is also the expressionless Kurizumi Higurashi sitting behind Alti. Below Elt, there is a masked ninja from the imperial court, sitting down on his knees with a respectful or scared face. Well, kill it after all. I don't want her to make me doubt your loyalty, you were right. Elt, who was leaning on the screen, looked like a scene, but from the ninja below, his face with a mask was sweaty. We swear allegiance to you, Lord Elt, and will never betray you. The ninja kneeling down, his forehead pressed tightly to the floor. He was panicked now. After more than a dozen breaths, the eyes of the ninja below were bloodshot, and his whole body was wet as if he had taken a bath before he heard Elt speak again. Needless to say, the mouth is useless if you say it. You have to show it to me, you know? Yes, Lord Elt. And Elt on the high platform also watched the ninja's departure, with an unexplained smile on the corner of his mouth. The little ninja with ripe fruits was a wall in the royal court. And Elt didn't need her to explain Odin's greatness for the civilians who were kept in the dark. Wanakuni is enough to have him Alti. Brother Elt, you are really majestic. These people, Odin Kaido, are all played by you in the palm of your hand. I admire it so much. The big snake on the side looked at Alti and also came up to flatter him. Now the big snake has become Alti's most loyal dogleg under Lafitte's hypnosis technique. As long as there is a chance, you have to come up and lick a wave of Elt. Elt hasn't noticed before, this guy is very good at flattering. Okay, Orochi, where is Kenjuro? Elt glanced at the big snake impatiently, waved his hand. He is the kind of superficial man. How can you lose yourself by being flattered? 867. Kenjuro, come out quickly. Boss Elt is looking for you. And after Elt finished speaking, the snake also shouted at the door. Snap! With the sliding door of the room opened. A tall and ugly-looking man appeared, Kurizumi Kenjuro, one of the 9 heroes of Akasaka, an actor who was arranged by Odin and was never discovered. She has long red, fluffy, and ground-link hair with full bangs. The eyes are half-moon-shaped, the nose is high, the lips are thick, the cheeks are flushed, and the facial lines are distinct. Wearing traditional vests and robes, similar to Japanese kabuki clothes, walking barefoot on herringbone sandals. In addition, he also carries a large sword shaped like a brush on his back, and the end of the scabbard is the tip of the pen to show his abilities. This guy is a natural performer. Kurizumi Kenjuro was born in a popular stage theater troupe. His parents were killed by the Wanakuni people during the stage performance, and he witnessed this scene with his own eyes. After the death of his parents, Kenjuro lost his heart and lived by acting for others, so he possessed superb acting skills and was good at playing anyone. And he only feels happy when he is completely incarnate as another person. The key is that this guy is still a demon fruit power, able to turn the things he painted from fiction into entity. When using the ability, you must use the brush you carry with you as a medium to draw things in order to make the ability effective. As long as it is a drawing drawn by a capable person, it can be freely transformed into shape according to the will of the capable person, and even food and various creatures can be drawn. The creatures drawn have life, can make sounds, or move freely, and can even fly people. The food drawn can be eaten, and the food can provide people with calories and a sense of fullness. The appearance of the drawn things and their own abilities will be directly proportional to the painting skills of the capable person. Therefore, if the person with the ability, the drawing is too bad or too ugly, it will directly affect the ability and function of the drawing. However, the shortcomings are also obvious. If the painted object touches the wall again, it will be combined with the wall and change back to the original painting pattern. The key point is that the things this guy draws are not afraid of water. In the original work, you can see when he defeated Kaido. Whether it is the clone he painted or the white crane, he is not afraid of rain at all. Looking at this guy, Eld also raised his mouth. This guy's strength is still very good, and the fruit ability is also very practical. Kanjuro, right? Very good. Looking at the Kurozumi Kanjuro in front of him, Alti is also interested. After all, this guy is an important part of the next plan. Wow, it's a great honor to serve Lord Eld. I don't know why the Lord is so anxious to come to me. I have been away for a long time. Kazuki Oden may be suspicious. Kanjuro, who was sitting down on his knees, also looked at Alti, this man full of haki, full of curiosity. From now on, you will belong to me. Wanakuni's stage is too small. There is a bigger stage waiting for you to play. Kanjuro, you should know the 5-year gambling agreement between usse and Oden Bar. Elt directly asked Kanjuro over. After all, this guy has good acting skills. He's a good undercover agent and can't be wasted. Bigger stage. Elt's words immediately made Kanjuro's eyes shine, and he was instantly excited. His life was to live for acting. A life without acting is meaningless to him. When he looked at the big snake, he saw that the big snake was very disgusted and waved his hand, making him feel agreed. At this point, Kanjuro also belonged to Elt's sway. The whole room was brightly lit. No one knew what was talking inside, only the gloomy laughter of the big snake. When Kanjuro left with excitement, the smile on the corner of Elt's mouth became more intense, and the 5-year agreement was getting closer and closer. He looked at the big snake on the side, and the general was also beckoning to him. No one can take away what belongs to him, unless he can be defeated. Those who hinder me, I want you to be ruined. Thinking of this, Elt looked at Kurozumi Shisien, who was aside. It was time for her to play a role. The time has come 3 days later. Hey, have you heard that? Now General Orochi has suddenly banned Daimyo Shime and Daimyo Ling Ho. Really? Isn't Ling Queen's name borrowing Ueshing Maru? Why did he come back to Huadu? Really, I have seen them all. They are in the restaurant now, although I don't know why they are not banqueting in the shogunate. And just after the people in Huadu crowded into the restaurant, they found that Alti and Shimatsuki were both present, but General Orochi didn't know where it was. Look, it's Nozomi Alti. Another one I know is Shimatsuki Ikamaru, who is also a powerful samurai. And when everyone was onlookers, the person below Elt grinned slightly and smiled, but no one noticed it at all. Nyowan, sir, I have always loved Wanakuni. I hope that the people here can eat full without going hungry, have clothes to wear, don't need to be frozen, earn enough money, and be able to marry a wife and have children to live a good life. That's why I tried my best to let General Orochi change all the weapons factories, and Elt will pay for it, so that everyone can live a good life. Facing the affectionate words, the entire restaurant was moved. Many low-level residents even cried on the spot. They always thought that it was the money from General Orochi, but they didn't expect it to be Elt's own pockets to support them. All nonsense. Those lowly criminals will always be slaves. They should make money for us all their lives. They are not eligible to enjoy the treatment of Wanakuni. Only with their money we can make more money. Alti, if you do this, you are moving the interests of our family. But the next moment, before these residents felt it, they heard Shimatsuki's roar. Hundreds of people heard it with their own ears. Many people rubbed their eyes in disbelief and looked at it. That is Shimatsuki Inoru, the name of Empress Ling. No, it's impossible. Shimatsuki Ashimaru-sama, so vicious. Will there be any misunderstanding? Many people have started to whisper, this kind of thing happened too suddenly. Asshole, are you talking ill of me behind your back? A group of untouchables actually laughed at Queen Ling's name, a capital crime. Shimatsuki Namaru, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly turned his head, his face full of ferociousness, and looked at a woman not far away, making him startled. Pin. In the next moment, under everyone's shocked eyes, Shimatsuki Namaru, who was furious, pulled out his saber and rushed towards the woman. The sudden scene made these people's brains unable to turn around. Under the stern cold light flashing in her eyes, the woman had already been frightened and stupefied, and she watched the shimmering cold light Taito approach closer and closer to her. Puff. As a blood flower bloomed in the air, it splashed on the woman's face and was pleasantly surprised. but saw a man holding herself in his arms to me, the name Elt, when she wiped it behind Elt, but he saw the blood in his hands. Ah! A scream that pierced everyone's eardrums sounded, bringing the entire restaurant back to reality. Everyone's eyes were incredulous. Their pupils were constantly trembling, and their mouths opened slightly, but they couldn't say a word. No, it's impossible. Look at Lord Wan murdered. Asshole, you still call him Lord. He cut Lord Elt. One of the men saw that someone around him called Shimatsuki Namaru to an adult and also grabbed him by the collar. But the Namaru-sama, whom she respected in the past, laughed wildly. Ah, you would actually block the knife for a bitch as long as you kill you. Then I will kill the big snake again. Wanakuni is mine. Then you go to die. Watching Shimatsuki Yoshimura swing the knife again. Hurry up. Protect Lord Elt. Kill. The surrounding samurai also reacted from shock and drew out their weapons and rushed forward, but they were solved by Shimatsuki Namaru. Seeing more and more samurai slowly entering the hotel, Shimatsuki Yoshimura also showed a trace of pity on his face, looked at the same L hard, and then reluctantly jumped out of the window and disappeared into the street. But what happened in the restaurant spread throughout Huadu within a few minutes. What you said that Lord Sakizai Maru, who wanted to rebel, became Wanakuni's general and almost killed Lord Elt today. You are a fool. He is no longer worthy to be called an adult. Another stirred. Impossible. Shimatsuki Yoshimura is big. Looking at Ushiyamaru, he really said he wanted to rebel. He also assassinated Lord Elt in public. Nonsense, I saw it with my own eyes. At that time, there were more than 100 people who were there again. Just because a woman looked at him, that guy actually wanted to kill. The whole flour is boiling at this moment. Whether it is, everyone who has seen it or not says that they are present, but without exception, they all say that Shimatsuki Maru is going to rebel, and the reason why he wants to kill Elter is to be more good enslavement Wanakuni. Under the guidance of a caring person, this incident was like a scourge, spreading out of Huadu. He, the boss, succeeded, then let's go. Don't guard this group of people here. Carrying her own big scissors, Moria also looked at the 8 heroes on the opposite side with disdain. 142, Chapter 142. Chapter 142 Ambition revealed. Take the initiative to leave Wanakuni. That guy just left. It's inexplicable. Yeah. Cat Viper saw Moria, but he couldn't figure it out. This guy was guarding the bridge between Jolie and Huadu in the morning, and no one was allowed to pass. The 8 people who got the news also asked Cat Viper and Inulan Xiaoju to come and see a bit. Because remembering Mrs. Vivian's words, the 3 of them didn't have Moria and clash with each other. They just kept guarding this man at all times. On the other side, on the bridge between Lingho and Huadu, a kind of walking stick, wearing a gentleman's hat, wearing suspenders, dressed up like a drama character, after receiving the sound transmission snails, he also tapped and smiled, watching the samurai or civilians gathered on the opposite side. Then everyone, you can go with you now, please. In the general shogunate of Huadu. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of beating on the desktop sounded constantly, and every sound seemed to be on top of the human heart. Inside the room, it was bleak, completely shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, the surrounding candlelight suddenly lit, and an old lady who was standing upstairs was already kneeling down, and behind him, there were 10 masked ninjas, Yuting Fanzhong. But in the seat of general, there was a man in gorgeous white and gold clothes, Alti. Higurashi, well done. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Elt. Kurazumi Higurashi also expressed his gratitude to Elt. Looking at the imperial court members behind Higurashi, these members who originally belonged to the former general of Wanakuni Kazuki Sukiyaki now belong to Alti. Elt, my lord, we have all arranged, and the selections are all dead men, and the results will be received tomorrow, foolproof. In the royal court, Fanzhong also quickly reported his results, lest this adult is unhappy. Since the matter has not turned out yet, how can it be foolproof? What can you guarantee, right? Alti, who was sitting in the general position, had his head resting on his right hand, leaning against the table on the right, with his eyes closed, but the hearts of the people in Yu Ting Fan were tightened. Yes, my lord, let's monitor it now. Ah. Almost as soon as the voice fell, the Yu Ting Fan who was still in the room had disappeared. With the departure of Kurazumi Higurashi, the candlelight in the room was extinguished again, and Elt's figure was slowly swallowed by darkness. In this brightly lit flower city, it seemed that everyone was unique. I am a dividing line. What? Help, don't kill. How dare you guys? At this moment in the land of Lingho, Those villages that were not very wealthy, just because of the name of Shime, who had never met, got a little better. They were mercilessly slaughtered. When a commoner struggled to the extreme, he pulled apart the clothes that he thought were bandits, and found that they were wearing the samurai clothes he knew best. The clothes of the servants from Lingho's Daming Mansion. As the people under the territory of Queen Ling, these warriors used to be the guarantee of their lives and the people they trusted most. But now these people have turned into demons, reaping their lives mercilessly. Although El gave them wealthy life, in the past few days there are still messages coming that My Daimyo actually wants to be a general and wants to kill the Shime Daimyo. It has said that he has a nose and eyes. But they still choose to believe in Lord Namaru, who has been following countless years. But now he believed it. He should have been the person he believed the most. But at this moment he was killing himself, the most ruthless person. Assholes, you untouchables, hurry up and get the money. Master Nyomaru, after raising you for so long, let me change it back now. After our adults become General Wanakuni, we can become Puff. The samurai of the Shimatsuki Ushamaru, who was still laughing wildly, just stopped abruptly, and a blood-stained feather arrow pierced his throat. Then he fell to the ground. Tadada. As the earth was constantly shaking, when everyone in the village was desperate, hope came again, and a group of warriors in black armors and horses appeared. There was a samurai with a flag behind it and 3 evil dragons embroidered on it. The symbol of this family is the family emblem of the Shime Daimyo family. In Wanakuni, almost every big name has its own clan emblem. Even Yasui and Nyomaru, both belong to the Shimatsuki family, have different clan emblems. And to identify which family a samurai belongs to, just look at them for stealing armor, weapons, or the clan emblem on the banner. When these dozens of black armored warriors entered the field, they didn't say a word. The killing began. In just a few minutes, the mobs who were still burning and looting were all killed. This is just a small beginning. At this moment, there were several such attacks in Lingling. At this moment, Shimatsuki Ikamaru, who is the name of Empress Rei, had also sent troops. But at this moment, he was extremely angry because he knew that he was trapped. Now it's yellow mud falling off the lining, not urine or shit. Looking at these villagers who used to smile at him, but now fear him like a tiger and want to eat his meat, Shimatsuki Namaru didn't choose to explain anything. He couldn't explain it clearly. Master Namaru, did you do it? While watching Yunyo leading people away without turning back, a sudden old voice sounded, but it made him stop. After a few breaths of silence, Shimatsuki Yashimaru's sound was heard. I didn't do it. But this is just a small episode, and more people have chosen to believe that this is what Shimatsuki Yashimaru did, and Dumi is enmity. Those who were originally skeptical also immediately believed, and doubted after doubting for a while, I'm afraid that they will kill themselves. Odin City in 9 miles. At this moment, it is noisy. This is arguing, how could Lord Namaru be that kind of person? It must be the man named Elt who asked someone to do it. I don't believe Master Namaru can do this kind of thing. Meow, it's really Elt. It's not possible. Humph, it must be him, otherwise it is the big snake guy. Neither of these two are good people. Master Odin, you have something to say? Leizong, pay attention to your tone. Seeing Leizong unexpectedly surpassed this way, although the other people looked angry, they still reminded Leizong that after all, Kuan Chen's gift cannot be passed. This is the real you. Or I was wrong before. Who did you do it? Pot? As Odin pulled out his second-generation ghost, Odin's hazy eyes were reflected on the knife, which he brought from Fei Che, a great work that made countless people jealous. Ignoring the quarrels of his 8 ministers, Odin's thoughts have already drifted elsewhere, because next month, it will be the arrival time of the 5-year agreement. At that time, Kurazumi Orochi and Kaido will leave and return to his general position. Although Kazuki Odin doesn't like this right, he can help Shimatsuki Ushamaru to be acquitted as long as he reappoints the position of General Wanakuni. But on the 3rd day of the attack on Elt, a piece of news that everyone in Wanakuni hadn't expected was released. Even Odin and the 8 heroes of Chishao and Julie don't know what Elt is doing. Elt, what do you want to do? Or do you have a bigger conspiracy? Seeing the news that Chuanjiro reported back, Odin couldn't figure it out and was directly confused by Elter. After all, Alter's departure, but nearly 1,000 people saw it. This can't be faked. Master Odin, now that he has left, it's better. Without him, we could be smoother. Yeah, I wish he wouldn't come back. Regarding Alti's departure, everyone had only happiness and joy, not a trace of sadness. But there was only one person, and the corner of Kinjuro's mouth rose up. No one knew what he was thinking, and no one noticed him. Zero. And Shimatsuki, who is now notorious Yuan Ling, who was accused of treason, is also puzzling. After he was dismissed from Ling's name by Orochi, he thought that he would be waiting for the crusade from Elter, but in the end it was Alter's departure. The biggest suspect left Wanakuni. But no matter how you say it, the news now is good news for him. Shime Daimyo has left Wanakuni. It's impossible. It must be impossible. When someone saw the notice, they couldn't believe that this name, which was so beloved by the people of Wanakuni, had left Wanakuni. This didn't make them want to return to their previous life in dire straits. But I saw it with my own eyes, that Deming Shime took his retainers and left Huadu, and when he boarded the ship, there were thousands of people watching. How could it be fake? When Ert left, countless people begged him not to go any more in the port, but even so, the big names still kept staying away from them. When this notice was issued, whether it was Huadu or Jelly, Baiwu, Lingho, Shime, and Tutua, everyone felt a sinking heart, especially those weapons factories and rabbit wrist quarries, and those craftsmen. When Elt left, they discovered the importance of this name, Shime, who has been in power for just a few years. Ghost Island. The base camp of beast pirates. The Ghost Island that was originally smashed has been completely repaired at this moment. Although there are still basins or Grand Canyons in some places, the overall situation has been restored. Grumbling. In the dim hall, a man like a demon, holding a wine gourd, constantly pouring wine into his mouth. Kaido at this time, with only one bend on his head, a hideous cross-shaped knife scar on his chest, and a knife scar on his waist made him look even more terrifying, and there was an aura of a murderous mob all over his body. Master Kaido, Master Kaido. A young guy yelled and ran into the room where Kaido was. There were broken wine bottles everywhere, and the walls and the ground were sunken. The whole floor sank a faint red. Xiaoxi, who was originally anxious, suddenly stiffened after Kaido's gaze shifted, with cold sweat all over, but knowing that it was urgent, he swallowed a mouthful of water and said bitterly, Master Kaido, the guy named Elt, the man who came to Ghost Island has left Wanakuni, and our people also found him left. Okay. Kaido, who was still calm at first, opened his eyes angrily after hearing Elt's name. The aura of the whole person caused the black coat behind him to dance wildly. The ferocious aura made Kaido even more frightened. Guy Kaido, my lord, then Elt called to leave Wanakuni. Snap. Almost the moment after Xiao Zhui finished speaking, he was shot and flew onto the rock wall. Kaido, who was holding a thorny iron rod in his hand, looked fierce and furious. Cough Lolo. Leave Wanakuni. What do you want to do, Marshal Elter? However, since you gave up Wanakuni, he belongs to me, and no one can stop me, Kaido. However, I will avenge your grudges, Alti. Crack. That sturdy arm full of muscles and blue veins, a thorn iron rod was inserted into the ground. The rock splashed, and Kaido was the center, and countless cracks were made up on the ground like a spider web. Like a mob in horror like gods and demons, Kaido hates Elt. What Wanakuni or Kaido did not expect was that in the dimly lit room of Huadu at this moment, sitting in the seat of the general, was a man with heterochromatic eyes. All that can be seen is that he has a gorgeous white gold dress and 3 exquisite hilts on his waist. On the floor, there are 2 reward orders, which are set on the floor by 7 songs, Oden and Kaido. 143. Chapter 143. Chapter 143, The Final Battle. The determination to conquer Kaido Oden, seeking support. 5th year. Kazuki Oden and Kurizumi's appointment day is here. Aro, go, do everything you want. Wanakuni is about to change owner. In the dim room, as a man's voice sounded, the snake moved. Headed by the big snake, 10 ninjas from the Imperial Court walk in front, with purple explosive heads and big-headed big snakes, showing an evil smile, sitting on the carriage and following them. All those who follow behind with a black armored samurai from Shime, walking mightily on the street. It's General. General Orochi is here. Run, be careful, you will be killed. On the originally bustling street, the people of Julie were full of fear the moment they saw the big snake. Whether it was men, women, young or old, they all left the street. Since the disappearance of Elt, the original various benefits have slowly been cancelled by the big snake, as if to return to the previous Wanakuni. The squeeze is coming again. And in front of the big snake, there is a man standing upright, Kazuki Oden. Behind Oden are the same serious and gloomy eyes of Jinwaiman, Denjiro, Inu, and Cat Viper, and other 8 retainers are also standing in a row, standing behind Oden. A look of wind and rain. When the carriage stopped, a ninja from the imperial court was knelt on one knee, and the whole person was on the ground in the eyes of everyone. The next moment I saw the big snake stepping down the human-shaped ladder from the carriage. This scene was seen by the residents on the street. Everyone was nervous. Even small people like them felt that the atmosphere was not right, the calm before the storm. Da-da-da. The sound of the wooden exhibition colliding with the floor sounded. Kurizumi Orochi and Kazuki Oden stood face to face like this for the first time. Looking at the ugly big snake, Oden stared at him for a long time with a gloomy expression. He thought about slashing this man with a single knife, but finally gave up. What? It's really a fool. Damn it. I thought he still had some backbone. Under the disappointed eyes of everyone, the upright man Kazuki Oden knelt to the big snake, his limbs on the ground, his whole body on the ground, his forehead on the ground. Those Wanakuni residents who originally had the last bit of fantasy about Oden also completely gave up on Oden. Waiting for a long time, General. Oden, who was lying on the ground, had a very plain tone, but in the eyes of raging anger, he was full of anger and hostility. As Oden's retainer, when Kazuki Oden said that he knelt to the snake and said this, the 8 people behind him, everyone was the blue veins of the forehead bulging, clenched his fists, and the teeth were bittering. Seeing their paternal master kneeling, subdued and humiliated as courtiers, they can only watch and do nothing. Long time no see, Oden. Looking at Oden, who was kneeling on the ground, the evil snake also grinned. It's been exactly 5 years since that day, and it's finally time for the appointment. Innocent Oden is still thinking about taking back his general position, and then let Wanakuni found the country and get Shimatsuki Ushimaru acquitted. Agreement? I don't know. It's a loss for you to turn this barren Juli into a decent city. It's really good. Looking at Oden, who was trembling under his feet, and the various buildings in Juli, the snake finally showed his fangs. He would not admit to the agreement with Oden. Whether it was the big snake before or the big snake that has been hypnosis by Lafitte, it is impossible to agree to Oden. Looking at Oden, who was lying on the floor, the snake also squatted down, using a voice that could only be heard by 2 people. The guy named Elter has left Wanakuni now, and you forced him away. Only in this way, Wanakuni is mine. Besides, my partner has always been Kaido guy. Thanks to your suspicion of him, got him away. Then the big snake, who slowly stood up, pointed to the ground under his feet. I want to build a few new weapons factories here. Get it? I beg you. Your Majesty, fool. The evil snake, holding the folding fan in his hand, poking Oden's face, and seeing Kazuki Oden's incredulous expression on his face, the snake felt that he was happy all over. Washing such a top big sea pirate is really so fun. Almost in a cold sweat, Oden also wanted to struggle. Wait, General, the ship. There is still a promise about Kaido. Boom. Even before Oden had finished speaking, the snake kicked Oden's face directly with a kick, stomping it tightly under the foot, showing a fierce face. What are you talking about? Oden. Looking at Oden, who was stepped under his feet or even stepped on the ground, the snake didn't worry that this guy would resist. From the first time Oden was softened, the snake saw through the character of this guy, but said with a grin, grab all the guys who live in this area and work hard day and night. You will definitely become a great labor force. I want to turn Wanakuni into a country that manufactures weapons. With Kaido's support, I believe it will be realized soon. Oden, who was stepped into the ground by a big snake, almost had his eyes split. He couldn't believe it. His 5 years of hard work was exchanged for today's sentence of breaking the contract. Damn it. Hey, wait a minute. Big snake. On the other hand, the big snake showed evil spirit and grinning laughter. Kissa, Oden, your good friend Higuro Hanano is going to be sent to Kaido now, and so is Kong the Hedgehog. Originally, I wanted to take them as my subordinates, but I gave up because they seemed to be favored by Kaido. Forget it. I believe I will be killed soon. His little brothers are still resisting, and they accidentally waste a lot of effort. Noisia. Speaking of speaking, Higuro still has a wife to accompany you, right? But it's really Noisy. He is chasing after him, and he has been killed now. It's still a heroic wife. It's really weak and outrageous. Speaking of which, you are a child. How old are Mamasa Kazuka now? The children should be cute now, right? But cherish them. Noisy ha. If you want to take revenge, go find Kaido. This is what he asked me to do. Ha. The Orochi laughed wildly, trying to provoke Oden's anger as much as possible. As for Shimatsuki Yasui, he was killed long ago. Higuro was also arrested by Elt's people. Anyway, everything is almost Oden and Elt. Kill it, but now. All were pushed onto Kaido by the big snake. The snake is not a fool. If Odin violently strikes him, he will be done. The factory matter, you just think about it. Odin, noisy ha. As the big snake's voice fell, dark clouds were rolling in the sky above Jilly, and the wind was violent. Far from it should be the blazing sun, but now it is an instant torrential rain. Kaido, Kaido. Odin's eyes were bloodshot. His pupils were constantly trembling, his hands propped on a floor, and the blue veins on his arms cover the entire street sign like an ant dragon. The hard rock floor was like tofu, crushed by Odin's 10 fingers. The regret and hostility in his eyes made Odin exude endless murderous intent at this moment. But the whole person's tears dripped involuntarily. The current Hyagoro and his sister-in-law, Shimatsuki Yasui, have already encountered Kaido's murderous hand. They think of Momonosuke and Heiwa Odin if they were being killed. No one knew what Odin was carrying, whether it was Wei Weian or the remaining Scarlet Heavenly Heroes. No one knew, but they all chose to believe in Odin. It is conceivable how heavy it is to soften Odin, who does not care about sacrificing everything. Under the heavy rain, Odin has been kneeling down from morning to dusk. He understood a truth and remembered what Elter said to him. When you feel that everything is hopeless, take a knife and fight for everything with your own strength. Violence may not be the best way to solve the problem, but it is the most direct and effective way. Crack! As the rock under Odin was crushed, his eyes were fierce and determined. Odin raised his head in a rage, and for the first time, the courage of Odin's top pirate was revealed. The kind of Odin who is invincible by desire is back. I want to fight against the serpent, fight against Kaido. I want them dead. I have been waiting for your words, Master Odin. The forehead of Jin Wyman, who was also so angry, was pressed tightly to the ground, and Odin was humiliated, which was their humiliation as keepers. The goal is that guy's island. I want to cut off Kaido's head while he drank and fell asleep. The deafening sound passed through everyone's ears at Kinnaman Gate. From the only feat in Odin's life. There is no force, no extra support, only Odin and his 8 retainers. Everyone is determined to kill. And when Odin provokes Odin and carefully helps Kaido to increase his hatred value, Kaido on the other side. Boom! His muscular arms, full of rock hard, slammed against the wall beside him. With Kaido's fist as the center, dense cracks covered the entire rock wall. Lolo. That fellow Odin is going to attack me, then let him get rid of him. Since you give up Wanakuni, then Wanakuni will definitely belong to me, Kaido. Elter, what are you doing? And Orochi, you guy, are you that guy's person? But when I solve Odin and get Wanakuni, Orochi, you will pay the price. In the empty hall, a man who looked like a demon god, Kaido with the broken horns, received the news from the big snake, and after the spy from Wanakuni also heard the news, Kaido was all excited, and his eyes were full of excitement. The hostility makes people afraid to look straight. After being defeated from North Elt, Kaido is now either drinking and buying drunk every day, or killing 2 little brothers to cheer him up. Today, he found his way back at Kazuki Odin. After so long of recovery, the current Beast's Pirates has only more than 500 talents. But whether Kaido wants to fight or not, this battle, Kaido must follow. Boss Kaido, do we need to be wary of the guy Elk coming back suddenly? After all, that guy went too suddenly, as if he knew what happened today. Too weird. As the big sign of Beast's Pirates, when Elk was mentioned, his eyes were also full of anger. Last time he was beaten by Moria, Lafitte, and Shitenmaru. Asshole Jean, what are you talking about? As long as that guy dares to come back, Lousy must not go back alive. That guy must die. There are also those 3 guys, all of them are going to die. Boom. Beside the cigarette, there is a fat man with a golden ponytail and beard, wearing black and white suspenders, with the word Queen tattooed on his arm, but his left arm is a mechanical arm. On his chest, there were also dense knife wounds, making Quinn, who should have been not so terrible, look even more terrifying. Kakarolo. That guy is indeed worrying, but as long as I solve Odin, then rely on Wanakuni and recruit the Black Warrior army he left behind, then even if he comes back, the only one waiting for him is failure. Grumbling. Crack. Set off. After taking a sip of wine, Kaido with a hostile face smashed the wine gourd in his hand. With a roar, the tyrannical might soared into the sky. In the changing color of the wind and clouds, a terrifying creature flew up from the abyss. The ferocious antlers, the longan with the big copper bell, the sharp blue scales all over, the limbs and claws spread across the abdomen. Behind the forelegs is a raging fire. A fierce and violent blue dragon rushed out of the ghost island. Surrounded by wind and clouds, Shenlong is almost overwhelming. Wanakuni Wadu. In the general's mansion, a woman with emerald green hair in the arms of a man wearing a gorgeous platinum kimono, hidden in the dark. It's your turn. Don't let me down. The phone worm just said a word in 1.7 and was hung up. When everything was about to be blamed and dark again, the candlelight in the room suddenly reignited. Moria, Lafitte, Shutenwan, now it's time for us to take action. Kaido, Odin, they're all going to die. Wanakuni, it belongs to us and no one can take it away. Anyone who dares to reach out will die. Wahahaha. The man sitting in the seat of general was the one who was taken by the entire Wanakuni, and he saw Elter who had left Wanakuni with his own eyes. At this moment, he appeared in the general's shogunate, and then sat on the high platform when Tainyushi. This time I must kill the guy Kaido. After staying here for so long, my whole body is moldy. I can't wait. As a unique voice sounded, Moria, who was 7 meters tall, also gave out an excited smile. Since they left Wanakuni, everyone has stayed in the room and never went out for half a step. Then it's time for us to shoot. Boss Elter. On the windowsill was a man pulling his hat, Lafitte. Master Elter, I will definitely follow you. The most respectful person below is Jochin Wan. Although it was cold sweat on his forehead at this moment, he did not disappoint Aird in the end. Hip-hop, haha, of course. Are you right, my future general wife? Looking at the sad Tianyu in his arms, Elter lifted Tianyue's delicate jaw with his hands. The evil spirit on his face was awe-inspiring, plus the eyes of different colors, one sky blue and the other blood red, let her feel abnormal all over. Crazy, overbearing, indomitable. Then, let's set off too. It's time for the decisive battle. 144, Chapter 144. Chapter 144, the beginning of the showdown, the terrifying Odin. With only 8 of his retainers, wearing hats and cloaks, Odin walked through the day and night, starting from Odin City in 9 miles, toward the Ghost Island, until they came to the forest of the Rabbit Wrist. Whether it was Odin or the 8 heroes of the Scarlet Sky, they were all people with observation Haki. Almost immediately, I discovered the unconcealed murderous intent in the air. On the mountain in front, the fog covering the entire mountain makes it difficult to see the road ahead, but the bloody smell in the air makes everyone can smell it. Boom. At the moment when everyone was surprised, there was a sound of thunder and thunder in the sky. In the originally clear sky, countless dark clouds suddenly appeared, covering the sky and obscuring the sun, and the air instantly solidified. With the pupil pain of Odin and the 8 people behind Kinemon, they couldn't believe their eyes. On the 2 mountains covered by the thick fog, there slowly appeared people holding weapons, densely packed, and everyone had bloodthirsty smiles on their faces, showing unkind expressions to the 8 Odin people. What is the situation? Kinemon's expression did not react at all. His eyes were solemn. Denjiro was also a little surprised. This is really unexpected. And these villains who suddenly appeared in front of them, their unique dresses, were naturally recognized by a few people. Kaido's subordinates. Cat Viper also has an incredible expression. They only have 9 people, but there are hundreds of people on the opposite side, dozens of times the gap. And in the thick fog behind, there is a huge monster hidden in the thick fog. Only a huge figure is hidden and visible. Are these all real 09? There are hundreds of people. The purple thunder in the sky kept ringing, venting everything, and the dark clouds rolled, suggesting the storm is coming next. Then, under everyone's shocked eyes, the 8 heroes of Chi Shao felt that the surrounding air suddenly became extremely heavy. As the fog continued to churn, 2 huge dragon claws stretched out of the thick fog, and then a blue dragon with fangs, sharp teeth, and 3 dragon horns stuck out a hideous head. With a body that is a kilometer long, almost the lower half of the body is still entrenched on the hill. Why this guy, Kaido? And when I saw Haki and the terrifying Kaido for the first time, Kinwai's pupil door kept trembling, and he was obviously frightened. As for Odin, he was not too shocked. The solemn eyes were just a little surprised. Why did the opponent deploy troops here? He was thinking of surprise attacks and was caught off guard by hitting Kaido. However, it seems that the other party is clearly prepared, knowing that they are going to come. I didn't expect there to be a confrontation with troops. But even so, Odin, who is invincible by desire, is also fearless, and now Odin only wants to cut off Kaido's head to vent his anger. This is too thoughtful. How do you know we are coming or go here? The cloak behind was searched by Odin, and he left it aside, with murderous eyes, staring at Kaido. Facing Odin's questioning, Kaido, who was wandering in the air, gave an ambiguous answer. His eyes were also solemnly staring at Odin, without any slack. Although it was only a brief encounter with Odin, Kaido already knew what level of this man's strength was. Definitely the world's top pirate. Kakarolo, maybe you have fine works in your city. I don't want my newly built house to become a battlefield, so I came out to meet you. After the battle with Elt, Ghost Island was almost destroyed in half, killing and wounding countless of his men. This time, Kaido won't be silly waiting for the opponent to hit the door. Especially Odin's sense of danger to Kaido is even higher than that of Elt. Odin, with his eyes drooping, looked at Kaido, who was constantly stirring the mist in the air. 5 years ago, the promises made with you, those are all fake, Kaido. Kaido didn't make the slightest decision to be ashamed of Odin's roar, but rather mocked in his tone. Yes, all are fake, shouts slightly Luo. At that time, we thought that the situation was not good. If you and Haigoro, who just returned home, join forces, we will be enemies of all Wanakuni's samurai knights. At that time, there were still few subordinates. If you are really unshakable at any sacrifices the rumors say, you are really a lunatic. Kakalolo, maybe it was a hard fight. However, you, who was invincible by the desire to be invincible in the world, actually chose to believe the big snake and chose this method that won't be hurt. Newgate and Roger are indeed such pirates. Although they are strong, they are always innocent. You are the same kind. You have become a fool who can only dance, naked and ridiculed and contemptuous. You don't have any majesty of the Kazuki family anymore. Pirate, there must be a pirate's unscrupulous appearance. Odin. Ha 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 ha. After Kaido's voice fell, all the pirates of Beast's pirates burst into laughter, laughing at Odin's stupidity. That's the judgment that day. Let's talk about the future. With the sound of Odin's killing, Jin Wyman and the 8 cats and snakes behind them all drew their swords. As Kaido's dragon roar came, lightning flashed across the dim sky for a while, and the whole land was flooded with billowing dragons. Even Denjiro, Kinemon, and others who were far away felt tremendous pressure. This is the real Kaido. Ordinary people have exhausted their strengths just to face them, let alone fight this kind of monster. The people of Beast's pirates on the entire battlefield were shouting, flaunting their might, raising their weapons, and rushing towards Odin and others like a torrent. If that's the case, then go to death, Kaido. Odin, with his eyes shining with red light, holding the second-generation ghost and good karma in both hands, roared and rushed towards the crowd of beast pirates. With the armament Haki covered on the double knives, Odin turned into a streamer and instantly passed by the people of beast pirates. In an instant, all the pirates were slashed with a knife, and then everyone was broken by the waist before they even screamed. Odin's violent image also caused a few people who were lucky enough to escape, but they looked at Odin in surprise. The next moment, before the pirate could react, Odin, who was still there just now, disappeared and appeared on top of their heads in the next moment. Go to hell. Facing the life and death crisis, the pirates still roared and slashed at Odin. Crack. But as a crisp break sounded, the weapons in the hands of the pirates were instantly cut off by the second-generation ghosts, and then a wailing sound echoed in the air. Keep rolling on the ground. It hurts. Spare me, help. On the other side, the 8 people of Jin Wyman saw that Odin had already started and slammed into the enemy's encirclement. They raised the saber in their hands and roared, "Follow Master Odin. Kill Kaido." As soon as the two sides who were obviously not at the same level met, the people from Beast's pirates were killed. Almost everyone in the 8 heroes of the Red Sky. Every time they make a shot, at least one pirate will be taken away. Hey, this is a samurai. It's too strong. Don't hold back. There are people on our side. Although the people of Beast's pirates also flinched, more of them rushed to Odin and others with fearless knives. In the face of these ordinary young guys, basically uploading Jiro and others, everyone slashed and cut and harvested the lives of the pirates. Odin was unrelenting. The second-generation ghost in his hand was held up in the air and then suddenly swung out. As a cross light flashed, the pirates in front of Odin were all destroyed by a big explosion. Rolling dust covered all sight. With the blow of the hurricane, all the pirates in front of Odin had fallen, leaving corpses and ruins everywhere. The White Dance at the moment originally belonged to Shimatsuki Yasui's territory of 867. It has now all been attributed to Elseway. On the road, there was an army from Bai Wu, marching in the direction of Tuin. There are 1,000 elite black-armored warriors, and the remaining 1,000 people are also wearing katana, but they don't wear sophisticated armor. Boss, what did you ask Lafitte to do? How do you take away more than 500 black-armored warriors? It's not in Kaido's lair. Seeing Althea sitting in the sedan chair dozing off, Moria also smiled gloomily. As expected, he was the boss, actually doing things like ransacking the family. It was indeed just as Moria had guessed at the southern port of Baiwu at this moment. Dozens of large ships were all standing, heavily armed, black-armored warriors. On the sails, there were 3 evil dragon flags, and under the leadership of Lafitte, they started to set off in the direction of the Ghost Island. The guy Kaido will definitely take everyone away. Ghost Island, I don't need it either. Just move all the good things in it. I believe Kaido will be very exciting after knowing it, provided that he lived till that time. A sly light gleamed in the heterochromatic eyes, and Elk grinned openly, revealing a rampant smile. Because just now that man has arrived at Wanakuni, I believe he is about to arrive at Tuin too. And the entire samurai army once again set off toward Mianwan. With Oden's crusade against Kaido, he is gone. No one in the entire Haji territory knows that at this moment Tuin is undergoing a devastating battle, still laughing and singing and dancing. Even the people of Giri are the same. Only Vivi, and as Oden's wife, has a trace of sorrow for her husband between her brows, and she feels a trace of comfort when she looks at Momonosuke and Haiwa in the yard. As a woman who has also been in the Whitebeard Pirates, Vivian knows better that if Oden is defeated, it will be when Wanakuni breaks the country. She knew how cruel the pirates would be at that time. Wanakuni was afraid that she would fall into the hands of the pirates. 145, Chapter 145. Chapter 145, Kaido's Beastization versus Oden's 2 swords, seeking subscription. At this moment, the rabbit is out of the unknown woods. Throughout the sky, electric thunder was flashing, dark clouds turned upside down. It was gloomy. On the ground battlefield, all were roars from beast pirates. As well as the billowing dragon in the air, there is a sense of depression just by approaching, and weak-willed people may be scared and lose consciousness on the spot. The violent roaring hurricane is constantly raging in the sky. The sky collapsed, and the thunder was rolling in the boundless clouds. The purple thunder fell from time to time, forming a loud noise which was frightening. Oden on the ground and 8 retainers kept swinging their knives to take away the pirates of beast pirates. The powerful slash, accompanied by the explosion of the mountain and the ground, was endless. Master Kaido, this is the first team. We are about to be wiped out. Kazuki Oden's strength is far beyond our imagination. In the sound transmission snails, the voices of the pirates under his hands continued to sound. Kaido in the sky, and the head of the ferocious dragon showed humanized anger. In the big mouth of the blood basin, it was full of fangs and teeth, exuding bursts of cold light, but there was a faint flame that kept flashing. Also heard from his younger brother, there were 2 people behind Kaido. One was Yin Yinshir, with black feathered wings and armor wrapped all over his body. There was a flame-burning smoke behind his head. There is also Quinn, who is fat, has a golden ponytail, and is painted black and purple lipstick. But at the moment his left arm is a mechanical arm with a cigar in his mouth. Shout. What a shame, there are 9 samurai, so difficult to deal with. We have more than 500 people. The smoke on the side also showed dissatisfaction. His eyes were full of disdain. Elyu, Karaluo, I'll come in person. With Kaido's entrance, lightning flashed across the dim sky for a while. Seeing his little brother who was constantly killing him on the ground, Kaido's body was curled up high, his mouth wide open. The dazzling light was shining, and the surrounding atmosphere kept gathering in Kaido's mouth. A dazzling fireball burning with raging fire grew bigger and bigger in Kaido's mouth, and it became more and more dazzling. Kaido's hands-on movement, as well as the larger and larger fireball, illuminated the originally dim sky. At the same time, the cat vipers and Inuyarashi on the ground also had to pay attention to Kaido. What is that? What's going to happen? And Kaido roared as he watched Oden constantly rushing towards him in the woods. Heat. A piece of dragon's breath exuded a scorching high temperature, spit out from Kaido's mouth, and the destructive power made people involuntarily produce despair, which was hard to resist. As the heat of Kaido collided with the earth, like a streamer falling from the sky, a fiery red mushroom cloud slowly rose up, and the surrounding hills just rose from the ground and were destroyed by the raging hurricane. The bottomless cracks tore the earth and the forest, and a magma basin just stood in the woods. The fire was everywhere, and the explosion continued. Under the heat, the entire sky was penetrated in an instant, and finally formed an inverted tornado, the sky with dark clouds, as if being forcibly torn apart by a pair of big hands, surrounded by hurricanes. The entire forest burned into a raging fire in an instant. Kaido, who was originally full of anger, jumped up his eyes. Under his heat in the raging fire, a figure faintly appeared on the broken ground. With the sound of two slashing sounds, the fire that was originally impervious was cut abruptly. A tall man with red phoenix eyes and thick eyebrows, long black hair, the top gathered into a large circular plane, and a prominent beauty tip and triangular hair corners. Kazuki Odin, standing unscathed in the fire at this moment, assumed the posture of Odin's two swords. The right-hand knife was raised to the left-hand knife was to the right, and the binocular coolant survived the heat of Kaido. Even wearing orange clothes on her body and huge purple-white bezels tied to her shoulders and waist, she was not hit by the heat. The eyes are sharp and deep. You are really tenacious. Do you think that only 9 of you can defeat my legion? If you want to fight with me, come here first. Seeing Odin surrounded by powerful aura, Kaido's eyes are sharp, full of cunning, but his huge body is full of explosive power. The only drawback is that the dragon horns on his head are missing, which is asymmetrical. Okay, go and kill you now. Almost without hesitation, Odin's eyes were fierce, his eyes condensed, and as the rock under his feet burst apart, Odin rushed towards Kaido against the ground with a cracking sound. As Odin galloped past, bringing a gust of wind to swept, and Queen of Beasts' pirates also raised the torch in his hand and looked at Odin, who was speeding up, and shouted, "Go!" Then came the roars one after another, and countless Beasts' pirates rushed towards Odin with their weapons. Go! Get the first level of Odin. And Jinmenwai looked gloomy when he saw this scene. Master Odin, let's stop these miscellaneous soldiers. I won't let you pass by. Stay here. At Jinwaiman, when Reizu and others were about to leave, a roar suddenly sounded in the air, and then Quinn rushed down into the air, and the huge figure blocked the way of everyone. Your opponent, but me. I can't ask for it, bastard. I saw Quinn, a burly figure, holding a torch and standing in front of everyone. Jinwaiman and Reizu stood ready in an instant. Mr. Jin, let's help you. Just when Denjiro and Kappa were preparing to go to support Kinemon Gate, there were bursts of breaking noises in the air, and Chi was waving his long sword and headed straight for Denjiro. However, the responsive Chuanjiro directly swung his knife upwards to block it, flashed by Chi, turned around in the air and landed instantly, and the floor under his feet was directly crushed by violence. Then he appeared in front of Denjiro again like a flash, swiping the sword. Once again blocked by Denjiro, the sword collided with countless sparks. The two separated, both looked at each other solemnly. The storm swept across and galloped all the way. Chuanjiro galloped against the surface, and the smoke in the air turned into streamer and rushed out in one fell swoop. The two people who couldn't be seen collided constantly, and there were countless metal collisions in the air, and the earth collapsed wherever they went. On the other side of the battlefield, watching Odin galloping in, Kaido was suspended in the air. The blue scales on his body were shining with cold, and a huge tail on his back stirred the mullet back and forth, and the black beard fluttered with the wind, revealing laughing wildly. Odin, who was full of violent aura, flashed red in his eyes, and even stepped out of his feet suddenly. The ground cracked directly, and the rock splashed. Holding second generation in his right hand, and good business in his left, I saw Odin skyrocketing instantly. Bombing. As Odin's eyes opened, a violent hurricane surged, and the entire sky was dimmed in an instant. A dark red thunder slashed down, and the demon-like Conqueror's Haki instantly enveloped the entire area. The pirates who were rushing towards Odin were roaring at their feet. No one could resist this tyrannical Conquerors, and almost instantly stunned everyone. Their eyes turned white, and they fainted directly on the ground. Silk winds swept past, two powerful auras collided, and the sky with electric thunders slowly cracked. Kaido. Looking at the dragon hovering in the sky, Odin only had endless killing intent in his eyes. I want to cut it off. Only your head. His eyes were burning with anger, and the exposed chest was very strong, and the muscles, like a rock, contained explosive power. In his hands, the second-generation Ghost Toru and the good karma objects instantly covered armament Haki, ultimate Haki, and the double knives were even entwined with red thunder. Really funny man, Odin. The tyrannical aura erupted, the frightening body was like a hell demon, and the huge Kaido glared at Odin. Taojin Shirataki. Second-generation Ghost Toru and good karma, as Odin's arm muscles bulged high. They swung the double swords that wrapped armament Haki at high speed and went straight to Kaido. Kaido also roared all his life, without anger at all, and directly ran into Odin's attack. Boom! In the earth-shattering collision, where Odin's saber and Kaido's teeth collided, a large number of black and red thunders appeared, spreading to the surroundings. At the same time, the entire atmosphere is constantly shaking, and a ring of air pressure forms an overwhelming tendency and spreads in the air. The dense black and red thunders continue to spread from the center to the surrounding air like a black snake. Together with a gloomy sky, they were completely cracked and split in half, making everyone feel extremely depressed. The next moment, Kaido's dragon claws, which are bigger than Odin's whole person, flashed with cold light and went straight to Odin to grab it. Without the slightest hesitation, Odin's double knives wrapped armament Haki, with a fierce face, directly opened Kaido's dragon claws, colliding countless sparks. The other dragon claw behind it, Odin, did the same. When the double knives slashed on the hard dragon scales, it could only arouse countless sparks, but it helped Odin to lift up again. Blue veins bulged on his sturdy arm, and a halo spread out from Kong Qian Wangzhao's breath. Odin instantly appeared under Kaido's head. After images flashed, whether it was the second-generation ghost or the good karma, it was all surrounded by terrifying forces, cutting the air and cutting towards Kaido. But Kaido, who was also not slow in responding, just leaned back and avoided it. Odin's explosive power cut directly opened all the clouds. But the next moment, when a hurricane hit, Kaido opened his mouth wide and bit towards Odin. The huge teeth exuding coldness were no worse than a famous knife. I saw Odin stepped on Kaido's lower jaw, crossed the swords, and firmly pressed the fangs of Kaido's upper jaw, not allowing Kaido to shut his mouth. However, under the huge power of Kaido, which was a kilometer long, Odin looked angry, and his entire face was full of blue veins, and the meridians on his arm were entangled like a dragon. As Odin roared, huge power burst out. As a white air wave exploded in the air, there was a loud noise in the air. I saw Kaido open the upper jaw by Odin, and the whole head fell back. And Odin also turned into a streamer and flew out. However, Kaido squeezed Odin between the two bodies by relying on the razor-sharp dragon scales and huge strength on his body, trying to squeeze him to death with huge brute force. The violent murderous aura continued to permeate, and Odin also held the double knives tightly on the left and right sides to prevent Kaido from squeezing the two bodies together. 146, Chapter 146. Chapter 146, Odin's Conqueror's Entanglement. I want to wear Kaido. Kakarolo. Odin, show your strength. Go to death if you don't let it go. Under the shocked eyes of the Jinmin guards below, Kaido's black hair of tens of meters was like a life, entwining Odin, who could not free his hands. Boom! The next moment, the dragon roared, and Odin, who was bound by Kaido's violent power, turned directly into Streamer, tearing his eardrums and flying out, smashed into the mountain out of sight. Almost for an instant, the mountains were crushed by Odin, and dust covered all eyes. As the hurricane blew, Kaido was entrenched in the AIRIT was originally a mountain range, but now it has disappeared, leaving behind a huge basin that can't be seen at a glance. The terrifying circular air wave, even the skyfire that burned on the earth, would be blown out. However, Kaido in the air didn't have any expressions. Instead, the bloodshot dragon eyes narrowed slightly, and the dragon's tail swung dark clouds and rushed towards the fallen Odin. Roar! The storm swept all around. Kaido roared wildly, and his body was full of extremely violent beasts. As for Odin, of course, it is impossible to be defeated by such an attack. Odin, with a bloody forehead and an angry face, gasping for breath, looking at the monster Kaido in the sky. Karolo, Kazuki Odin, I have been waiting for someone like you. When? I saw Odin's second-generation ghost and good karma intertwined, colliding countless sparks, and once again covered with the liquid emission Haki. I won't let you do whatever you want in Wanakuni, Kaido. Whenever they didn't agree, the storm swept across, and the two galloped up. The crust under their feet moved one after another, and Odin, who covered armament Haki, rushed towards Kaido against the surface. Kaido in the air also suddenly raised his head, and the next moment he swooped down, turning 867 into a streamer to bring an endless hurricane, rushing towards Odin, and as a mushroom cloud rose, everything they went to collapsed. When they collided with each other, the violent air pressure spread, centered on one person and one dragon. The land that was originally fragmented and burning with fire was forcibly sunken, and a large basin of several hundred meters appeared. I must cut off your head, Kaido. Odin's eyes were fierce, and with a roar, Odin's feet plunged deep into the rocky ground. The white wave of air shook in the air, and Kaido's huge head shot high. Entering Kaido of Quan Beast talk, the defense power is greatly increased. and the moment he is knocked into the air by Odin, he stabilizes his body. Kaido looked violently at Odin, who was charged with murderous aura. His body hovered, his head raised high, and his mouth covered with fangs and teeth. The dazzling light was shining, and the surrounding atmosphere was tumbling. A large piece of dragon's breath swept like a meteorite from the sky, and the air along the way was swept away. Odin 2's swordsmanship, Taoyuan 10 punches. The hysterical anger roared out. Kazuki Odin watched the dragon's breath spraying out in the air, and he was accumulating power after 1,000 meters. The double knives in his hand were wrapped around a mission Haki, and there was a wave of Conqueror's radiation to the audience. In this dim battlefield, Odin instantly turned into a red light and flashed past, appearing in front of Kaido. When the dragon's breath enveloped Odin's whole body, the scorching heat instantly distorted the surrounding air. Even the one covered with armament Haki felt exceptionally painful. After all, armament Haki only increased defense power, but could not resist the cold and heat. I can't lose here. Kazuki Odin was holding a pair of knives and looked at Kaido, who was close at hand. Dan Feng's eyes were full of anger and killing intent, and he didn't want to compromise anymore. The dense black and red thunder was like a black snake, falling continuously in the air, and the Shura-like conquerors erupted from Odin, the entire black sinking to the suffocating sky, completely shattered by the impact. Taoyuan 10 punches. Above the second-generation ghosts and the good industry, there was a very popular voice, and the voice of anger came from Odin's mouth. Odin once again crossed his swords, and the two crossed swords were behind the predecessors, like shooting stars in the sky. After issuing the extremely fast cross-flying slash, Odin followed closely behind. A comet carrying a long tail feathers went straight to Kaido. The atmosphere was neighing, and the air was exploding. The evil arrogance is soaring, and the dense black and red lightning spreads around it, terrifying and terrifying. Armed color plus Conqueror's entanglement has the effect of no contact and destroying everything inside. At this moment, even Kaido was cold to the bone, feeling the crisis of death. Boom. When Odin and Kaido passed by, a terrifying explosion lifted into the sky. A shock wave of overwhelming mountains pushed horizontally, and the ground behind Kaido was cut off countless hills in an instant. Just like that, the death toll of Beast's pirates increased again. At this moment, on Kaido's huge dragon body, an extremely terrifying cross wound appeared, even more terrifying than his original wound. Because Eld only cut Kaido, but Odin directly put Kaido's whole body on it. When I got back to my senses, there was a painful grunt in the sky and Kaido's hysterical scream. 2 blood holes appeared on the front and back of his body. The hurricane is raging. Afterwards, Kaido's huge dragon body that was winding for thousands of meters crashed and fell on the fragmented earth. The whole earth shook the mountain at this moment, stirring up anger and thick dust. When everything subsided, it was full of wounds. Great. Oh, Kaido was hit. Lord Odin is going to win. The battle between Kaido and Odin was watched by Jin Wyman and Yu and Quinn almost all the time. After all, whoever's boss wins, whoever really wins. What actually cut the invincible Kaido-sama again? With a cigar dangling, Quinn, who was a robotic arm in his left hand, saw Kaido being chopped off to the ground, fell to the ground with cold sweat on his forehead. Quinn was already a little scared. The battle that Odin showed was too fierce. It was a humanoid beast. Crack. It was almost the dragon that Kaido transformed into just disappeared, and a thorny iron rod of several meters long fell on the rocky ground, and the earth produced cobweb-like cracks. The next moment, Kaido with a one-horned mouth bleeds from the corner of his mouth and steps out of the ruins. Middle. Once again, after being chopped by Eld, he was chopped again, and even this time he was chopped more severely. Kaido stood up slowly in the big pit and roared. Looking down at the penetrating wound on his waist, his fierce face had a hint of disbelief. With a fishy throat edge, the pungent blood once again overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Kaido stared angrily, his whole body exuded suffocation. He didn't expect that he was beaten so badly again. Last time he was cut off the dragon's horn, but he was cut through his body this time. Rage, anger, fierceness, and anger are definitely the best words to describe Kaido at this moment. Boom! Kaido, Conquerors blasted out completely. The violent aura swayed the sky-shaking hurricane, and the violent aura stirred the sky. The entire sky was dimmed in an instant. Dark blue and black thunders slashed down, and thunder resounded across the sky. As Kaido's momentum continued to rise, hurricanes even hung on the ground. No, the lightning flint was not even visible. There was only a red glow sticking to the ground. Odin galloped and slashed out. At the same time, Kaido also blasted out with a stick. and the meteorite collided with a destructive force that was earth-shaking. The center of the entire island suddenly shook, endless cracks spread, and at that moment, the sound of the sky pierced the eardrum. The ground collapsed in a large area, the sky was splashed with rubble, and the hurricane rolled up the dust and turned it into a sandstorm. The dark red thunder kept slashing down, and the entire venue was bright and dark. "That's it, Kaido. Don't come to Wanakuni again," Odin roared. His eyes were full of harshness and hostility. The second-generation ghost and good karma in his hand were wrapped in a mission Haki, and countless purple and black thunders tragically circled around the knife. The ground under his feet shattered again, forming a beam of light. The sonic boom rushed towards Kaido. The tyrannical aura erupted, and that devilish body was like a nightmare in hell. Kaido glared at Odin fiercely and didn't hold back any cruel words. "The arm is not as thick as a human being, with blue veins violently, like a dragon coiling around the arm, the wild and deep breath pressing the ground in an instant." There was a sonic boom, and it was also a thorny iron rod entwined with purple thunder. With explosive power, it was screamed at Kaido and swung it out with all its strength. At this moment, Odin and Kaido are completely desperate. "Help me. My father, save me." When Odin and Kaido were about to have the final big collision, a sudden cry made Odin stunned, and his mind was upset. I don't know when a little boy from Beast Pirates at this moment is supporting a child, and in the other hand are 7 chilling songs. Mamasuk. Peach. We saw that it was his own son, Odin, as the father, didn't even pay attention, and Kaido, like an angry beast, came straight to Momonosuke. But when Odin stopped, Kaido wouldn't stop. Even seeing Odin's unconsciousness, Kaido's right foot suddenly stepped out, and as the ground instantly collapsed, the thorny iron rod in his hand increased its strength again. Boom! The violent string wave rolls up like a circular shock wave, and it takes time to shake the mountain. Immediately, there was a stick that could shatter the ground of thousands of meters, bombarding Odin's head, and a piece of blood was floating in the air. As Odin's head was raised high, blood spurted out, and that burly body could no longer bear to fall to the ground. The violent force bombarded Odin's head, and the top of the head, eyes, ears, nose, and mouth were constantly flowing with blood. At this moment, Odin's brain is blank. Even the second-generation ghost and the good thing in his hand are also thrown out, and even his eyes are still white, but he is unwilling to close it. But the tenacious willpower still made him think of his son constantly and wanted to get up. "Hey, it's me." With a gloomy smile on Momonosuke's face, the whole person suddenly became Kurizumi Higurashi. And looking at Odin, who finally fell to the ground, Kaido also kept bleeding from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were fierce and cruel. Kazuki Odin. The whole person was panting, and even a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. At the moment, if there was no such old lady who suddenly appeared, I was afraid that I would really lose in the hands of Kazuki Odin. Kaido can even clearly feel the power of Odin, almost stronger than Elter. And the moment Jinwaiman saw Odin to the end, he was also roaring and angry. His patriarch was defeated by this disgraceful method. "Master Odin, we're here to save you. This is the 8 swordsmen of Scarlet Heaven. How can they not accept it?" Boom! At the next moment, Isshin worried that Odin comforted Kinemon, who was also knocked on the back of the head by a sudden stick, and fell down in the same way as Odin. On the other side, Chi, who was originally on the ground, was also distracted by Denjiro, suddenly violent, and stabbed behind Denjiro, who was fighting with him. Denjiro! Seeing that Denjiro fell to the ground, Kappa also shouted anxiously and finally kicked into the air by Chi, hitting a huge hill and embedding it. It's just Odin's fall, and the dangerous smoke and Quinn just turned the tide of the battle. 147, Chapter 147. Chapter 167. Monkey D. Dragon Shot, a humanoid beast. Tasty. After the battle between Kaido and Kazuki Odin ended, the dark clouds that had dissipated revealed sunlight. Suddenly, a thunderbolt fell under the cloudless sky. The sky and the earth did not disperse for a long time. Following the world, it plunged into darkness, and the dark clouds rolled again. While originally standing on the ground and watching Odin under his feet unconscious, Kaido, who hadn't spoken for a long time, slowly raised his head with a sullen expression. The sky that was so easy to appear before has long since disappeared, and what is left is only the dark clouds. Immediately afterwards, a gust of wind struck. It lowered the head once again from the blazing fire. This abnormal phenomenon makes everyone at Beast Pirates who are still active on the scene feel their breath. It's coming. His face was fierce, and his eyes were so gloomy and terrifying. I saw two white ears in Kaido's nose being exhaled like wild animals. Kaido rioted again, wearing a black fur coat, clasping the iron rod of thorns tightly. Chi and Quinn, who had guessed that the atmosphere was not right, also followed Kaido, all staring up at the violent sky. Roar! There was a roar of the dragon, and then the ferocious dragon rushed out in the forest, shattering everything along the way, and the extremely fast sonic boom was deafening. The fragmented earth was once again swept into deep gullies. Run! Quickly retreat! The 1,000-meter-long flood dragon roared and rushed towards the place where Kaido was. But the next moment, the world is quiet. I saw Kaido's right arm shook the thorn iron rod in his hand, and his left hand grasped forward. Numerous purple thunders were wrapped around Kaido's thorn iron rod on the jawbone. In an instant, the bright light slowly expanded, and then it shrank rapidly and burst. On the earth, a mushroom cloud surrounded two halos and roared wantonly. The original extremely fast-moving atmosphere was penetrated by a terrifying storm and then rolled out to the surroundings, re-exposing the clear sky. As the earth shook, the clouds and dust covered the audience in the blink of an eye. Some pirates on the beast's pirate side were defeated by that invincible force with just 2 or 3 breaths, and more than 100 people died. In just such a wave, the pirates of the originally cheerful beast pirates suffered countless deaths and injuries, and almost nothing left. As for the other pirates who were far away and escaped everything, they were all in cold sweat. They couldn't understand why Kazuki Oden was defeated by Kaido, and why anyone dared to attack them. Brother Kaido, Chi Quinn, who was pushed out by the violent impact, also stared closely at the midpoint of the explosion. Looking towards the horizon, there seemed to be a wild beast approaching quickly. Hey, it's impossible. That guy actually appeared. With a cigar in his mouth, Quinn's face changed drastically with an unknown premonition, and now he even felt a faint pain in his left arm. She also has serious eyes around him. Marshal Elter. Many of the pirates and their beasts pirates, except for the fallen ones, most of them are already unstable. When all the dust settled, the most unlikely man appeared in front of Kaido. Elter. Like a wounded beast, Kaido's low-pitched roar was full of killing intent. Really, it's quite capable. I solved Oden, so I didn't expect it to be Kaido. You would actually use this disgraceful method. However, depending on your appearance, it seems that you are not convinced of the last battle. That's okay. I can beat you this time to convince you, because you only have one chance. Looking directly at Kaido, who was almost losing his mind in front of him, a golden conqueror swept out. An overbearing and lofty will to form a substantive storm covering the audience. High in the sky, the entire black cloud instantly turned upside down, forming Uzumaki constantly rotating over Elt's head. Kaido didn't ask why, and Kaido didn't want to know why Elter appeared here. According to Kaido's idea, it would take more than a week for Elter to return at the earliest. At that time, Wanakuni was still his. Kaido roared, as if he had lost his mind, and rushed out first, launching an attack on Elt. Facing the pressure of conquerors from Ert, Kaido was also unwilling to be outdone, and conquerors also collided with it. Almost between the electric light and flint, Kaido appeared in front of Elt. The latter collided with 2 knives, forming a white air pressure ball in the middle, and dense black and red lightning burst from it. More and more black and red thunders, densely packed like thunder snakes, disappear in a flash, so that the whole scene turned into a black and red world. The surface was torn apart and spreading cracks. Those cracks that were originally spiderwebs instantly became like the Grand Canyon. Kaido, today, your game is over, because you are going to die. Looking at the thorny iron rods blocking his double knives, Elt didn't have the slightest worry. Kaido now had only 1 knife cut by Oden, and he fought for so long. And he, Elt, came from his peak state. Although looking up at Kaido, everyone can hear the contempt in that tone. Kill them. Casting a glance at the beating smoke and Quinn, Elt ordered directly. Either you die or you die. He, Jushin-one, Quinn, I will leave it to you, I'll deal with that. I will definitely cut off his head. In an instant, Moria and Jochian met Yin and Quinn. Kakarolo. Lousy is Kaido. No one can kill me. It's up to you. If you want to make small moves behind my back, then go to hell. The hysterical roar was accompanied by Kaido's endless anger. Even if he knew what Elt had planned, Kaido didn't have the slightest timidity. He didn't know what fear was in his dictionary. As Kaido and Elt exerted their forces at the same time, the entire ground was instantly shaken in the air. and the tremendous force caused them to retreat at the same time. Kaido, it's just you guys who don't speak martial arts, so how could I come alone? After Elt's voice fell, Kaido, who was originally furious, also shrank his eyes. An observation Haki spread wildly until he saw a man covered in a windbreaker on a towering tree, staring like a lurking beast. Here. I found it. On a big broken tree in the distance, the dragon withdrew his gaze from the broken ground, looked at Kaido, who had noticed him at this moment, and said to himself. Long had already come to Tutuaw when Elt took the shot, but he had been watching the battle from a distance, and he didn't mean to show his figure at all. Now that it has been discovered, there is no need to hide it. Here, it has been surrounded by the people of Elt. Wow! As a sudden hurricane rolled up the rubble of the earth, the dragon that was originally on the tree appeared behind Kaido in the next moment. Kakarolo, just rely on him if you want to kill me. Just come, otherwise I'll die here for me. Haki's awe-inspiring laughter came from Kaido's mouth, covering the whole area full of unscrupulous, and he was not afraid of playing more and less. Facing Kaido, Alti just outlines the corners of his mouth, which can be regarded as a kind of response. His eyes are full of jokes, and Long's fierce face is still expressionless. The depressed aura caused the air to stagnate. Kaido's face was extremely gloomy, suddenly violent, murderously coming towards the dragon. His eyes were red and almost irrational. He wanted to solve this unknown man first. If you dare to hit him, Kaido's attention, you must have the consciousness of being killed. It was almost instantaneous, and the movements could not be seen clearly, and the two figures directly collided together. Zero, look for flowers. As the violent airwaves set off on the surface, a pitch-black palm was like a dragon's claw, firmly blocking his thorns and iron rod, proudly covered with refrigerant and arrogance, the dark green coat, wantonly under the strong wind wild dance. It was the temperament of a black boss, worthy of being a dragon, with full firepower. The right hand was as heavy as a mountain of 10,000 feet, firmly resisting Kaido's attack, making the opponent sullen and angry, with bulging veins spreading across his forehead. Conquerors will erupted from Kaido, whose eyes were bloodshot, but the dragon on the opposite side did not blink without blinking, still with the flag-like expression. Not pretending. It's because this Conquerors can't affect him at all. A deafening sound came from the center of the storm. The hurricane swept through. Kaido's left fist and the dragon collided again. The ring-shaped airwaves swept along the ground, and the pressure kept flooding, and the surrounding earth began to shake, forming a huge rock that quickly lifted the ground. In the dense dust, two figures rose into the sky, perhaps because the attack speed was too fast, which made Kaido and the dragon appear to be very slow. But the real situation is just the opposite. Only the real master knows. The two are so fast because they are so fast. What you see now is only when the two met a few seconds ago. A dull explosion, the two killed them in the simplest way. And below it, it's a fierce battle coming up. Maybe it was because of the wounds on his body and the fact that he had fought with Odin for so long before. When facing the violent dragon, he was directly punched in the abdomen. His bloodied right hand slammed out of the ruins, grabbed it on the rock floor, and sunk deep into it. This moment, Kaido's figure, with disheveled hair, slowly stood up, really embarrassed. He used to cough up blood from time to time, but now Kaido couldn't help but spit out again, looking a little embarrassed. The dragon rushed out instantly, and the moment Kaido was approaching, his right hand blasted out like lightning. With blood hanging on the corner of Kaido's mouth, his body still felt like a deep breath. His right hand was raised high, pulled to his back, and blasted out violently. But compared to ordinary people, in the eyes of Elter and Long, Kaido is the end of the battle. It was only the first collision, and the two halos went from bottom to top. The surrounding hills and valleys were torn apart, and the force of destruction caused the whole earth to sway constantly. 148, Chapter 148. Chapter 148. Kaido, who is ruthless and wild. Kaido made a fist and slammed into the dragon. With a fist the size of a grinding plate, every blow was enough to break the gold and crack the stone, but the latter directly blocked it with his forearm. The only thing that collapsed was the ground under your feet. Dragon Claw. I saw the dragon at this moment, with index and middle fingers close together, ring finger and little finger close together, wrapped in armament Haki, like a dragon's claw, grabbing Kaido's muscular arm, full of fierce power. Kaido also frowned and frowned. Even if he was covered with arms, he was stuck in the flesh of the opponent's fingers. Kaido also had fierce eyes, suddenly raised his other arm and bombarded the dragon's forehead. And the next moment, a sudden hurricane slammed into Kaido's back, causing one of them to follow and almost fell to the ground. But it also made the two separate again. Feeling the pain in the right arm, blood was dripping after raising the right arm. There were 3 blood holes and bones were deeply visible, but under the action of Kaido's strong body, it was healed quickly. The broken ground began to vibrate, and when Kaido had just landed, Alti rushed out from behind Kaido. The violent power was constantly flooding with Yinamo and Tenyu Yujin, and the double knives swept out towards Kaido with the sound of howling. The huge explosion soared into the sky, and Kaido's eyes were about to split, and his arms were tightly guarded in front of his eyes. Accompanied by the cross flash, Kaido's mouth vomited blood and flew towards the sky. The sound of the inverted flight left a long rainbow, which fell on the ground, bounced, turned, rolled, and finally hit the rock. The dragon appeared on Kaido's head out of nowhere. 867 clenched his fist high and raised his left hand. Seeing and hearing that the color sensed the crisis, Kaido's slashed knife wounds were also quickly recovering. At this time, the murderer's face was raised, his elbow was pushed out, and his right hand was smashed against the dragon that had already appeared in front of him. The cap on his head had already been knocked off, and when he saw Kaido's movements directly, the dragon's right hand stretched out and squeezed tightly, and a tornado tens of meters wide appeared out of thin air. Thunder is entangled on it from time to time, rushing towards Kaido with the pressure to destroy everything. Faced with this invisible and intangible attack, Kaido can only give up on the dragon. But Kaido stopped. Elton Long won't stop. The oppressive force struck, and the dragon disappeared out of thin air and appeared in the storm tornado. The huge tornado had no effect on the dragon at all, as if it did not exist. At that moment, it turned into a comet, burning the entire sky and crashing down towards Kaido in one fell swoop. Go to hell! Kaido roared, and the whole right arm swelled with blue veins and jumped straight into the sky and bombarded the dragon's right foot. Time froze at this moment. As a halo burst and spread around, Kaido's right arm trembled with pain and crashed to the ground as he roared unwillingly. Kaido, which fell on the ground, pushed all the way horizontally. Wherever it went, countless huge cracks tore and spread to the big. Just like the earth dragon turning over, the moment Kaido hit the ground, the whole earth swelled like a bubble of high confession. He consumes too much physical strength. When he fights against this fierce man, he is very strong, but he must always guard against the old coin-like Elter. From time to time, the key is that the power is still big. The endless dust stayed for a long time, and the dragon's figure slowly dissipated, disappearing from the bottomless basin. When it appeared again, the whole right foot was trembling, and the eyes were extremely solemn. Kaido's attack is never weak, and armament Haki is not low. Kaido fell into the basin with a fishy throat, and he spit out a blood stasis. His breath was extremely chaotic. The previous calmness has disappeared, and some are boundless anger. Blood is dripping from the body, and the devil-like body is shaking for a while. I'm going to kill you. With a roar, the tyrannical prisoner might rush through the clouds, and a roar of a giant dragon spread out, and as the destructive force struck, the dragon disappeared directly in place. It's coming again. It really makes people want to kill you. Standing on the broken ground, Eld also grinned as he looked at the huge creature hovering in the abyss. In the wind and the clouds, with the lightning and thunder, a terrifying creature flew up from the broken abyss. If he didn't get back the few mouthfuls of blood he vomited and the scars on his body, he would not be called Kaido. Brother Kaido has been suppressed again. Damn it. Two people don't talk about martial arts. Kaido and Odin only finished the fight. These two guys are obviously hiding in the dark. Chi and Quinn, who were thrown out by waves of shock waves, watched Kaido turn into a beast again, with disbelief and anxiety on their faces, burning with anger. Especially Quinn, there is a sense of unreality. He clearly saw his subordinates photographed out leaving Wanakuni, and so many people also saw it. But now this guy didn't know where it came from, and Quinn was puzzled. They may not be Alter's opponents now. To be honest, Quinn and Chi are very uncomfortable now. Especially the boss Kaido, who is already alone. Can't help it. Even Quinn can feel Kaido's breath drop a lot. Obviously, he was about to sit in the position he dreamed of, but he was removed from the stool, and he fell to the ground. And you die for me. Roar. As Kaido's roar sounded, the entire atmosphere was trembling constantly. Kaido was covered with knife wounds and blood, and Kaido roared to the sky, and the whole dragon looked hideous and terrifying. The purple wave of air rose up, and the already sluggish aura. The water rose in an instant, and it returned to its peak almost instantaneously. Shout, you're going to work hard. Kaido. Seeing that Kaido's anger was almost full, Elt's original jokes were also slightly narrowed, flashing with cold light. Kaido is desperate. In this case, Elt will not be underestimated. If a character of this level, if he is desperate, even if he is a second team, but if he is not lucky, it is easy to cause a bad luck to be seriously injured. The dragon on the other side also has sharp eyes. In the dragon's eyes, it was full of madness. Countless white air waves continued to gather in Kaido's big mouth, and the heat like the little sun slowly collided, emitting dazzling white lights. Kaido was desperate, as if he was going to make the last desperate fight, and he couldn't see Tintin, who was going to escape. Heat-breathing dragon stars. Under the firmament, the originally dim sky was suddenly bright as bright, and a large piece of dragon's breath fell like a waterfall in a river. The destructive power had not yet arrived, and Alti on the earth had been on guard. Boom! The next moment, just as Yenemo Tianyu and Yuzhan, who had both hands on their waists, were about to make a move, the dragon's breath that originally covered the sky instantly exploded. The world lost its sound, shrouded in dazzling light and heat, and only the most central touch of light gradually expanded. In the sky, a gorgeous mushroom cloud spreads two halos, and gradually lifts off and pushes everything horizontally, lightning and thunder in the sky. The air waves on the surface like a sandstorm, stripped of everything on the surface and spread in all directions without dead ends. With sharp eyes, Alti looked to his side. Everything just now was because of the guy Dorag's action. The hurricane that was enough to overthrow everything on the surface, and the power to destroy everything collided with Kaido's dragon stars. But Dorag's strength made Elt also have a thought in his heart. This guy is so young and so strong. Suddenly, Alter's sharp eyes condensed. Slash wave. A giant flying slash of hundreds of meters on the right hand of Yenemo shot up to the sky, cutting away the smoke and dust in the sky. But the next moment, with a roar, it was scattered by an unknown attack. Elt knew that it was Kaido's attack. After waiting for more than a dozen breaths, the huge smoke and dust from the explosion in the sky was swept away with the dragon's next shot. But Elt's face changed, almost roaring out, "Dragon, stop Kaido for lousy, that guy's going to run." Elt stood in the ruins, his face a little surprised. Almost instantly, Elt knew Kaido's intentions, and Kaido's body of thousands of meters whizzed past his head, bringing up an endless sandstorm. Elt's eyes were hazy, and his whole body was instantly like a wild state. Beasts generally erupt zero. He didn't expect that a guy like Kaido would actually run away. Didn't this guy want to die? As long as he doesn't run today, Kaido will die 100%. A second ago, this guy still looked like he was fighting forever, and he didn't expect to run away without saying a word. Anyone who is compelling will make a ruthless word when retreating, but this guy does not follow the script. Shinto Stream, Half Moon. A flying slash of hundreds of meters, showing a crescent shape, was instantly slammed by the Yenemo of Alt and hit Kaido's tail, trying to make Kaido stop. Boom. But Kaido didn't mean to evade aired slash. The frightening dragon's tail, carrying violent power, hit the flying slash and knocked it out. Hit on a small hill, causing it to collapse instantly. Seeing this scene, Elt's eyes were so gloomy, the ground under his feet exploded, and he didn't have the slightest nostalgia to fly into the sky, and quickly flew in the direction where Kaido had left. Regardless of whether it was Quinn, they were all holding on. Even now, Quinn is turned into a huge Brachiosaurus form, constantly attacking Jotian. The Brachiosaurus tail, which was thicker than Jotenmaru's entire body, left countless cracks in the ground with every blow. Even if Jotenmaru blocked it, it would be blown away. However, there were a lot of stab wounds all over the body. Whether it was the battle with Kikunimi, Kinemon Kappa, and others, or the battle with Jotenmaru, the long-term battle caused their physical strength to drop very seriously. As for the other side, Moria's are the big scissors and chi in his hands, attacking each other frantically. Compare with Moria, Yen has an innate advantage in speed. Mother Quinn gone. At almost the same moment, Kaido's roar rang in the ears of Smoke and Quinn. Then there was a blue dragon with broken horns, carrying endless thunderclouds and sandstorms on the ground. I'll come back to settle the accounts next time. Elt and another bastard are deceiving too much. Heat. Kaido in the extreme distance shot out the dragon's breath that destroyed the world, and there was a popping sound in the air. Jushinwan noticed the heat in the air almost instantly. After evading Quinn's attack, Jushinwan immediately ran into the distance. Behind it came the heat of the sky, and the impact of a mountain torrent tore through the sky, and the earth in front of my eyes disappeared to form an endless road, which was breathtaking. Looking behind Kaido, a man exuding a strong evil spirit, constantly flashing in the gravel in the air, turned into a red glow and rushed towards him with tail feathers. On the other side, there was a man who was almost transparent. A tornado opened the way in front of him. Wherever he passed, all obstacles were instantly shattered. Although very unwilling, she and Quinn gave up their opponents one after another, and she directly became a toothless pterosaur that was tens of meters in size and burned with flames, following Kaido. As for Quinn, Kaido grabbed him and ran away without looking back. Kaido, you are such a trash. You are a thing to look down upon for a lifetime. The sarcasm and mocking voice of Alti resounded across the sky behind him. Boss Kaido, ignore him. He is irritating you. The smoke flying next to Kaido also turned his head and looked at Kaido, who was furious at this moment. If Kaido stops and gets dragged, then he can't run away anymore. Cough Lolo. Of course I know, but I will definitely take revenge. Wanakuni, I will definitely come back. The hostility in his eyes almost made Kaido's eyes bloodshot, and the fruits of victory were gone. The 5-year plan disappeared because of 2 fights with Elt. Kaido can't wait to go back and kill Elt now. 149, Chapter 149. Chapter 149 Mamasuk must die, take Highway. Slow flow, flood dragon. Asterisk. In the 2-color eyes, the red glow flashed, full of killing intent and anger. Yemo Tianyu and Yuuzhan tightly held a mission Haki, and there was a wave of Conqueror's unrelenting radiation to the audience. At this moment, Elt seemed to have turned into light, smashing the rocks in the sky with endless tail feathers. Roar! Ordinary slashing can't catch up with Kaido. The airborne Alti foot is agitated in the air. On the big rock of tens of meters, the muscles of the arms are bulging high, and the green veins like a horned dragon are visible. Feel scary. An almost red-black flood dragon, surrounded by red lightning, like a thunder dragon, rushed out suddenly under the swing of Elt. Wherever it passed, a series of explosions occurred in the air. Rumble. The entire gray-dark cloud sky tilted, and even at the top of the explosion, the dark clouds swept continuously to form an inverted tornado, so that the light lost its color, leaving only a row of rough black and red lightning. The wind is sweeping arbitrarily. The ground and the weather in the sky are constantly trembling. Elt knew that Kaido had completely resisted his own blow. In his experience, the dragon blood floating in the air was swept away by the explosion before it hit the ground. This guy is really cruel to survive. Dragon, as long as you bring Kaido's head back, I double a promise to you. I want 3 times. Crack. It was almost as soon as the voice fell, as a purple thunder draped on the ground not far away, blowing up countless rocks and mud, and as a gust of wind swept through, the dragon's figure instantly disappeared. Elt knew that the dragon had gone after Kaido. Boss, you are too useless. You let Kaido escape and take away the 2 wastes, Nyang and Quinn. Only you are dragging on for a while. 09 and Jochinwan, we can definitely kill them. At this moment, Moria looked embarrassed, but his aura was still strong. As for Moria's words, Elt did not refute. Although Jochinwan didn't speak, relying on his strength, it should be the same to beat a Quinn who was not in his peak period. Indeed, this time is entirely his problem. I'm afraid that 1 day or half a day will not pass or Quinn will be slaughtered. No one thought that Kaido, who was ruthlessly ruthless, would run away. Moreover, there are still black-armored samurai corpses left. It can be said that he didn't get the fart and let Kaido run away. However, Kaido is much more miserable than himself, and now I am afraid that it will be a photo before the liberation. If I want to come to the Ghost Island, it should be gone. Okay, someone is already chasing it. There is a trace of chagrin in the sky-blue eyes and blood-red eyes, but it is fleeting. Although Kaido has not been killed now, at least, the situation is not very bad. When Elt, Moria, and Shitemaru saw Odin, who had been knocked out, and Denjiro, Kinemon, Reizo, Dogmo, and Cat Viper, their eyes condensed. And the 2 guys, the Chrysanthemum nominee and the Kappa, weren't caught. As for Kinjuro, he just ignored him. Wow. Suddenly, there was heavy rain under the originally dark clouded sky, washing everything on the ground, and starting to douse the raging fire in the woods. Perhaps because of the heavy rain, Odin, who was beaten unconscious by Kaido with a stick, actually showed signs of awakening. As his eyelids began to open, he let out a groan. Boom! But the next moment, it went dark again, and fell down again and plunged into the mud. Behind Odin, the condescending Elter, with a cold face, stepped directly on Odin's neck with his right foot, and the whole person was so gloomy and daunting. But Jochinmaru on the side opened his mouth and didn't say anything. For Odin, Jochimaru had always held respect in his heart, even now that he had already followed Elt. But as the retainer of Elt, Jochin can only be regarded as silent. Joy, Odin's city. Mother of my lord, when will father be back? That's right, I miss my father too. I folded the purple balloon. In the room, Momonosuke and Kazuki Hiyori, who don't know anything, have a happy song on Vivian. Oh, it's really good looking. Looking at Hiwa and Momonosuke, Vivian, who was originally worried, also smiled slightly and touched Hiwa's head. Huh, I want to hurry up and play with father. The three people in the room had a happy scene. Wei, Auntie Aaron, someone is coming to see you, saying it's your friend? Just when Vivi was worried about Odin in his heart, the house servant's voice suddenly came from outside the house. Let him in. Vivian, now fearless, doesn't care who the other party is. It wasn't until a few minutes later that a woman with emerald green hair sat in front of Vivi and Vivian finally ceased to have an attitude of hanging up high. Why are you here? Sitting across from Vivian is Alt's wife, Tainyushi, who is now wearing a trench coat. The waist with a full grip, the giant RU on the chest, at least 36 age developed by Aird. On the exquisite face, Sakura peach-like mouth, with the emerald green hair, gentle temperament, beautiful Fangwu. Vivi, you don't have to wait for Odin. Let's go. It seemed that he had made a lot of determination. When Tianyu was biting his lower lip, he looked anxious and said to Vivi, who was holding Hiwa and Momonosuke in his arms, What are you talking about? When I was young, Odin promised me that he will come back if he defeats Kaido. Although Tainyushi's words made Vivi and still have a day, and Momonosuke was taken aback, but he didn't take it too seriously. Odin, he can't come back. Even if he defeated Kaido, he won't be able to come back, because when Tainyushi yelled, the palace was supposed to be sheltered from wind and rain as a knife light passed by. The house above his head was instantly cut off and flung into the air. The violent gust of wind rolled everything up, allowing the sky below to tightly cover his eyes with his clothes. Under this monstrous hurricane, Vivi and also hugged Hikawa and Momonosuke tightly, preventing the two of them being swept away. Because Odin is dead, understand. With the airborne words of Elt, people's heart trembled. Vivian and Tianyu looked in shock when they killed him. The rampant, domineering, and invincible Elter fell from the air to the ground, with a cold smile drawn at the corner of his mouth. As Elt got closer and closer to him, a pair of heterochromatic eyes made Tainyushi at the scene tremble, and Momonosuke and Hiwa were also scared to hide in Vivian's arms and cry aloud. My good wife, you said, how should I punish you? When Tianyu's shirtang collapsed on the ground, he got up, and the huge weapon in his chest was squeezed and deformed. Alter's dangerous eyes stared at Tainyushi's delicate face tightly, and the smile at the corner of his mouth made Tianyu feel sometimes afraid. Pod. Elt, what are you talking about? What happened to Odin? Seeing Elt appearing strongly, Vivi, and was also full of seriousness, point where the sabers placed on the ground was pulled out by one of them, and the tip of the knife exuding cold light aimed at Elt's while holding Tianyu. Wow. But the next moment, before Vivian could see what was going on, he crashed on the wall that was cut off on one side, vomiting blood from the corner of his mouth. The place where Vivian originally stood is now Alti, who is standing and holding Tianyu. Boy, you seem to have seen her just now, right? Looking at his feet, his eyes were trembling constantly, and his body was in cold sweat. Momonosuke was almost about to be frightened, and Elt looked condescendingly. Kick it to the ground with one kick. The whole body's suffocation almost turned into substance, making the face of Momonosuke, who was brought pale, he didn't even have the strength to run away, and cried out with a wow, tears and nose mixed, and his face was full of fear. You, my father, my mother, save me. On the other side, Vivian was directly knocked out by Elt, and he was just a nurse from the Whitebeard pirates. Elter, don't. He's just a child. Even when Tianyu, who was stuck in Elt's arms, was frightened by Elt's sudden difficulty, seeing that Elt was suitable to start with Taoji's help, it also felt full of strength to hug Elt's body. Hum. Do not hurt my mother and brother, ah. Just when Elter was a little impatient, a little girl's voice sounded, although she was so scared to cry, but under Alter's interested eyes. Kazuki Hiyori cried out of fear, but opened his hands and stood in front of Momonosuke. It seems that this way, you can let Elt stop like 867. Debate. Hi, you really want to keep your mother and brother alive. The corner of his mouth raised Elt's tone very gentle, like a kind father, but what made Tianyu sure in his arms terrified, while Elt was talking, his right hand was slowly pulling Yinmo out of the scabbard. Elty, don't. When Tianyue was almost crying, he was very afraid that Elt would hack to death the little girl who was almost watching her grow up. You are moving. I can't guarantee that the knife in my hand will not fall by itself. Following Elt's words, Tianyue suddenly didn't dare to hold his arm. Maybe he knew that he couldn't change anything. In the end, he could only sob in Elt's arms and didn't dare to watch the next step. Doing what? Hi, if you are willing to die for your brother and mother, I will let them go. How about it? 1 life for 2 lives. Just as Pandora's voice sounded, Elt was tempting and gentle, but his sick smile made him look extraordinarily terrifying. Woohoo die, I'm willing. Haiwa, who couldn't stop trembling all over, raised her tearful little face that had already been crying in terror, but after seeing the same Elt, she felt that the soul was about to be separated. The next moment, the light of the knife was swung down. It was almost a stroke of her little nose before Rai hadn't reacted. Congratulations, you won, Hai. The cold light of the knife even instantly blanked Rai's little head. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that Elt and Odin held the sky soaring into the sky, and with the other hand, he was holding a little girl who kept crying. But about half an hour after Elt left, several masked ninjas entered the city of Odin. The 3 dragons on the armor indicated that they were Elt's subordinates. Looking for the crying, several ninjas came to Mama Nosuk, who was shaking Wei-an. Then there is a strong smell of blood in the air. As for Mama Nosuk's survival, Elt smiled disdainfully. Whether it was the so-called Mama Nosuk must die or because of Odin, it was impossible for Elter to let him live again. 150, Chapter 150. Chapter 150 Succession to General Wanakuni, Odin, who cuts his abdomen with a black knife. 1 week after Kaido escaped, the fire in the Rabbit Wrist Forest burned for 5 days before it was extinguished by the heavy rain. But there was a lot of movement in Wanakuni. The daimyo mansion in Joli was burned by the fire, and the daimyo Kazuki Odin was killed by the Beast Pirates Captain Kaido. The 8 retainers who had swung down were arrested on charges of rebelling against the general. Yuan Ling's name, Shimatsuki Nishimaru, was arrested and killed by Moria on the spot. A big explosion occurred on the Ghost Island south of Wanakuni, and Beast Pirates, which had been entrenched in the Ghost Island for 5 years, officially withdrew from the Ghost Island. Among them, what shocked Wanakuni most was the former General Kurizumi Orochi officially announced his abdication, and the name of Shimei Marshal Elter announced his succession to the new General Wanakuni, which made countless people of Wanakuni cheer for joy. Very different from the original work, the people of Wanakuni didn't know anything about Odin's so-called death, and they all watched with cold eyes. Yeah, really, I let us down so much before, so what are we doing now? I will be killed by a pirate. What a shame. The fool is dead now, and I won't see the weekly dance anymore. I'm very sorry about this. Hey, don't be so presumptuous. Anyway, it's also the former highness, ha. Fortunately, there is a general who avenged him and drove the pirate group away. But now that Orochi is also abdicated, General Elt can be described as the best general in everyone's hearts. It can be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys that the people are discussing the major events in the past few days. After all, too many things have happened in just over a week. As the only shinobu in the original book who knew Odin's sufferings, he was dealt with by the royal court for a long time, leaving no one to know what Odin did. Wanakuni, in the general mansion of Huadu. A man who should have died at the moment is alive and well. Kazuki Odin. Huh, Alti, this is your purpose. It is really surprising, as I am the most optimistic person. If I were as smart as you, I wouldn't be what I am now. Instead of falling into the hands of guys like Kaido and Orochi, Wanakuni would rather give it to you. However, thank you very much for letting them go. When Kazuki Odin knew everything about Elt, he was not as furious as he imagined. On the contrary, he felt special admiration for everything about Elt. At this moment, Odin was shirtless. His original clothes were scattered around his waist, and his hands were full of 100% pure sea stone handcuffs. Odin, if you want to live, as long as you say you want to live, I can immediately let you go. The key is right in front of you. My words are still valid, but they are sending you to the future. In front of Tion, who was not laughing at this moment, sitting on a white gold dress with a crown, embroidered with the logo of 3 evil dragons, and the coat on the back turned black with gold and silver threads, the same embroidered with the logo of the evil dragon. In front of Odin, a sea stone key was lying quietly on the table. Haha. Well, don't underestimate me. As a samurai, it's not my Odin style to live, at least that way. Kazuki's reputation will not be completely discredited. It's enough for me to be a Chad at a wine shop. The arrogant Odin's answer was almost an Elt's expectation. This kind of bold man would not live to survive. Alter, although I don't know the reason, I can feel it, your kind of pride. But, Alter, as your brother and partner, I am qualified. Smiling Odin, a short sentence also stunned Elt, who was holding the glass on the opposite side, but in just a second, Elt returned to normal. Of course, you are qualified as my brother and partner Odin. I always thought I was not qualified, but Elt, I must live with my share. Climb to the top and take me to see those seas, which I haven't seen that picture. This is Wanakuni's national treasure, the black sword Shishue. Use it. I believe it will not insult you, Odin's pride. That old lady, I will help you solve it too. Alter, who slowly got up and left, put the black knife Shishue on his waist in front of Odin's table. This was the last respect for Odin. Thank you very much, Alter. Black sword Akumi. This kind of thing is used to cut abdomen. It really is my pride of Odin, my samurai Vivi and Hiwa Momonosuk. I have to go first. Holding 1,000 heats and boiling, it shows Odin's true color. When Elt left the room, with the sound of a sword piercing into the flesh and blood, Elt didn't even need to look at it with sight, knowing that Odin behind him had already cut his belly. Elt gave him a samurai's most dignified way to die. The reason why Odin chose to die was because Elt told Odin that he had released the 3 of Vivi's mother and son, and then photographed Vivi's snails to capture Vivi's and Hiwa, and Momonosuk had left Wanakuni by boat. But all of this is fake, and it is a character drawn by Conqueror. And his retainers, Elt promised to give them a chance to survive. After knowing what happened after he was in a coma, Odin also appeared very calm. And at this moment, after feeling the death of the man in the room behind, a ninja from the imperial court appeared on one knee and appeared in front of Elt. General, bury him and his wife and son together. Don't cut corners and don't let others know. Just bury him in Jioli. Choose a better place. Yes, General. With the departure of the ninja, Elt officially began his career as General Wanakuni. In the main hall, the original Kurizumi mutant was settled the moment Altacito escaped. After all, it was an unstable factor. Alti, sitting in the general position, exudes the majesty and boldness of the superior. Below him, Moria was almost lying on the spot, along with Lafitte Chitenru, and the big snake that was still alive and well. Dragon, it is the head of Kaido. I will give you 3 times the weapon, but were you back now, guy with wings? I will give you half a ship's weapons at most. Sitting in a high position, Ert wears a gorgeous crown on his head. He doesn't even look at the dragon below, and another man who was thrown on the ground and tortured by Seastone, unconscious, and the smile at the corner of his mouth is very intriguing. This guy obviously didn't really chase Kaido. According to Elt's guess, if the dragon really did his best to shoot, Kaido would not be able to escape. I don't know if it was to preserve his strength or to save Elt. This guy went there, but he really didn't take Kaido's head. But it was the dragon that made Ert feel at ease, and he brought back a useful person. Elt, although he was ran away by the Kaido guy, I believe that this guy who stayed behind is at least worth a ship of weapons, not only half of the ship. The fierce-faced dragon, don't eat this set. For this guy, he knows a little bit, the number 2 character of Beast Pirates, Big Kanbanjin. As the boss of the Revolutionary Army and the Ming Army, who is just starting now, the dragon has a great demand for weapons. It is impossible to fight at the time. And now it's a white prostitute, 1 more gun. He needs more than 1 gun. After all, the pain of starting from scratch is generally invisible to the human body. Hey, who called you a good friend of mine? Right, dragon, so many weapons come out, it is regarded as my sponsorship to you. I saw Alter smiled evilly, and he didn't have too much bargaining. In fact, for Wanakuni, this little weapon was simply a drop in the bucket. However, it is impossible to let others think that he is a rich and brainless person. He sponsored these weapons to the dragon, which is to maintain the fragile cooperative relationship between the two. As for really letting the dragon go desperately, I'm afraid it's impossible. Next time there is such a thing, I will come to help. I saw that the dragon below had a serious face. He would take as many good things as there were, and it didn't need to be beaten to death. In the face of Kaido, the dragon has released the water. It can be said that it has released the usse. It only needs to solve a few larger fish and a few white weapons. Fools don't want it. Dragon, do you want to stay for a meal? The food at Wanakuni is great, and the women here may be mouths you have never experienced. I'd also looked at the dragon with wicked fun. It would be great if a woman could have a relationship with a dragon, but of course it was impossible. But everything has to be tried, right? Almost just after Elt's voice fell in the room, as a gale appeared out of thin air, the dragon had disappeared. Hip hop, haha. Boss, is that guy gone? It's really scary. I think that guy is very strong. Moria, with his head in both hands, also looked relaxed after seeing the dragon go. Now they can be said to have won a lot, and Wanakuni has become their turf. That guy, but a terrifying guy. Don't mess with him in the future, but don't be afraid. Boss, now our Wanakuni weapons are already saturated, but there is no way out. Those guys in the dark world, but their hearts are dark. Basically, Lafitte, who manages the sale of weapons, also pointed out the current situation of Wanakuni directly. After all, there is no need to give Kaido anything. After 2 years of development, Wanakuni has accumulated a lot of weapons, but most of them are guns, ammunition or swords, and some cannons. Rafit's words also reminded Elt of a spirited guy, but that guy is probably still in the North Blue place now. It doesn't matter, as long as it is not too much. Let them take a small advantage, but sooner or later, I will let them vomit. Ael's characteristic wolf eyes. No one can eat his food is not equivalent. If there is, the gravehead grass is several meters high. What about this guy, or kill it? Moria looked at Chi, who was unconscious, and also suggested, after all, this guy had fought against him. Seeing the unconscious Chi, Alti thought of the dragon. For the dragon, if he really met, Alti would not be afraid. But he didn't expect that Long would actually catch the Guy King, Qian Wangzhao. Back it seemed that he didn't waste much, but he saw that his whole body was full of blood, and he was beaten into a coma, miserable. Rafit, give me this guy to lock it with a sea stone of full purity. Keep it in jail, it will be useful in the future. Now, Kaido guy must be furious. Elter sitting on the high platform, his mouth raised, and he could imagine it with his feet. Now Kaido is afraid that he will be exploded by Chi, and 5 years of effort have been wasted. When he came 5 years ago, Kaido took at least 2 brothers and a group of younger brothers under his hands, preparing to show off his grand plans and use Wanakuni as a springboard to conquer the sea. But now, not to mention the hurried fleeing and the years of hard work have been wiped out by people. Even the old nest is gone, even the younger brother has lost one, and Xiaoyi is not a single one. Somewhere in New World at this time. Boom! On the ground, a small mushroom cloud suddenly rises. Looking down from the sky, you can see a model of a small town. At this moment, there are depressions everywhere, or canyons and ravines, turning into ruins, and the fire is breaking, burning on the ruined wall. On a certain big rock, Quinn drank a cigar, groaning calmly, and mouthfuls of smoke were spit out. A blue dragon with a single horn on its head was constantly flying and circling in the air, roaring from time to time, stirring the sky. Let the ground on the land shake. Marshal D.Alter, you must die. My son, and Chi, I hope you are all right. Wanakuni, I will definitely be back. Heed. 151, Chapter 151. Chapter 151, the eldest daughter of Kaido, the boss. Do you want to make copper? Hey, Boss Elt, where did you abduct a child again? When Moria saw Tianyue, there were 2 children by her side. She was dumbfounded. At the beginning, there was only one Odin's daughter, whom Moria knew. But here is another one. The point is that it is another 7 or 8-year-old girl. Moria has an intriguing expression on her face. Could it be that her boss has any special hobbies that she didn't realize, so she wants to refine the chapter? The child in Moria's eyes was a girl who was 1 or 2 years older than the Naiwa brought back earlier. A gradual white long hair. The hair gradually changes from white to green, and then to blue from the top of the head to the tips of the hair. Combing the middle parting head, the hair of the 2 males will naturally hang down to the chest. There are a pair of small and exquisite horns on the top of the head, and the little red devil horns have just emerged. The upper body is wearing a white kimono, and the lower body is a red skirt. Kaido's daughter, Yamato, was brought back to Huadu after being discovered by Lafayette, and then was handed over to Tianyue by Elt to be with Rai. The hair on the back of his head is tied into a ponytail, with 2 orange hairpins. Dressed up as a whole, it is super kawaii. Beautiful 2-dimensional girl that is properly done. It's still the type that knows the body is delicate, the waist is soft, and it is easy to push at a glance. This kind of kawaii girl paper can only exist in imagination. Don't underestimate her. This child is the fruit of the Eudemons. She is Kaido's daughter. But Elt is not in the mood for such a kid. Although Yamato is a child now, he only needs to give him about 10 years, and he can become a little strong by relying on the fruits of the Eudemon species. What monster species, that is devil fruit, which is rarer than Logia, was eaten by this kid? And it's Kaido's daughter. Even Moria was shocked. The Eudemon's fruit was eaten by -867 children. The key is that Kaido's daughter was brought back by her boss, which is very intriguing. Boss, don't you want to use her to threaten Kaido guy? I don't think it will happen. Kaido guy is not such a soft-hearted person. I don't have the idea of sending her back, Kaido. It's a trash. At this moment, Yamato, as he did not see Kazuki Oden's execution, nor did he pick up Oden's logbook, as in the original book, he does not have any worship for this fool, but instead, he has no respect for the new General Wanakuni. There is so little worship. Otherwise, after being captured by Lafitte from the Ghost Island, he won't be carefree every day. Not only has one more friend, but she can do whatever she wants every day, and no one cares about her. Compared to the Ghost Island, 1010 is locked in the room, but it is much better, and she even found one in Tainyushi. Kind of never felt something. Yamato even heard from Japan that this new general of Wanakuni, who was previously a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, was known as the strongest man Whitebeard, so Yamato didn't want to leave in the flower. Yamato didn't worry about her bastard father at all, because she didn't hear the news from Kaido being killed. At the time of Tianyu, perhaps it was the reason why Elt did not sow her seeds. It happened that Elt sent 2 children. When there was no Tianyu with whom Elt gave birth, he focused on Hai and Yamato's body. In this regard, Elt did not object to it. After all, raising 2 beautiful girls is acceptable, at least pleasing to the eye. When Elt, who was wearing the crown and gorgeously dressed, came to the room, Haiwa and Yamato, who had been playing, also hid behind Tainyushi. Haiwa was purely afraid, but Yamato was a little nervous, because he felt that these people were dangerous, and it was an instinct. And this man has an enemy with his bastard father. Yamato, come here, let me tell you something. He sat down and looked at the 2 children hiding behind his wife with a kind face, just like those happy places, soliciting ants, deceiving the ignorant beautiful girls. Laughing Mimi looks a little sinister, no matter how she looks. This is the case in Yamato's eyes anyway. Therefore, Yamato was still holding the clothes of Tianyu, unmoved, and could only look at Elt coldly, a batch of calm on the surface, but in fact he was a little flustered. And I used my peripheral light to constantly scan the surrounding environment, trying to find a way to leave. It's okay, go. Don't be afraid. Tainyushi also touched Yamato's hair, with a gentle face. In the end, Yamato still sat next to Elter, but with a nervous look on his face, while Haiwa was held in his arms by Tianyuesher. Yamato, come to Wadu, just stay here. In the future, no one will care about you where you want to go, but you're not allowed to go out. You must tell me in person if you want to go out. Otherwise, you will be banned for a full year if you violate it. Bring this thing. It wasn't a negotiating tone at all. El took out a ring-like thing, the sea stone ring, which was made 100% specifically for Yamato. After all, children, it is impossible to make a hand. This thing is called sea stone. It's specially designed to restrain devil fruit. You have eaten something that looks like a fruit, but it has a weird pattern on it, and it is awful. That is devil fruit, which can help you transform. You know, looking at Yamato, who slowly put on the ring, he was full of energy just now. And the next moment he was about to die, he was weak and lying on the ground. She was very curious about this thing in her hand, especially when she wore something the size of a ring. It felt like she was going to die. Looking at Yamato with a dull face, Alti knew that this little guy was a blank piece of paper in terms of common sense. Devil fruit is divided into 3 types, Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia. The devil fruit you eat is called canine fruit, and it belongs to Zoan. Just when Yamato heard El talk about her devil fruit, she became interested. The next moment she was dumbfounded. Read more books in the future. I don't want to talk about it. Huh? Don't say it. Forget it. I still don't listen. That's right. His Elder is so casual. He is not willing to give lectures to the little kid. Touching Yamato's little head, under the expression of lousy on her face, Elt still rubs vigorously, a few times. It will take many years for Yamato to fully grow up. Even if it is to be cultivated, Alti still has time, and this little guy has no good feelings for her father Kaido, which makes Alti very happy. For Yamato's unexpected joy, El wouldn't let her run away. Now that the child is young, it will be better to get more positive energy. At that time, it will be a good scene of father's kindness and filial piety. Looking at Yamato with a dull face, El looked at the little girl in Tinyue's arms, Oden's only daughter left in the world. Right, in a few days, there will be a very interesting person coming to you. Remember to keep him. Do you know? Regarding Hai, although Elt let her die, it is far less important than Yamato. Although Elt's tone wasn't the slightest harshness, Rai still had to shrink into Tainyushi's arms. Understood. A soft and weak voice came, but Elt still heard it. But the next moment, under the horrified eyes of Rai, Elt was held in his arms. On the other side, looking at Kazuki Hiyori, who was taken away by Elt, Yamato also ran to Tainyushi's body. Rai will be killed. Of course not. Yamato, you have to believe that Riwa can survive, right? Looking at her husband, without the slightest explanation, Tainyushi also patiently explained to Yamato, but at the moment Rai was taken away by Elt, her heart was still abrupt. At this moment, even the 6-year-old Rai looked at the man close at hand. Wearing an exquisite crown on his head, a black coat draped behind the white gold clothes, countless gold and silver threads embroidered on the back, revealing a 3-headed dragon. Will you kill me? Kazuki Hayori, who was holding onto El's special clothes tightly to prevent herself from falling, looked at El grievously, with an expression of pity to me. No, live well your father, but an amazing man. Thinking back to Odin, who had cut his belly in front of him, El, who had admiration in his eyes, praised this man for the first time. El, who was holding Haiwa, once again came to the room where Odin was originally. There was even a faint smell of blood remaining in the air, but only El could smell it. Looking at the 2 famous knives placed on the knife holder, El didn't have the slightest greed. Even if he was the 2nd-generation ghost, he couldn't let El have the slightest heartbeat. Because he already has Yin and Mo, Tianyu Yuzhan, and Qiushui. Come on, it's a relic left to you by your father. Famous sword and tiger Toru, Longzing Mihu Toru. There is also the famous sword ghost Toru, 2nd-generation ghost Toru. At this moment in Wanakuni's prison, with Odin's death, the 8 heroes of the Scarlet Sky were also captured again in Huadu's prison. But they were kept in separate cells. Damn it, let us go. You bastards. I want to kill Orochi and Kaido, that bastard. The heart-piercing voice of crying came from Jin Wyman's mouth, mixed with incomparable self-blame and anger. In another cell, tall woman was also holding her clothes tightly with her hands, shaking her shoulders constantly, crying silently. And that guy named Elt, he actually sat in the seat of Lord Odin. Damn it. On the other side, a man with glasses and a ponytail, Denjiro, also hit the wall with a punch, followed by a roar and the sound of an iron chain. I saw the fist that hit the wall and instantly let out a muffled hum, slowly leaving bloodline. Boom. Hey bastard, give me a break. I thought I had some strength to challenge Kaido, but Kaido solved a few ways. It's really a laugh. Huh. When the commotion caused by Chuanjiro's cell was seen by the jailer outside, he also instantly took up his weapon and beat the prison fence. This guy actually thought he was alive before. The current Orochi has already stepped down. Our new general is General Marshal D.Alter. Yes, the new general is now in charge of Wanakuni. If it weren't for the general's kindness, you would have killed criminals like you who conspired. Really? I'm laughing so hard. Walk around, don't talk to this idiot. There are still things to do. The jailer's ridicule, every word, deeply pierced Denjiru's heart. Everything was as false as a bubble. A few days ago, he woke up and then saw that his hands and feet were chained in chains, and he was imprisoned in a worldless prison. Knowing everything one after another from the jailer's mouth, his patron, Kazuki Odin, was actually killed by Kaido. This is how Denjiro couldn't believe it. Obviously, Kaido's stick couldn't kill Odin at all, but now it came out that Odin was dead. The city of Odin was also in a fire and disappeared quietly, that Odin's wife Vivi and Momonosuke, both of which are still missing. 152. Chapter 152. Chapter 152 Exchange with the red historical text. The appearance of a crazy dead man. In Huadu's prison, a special man came today. General, those prisoners are already in custody. Looking at the new general of Wanakuni in front of him, the jailers on the side looked enthusiastic and excited, and their words were unfavorable. Duh. In the dim prison, there was a unique sound of footsteps, which looked very strange. Hey, someone is here. In the prison, the cat viper woke up slowly. A fairly large cat-like fur family. The hair of the whole body is mainly golden, with brown Madara pattern. He has a hideous face, a mouthful of teeth, a pipe dangling from his mouth, and a red dress full of circular patterns. Has a thick mane on his neck, a huge fluffy tail, and a deep scar near his left eye. One of the 2 kings of the furry principality of Zhao Island is the king of the night who controls the night. Cat Viper, long time no see. When the figure melted into the darkness slowly appeared, even the cat viper's pupils trembled, and the nose spouted 2 white air. The person here was Wanakuni's general, the man who replaced Orochi, drove away Kaido, and took the position of general from Odin. Elt, what do you want to do? Those friends of Lousy, how are they? Constantly struggling, trying to open the chains on his body, the cat viper looked at the man in front of him with an angry face, although he and Elt had both been on the Whitebeard pirate group once. But because of this, he understands more what Elt's methods are like. Cat Viper, don't have to be so angry. All 8 of you are with me, but you should know that the price of the same exchange. If I don't arrest you, otherwise you lawless people, I'm afraid it will make my Wanakuni miserable. Tell me the truth. Bring me something from Yuzo. The red stone brought Wanakuni. All 8 of you can get out of here. Go find Kaido and get revenge. Otherwise, you will be locked up here for a lifetime. A group of retainers who have no chance of revenge are really good retainers of Odin. Seeing the cat vipers in the prison almost as if they were asleep, El was not in a hurry. This guy heard it, and he heard it clearly, so he didn't need to be anxious. At this moment, the cat viper had already burst into tears. The man he was loyal to had already been killed, but he could avenge his revenge. They were actually locked up in this worldless cell in a daze. But as he once followed the Roger pirates, he naturally knew the importance of the red historical text. El, you want to be one piece. Look for the ultimate island. My lord, I brought something. Just when Cat Viper had mixed feelings, a samurai came over and placed a rectangular object in the cell under Elt's playful eyes. Then Cat Viper, after you think it over, you can go out and they will let you go. But if you don't think it well, I believe this kind of gift will help you. In the cell, the original location of Elt was already empty, and the sound from the air was drifting away. But at this moment, the Cat Viper was sweating profusely, and his body was cold. The original angry eyes were constantly shaking. He has guessed what is inside. Elt, lousy must kill you, bastard. At this moment, Elt in secret heard the roar of the Cat Viper, but the corners of her mouth rose. Because he sent the Cat Viper over, it was an arm of Lei Zong. Only if the cat and snake don't let go for a day, then every day there will be a small gift. Maybe it is from Inuyarashi, maybe it is from the Minister of Chrysanthemum, it is possible. As for why we choose cat vipers, not dogs. Of course, it is because the cat viper is more impulsive than Tianlong, and he has no brains and does not consider the consequences of doing things. Elt, who was hiding in the darkness, suddenly turned his head and looked at the other side of the cell, revealing a chilling smile at the corner of his mouth. A qualified little spy is about to be born. At this moment, the prison that originally belonged to Denjiro was empty, except for a jailer and a pair of opened handcuffs. Catch him quickly, don't let him run away. Which bastard actually sent this guy out? Come on, don't let him run out. In the prison, the lights are brightly lit. Almost all of them are fully armed jailers, surrounded from 3 directions. Damn it, I found it so soon. No, I have to escape first. I can't die here. Otherwise, I will have no face to meet Master Odin. Everyone is waiting for me to save, as well as Mrs. Vivi and Momonosuke, Haiwa, and them. The constant drinking and tears of Chuanjiro, madly shuttled in the prison, looking for an exit. The strange thing is that although the shouts and footsteps in the prison are clear, but so far, Chuanjiro has only met so many jailers in a hurry. However, Denjiro, who Ishin only wanted to escape, didn't notice this little detail at all. Perhaps he noticed it, but he didn't care. After about a few minutes, a figure stunned several warriors at the gate of the prison, rushed out, and ran toward the woods. But what Denjiro didn't notice was that in the high-rise prison, the playful Elter, with a cat and mouse expression, quietly watched Denjiro escape without stopping. Want to come? This guy will not be long before he will transform. Suddenly, Chuanjiro with sharp eyes suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction where Elt was, but it was an unexpected gain. My illusion, I always feel that someone is watching me from behind. No matter what, it may be that I am too nervous. Denjiro with a puzzled look also shook his head and ignored it. At this moment, Kanjuro, one of Odin's vassals, is different from the 7 partners in the cell. El General, may I ask if there are any performances to receive for me? Looking at this man with both strength and wisdom, Kanjuro was also agitated. After all, El said that he would give him a performance role on the stage of the world. Kanjuro, who lives for acting, has been thinking about it all the time. Kanjuro, this time, this is the guy. Everything depends on you. You only need to join his pirate group and develop yourself. The future of the sea may change because of you. There is still a long time. When you are exposed, I believe the sea will cheer for you, Kanjuro. Elt is not in a hurry. After all, this is a big project, and it takes time. Looking at the thick information in his hand, Kanjuro is puzzled, but he believes that Elt's judgment, a crew member of One Piece, is enough to explain everything. It's a great honor, Lord General. Looking at Kanjuro, who was not at all muddled, Elter also had a smile drawn at the corner of his mouth. He now felt more and more the benefits of being undercover. In front of Elt, There was a wanted order, a red-haired young man with a straw hat and a big laugh, leaping on the paper. Redhead Shanks. For this guy, although Ert doesn't particularly care about it now, he has never given up on it. Until a day later. Kinjuro secretly left Wanakuni under the arrangement of Elt. No one knows where he went except for Elt. Cat Viper received another gift and couldn't help it anymore. He agreed to Elt's request and was taken out of the cell by Elt's people and set off toward Yuzo. On the other side, Denjiro, just like the original, successfully evolved to become a crazy dead man, and his appearance has changed dramatically, and he reappears in Huadu. Lafitte let out the news that Haiwa is with me. I believe Denjiro.Auto Quangsherlang will definitely come over. Elt, who shook his glass, said with interest. I know, but boss, now what should Wanakuni do? We have completely occupied Wanakuni now. Those who didn't belong to us have basically been eliminated. Tuwin continues to work on quarries and prisons. We will concentrate all the weapons factories in Shime. From the top of the mountain, Julie will use half of it as a place for the army. Let me expand the army. Boss, how about Ling Ho and Bai Wu? You haven't said these two yet. Seeing that there are still 2 places that Elt hasn't said, Lafitte also doesn't know what Elt has plans. Bai Wu and Ling are placed there. I'm going to build an entertainment city on the Ghost Island. After all, Wanakuni is called the Eldorado. Now there is too much movement at once, not so much manpower. We still have a long time. Don't worry. The Ghost Island is now shattered in the morning. Kaido is gone, and the little she from Beast's Pirates has been cleaned up a long time ago. There are a lot of things about Wanakuni now. He just succeeded to the throne. He hasn't even been familiar with this position. The names of Wanakuni's various places have disappeared. Wanakuni now has only one general. After Elt issued the notice with the order of the general, it only aroused the dissatisfaction of some people in Wanakuni, but under the force of the black-armored samurai and the royal court, this kind of voice disappeared. Until almost a month later. As a general, Elt received a man. Kwangshiro's family. I heard that you only appeared recently. Interesting. Keep your head up. Seeing the man kneeling down, with a sincere face of mad death, Elter felt interesting. Now he and the snake in the original book, how familiar. In the same position, kneeling below the same person. But the difference is that he is not a fool like the big snake and knows nothing about it. Yes, General. I've also heard some rumors about you, that I heard that you are very troublesome lately. Why, I want to take refuge in me. Elt, who was leaning on the tea table, looked at the crazy dead man below, and directly said what the other party hadn't said yet. The joke on his face made the crazy dead man kneeling down and couldn't help feeling cold behind his back. It's a general. I hope I can be your escort. He always felt that even though he had changed his appearance and everything, the man sitting on the high platform still saw through himself. As if he was kneeling in front of him as Denjiro. That lofty, masterful, invincible spirit can't be hidden no matter how much it is concealed. Well, you are still not qualified to be my escort, but you can do everything under my hands. Master General, Are you bargaining with me? Something like Louis. Before Quangshalang's words were spoken, he heard Elt's extremely arrogant words coming out of his mouth, making Quangshalang's hair horrified for an instant. What I think in Elt's mind is, if you want to be his escort, what you think about is beauty. Hearing Elt's voice, the bastard was going to do something if he didn't agree with him. He was extremely disturbed and angry, and his hands were covered with veins, and he was tightly holding his samurai costume. However, thinking that Miss Haiwa was by Elt's side, Quangsherlang was to press his patience against his inner dissatisfaction again. Putting his forehead on the floor, he said humbly, Master General, I am willing to be your subordinate. In a place where Madame Lang could not see, the corners of Elt's mouth raised, and the disdain and mockery in his eyes looked at the respectful mad killer below several. 153. Chapter 153 Kaido, who went to the world for help, was crushed by Big Mom. Usse Tato Land, known as the Kingdom of Dreams in the future, is based on the large island Cake Island, surrounded by 34 islands of different sizes scattered around. The base camp of the Big Mom Pirates. Because Charlotte Lin wanted a capital where all races in the world could coexist peacefully, all nations came into being. As far as Tuslan is now, it can even be said that the races living here basically cover more than 50% or 60% of the world. You can imagine the magic and incredible here. And this sea area is extremely special, composed of countless foods, because the islands that exist here are mainly composed of some food, such as cream, various cakes, fruits, chocolates, biscuits, and other delicacies. Even the floor of the house on the island is almost all food, and even the water in the river is juice. But in the same way, most of the big trees, grasses, or houses that live here, and most of the gates have life that is for the sole fruit of Bigmum, Hametz is made. At the same time, because of Bigmum's devil fruit ability, a large number of chess troops have been created on the island. This is basically the main force of the Bigmum pirate group, composed of Hametz soldiers with the theme of white chess pieces, wearing a plaid robe, gray pants, white gloves, and boots. The order of the entire world is guarded by these chess soldiers. When fighting, they are also rushing in front without the slightest fear or cringe. As the dictator queen of all nations, as long as he stays in all nations, basically no one dares to break in. But today is an exception. In the Cake Castle of IWC, all kind of decorations rendered the whole palace 88-3. You can see everywhere, the weeds and flowers outside the palace are all alive, dancing various dances. Even some special buildings showed their faces and made noises, yelling mum-mum, full of laughter. These are changed to any place on the sea, and they may be regarded as monsters. After all, this kind of life is a bit strange or terrifying, but everything is normal in all countries, because these are caused by Bigmum. Moreover, these Hametz are some who have no offensive power and no maliciousness. They are basically like ordinary children except that they can speak. And as the future four emperors, Charlotte Lin is sitting on the throne in the castle at this moment. Although the current Bigmum figure has begun to gradually lose weight, after all, he has given birth to so many children, but it is far from being as exaggerated and ugly as it will be 20 years later. Tall, slender, several times larger than a normal person, 6 or 7 meters tall, he is completely a little giant, and he is wearing lipstick and light purple eyeshadow, wearing a pink dress, and a pair of high heels under his feet. Who was not a beautiful flowery beauty when he was young. For example, at Rock's Pirate, when she was young, Charlotte Lin had the appearance and figure of a female empress, and she is a woman of strength and beauty, figure, and coexistence. Mama. Kaido, if you break into the world without giving me an explanation, then you don't want to leave anymore. I will kill you. In the Cake Castle, weird laughter sounded, and the needle drop in the entire luxurious hall was audible. On the throne, Charlotte Lin, leaning forward, holding a cake with rich expression in his hand, looking at the visitors under the seat. The expression on his face looked like a smile. Although she is a woman, the tone of Haki's sideways does not put Kaido in his eyes at all. Whether it is the past, the present, or the future, Kaido has always been a younger brother in Charlotte Lin's eyes. On Rock's Pirate, Charlotte Lin is only 18 years old and can be tied with big pirates such as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Silver Axe, Achiku, Captain John, and Kaido is a trainee crew member. Lin, I want my life, but only if you have the ability to take it away. Lousy is not before. In the face of Charlotte Lin's contempt and threats, Kaido is not to be outdone, not mad, then it is Kaido's personality. But as soon as Kaido's voice fell, Charlotte Lin on the throne chilled his eyes. In the kingdom, in this territory, she is the dictator queen of Tussland, and no one can provoke her majesty. With his eyes staring, a storm that ruined the world and crushed the earth forcefully against Kaido below, it was a mighty overbearing will that stirred the sky and was bathed in thunder unmatched. As for Kaido sitting below, facing the tyrannical conquerors of Bigmum, his unique hair floated up. The black coat on the back, the beard also danced with the wind. Quinn, who was originally sitting behind Kaido, was eating dessert. Suddenly, she was shocked. Her pupils contracted slightly, and her whole body tightened subconsciously. The thunder continued to fall, with the cake shop as the center, and the violent wind and waves continued to spread, blowing the trees into the snow. Kaido was also raging in his eyes, gritted his teeth, and in an instant, like a flash flood, the same overbearing conquerors Haki violently collided with Charlotte Lin's conquerors. Over the island, black and red thunders were infiltrating, and the thunderbolts flickered, making the entire field bright and bright. In the case of visible to the naked eye, two storms were colliding and contending. Among them, a large amount of black and red thunder spreads in the sky, and the whole scene is like hell. The invisible overbearing will swept around the Cake Island in an instant, and everyone felt their brains being hammered by a hammer. Thin-willed people, whether they are Hametz or various races, have already foamed at the mouth, their eyes whitened, and they have mixed into the past unconsciously. Boom. As the two strands of conquerors suddenly offset and exploded, everything just now seemed like a passing moment. Mama. Kaido, tell me you want me to help you retake Wanakuni. Was defeated by the kid named Elter from the Whitebeard Pirates. What a shame. If this is the case, don't make me look down on you. The moment she saw Kaido, Charlotte Linlin knew how the broken corner on the head of this guy and the stab wounds all over his body came from. When he heard Charlotte Linlin's words, Kaido's face felt gloomy and the blue veins on his forehead were already bulging, but it was not surprising why the other party knew about him. Because the Big Mom pirate group, but it has the #1 intelligence capability in the sea. What a joke, Lin, lousy is Kaido. Wanakuni, I must take it back with my own hands. If you dare to intervene, I will definitely kill you. Now I am looking for you. I need to find you to pick up the army. Wanakuni has been taken by the bastard of Elter. I want to find a place again and establish my pirate group. Guru. After taking a sip of strong alcohol, Kaido didn't cover up his failure at all. Instead, he didn't hesitate to admit it, but he didn't want Charlotte Linlin to get involved. Looking at the domineering Kaido, Charlotte Linlin didn't feel too angry, but the coldness in her eyes was obvious. Mama, on the day when Rocks was destroyed, I gave you the Phantom Beast species in God Canyon. You have to bear this kindness for a lifetime, Kaido. Now you want to owe me favors. Whatever you say, Lin, I didn't get my stuff, and no matter how much stuff, I'm not afraid of Kaido. It's a big deal. Lousy will pay you back in the future. Otherwise, you can do that bastard Whitebeard. Correct. Kaido was furious and unwilling to show his weakness. He squeezed the wine gourd in his hand and glared at Charlotte Linlin, showing no signs of demanding. But Quinn was scared to the side. Big Mom is not comparable to Elter. Even if Kaido is his boss, Quinn feels that there is basically no chance of winning against Big Mom. Mama. Kaido, what are you kidding about? Whether it's Whitebeard, Shiki, or the dead Roger, I have never been defeated. At this moment, as a big Poseidon, Big Mom showed its courage for the first time. IT is completely incomparable to Kaido now. IT is overbearing and rampant, stirring the wind and clouds over the Cake Island, almost scaring Quinn behind Kaido. Up. Napoleon. Mother. With Charlotte Linlin's call, the sleepy pink captain's hat that was originally on her head suddenly turned into a sharp-toothed, cold-haired knife. Lin squeezed it. Lin. Kaido, who shot almost at the same time as Charlotte Linlin, glared with anger. His right foot suddenly stepped out, and the momentum of his body lifted everything around him. The iron rod of thorns in the right hand, carrying countless purple thunders, with violent power, bombarded Charlotte Linlin. Boom. With the sound of the sky and the earth cracking, followed by a mushroom cloud rising from the Cake Island, surrounding the two rings of halo connecting up and down, turning into a monstrous shock wave and spreading without dead ends. And the unlucky kid Quinn's complexion changed drastically at the first time. Before he could retreat, he felt a wind hit him and was lifted out on the spot zero. But because the skin was thick, there was nothing serious about it, just got up after some injuries. The disaster on the ground was even more serious. The ground surface was sunken in a radius of 1 kilometer, and the huge basin was instantly pressed down, which made people terrified. All the surrounding hobbits died. Damn it, Mom and Kaido are fighting. As the second person in the Big Mom pirate group, Katakuri naturally knew that Kaido had arrived, but he was on the periphery and did not enter the castle. And there were some younger brothers and sisters who stayed beside Katakuri, protecting them when the fighting broke out. However, some of these Charlotte members were crushed on the ground and plunged into the mud, and some were stunned by the air pressure falling from the sky. I didn't faint, but the ones who watched the battle were those who had the ability. When everything subsided, there were 2 Konjuang roads at both ends of the basin, and at the end there stood Big Mom and Kaido. But compared to Kaido, who was beaten back by hundreds of meters, Charlotte Linlin only stepped back less than 100 meters, and the decision was made. Compared with Charlotte Linlin, who didn't show up at all, it is obvious that Kaido has suffered a lot. At this moment, Big Mom has an evil face, full of Haki. The right hand still holds Napoleon and is burning with a blazing fire, and his left hand holds the thunderous Zeus. The original long pink hair has also become a blazing fire. The rampant Conquerors radiates like a torrent of torrents. As the children of Charlotte Linlin, Katakuri, and others, although they are not surprised, their mother's strength can't be the best. Mama. No wonder you will be defeated by that guy, Elter. Kaido, the fruit I gave you is really wasted. Now you. Too weak, The Emperor's sword is broken. After a fight with Kaido, Charlotte Linlin showed an evil face, and her aura continued to rise. Holding the flame Napoleon with both hands, Zeus's thunder was also wrapped around it, and the next moment, it burst with the ground. A 30-meter crater exploded under her feet, and Charlotte Linlin, who exuded a violent atmosphere, disappeared in place. Like a wild beast, he charged towards Kaido with murderous aura. What are you kidding? Lin, lousy is Kaido. This kind of word has nothing to do with me at all. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido's anger was wide, his hands full of strong muscles, blood vessels bursting, clasping the iron rod of thorns, entwining countless purple thunders, and shooting out in one fell swoop. Rumble. The burning sky exploded from the ground. A large number of black and red thunders spread, and a violent shock wave tore the ground. The surrounding ground was sunken, and countless slabs were lifted up, forming a basin canyon in the blink of an eye. In dense dust and smoke. The sonic boom tears the eardrums, and the invisible figure is accompanied by a deafening muffled noise of 1.7. Charlotte Lin appears on Kaido's side like a teleport. As the left fist wraps around Zeus's thunder, the entire fist is shining with a dazzling blue light. Kaido slammed on Kaido's body. That violent force, the storm exploited the entire ground in an instant, and the endless thunder fell on the surrounding ground, bringing up countless black smoke. At this moment, an invisible shock wave appeared behind Kaido. Kaido, whose eyes were originally extremely fierce, suddenly protruded. He arched his body as if he was about to jump out of his eye sockets, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. Kaido, don't force me to extract your soul. Carrying a punch of thunderbolt, it bombarded Kaido's abdomen, braving flames and thunder, with evil on his face, after increasing the last trace of strength. The huge Kaido immediately couldn't control his body under Charlotte Lin's fists. It instantly turned into a streamer and went all the way through the ruins, causing a huge explosion and disappeared at the end. Kaido boss, damn it. As the only little brother now, Quinn almost got scared out of his eyes. Kaido had some shortcomings. He would definitely not be able to walk out of the world alive. You can think of this with your feet. Boom. Several smashing sounds sounded one after another. As the base camp of the Big Mom pirate group, Katakuri at this moment, as well as the eldest son Perispero, Smokey, Daifuku, and others, all fell from the sky. Surround Quinn tightly. Mom, don't interfere with things, otherwise it is very likely to be dead. Looking at the people of the Big Mom Pirates group that gathered tens of meters, the blue veins on Quinn's forehead were violent, and he was extremely angry, but he felt very aggrieved. The other party did not put him in his eyes at all. The depressive breath swept the audience, and the battle was about to start. 154, Chapter 154. Sheet 154 be appropriately installed. You can sublimate your personality. And the Battle of IWC Tuslan was in the END.N01 knew what Kaido had asked Charlotte Lin in the end. Soon after Kaido turned into a blue dragon and flew away, the chess soldiers from all countries were dispatched and set off on the Hormiai's boat of the Big Mom Pirate Group. Wanakuni Flower City. Boss, this is the red historical text. Now we have two pieces in our hands. Listen to you. One piece is in the hands of the Big Mom Pirates, and one piece is in the hands of the Fishmen Island. As long as we grab the piece from the Big Mom Pirate Group, the Fishmen Island can be destroyed everywhere. To conquer. Looking at the red historical text in front of him, even the eyes of Lafitte on the side showed excitement. As long as the four pieces of red historical text are collected, then you can reach the final island left by One Piece Roger before his death, Raftel. Whether it is the title of One Piece or the big secret treasure that is connected in One Piece, it is something that makes countless people crazy. This kind of thing is not necessary for me. One Piece, if you can't be a real king, then it's just a fake name. Roger, just go and take a look at the things that are left behind. Big secret treasures, things that lie to fools. I don't want some One Piece. Seeing once again obtaining a piece of red historical text, Elt slid his fingers over the text, and the disdain in his eyes made Lafitte not understand what the boss was thinking about. Obviously, it is Raftel who makes the sea boil. When it comes to Ert, it is nothing extraordinary, not attractive. In fact, if he only wants to think about it, even if he doesn't need the so-called historical text of 09, he can find other ways. Because the way to Raftel is not just this one, but also a permanent pointer in the hands of the bullet guy. The red historical text of the Fishmen Island has been taken by the Roger Pirates. Boss, I have heard that in these historical texts, there are 3 major ancient weapon news, isn't it? Lafitte, as the intelligence gathering in the team, naturally found something different, such as Pluton. Okay, that kind of thing. You're talking about Pluton. You want it. It's in the city of 7 waters. You just want to get it back directly. It's just a design drawing. And that thing, but leave it to me, my son. Pluton is there, in the city of 7 waters? Lafitte was stunned. He has been involved in a lot recently. Diane Wanakuni, he drove away Kaido. The guy didn't even take away the red historical text, so Lafitte studied it. He thought he already had a lot of things. Breakthrough. As a result, before this had begun to show its glory, Elt turned over his panties and said something he didn't know, behaving more and more mysterious. Seeing Raffet, who was a little excited, Elt also smiled unpredictably, but he would not touch this kind of hot potato, at least not now. The great change of Wanakuni, Elt believes, many people know it. Pluton is just a super warship. It is true that a single shot can destroy an island. The real Pluton is not in the capital of the Seven Waters, just the design drawings. Could it be we can't take it back and build it? Is there any hidden story? It was obvious that Elt had known it a long time ago, but he didn't pay any attention to it. Lafitte knew that there was something in it. Otherwise, with Elt's character of plucking feathers, how could he give up? You also know that those are the 3 ancient weapons. Are they so easy to manufacture? If you want to build it, I'm afraid it can bring down a Wanakuni, and if we dare to touch it now, I'm afraid it will be tomorrow. Sengoku or Garp, come with Buster Call. Boss Elt, do you still know where the other 2 ancient weapons are? Suddenly, Lafitte's eyes lit up, and he asked what he had always wanted to ask. What do you mean, Lafitte? After hearing Lafitte's words, Alti, who had already started to leave, turned back and showed an elusive evil smile at Lafitte. What to think? He knows this kind of thing. Sometimes mystery is more important. Poseidon is Shirahoshi, and Uranus is in Celestial Dragon's hands. He knew what was yesterday, and if he just pretended to be forced, he would be beaten in the face immediately. He doesn't want face. After all, the coins must be installed properly. As Elt left, Lafitte was lost in thought, looking at the red stone high in front of him. How many secrets does this man have? How do you feel so mysterious in the clouds and mist? It suddenly became tall and tall. And in the hall on the other side, a big cat that looked like a lion roared fiercely, constantly cursing bad words. If it's not that there is no weapon in your hand, I'm afraid it's already done. Asshole, we made an agreement. I will give you that red stone, and you will release all Kinnaman in them. Now people, why are Kinjuro and Denjiro disappeared? Lousy is not that way. What a lie. You lose your temper here. Do you want to die? Or do you think I dare not kill you? Cat Viper. A cold voice came from Elt's mouth, and the faint murderous aura calmed down the originally angry Cat Viper. However, he felt that he had been cheated. He was still reluctant, and stared at the arrival of Elt angrily. Our original agreement was not like this. I just want to know where Denjiro and Kinjuro have gone. I have let them go, believe it or not. If you have a way to contact them, maybe you can prove whether they are still alive. Furthermore, I'll tell you something, we only have 1 day to escape from Wanakuni, find Kaido, and avenge Odin. Otherwise, I will let someone hunt down. Right? Crazy dead man. His head was slightly raised, his face haughty, and the joking sentiment leaped on his face, looking at the little undercover beside him, madly dead man. Corresponding to the group of cats and vipers, it doesn't matter whether they are killed or not. Since they want to find Kaido to take revenge so much, then let these guys out and give Kaido a quince in the start. The site is all based on the game experience of grabbing, which increases the difficulty. Anyway, before Kaido's death, it is impossible for this group of guys to find themselves troublesome. And when Kwang Si Lang heard what Elt said, his heart was tense. He didn't know if it was an illusion. He always felt that Elt was pointing. Yes, Lord General, I will get rid of all those who are disrespectful to you. I will be the sharpest knife in your hand, General. But Kwang Si Lang did not hesitate at all in his actions, and he respectfully saluted Elt. But when he raised his head to look at Elt, the other party was indifferent again. In his indifferent eyes, there was no human feeling at all. Damn it, if they die, Lousy won't let you go, Boom. Just when a cat viper was ready to speak generously and began to suffer from bad breath, the next moment, the place where the cat viper was originally suddenly burst, and the originally fat cat viper was directly turned into a cannonball and flew out. It fell on the street yesterday, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, lying in the ruins. As for the place where the cat viper was originally, this is Chuandaru standing with an angry face, with the weapon in his hand against her shoulders, coldly looking at the embarrassed cat viper on the street in the distance. With a face of indifference and sarcasm, there is no trace of Chuandaru's shadow. For those who are disrespectful to the general, this is a small punishment for you. Don't hurry up, otherwise the next moment, instead of using a scabbard to cut you, it will save your life. Crack. Asshole, wait for me. Perhaps it was the knife of the crazy dead man that woke up the cat viper, and saw the cat viper, known for its violent temper, scratching the floor under him. This guy actually held it back abruptly. His eyes were fiercely mad, and the Huadu that he was familiar with walked away without looking back. He has to help Lord Odin to avenge him. He can't die here. Yet.to die. He also killed Kaido. After the family of Lord Odin is settled, he will come to this group of bastards to avenge him. But looking at the eyes of cat vipers with disgust and hatred, Kwang Si Lang's heart was. Cat viper, I'm sorry, you must live. I want to stay on this protection day, and my lord, please forgive my self-assertion. And the cat viper who left Wadu in 883 did not slow down in the slightest, and he had been in the Whitebeard pirates with Elt, but he knew how bad this man was. Cat viper, thank you very much. The leaders of Kinemon and Kikuno, Kappa, Reizu all bowed to the cat viper to express their gratitude, but Inyarashi did not. After all, he is also the king of Yuzo. Cat viper, how about it? I found Denjiro and Kinjuro, none of them. No, the guy said that Kinjuro and Denjiro had been released. I heard that not long ago. A prisoner escaped from the prison in Huadu's cell. According to the description of the civilians in Huadu, that should be Denjiro. Up. Now let's leave here first. It's better not to keep Wanakuni, that guy Elt, who only gave us half a day to leave Wanakuni, bastard. As the leader of the 9 Knights of Akasaka, Jin Wyman also agrees with Cat Viper's words. Even if there is a lot of unwillingness in their hearts, they are going back now. Undoubtedly, the Calabash baby saved grandfather and sent them one by one. It is impossible to threaten the current dominance of Elt. And Wanakuni has also been managed by Ert in good order, gradually restored to the previous state, even more prosperous. Weapons factories are constantly being built in Shime, and the daily output of weapons is constantly increasing. Compared with the sewage flow in the original work, under Elt's rule, there is no such problem at all. Wanakuni's weapons are being shipped to the outside world almost every day to help countries that need a lot of weapons so that they can take up weapons to resist. In a word of Ert, we are not the producers of weapons, but the porters of weapons. Alti, who has sufficient strength, also let people open an auction house in Sabaody Archipelago. The auction house mainly auctions large quantities of arms and weapons. As for other things, as long as it can make money, the auction house will do it. As a pirate, Elt will not have any secular constraints. As for the purpose of the auction house, on the one hand it is to buy and sell weapons, on the other hand it is also to collect some powerful devil fruit. 155, Chapter 155. Chapter 155 Logia, Gas Fruit Ability, Gaisa. New World, the first half of the Grand Line. Marineford, Headquarters Building. The pace was a little hurried. A Commodore pushed open the door of the Marshal's office, and the empty report behind the desk. Marshal, it's already confirmed. The captain of Beast's Pirates has been to the Bigman Pirates with a Cadre Quinn who swung down. A conflict broke out between the two in Tuslan, but in the end they didn't know what cooperation they had reached. Soon after Kaido left, the Bigman Pirates sent troops to help Beast's Pirates and attack the workers on Winter Island. The country, played by Kaido himself, plus the elite chess soldiers of the Bigman Pirate Group, was soon occupied. The reason why Kaido ran out was because Marshal D.Alter, the current 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, defeated him and occupied Wanakuni. As for the former captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates and the crew member of the Roger Pirates, Kazuki Odin, according to Wanakuni's rumors, was killed by Kaido when he expelled Kaido and is now dead. Understood. Sora put down a quill in his hand, looked at the thick information in his hand, and his brows fell into thought. Now these New World pirates, as long as they make any big moves, they will affect Marine's mind. And Commodore left after reporting. But in addition to Kong Kong in the office, Vice Admiral is also there. Kaido killed the original Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division captain, Kazuki Odin, and then the current captain, Marshal D.Alter, defeated Kaido. It was really exciting. The crane on the other side also crossed his hands and supported his chin. The huge weapon almost broke the shirt button on his chest. Do you want to do it? Now Kaido, this guy, is unprecedentedly weak. Crane raised his head and looked at the contemplative Kong. The current situation is very good. If Marine wants to make several big actions before leaving New World, it is completely possible to do it. Sengoku is now New World. Yes? Just let Sengoku go once and capture Kaido. With Sengoku's strength, there should be no problem. Sora is also simple and decisive. Kaido desperately needs time to lick his wounds. There is no territory, no troops at T this time. If you don't catch it, what are you waiting for? And Kaido is from Rock's Pirate. Got it. I'm going to notify Sengoku. Crane also nodded. He knew that now there is no Kaido with Wanakuni as the backer, and now it is a toothless tiger. New World Wanakuni. At this moment, a special guy is ushered in. Boss Elt, I caught this guy back. It's really hard to find. After disappearing, He threw a spirited man with a swollen nose and a swollen nose to the ground. Dark purple-blue long hair with ornaments similar to horns on the head. Looks like a ghost, wearing a formal suit with diagonal stripes on the inside, and black gloves with the word CC on the hands, painted in purple lipstick. Mgai Sakuran, the boss of the future PH Force. As a spiritual boy, Doflamingo's partner, a scientist who makes artificial devil fruits for Kaido. A colleague of the world's first scientist Vegapunk. Guy who was thrown on the ground like a dead pig. Felt very unlucky. When I just joined the Marine Science Corps, I am preparing to expand my ambitions and embark on the road of the world's #1 scientist, when I am about to squeeze out Vegapunk. As a result, a dark guy suddenly appeared in his shadow. Lala was knocked out for a few times before he could react, and every time he woke up, he was beaten. The key is that I was brought to Sea Stone's hands. He has not yielded, struggled, and resisted. However, the physical skill is the rooster. He has no power to bind the chicken. He jumped off as soon as he shot, and then he was beaten more violently. Guy almost didn't think about it anymore. He didn't know how many brain cells he consumed, and he didn't even think about why he was being targeted. He is a little rubbish. Shouldn't he catch the scientist by catching Vegapunk? When he landed, he recognized Elter at the first sight, and his eyes were about to fall off. Why do the people from the Whitebeard Pirates want to catch him? As for Alti, who was sitting in the general position, after seeing Moria's return, he also looked at Guy below with interest. After all, there are only a few famous scientists in Pirate World. The point is, it's all together. Vinsmoke Judge Vegapunk is a colleague, so is Quinn, and so is Guy. However, the Baltimore Kingdom of New World is the place where scientists are produced. Whether it is Vegapunk, Guy Sa, or Marine World Government scientists, they all go out from here. It looks like I have eaten Logia, gas fruit. Seeing the sea stone that Moria put on Guy's hands, Elter also shined. After all, there is fruit, and Guy who has no fruit, the difference between the two is very big. What Logia? Lafitte and the Jochin Maru beside him, the crazy dead man, were also shocked. Their eyes were weird. Even the guy who brought Guy back to Moria, at the moment they looked at the socially dressed dubiously like a bad young guy. In Moria's heart, Logia was ruined. This guy was knocked down by himself, so he didn't look like Logia. Facing these gazes, Guy shivered and shivered subconsciously. I don't feel the pressure is normal. Boss, you tell me this is a new partner. Or kill it. I'll find another scientist. Looking at Guy Sa with disgust at his feet, the contempt in Moria's eyes made Guy Sa's heart hurt. What kind of eyes were that? I don't even know what happened, and finally I don't have to be beaten, and then I will be slaughtered? Diwan has taken himself so far, so he can die in another place. Impossible, Guy hasn't become bigger and stronger yet. He can't just die like this. And the other party seems to be talking about a new partner. At this time, Guy's heartbeat is fierce, and he joins the Whitebeard Pirates. It's a little prickly and exciting. The original intention, fear of death, went from hell to heaven in an instant. After all, don't die, your life is still saved. Although it is said to leave from Marine, it is not bad to join the Whitebeard Pirates. Is it about to reach the pinnacle of life? After all, in the sea, which pirate doesn't know the Whitebeard Pirate Group, the man who was scared by evil spirits Whitebeard? The surprise came too quickly, and it was a little untrue. After all, on the way here, he thought that he often said bad things about Vegapunk behind his back, and he found someone to kill him. For Guy Sa, Moria really doesn't like it, except for that Logia. Isn't this guy a scientist? Unexpectedly, he is still a Logia-capable person. It's okay to train it well, after all. We are also short-handed, right? Alfeature nodded. For Guy Sa, Alti still feels that the potential is enough. As for the strength, it is definitely not up to the standard. But now that I have eaten gas fruit, it is different. The lethality of Logia gas fruit is also extraordinary. It is many times stronger than that of smoke fruit. For the selection of scientists, there is no doubt that Vegapunk is definitely the first choice, but that guy seems to have been captured by Marine. Known as 500 years ahead of today's science and technology, and known as a scientist who has surpassed human wisdom for 500 years, this guy even solved the transmission conditions of Devil Fruit's ability and can make objects possess Devil Fruit's ability. There are also human huge experiments, descent factors, man-made Devil Fruit, virus chemistry, biological semi-mechanization, weapon manufacturing, human weapons and pacifist, etc., all of which are impressive scientific achievements. As for going to naval headquarters to snatch people, Elter said that although he was jealous, but now, next year, he can only let Tainyushi burn more paper for himself. And even if I snatch it back, I'm afraid it will let the guys from Red Line stare at me. So Elta is still somewhat scrupulous. In contrast, M. Caesar Courant is different. Although he is not as good as Vegapunk in the scientific field, he is also one of the best scientists in the pirate world. The key is that this guy's skills are not bad, he is a research talent. Moreover, your own team can't fight back without the strength. Guy who has Logia and Gas Fruit can just make up for this, that as long as you train a little, the combat effectiveness is also leveraged. There is no need to let people protect him every day. It can be said that it is the most suitable candidate for now. Vinsmoke Judge Alti also considered it and finally gave up. This guy is a member of the world government, and he has a lot of reformers in his hands. Ambitious, not the kind of people who live for a long time. Wanakuni needs this kind of talent from you. Are you interested in becoming our partner, Guy? Elter smiled and looked at Guy very gently. Although he was sitting on a high platform, the Choshue in his hand was held by Elter on the floor. The thumb of the right hand has already pushed the force away, and the faint power of the black knife Choshue made Guy feel cold. Of course. Guy Sa had excitement and forgetfulness in his heart, swallowing saliva and simply agreed. On the one hand, because I can survive, continue to take off, I have a backstage, and also changed a boss. On the other hand, El did not talk about the Whitebeard pirates but his partner, which is it's intriguing. Under the current circumstances, obviously there is only one way left for him. Then, Madman, let our new partner loose. We will meet each other again during the dinner. Yes, Lord General. Everything was very happy. Guy didn't say harsh words, and El didn't move the knife. Everyone was kind. Until the dinner. In the entire restaurant, there were only 5 people sitting: Alti, Lafitte, Moria, Shitenmaru, and the newly added Gaisa. The little spy, crazy dead man, is naturally not qualified to sit on it. Scared, Boss Elk, we really drove Kaido away. We grabbed a Wanakuni site. It's really exciting. In front of the table filled with countless exquisite foods, Guy, who turned into gas, floated in the air, very excited. Even Elk couldn't help being speechless that it was not you who shot it down. It's okay to snatch Wanakuni and your ass. I don't know, I thought you guy was also involved. Guy, with us, I am the captain, and I have nothing to do with the Whitebeard pirates. You don't have to think about the Whitebeard pirates. We're almost half out of it. I know. Boss, the purpose of our team is to master the whole world. It's really exciting. Guy Sa, who walked around behind Alti, lay down on a chair and looked at the man in front of him. He was not shocked at all, but he was excited like good money, never before. Don't worry about this, Guy. As long as you want, I will give you everything. No matter what you do in human experiments or virus experiments, I don't care about you. However, the early stage was to create all kinds of powerful weapons for me, as well as everything I need. One thing, human experiments, don't use Wanakuni people. I don't want this kind of thing to happen on my site. I go to the underground world to buy it. Money doesn't matter. Ignoring the excited Guy who almost leaned on him, Elt shook the glass in his hand leisurely. As for viral weapons or biochemical weapons, Elt doesn't care, as long as they have the antidote. I'm really grateful to the boss. Moaning. When Elt's words fell, Guy Sa felt for the first time that it was really good to join the team. He has long wanted to do experiments on the human body, but it is definitely not allowed in Marine, and his research in Marine still has funding control. Your new partner is Logia, or a scientist. Jochin Maru is no longer the kind of guy who doesn't understand anything anymore. Naturally, he knows what Logia stands for. After a period of knowledge and thought irrigation by Elt, the current Jochin Maru has changed and returned. Here comes the personality of the villain. In this way, we will have 4.5 people. Guy, your strength is too weak. From tomorrow, Guy, you will follow Lafitte to train. You 3 teach it all. I see, boss. Anyway, we have to keep a low profile now. Shout. It's really troublesome. Yes, Lord Elt. Uncle.